I
I
think
don't.
so.
I don't use Google.
Bing is less Freemasonry.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's revolution. That's the right word. Anyway, the concept of a revolution isn't even real.
Yeah. I mean the concept. The concept is real. The reality just doesn't happen. The thing is just.
The concept isn't real. It's just.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so it's just doing a circuit over and over and over and over again, and of course we know that circuit is like, transiting between the tropics and all that, but the concept of a revolution, that there's this wide orbital path that the Earth takes around the sun, that whole thing is not even part of our experience at all. So the concept of the revolution is just an idea, but not actually. It's not equivocated. It doesn't translate at all, because it would require the Earth to be moving, and that's why it's not even. It's got no merit in reality.
So only like when you're at the tire shop or when you're dealing with your speedometer.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Earth. I mean, yes, there's other things that perform revolutions, obviously, but just not the Earth.
Just not the Earth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a weird word.
So you know how they always say, "Oh, you would what are there different tangential velocities or whatever?"
Yeah.
Like that. Like I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. But actually, though, like if you think of anything that makes a revolution, like a tire. If you imagined a tire going however fast, and whether you're standing on the outside or anywhere that's not on the axis, like you fucking fly off regardless.
Yeah. What
You're
about
gonna feel it regardless.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Hey, Pazza, did you give up on the looking into the long distance observation thing, or did you like kind of throw your hands up in the air, or did you wind up going, wow, maybe I was wrong and the Earth really is flat? Pazza. Pazza is not in the VC. Well, he's in the VC. It's just not. Oh, there.
Hello. No, I didn't. I gave up looking for photographic evidence for the seven states claim, but that doesn't say it didn't happen. I just haven't found any photographic evidence of it.
Whitsit,
So I can only find.
This might be helpful. Whitsit, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, did you take any long distance photography when you went to Lookout Mountain?
Yes.
Okay. What's that?
In infrared.
Very cool. Pazza is looking for photographic confirmation that you really can see Kentucky and Virginia like it's carved in stone that you can. He wants more evidence than the claim, which is fine. I'm a lot the same way. I'm stubborn in wanting evidence too, so I get it. But
Sorry, go on. I went on the web archive and I was looking for online anecdotal evidence as well. People we know, like blogs and things. And I found a couple of blogs of people who said, they went and they on their particular day they couldn't see it, and they spoke to people who said, you might be able to, but I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I just can't. If someone's got some evidence for it, I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Well, my experience was that you just see a bunch of mountains, and good luck trying to really decipher which part is which.
I hear you on that. You need to know the profile of the mountains you're looking at, which to me means you need to be standing in Kingsport or northern Tennessee somewhere.
This is the problem with. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's quite a challenging to look at a range of mountains in the distance and accurately state which ones are which, unless you're very familiar with the geography,
Yeah.
And you've.
I wasn't interested in that at all. Like the base premise doesn't prove anything anyway necessarily, right? Because flat Earth wise, I mean, these are arbitrary lines that we call different states. So if you're just close to where they meet, then you could look and all that. Yeah, it's cool. You can see really far, and I think I was there on a pretty good day. And I have infrared footage. It's on an SD card somewhere. I have to find it, but I took pictures and video. Yeah, it's definitely cool to check out. I mean, I never for a second was trying to decide where the states were, though.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I have definitely worked out in looking at online at that place and looking around and trying to find out about it is as I do know I'd like to stand there and look at it. It looks amazing, but I'm still looking for that clincher. I mean, the trouble for me is whenever you go visit like a tourist attraction, and you get a plaque or you get something in a museum or something like that, and it goes and it says, and it starts with the phrases like "the story goes." You're not really on a. That sounds more like something to get tourists in rather than actually a statement of fact. I'm not saying it's not true, but it's kind of like, oh, the story goes, the house is haunted. I mean,
right, but I mean, this is what's cool about it, though. I mean, what maybe makes it real is if you really do make observations frequently, you find out that the sky's visibility changes so much, so drastically.
Yeah.
And when you have a really clear day, you're like, whoa. So imagine like a really, really clear day, because I will say when you're up there, you can imagine that you can see crazy, crazy far. I mean, just getting the really clear day. So, I don't know, it would just take one time where people were there when it was really clear and they're like, oh my gosh. And, who knows? I couldn't tell you. I couldn't verify it. It wasn't that clear for me. I wouldn't imagine. And I had infrared, so.
I'll send you a link. I found a blog online from the web archive. You've heard of the Wayback Machine? You heard of Wayback? Wayback? It was a blog of someone's, and they said that they went out there. They took a road trip from somewhere. They were they were going across America, so they took a telescope and they went up there to try and see it. This is go back in the mid 90s, early 80s, before the FE community was got itself established. So the discussion in it, the discourse in it, was very, very light-hearted. It wasn't at all anybody trying to assert anything. And the guy said that he didn't manage to. It was a lovely day. He had one day with shit weather and overcast. He couldn't see anything, hardly anything. And then he came back a little while later. It was very good. He then went on to ask. He actually stopped somewhere and asked some sort of university academic, who actually said, you probably might be able to. Although he did say there was a couple of factors like air pollution, generally speaking, across most of the United States. Even in that part of the world, it's not particularly bad, but it is a factor that the air has definitely got more, contaminants in it than it used to have, which will affect you on the extreme limits of, 100-mile visibility. That does make a difference, but no one was poo-pooing it outright. They're just saying, you'd have to have some really, really outrageous conditions to be able to see that far anywhere, really, on the surface. But so nothing ruled it out as far as I can see, but then again, nothing ruled it in. Do you know what I mean? So who knows? It'd be great.
When someone says that they went out and they saw that it was really clear, like to people that go out all the time, like that doesn't really hold much weight to me, because when it looks clear, you're like, whoa, dude, this is way better than yesterday. But then you have the moments where it's so much clearer, and you can still tell it could be clear. Like you can tell that you can barely make stuff out in the distance, and it's just the air that's blocking it. So I don't know. That's the hardest part. I bet making observations around the entire world, certainly the United States, is drastically less efficient in the last 20 years than ever before.
Yeah. I could see, like I say, I could see how it becomes a passion looking out, because there are, like you say, I haven't personally spent a very great deal of time doing it myself. I can see the results and the efforts just by talking to you guys and going and looking at other people. And what's becoming apparent to me, which I never knew, even if wherever I concluded from what I find talking to you guys, is that when you look to the horizon on different weather conditions, different temperatures, whatever, there's a crazy range of things going on, and some of the effects you get sometimes with stuff floating and stuff sinking, or stuff waving around. It's incredibly interesting stuff. But like I say, I with respect to that seven states thing, who knows really yet. I'm still not convinced one way or the other.
I've never done that. I didn't even do the math there. Like, so I don't know the
did.
height and the distance. What is it?
So Virginia should be 4,800 feet below the horizon. So from your height at Lookout Mountain, that lookout point where that rock is, and that picture is taken from that height, 60 miles is where the horizon should be. So anything beyond 60 miles begins to be obscured according to globe claims and math. So with that said, 146 miles is the distance to Virginia, the very little tip of Virginia there. And even if you were to take the tallest mountain in Kentucky and or Virginia and put it right at that tippy top point or tip of Virginia, it would still be 1,500 feet below the horizon at the top of that mountain, like the top of the tallest mountain. Even if you could move it to the, I know I'm repeating myself, but the point is there's no mountain that even exists that could make it true that you could see Virginia, yet the claim is there, and there seems to be evidences that it's true. So
that's very interesting. Because we're planning on going back towards East Tennessee decently soon, actually. So I would love to go back. But I would have to, I'd have to know exactly what direction I'm looking for, specifically what, and it just seems like a difficult task to be able to look at. When you actually go and look at the mountains, it's really hard. It just blows your mind. Yeah, like Chris and I just laughed at the idea that we were going to look at these mountains and determine which state was which. It's just so. There's an arrow that points over there.
Here's the way that you're going to rule it, though. What happens is when you're at the vantage point of Lookout Mountain, you're looking down a lot of water. That what is this river called?
Water gas?
No, the Chickamauga Lake. And that goes into what's this?
It's not far from Chattanooga, is it? I believe
the Watts Bar Lake. But anyway, there's just the angle from Lookout Mountain across to the tip of Virginia. There's a ton of water in between you and that point of Virginia. So you'd rule out things like Catoosa Wildlife Management Area, Frozen Head State Park. You just look at your vantage point. And you'd rule out a couple of the other mountains that would be in the foreground. But otherwise, there's a ton of like valley and river, Norris Lake being the last one, all the way to what you're hoping to see, and that's Cumberland Gap National Historical Park. Is the closest point of Virginia to your vantage point in Lookout Mountain.
Well, what's the highest? Like what's the highest? Right? How high is that thing?
The not very high. Cumberland Gap National Historical Park. I'll have to pull up a topographical, but like Pinnacle Overlook parking lot is the highest point, and that's at the Kentucky-Virginia state line. It's called Pinnacle Overlook. Let's see here.
I think it was it 600 meters or something like that? So it's 1,000. 700, 1,600 feet. I can't remember. I remember I went through them, didn't I, with you, and got back to you.
I do just want to point this out to you guys, though. When you go there, it is very obvious the Earth is flat. I do just want to throw that out. Like it's like you just see crazy up, dude. So I mean,
I've never been on a mountain, looked into the distance, and not thought, oh, it's still flat. That's all. I think from even my perspective, if I go to a high mountain, look across the landscape, and it's a clear day, it still looks fucking flat.
Like it's
totally.
Can I ask Love Chunks
to answer the question? It was 2,440 feet is the alleged elevation of Pinnacle Overlook. So that means that point would be 2,400 feet below the horizon, which is pretty intense.
that should be our aim then, right? That's what, like, a good some elevation.
Yeah.
It's still
How far have you guys, or not you say you guys, but your general, your community, the investigative part of the community in general? How far have they managed to fire a laser these days? What sort of miles distance can you fire a laser?
Wait, no, that's a new subject. Yeah, I'm still in the queue.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yep, Elijah next.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Love Chunks and the other person left. So whoever is new, I'd like to ask you a question. Very simple question. Doesn't involve like knowing too much, anything really. Love Chunks, you there?
I'm here.
Okay. My question is, if something was a mile away from you, could you see it with like binoculars?
A mile away from me.
Yep.
And you knew for certain it was a mile away. Could you see it?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can see the next city, and that's more than a while away with my own eyes. So.
Yeah.
Right. So let's say, okay, so your friend is 1 mile in the distance, and they're standing in front of, I don't know, a sign that says "Help Wanted," but they're in front of that sign. Now, if they weren't in front of that sign, you'd be able to read it. But let's just assume they're in front of that sign. You would see them in front of that sign, right? Obviously, that's kind of redundant. But if somebody's standing in front of something, then the thing that they're in front of is counted by you, right?
You're cutting out.
Yeah, a little distorted. It was weird.
Oh, so
you're clear now.
Simple enough. If that person was 1 mile away in front of whatever it is, obviously, if they're in front of it, it would be obstructing your view of the thing behind them, right?
Yeah. Definitely.
Right. I'm asking for Paz's benefit. I don't know when we're going to get into the horizon, but it's interesting to hear someone say something that's supposed to be 1 mile away is not 1 mile away, obstructing anything because of insert any answer. I don't care what it is. Okay, well, let me ask you this last question. If you knew for certain that your friend was 1 mile away and they were standing in front of a storefront and they were directly in front of the letters, so you couldn't read the letters, the title of the store or the name of the store, is there any instance at which, even though they are there, you could see the sign behind them?
Sorry, is that question aimed at me, or is it just because you were talking to another guy?
No, the other guy still. In other words, matter of fact, let's.
Not
would
if
you
he's
be
in front of the
right
sign? I would not see it. Right.
Right. There you go. All right. No further questions. Stick around. You'll see why I asked that.
Right.
Because 1 mile is really not that far, right?
No, it's just barely a street or so. You know.
It depends. If you have to crawl,
on where you live. Yeah.
It'd be a long way, but
yeah, of course.
Why would you gospel?
I'm just thinking, yeah, I mean, it's not really that far, but if you had to like crawl on your knees and you had to go pee, then a mile is like, too much.
If you're a paraplegic with one hand, maybe it'll take.
And anyway. You have to pee. You have to add the and you have to pee part. That just,
So yeah, um, obstruction is obstruction unless it's not. You know, like
Yeah.
when we talk about flat and level, there's a definition for level, and then there's a definition for level in the context of the globe, which is antithetical to the definition of level and flat. You also have obstruction, but again, you have answers that are antithetical to what obstruction would be. I'm just I don't know why anybody would want to be a globe earther in 2022. That's
Yeah, I mean,
all. I know we're just getting heated up.
It's a little analogy, right? It's like I'm wearing a white shirt and you don't believe in the color white. So you say that it's some other color, but you're a staunch disbeliever in the color white. I'm like, no, it's a white T-shirt. I bought it. The package said white. It's not all of these other colors. It's white. Hey, look at this thing that we know is much like whiteness. Hey, look at FFFFF or whatever, on the internet, pull it up on their computer screen. Look at my T-shirt that's just like that, and so on and so on. But you just don't believe in the color white, so you want to call it something else. This is the analogy to how certain globe believers are treating the word flat, the word level, the word horizontal, the word straight.
Yes.
They just don't believe in it. So therefore, it doesn't exist.
Yep. And therefore, you can disregard any and all proofs. It doesn't matter. But that method is known to be, this is not news here, is known to be the height of all human ignorance, is antagonism towards something before investigation. So contempt prior to investigation. That's what we have in the globe.
Prejudice.
Yeah.
So flat Earth prejudice. Is that how you would?
Everlasting ignorance doesn't sound too cool to me. Like that's not a place I want to be. Is in everlasting ignorance because of my own belligerent denial in things real. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in that place.
Belligerent negligence of the truth. Yeah, you could definitely rap on that. That could work.
More time rapping.
Yeah, if you like that phrase, right? Belligerent negligence. Just those two words together. There's this rapper, but goes by the name of Canon, Canon. He's got a style that I like with I guess it's referred to as twisting. I don't know if that's its technical style name. But anyway, that fast delivery.
Did you guys vote like negligence? That kind of rhymes with my rhyme scheme in the Glowbuster song. But have you guys heard it or what it said?
Mm-hmm.
It says, Zach Shockham, it's evident that the Earth electric in its resonance or residence heaven sent.
Cut out a little
So the
bit.
resonance, the electric resonance of the Earth is where we reside, and it was created. You don't like it, bro? Come on, man. You're supposed to act like you're supposed to like that. That's so hard, bro.
Yeah. It's good. That's good.
That's good.
It's fucking awesome.
It did crack up though. That's why you didn't get the reaction when you were saying what you were saying was like getting fuzzy or awkward. So it's not personal.
Zach Shockham, it's evident the Earth electric and its resonance or residence heaven sent.
Nice.
It cuts out again right at the same time. That's just odd. Wait a minute. I want you to try it again.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah. Why is it that we get to sit here, stand here on the surface of Earth between Earth and sky? Why is it that we are here to contemplate this? I know those are unanswerable questions. Never mind. Don't try to answer. It's a rhetorical statement.
Rhetoric. Mm-mm-mm.
That rhymes with the same rhymes. Evident,
rhetoric. Don't get your.
I just wanted to say I need to go. Thank you for the chat. I'll be back again, hopefully soon.
We'll see you next time.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
All right, man. Don't fall off the spinning earth.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah,
See
don't
you
let
guys.
that, don't take our evidence, get it all twisted. What is it? Twisted up.
This is one of the first rhyme schemes I came up when I was young. Like, hear the beat, I'm wrecking this. Time to point out that we missing all the wreckages. The kingdom claimed that they were heaven sent, for our secrets, even messages. Hit us with deceptions quick. Shut in the world and they claim that we're infected with something they could never even find while testing it. Pretty easy to rhyme with it because it's just about the pronunciation.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I had a quick question. Is Dave Hinkle out there? Mr. Dave Hinkle.
He's physically present in the VC, but he's not always able to get to his mic.
Oh, okay. Well, I was wanting to say, hey, what's up? Because I haven't really been on the flat Earth stuff. I don't know if you watched, the past couple streams. I've kind of jumped in. But Dave Hinkle, I did know quite a bit, and I just want to say hi to him.
Is my mic working?
But anyhow, yeah, I've been listening for a few hours, and I'm right with you guys. And this crazy stuff that the globe earthers are coming up with is insane. Got the angular what is it, angular straightness or whatever, and then the flat curve and all that stuff. It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious, to tell you the truth.
Flatty, was that you impersonating Dave?
It sounded like it.
Somebody said Dave Hinkle. It wasn't me.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, man. Another person says somebody said Dave Hinkle, and it sounded just like him.
Mm-hmm.
Flatty's trying to pull out the impersonation skills. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it was pretty close to Dave Hinkle, if I ever heard one.
I thought it was.
I'll shut up now.
Oh,
man.
How you doing, Dave?
He's not here.
Oh, no, I seen the green. How do you get the green to go around?
There he is. You here, Dave?
Am I back?
You're here.
Yeah.
Okay, stop.
I heard.
That sounds too close.
Just not working.
We can hear you.
Oh my god.
Dave. There's somebody say Dave Hinkle. My mic's probably not working.
No,
we can hear you, Dave.
Flatty was doing doing an imitation of you, and it sounded just like you. And he said the same thing. Then you came on and said, "Is my mic working the same way?"
Yeah.
Great on the imitation.
Yep.
Vlad, are you from like 2015, 2016? You used to do some hangouts.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And I used to come on mine when I was either Flat Still Earth or Vlad, the original Flat Earth Outcast.
Yeah, you're an OG. I'll vouch for you. You didn't go back to the globe, did you?
Oh, fuck no! I just kind of stepped away because I didn't like all the arguing stuff. To me, honestly, it became a moot conversation. I know where I stand on a flat, stationary Earth. And it's all yelling and screaming, like, and so I kind of stepped away for a year, about 2 years. But I just want to see if there's anything going on new. So I started looking at flat Earth stuff again on YouTube, and here we are. And I seen this, the Discord with actually I was on D Live and found Helioskeptic. I seen him, and I was like, what the heck? And then so I had the link to here, and then I got in here. So I seen you, and I was like, oh wow, I remember Dave Hinkle, but I don't know whose names have changed. So, but I remember Dave Hinkle. I remember he. Go ahead.
Oh wait. He's on YouTube. Is what we're talking right now. Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're like the robot stuff. At least on my end.
Shit. Well, for what it's worth, I know this guy's been looking at this subject since at least 2016. And what I remember, he's pretty cool. OG. So I'll shut up now.
Well, I appreciate that, Dave. But yeah, I just want to say hi to you. And I've been listening to the conversation, everybody. I don't know who, I don't know whose names have changed. That's why I try to keep the Vlad, and why I do other stuff with Vlad. I do cooking stuff, and I have like the veggie impaler, and which is basically making fun of vegans, in a funny way. Anyways, so I try to keep the Vlad. I had a bunch of other things, and so that's why I kept this name. And there's not a blank afterwards. But anyhow, yeah, I've been enjoying the conversations and stuff like that you guys have been having for the past couple of days. I've been listening in, but I've seen Dave was on. I wanted to say, hey, what's up? And I'll let you guys continue talking.
He's talking. Y'all get new people here or what?
It's freaking 83 degrees here. Anyway.
Guys, remember that conversation that we had where we were saying that if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's work or anybody on refraction, you will realize that for the purpose of giving an ad hoc explanation about the black swan is very contrived. As a matter of fact, there isn't anything online that actually addresses how the black swan is what it is, except for the image that you see where they've changed the radius. Have you thought about that anymore since we've spoken?
Yeah, I have actually. I've been looking down to the equations they use for refraction. So I'm trying to work out where that's all coming from.
Good. Make sure it includes that it's the black swan, for instance, that your light is first hitting a surface facing away from you and almost 70 feet below your line of sight. So make sure you add that part.
Well, I'm looking for the I've seen models online that for refraction, and to be honest, even the people who write them say this may be inaccurate. So I've been looking at several. There's two I've been looking at in particular who share a lot of their equations, and I'm trying to find. My friend's lent me his access account to the scientific paper thing that he's got. He's got a repository of dissertations and papers. So I'm going to try and dig down and find out where they're coming from and if there's any practical demonstration of them, or is it just all conjecture? So if it's all theoretical.
Here's something to think about, Paza. Do you know in every single instance or model of refraction, hold on, I forgot the point I was about to make. Sorry, boomer moment. I'll remember. Hold on.
Well, I just wanted to say, Paza, welcome to Flat Earth, because where you're at right now is any moment any flat earthers actually looked into the claims of the globe. So now you're on a hunt for something that ultimately I doubt you will find.
Well,
that is in favor of the globe. I mean, because that ultimately I'm here because I feverishly looked for the proof of the claims that were made.
Sure.
Eratosthenes, Aristotle, all of these people. It's like, okay, it's cool that they believe that and they're saying that, but why? And when you read like their journals, it's like, because it has to be that way, because we're not the center, because this, because that. What about the actual evidence?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to drill down. If I can't find it, then you can. Excuse me. Oh, the only sensible conclusions I can come to is that someone's lying. I've got to get there myself, haven't I?
Here's what I was about to say. In every instance or model of that refraction, no matter what type you're talking about, do you realize that they make the atmo completely still and static? Do you realize that?
They do, yes.
Yeah. When is the atmo above the ocean ever static?
It's not.
And when does the atmo above the ocean ever line up in particular specific lines or changes in density from you and the observed object?
It doesn't.
Yep, that's it. That's the end of my statement.
Sure. I get that. Over localized perturbations in the atmosphere caused by air currents, thermals, and even heating from the sun. Can't be modeled accurately anyway, because they're too dynamic. They're too chaotic. I think the point I'm at with the equations for refraction is that there's two classifications of their refraction model. One is for it takes into consideration the density curve change with altitude, and the other one takes in temperature changes independently of density, which is the thermal map that they generate. I'm in the process of digging around on the thermal map one, because that's possibly the one that's more likely to yield a yay or a nay much more quickly, I think.
Yeah, a more realistic view of this refraction thing, if it were realistic, it would really only be able to show, as you're looking a distance out on the horizon, a swirling effect of all these motions through your line of sight. It would actually be swirling around in there. And that little swirling part of all these gases moving around all around each other in different degrees at different levels, none of it's static.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It would only limit your view. It would make it more opaque. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm not going to counter that, because it's a complicated, it's a complicated assertion, either one way or the other. I do know that in massively dynamic thermal scenarios, you get, which is effectively what you get with a mirage, you do have an awful lot of visual perturbation. So there is, and the thermal model that there's I'll put up what I find, but there's the one that defines. I'll come back to it when I can't remember where I was. I remember a senior moment. I've just come back from work, but I was looking at the model for the. I've been looking at the equations for looming, what they call looming. And I can't find any foundational paperwork for that at the moment. But again, I should keep looking.
Well, that would be vertical displacement. We're looking for the lateral displacement. But ultimately, it already says that they changed the sagitta, which is already, it's contrived. They're busted. But if you're looking into looming and things moving up and down, you're already not looking for the reason that well, it's not a reason, it just is what it is, but you need to be looking into
but I got you about the moving sagitta. So
Yeah, there's the sagitta on the online thingy with the sagitta. That apparently that's the apparent sagitta rather than the real one. There's a foundational constant further down in the mass which doesn't change, so they're not actually changing.
That's a non sequitur, because you're saying that a sagitta is supposed to be a physical point of the top of a ball. Now you're saying it's moving.
No, the equation that they have suggests that the distortion you see would be representative in a non-distortional environment of an apparent other sagitta. That's all that's saying.
Yeah, the non-existent sagitta
it's like
can be seen.
Well, in the same way as you have an apparent depth of a river, when you look into it, but the depth of the river is separate from the apparent depth.
That's not analogous.
Okay, well that's the parallel that they draw.
They're really off base there.
Okay. I'm just going. I'm not going to argue here to argue with you, but I'm going through it all. I'm going through it all.
Think about this. Okay, so we know from Andrew Thomas Young, okay, that the refraction does not change the position of the horizon at all, ever. Now, what it can do is it can produce effects above the horizon, such as looming and all those other things there, and also several effects below the horizon, such as the mirroring layer, right? So it never projects up the horizon any further than horizontal. Why is that? If it was able to do this thing, then it could probably project it up higher and higher. So you'd probably see mountains looking over water that were higher than the horizon. We never see this ever.
Well, the refractive model that they've got, the equation for the temperature altitude differential does factor in the concept of the horizon being elevated. That's the
because you believe it's a ball. Remember the color white.
Well, this is an observation you're making, and it doesn't. Like I said, there's variance in the observations. So the question is, what's all I'm saying is I'm checking out the validity of the equations in the assertion, and I'm in the process of digging down through the papers to find out who's citing who, and how far back I can go, and who's actually demonstrated it practically in a non-horizon oriented observation. And I'm not interested if dig down and find out they've just said assume this, assume that, and assume the other, and then they quote the equations, then yes, they're crap. But if they've got something, if they've got some measurable way of working out any coefficient in it, then I'd like to know. That's what I'm trying to pursue, because the one way or the other, it'll either convince me that what they're saying is correct or what they're saying is invalid.
Yeah, well, here's your three choices that I'm aware of. You have atmospheric, terrestrial, refraction, or Snell's law. Take your choice of any of those. So the problem is they're all using a plane of incidence, every single one.
Sure, but the big thing that's missing, the big thing you need, well, you don't need, but the big thing that is needed is that if someone came here and said, like I am saying, oh, I have faith in their equations, yeah. Then if I can actually show a citation field, trawl back through the various papers and the various points effectively the landmark points in these equations and their assertions. If I can summarize it by saying this is as far back as it goes and that's what they are, yeah, then your job's done, because anybody else can follow that exact same path through, and if they can't take it any further, then they have to come to the same conclusion that someone's made an assertion somewhere.
Yeah, but it depends on if you do it on paper or if you're putting that over the template of reality or not. If you're not using reality as a template, then it's going to be fallacious.
Well, that's exactly it. If there's some point down that paper trail where they haven't got any distinct discernible physical experimentation that made them generate the coefficients of their equations, then it's a waste of time.
Preferably measurements. That's why it's not complicated. It's not that complicated. It's just measurements.
Yeah. If they've got a model for refraction and they've got some sort of experiment where they can demonstrate refraction in a temperature gradient in an area or atmosphere, then I'd like to see it. If they haven't, then I'll see where it takes me.
Well, good luck. I do think you're in a good place, though. You're actually looking, and I would take that information out with you when you go and do your own observation.
Sure. I'm trying to persuade someone who lives near the coast to set up a high definition camera on a plinth mount so the camera can't move, and just make some observations, make some very close observations of. There's a feature. There's a spit down the coast from them.
Yeah, that's good. All of that's from a point on land to another point, but you should try to. I don't know how far it is, but I would think if I were in the UK, I would try to go to Dover and see Calais on a very clear day across the channel, because
sure,
right there is like a globe killer. I mean, you cannot see Dover to Calais if it's a ball.
I haven't looked into that. Yeah. Anyway, that's where I am. I'm digging through. I've gone past the point. I've gone past the point of just trying to just bicker with people. There's no point anymore.
Yeah, that's
either side. Either side is not worth.
I know.
I guess when I explain what I'm doing to my some people at work, they're as derisory as when I don't explain it and cite my position here. So I'm kind of on my own for the minute.
Right on. Well, I know we've had some rubs with each other, and like sometimes, like I get angry because, or sometimes I don't often talk for others, but I'll say sometimes we get angry because we want you to understand, and we're feeling it's just so difficult to get to basic foundational premises sometimes.
Yeah,
so, it's actually out of caring. So I just thought that
sure, I get that. But the bottom line is, I'm actually a aggressive and I'm an unpleasant person. So don't worry, that's just my nature.
Yeah, me too.
Ire, UAGB, welcome. You are unmuted, Ire, UAGB.
Valley Floyd Road. Looks like he's playing Minecraft. Pretty interesting about me, but I won't spoil it for the rest of you.
Is it physically possible to play Minecraft if you're older than 15 years old?
I don't know.
Yes, even my mom has played it.
It was kind of a rhetorical question, but okay. Oh, he's intentionally making fun of Minecraft players.
In an old man voice.
Yeah, isn't that ironic? Mocking the young with the old voice. Yeah, there you go. Checks out.
Well, much respect, Paza.
I think he's gone. He's gone. Gone.
Oh. Well, he'll never get another one of those out of me. Because you know what? I asked Matthew Learns to look into it so that he could actually talk about it on the level that I'm prepared to talk about it. Because, well, all I did was read the material. And it's like, if we're going to talk about it, don't talk about what you think you know from what others are saying about the conversation. How do you know what you're saying is true? Because I know there aren't that many sources, and I'm looking at the main ones. I don't know where you're getting your information from.
Hello.
And so I asked him to look in. I asked him to just read it. I gave him the PDF or the website, and he said, "Yeah, I looked into it." And then I said, "Well, you ready to talk about it?" And no, I haven't really looked into it yet.
That only took like a year.
So I appreciate Paza for doing what he's doing now. If he's doing it, I don't know. I don't know if I trust him yet. That's not my job or my place to trust anybody anyway. So, or to be that kind of skeptical. If he's finally going to go do some research, thank you. That's all we ask. We don't want people coming in here asking us dumb questions. All we have is information. We're hoping you look into it for yourself, like we did.
So, Irie, are you there, laddie? Irie? I don't know. Could be Lassie. They dipped.
No, he's still there.
Oi.
Oh, there you are.
Oi, that was your contribution? Oi?
Yeah.
Okay. Checks out. Should we say ahoy? You say oi, we say ahoy.
If you want to.
And then we say, oh, look, ahoy, mateys, there's no curve.
Or at least can we get a double oi? Oi, oi.
Oi, oi.
There's no curve, no R.
No curve, oi.
No, nice.
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
Hey, Eli, is it hot over there where you are too?
Hell no, it's cold as hell. And man, it's not cold, but it's uncomfortably chilly after having gotten used to 60-degree weather the last week or so. So
yeah, it went up 25 degrees in one day.
The people on YouTube are really talking a bunch of garbage. And they're acting like they're not afraid to come on here and have a conversation like a grown person. They're doing some poo flinging on there and kind of funny.
Yeah, well, come on in there if you're in the YouTube live chat. We'd love to speak with you.
Hey, I shared. Doesn't using lasers mean you're using to sky? Thomas, cool. You want to say hello, Thomas?
Hello.
Yeah. Welcome. You got any? Yeah.
Hello, Thomas.
Hello, Patrick.
Oh, they know each other. I see.
We know each other.
Fantastic. Do you guys have some flat Earth questions?
No.
No, not really. We're just here to hear our mates talk.
Impressive. Yeah. That's why I go to the Discord servers that talk about knitting, is because I have no interest in learning how to knit.
Right, sorry.
Or crochet, but I just spend all of my time.
Okay, I've got a question.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do you think the flat Earth spins?
But I don't experience any spinning. Do you?
No, not really. But it could be going so slow that you don't even notice it.
Could it be going so fast that you don't notice it too?
Now that is a good question.
Could it? You think it's rational?
Potentially could, yeah. I think.
Yeah. Could somebody I don't know, could you be shot out of a bazooka so fast that you didn't know it happened?
No, you couldn't.
You'd probably be dead.
Yeah, you could, exactly, because you'd be dead.
Yeah.
Yes, my friend.
Yo, so guys, I just wanted to let you know that I just got hoed.
Crazy.
Brilliant.
Yeah, my daughter sent me into the store for her mom. Whoa. After secretly getting me some intel about this perfume that she wants, and I'm thinking like, all right, well, I'll get the mid price range bottle.
Well, I hope it smells nice.
No, it smells amazing.
I'm totally waiting to see how you're connecting this to the flat
Getting hoed. Oh, it's
perfume
not related at all.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, are we? Is there some? Oh, there's okay. Based on your responses to me, you must be a Glober.
What? Who?
Well, anyway, the point that I was trying to make, you have a 50 mil and 100 mil. The 50 mil is the 50 mil is 58, and the 100 mil double the amount is $10 more. And that's how they get you. Because what's the point of even coming in here for anything other than the one with the best value?
Yeah.
So instead of spending like $30-$40, no, I'll take the $70 bottle. It's okay.
Smells nice.
Good choice.
It makes absolutely no sense.
Oh.
For $10 less to get the half, half that. It's just
yeah.
Anyway, fucking marketing. I can't stand it.
Ooh.
Yeah, me neither. I had to buy some for the wife last year.
You know what I hate the most?
Elijah,
you know what I hate the most?
Killing me right now, bro.
What do you hate the most?
I got you. I know. What I hate the most is the marketing that the Globe puts out there. Did you know that there was a comet? It was either last year, the year before last, during the summer that it was there for 3 or so months, and it was supposedly 63 million miles away and 3 miles wide.
Oh, that sounds plausible.
So if I had, so let's say I had like a long eyelash, and I moved it out like 10 blocks. Could you see it?
I don't know.
Maybe it's a bit long. If your eyes are a bit good.
So that's the kind of piss down your back that they give you when they're marketing to you. Yeah. I don't even know if you have the capability of understanding. What I've just put to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Takes understanding a little bit about resolution. You probably think you can see forever. You can see into the past, right? All the way back to when the Big Bang happened. You believe that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I see that. I see that all the time.
I was looking at some dinosaurs yesterday.
Anyway, Gospel, you can have it. I don't want this. Nobody wants it?
I want
obnoxious Globers? Really?
Patrick wants it.
What do I want?
Race, AI, El Boricua? Come on,
out again. Otherwise, I would take you up on that.
I will take you up on that.
Gospel Bear probably had a call. Sonny? No? Nobody? I'm buying beauty products.
Why does no one want to take it?
I'll take it.
Because you guys are obviously trolling, and I don't like to waste my time.
I'm just here for a laugh for a bit, and then I'm going to start talking about Flat Earth.
I promise you I'm not trolling. I just came here for same reason as my mate.
Yeah, we're gonna put this to rest right now.
Oh,
so
sorry.
Who are we talking to? Irie and who else? Your buddy Patrick? Which one's?
Thomas Cole.
Thomas, whatever. Irie and who's the other one?
It's Thomas Cole. Yeah.
Cole. Okay, gotcha. So for both of you, I'm just going to ask you a few questions. So we ask people that come in new to find out what you actually know right now. So
yes,
I kind of got to go soon.
That doesn't include Googling something. It's just what you know right now, right?
Can I go, please?
No, Patrick. Ask you something.
I kind of need to go, Thomas. I'm very sorry.
No, you don't.
I do.
Now I see.
No way.
Bye.
No.
That's cool. Okay, thing one left. All right, great. So I'm gonna. You left too. They all left.
Yeah, they were buddies. It's whatever.
All three
I
of them
got scared.
Or they got confused because of the prior conversation.
I hadn't even started. Don't I seem very cordial today? I think I do. Just trying to keep it real, yo. Well, that was a nice try, Eli. I came all the way in here from the other room.
Dude, you played your hand. You played your hand. You told everyone that you had a full house, and then you said you guys still want to bet.
I didn't even get to the 3 points. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, but you said I'm going to put an end to this right now. So that's when they knew business was about to be dealt. So it was over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's all fun and games when people are talking about perfume. They'll hang around for hours.
That's funny. That's
right. The moment Sonny was like, "All right, I just got 3 questions to see what you know," I have to go soon. Like, actually, right now.
Right now, all 3 of them. You could like almost hear them leaving. Russell, a little leaf was flying around in my room after they left. I'm like, what? Just kidding about the leaf. And I was just about to do the very best 3 points that I've ever done. Anyway.
You guys want to hear my impression of Shakira? That is totally not original.
Okay.
La 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 la.
Needs to be like a couple octaves higher or something.
I can't even do it right now because it's so cold now that I got a little sore throat.
Hey,
sure, it's so cold.
You need to listen to her. You need to listen to her Spanish albums where she's singing in Spanish rather than English. They're way better.
I bet. I love Shakira either way.
It should have made the gonads go. It should have made the gonads go up, and then you would have a higher voice. So I'm good at the cold part.
Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Wow,
Freddie.
I'll shut up now.
Joke still funny. Good on you. Got a decent chuckle.
Yeah, really.
I'm slightly bothered by how many LOLs that I myself and people have put out there without actually laughing.
No, it means you're drowning, don't you know?
You know, they got me because had I not bought this perfume, I would have went home smelling like perfume for nothing. I wouldn't have been able to explain it. I was just walking around in beauty shops. Yeah, just walking around. Yeah, you know, looking for something for you. Oh shit, yeah, you were. Sure, you were. Mm-hmm.
It's a dude drowning.
Oh, you hear it?
No, I'm talking about the LOL. I put it in the chat.
Oh.
You'll never unsee it.
Wait, where? Oh, I'm in announcements. Gee whiz. I'm also going 11 miles an hour down a hill, looking directly at my phone and not any of the traffic. That's my safe speed. When I want to do something totally dangerous, but not too dangerous, it's like I could go 15 miles an hour and look at my phone for a whole block or two.
I'm living proof that you can get hit by a car going 15 miles an hour. And,
dude,
and be all right.
Living proof. I'm living proof that you can get hit by a parked car going 15 miles an hour. That's how I lost my front teeth right before I got into the server. Although they're fixed now and I'm sexy again. But you guys don't care about that.
No, not too much. But yeah, the LOL is definitely a man drowning. Or a woman, I guess, a bald woman. But yeah, there you go.
Speaking of, it looks like me and what's it got our shit's done like at the same time. His smile was spiffy. Nice. Those were some beautiful photos he took with his wife. Man, congrats again to that man.
You gave it hair.
Wait a minute.
Nice.
What was going on before the teeth part? I forgot now. Oh, bikes. Yeah. Yeah. 15 is pretty fast, isn't it, Eli? I've noticed that.
Nah.
I've had mine up. Well, I go down the hill now, 22, 23. I'm going pretty fast.
That's where for whatever reason, you can feel that difference in 3 miles.
Yeah.
Like once it goes past 15, I'm like, okay, this is reasonable.
No
but
shit.
not 990 miles an hour.
No, I had mine up to 32 the other day.
I'm actually going 440 something 100,000 miles an hour plus the little 15 miles. I just all of
But
it.
you wouldn't feel that. Sure, you wouldn't. On that little tiny strip of your tire that's touching the ground, you wouldn't
Of
feel
course you wouldn't.
100 feet per second with a plus or minus 240 feet per second difference. You wouldn't
Yeah,
feel
you
that.
wouldn't feel it. It's a fun fact. Just not a verifiable one.
About pseudo forces. Fun facts about we should have our own show of fun facts about pseudo forces. Oh, we could pull out Newton's quotes and everything, like all those 200 quotes, go through all those cosmologist quotes. Yes.
I do think that we should spend like an hour or two segment on like famous quotes that like normies probably haven't heard.
Yeah.
Like usually when you hear something like say Newton's supposed words don't ascribe a force of gravity through just simply two masses being attracted to each other regardless of distance, no medium to mediate the interaction whatsoever. Don't ascribe that to me. When people hear that, I'm thinking they think, well, obviously that's out of context because I know it sounds how it sounds, but it can't be that much of a layup. I mean, am I right? Of course he meant something else. No, he meant what he said.
Got some new pictures for you. I'm sending it, Elijah. Let's see. Where's that good one at? Wow, that was a long time ago. Wow. Where's that?
Dun-up. Me mimicking the noise. People exiting. Dun-up. Dun-up. Taxes are really weird sometimes. You ever think how weird tax is on certain things?
Look, the weirdest part about taxes is the line in the tax form that says, do you want to donate more money than you actually owe just so the government can use it?
There's got to be one person that does that. Statistic, like or not law, but the rule of large numbers, right? When you expect that there's at least one person that's like, I'm going to do my good deed for the day or the year, right? Somebody.
I wonder what would happen if you put a negative number in that block.
I don't know. But like, this is a membership, like apparently like the Nintendo Switch membership thing. And there's 40 cents taxes. It's like, I guess 5%. Yeah, 5% tax on basically something that isn't even real. I mean, I don't even know why I really have it. I got the free 3-month thing when we got it, and now you know it auto renews and all that. But it's really peculiar. You know, a lot of people have visited the voice channel today. Uncle Bob, hello. A lot of people have visited the voice channel today and repeatedly said things like, I'm just here to listen. I don't have any questions.
And then I like how he disappears as soon as he was asked a few questions.
I guess he did ask the one question, does the flat earth spin or something like that? And
what kind of straw men must they be coming across? Are they like part of some group and they're working up the nerve to see if they come beat up the straw man or something?
As far as I can tell, the programming doesn't allow people to ask what would be the natural question, why do you think Earth is flat? That would be the natural. So like if I happened into a Discord server that was like, fill in the blank is real, right? I was going to say what I was thinking, but I'll just leave it generic. So I'll do the Alfred Hitchcock and let your imagination fill the blank. Fill in the blank is real. I would ask them, hey, why do you think that thing is real? I wouldn't be like, oh, what about this? Like, I wouldn't just ask weird, arbitrary, tangential, unrelated questions. I would ask the direct question, why are you saying that's real? And then they'd be like, well, because of this, 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 and this.
Have you asked that directly to Globetrotter?
Why do you think the curve is real?
No, I mean, like, ask them, like, when they come in and they come up with some nonsense. Oh, my question is does the pizza Earth spin? Or does this or that? Just to ask them, well, if I were going to some Discord server that I had no knowledge of, how come how come you're not doing that same? That's the logical progression. Why
yes,
do you think?
I've mentioned that many, many, many times, and they're usually caught up. In my experience, they're caught off guard a little bit, and they go, "Okay, well, yeah, why do you think it's flat?" Or so usually it actually breaks through the programming a little bit. Not always. There's zealots.
Sure.
But no, I think it is effective. However, it does give me the good idea, I think, to just simply ask them, why do you think the curve is real?
Yeah.
I think that's a good. That's probably a potentially effective question. I'm going to use that next time. Why do you think the curve is real?
Yeah, I don't know anybody who thinks the pizza Earth spins. But let me ask you, why do you think the curvature is real?
Yeah, associating it with the word "real," I think is a good deprogramming. Programming interruption statement. Interrupt the programming. We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming. Ooh.
To tell you about something real.
That's one of those good questions then that you can just hold up the conversation. So whatever their next idiotic question is, say, no, I'm not answering that until you answer me why you think the curve is real.
Mm-hmm. Program interrupter.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I like to do.
Yeah, because whatever they get or whatever, Buffy got some water in his eye. There we go. Whatever training class they take or whatever their kind of OJT they get, it's obvious that they're not prepared for the off script questions. Like, why do you think the curve is real?
Mm-hmm.
Or why do you think gravity is real? Or you can do that with anything, and then
because of everybody's. Sorry, you finish.
Go say again.
I was just going to say, because of everybody's misunderstanding, I say everybody, because of very many people's misunderstanding of the word gravity as the cause and the effect, and not clearly understanding even a small portion of what is discussed on the topic of gravity. I don't really like to go there very much. And
and it's also, I mean, let's be honest, it's a topic that we discuss, but it's in a sense it's also an independent topic, because whether you whether it's density and buoyancy, or whether it's some electromagnetism, or whether it's, let's just pretend there's some sort of magical gravity grabbing clause, like from the little games at the out in front of the Walmart where you grab the little thing, if there's something like that, so to speak. It is a different discussion than if the Earth is flat around. And I know that before, like when I say before, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, I heard somebody who was a Globie tell me that they didn't buy into gravity. But so it is a bit of a independent conversation, but just meaning, like, if you wanted to go there, it's a good way to start, because it's open-ended and lets them tell you why they think it, and then you can ask follow-up questions like, okay, well, so it's a good open-ended question that lets them talk without setting a expectation in the question. However you do it, just gravity was another example, but you could do it with
gas pressure without a container. Those kinds of good ones.
Yeah, is a gas pressure without a container real?
People don't like to think through what there's. Everybody. Well, not everybody's mom apparently taught them to think before you speak. This general life principle that I thought most people learned, but there was somebody in the YouTube chat, Delta something or other, that didn't understand the law of causality, the law of cause and effect. He said it was made up. And I was like, well, that's an interesting way of describing a natural law.
Yeah.
Made up. I mean, you're part right, but you're wrong in a different way. In the way that it matters, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're philosophically or whatever, practically, yeah, kind of, but in regards to reality, it is a natural law.
It's almost one of the things where you want to say, oh, welcome to the flat earth.
It wasn't really made up. It was realized, understood.
Right. Uh-huh.
So to call it made up is disingenuous, basically.
Yeah, and yesterday I saw one of the Globe Trolls talking about donating plasma and platelets, and
the Republicans are calling me.
What about the plasma and the platelets? I'm a vampire. I need to know about these things.
Yeah. Now, somebody, one of the Globe Trolls was talking about how he donates platelets every 14 days, plasma every so often. That's how he has to make his money, is by.
Really get his DNA out there and in the public domain. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, shit.
You get a few dollars. What do they pay you, like $20 or $50 or something for doing it?
About $120 a visit as far as plasma goes. I have a family member that that I have financially supported from time to time, but has also done other things to support their family, such as buying groceries or whatever. No addictions, no issues
You
as
gotta do it.
far
It's
as that
cool.
goes.
It's good to have.
I had an employee
It's weird.
Who did it, and he kept doing it, and then ended up with a subdural hematoma, and he because they have to thin the blood a little bit to put it back in you so it doesn't coagulate, and so they must have used a little too much of it, and then he was bleeding from the inside of his brain. They had to drill a hole in his head, and
jeez.
And I used to take him from time to time, like he'd come work for me, and then he'd be done, then he'd go do that. And I'd be like, "Oh Lord Jesus!" when I'd see all the,
bruising,
the marks on his body.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I had an ex-girlfriend that would do that too. She, I would fight with her about it. I'd be like, "Baby, you don't need to do that. Like, we can share finances, so you don't have to do that." "No, I shouldn't have to." But okay, fine. We got in fights over whether or not she should go donate plasma. So we broke up. Hope she's happy now.
Yeah, I think it's kind of scary, especially, now that was 2008 or 2009. So hopefully they've tightened up the protocols a little more since then. But that was scary enough that I doubt that I'd ever advise anybody to do it.
Yeah, it's just, the reason I came against her on it was like, baby, you're getting your arm poked. You're getting, like, the outside world put into your body a bunch more than you should have to, and then the subdural hematoma stuff, right? You risk, every time a needle goes in, doesn't matter how professional the person is. Reality says that something's going to fuck up at some time, and it might be today, and it might be right here at your arm, and you might get a little infection now because of, the 50 times a month that you do this same thing, the same procedure.
But to be truthful with you, the more that I talk to globe trolls, the more sad I feel about them. So I've slowed way down because I feel like most of them are people who can't get around in normal society, so they come around a group of people that they profess to hate just because we give them a little bit of company. And it definitely takes its toll on me in time, because these people are obviously have their issues. You know, of course, we run into some good ones. There was a professor, I think he was, or like, I don't know if he was a community college professor or what, the other week that I was hearing you all talk to. Really nice guy. Seemed like he was a fairly, at least considering of other points. But I do feel bad for most of the globe trolls, because I can't imagine being so lonely that I'd have to hang around people for hours on end that I supposedly hate.
Yeah, it's weird because like when I was in school, when I was in elementary school, I knew where the bullies hung out. So it was two things. One, I looked up to the bullies, right? Because they seemed cooler, they seemed smarter, they seemed funnier. At least they acted that way, right? So I bought it because I was young, and so it would either be I would avoid the bullies, or I'd try to go and hang out with them. And so when you want to go hang out with the bullies, you kind of have to act like the bullies, right? Act like a deplorable piece of shit with nothing to offer society. Well, it's the same thing with the Globers, specifically in the YouTube chat. You know, if you want to engage with them, you gotta kind of, get a little crap on your shoulders and under your chin there, huh? Right? You can't just stay clean. You can't stay righteous, because, it's like cops going after murderers. Eventually, you're going to get a bad attitude about it. What's that?
If you want to run with the big dogs, you got to poop in the tall grass, I think is one
something
of
like that. Yeah, something like that. So if you're going to intermingle, yeah. Anyway, I had a point, and I think that was it. Thank you for helping me finish.
It's a weird topic. I can definitely remember my interactions with the quote unquote bullies. Unusually speaking, though, the kids that I knew, there were these two brothers that were actually in a gang, and they were the most respectful, like well behaved, not bully at all. It was really weird. The kids that were actually in gangs were always easier to relate to and have conversations with than the wannabe thugs and bullies. It's kind of weird. I think that's why they refer to as gammas.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's like they want to be testosterone filled, and they know what it looks like, but they just aren't.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And then there's, of course, the dark and or super sad side of things, that most of the bullies are like abused and getting beaten on the weekends. And
yeah, that's the problem. You go to the bully's house, and their parents are the ones treating them like shit. So it's like, well, it's not the bully's fault. It's like, let's round up the parents, beat the shit out of them first, let the kid watch, right?
I will tell you, I'm not too far differently there from you, that when I was a kid, somehow I ended up attracted hanging around the bullies.
Yeah.
And by the time that I actually went to their houses, or, saw their parents pick them up from school and stuff like that, then I'd feel bad for them, because I would see that they were obviously abused and neglected, and lather, rinse, and repeat. And it's the same thing with the globe trolls on here. I really enjoy people who want to come and have a science debate, or a philosophical debate, or a religious debate. I enjoy it, but then having debate over our straw man of the globe versus their straw man of the flat earth, which is what most of those people want, because that's all they know. It's it makes me feel bad for them, because then I've talked, you know, especially on Fascist Book, I was talking to a number of Globies and such, and I was digging around their profiles, and like on 2 or 3 of them, I eventually found a picture of them in a wheelchair. And, and it's like, oh. And, and I immediately remembered a friend of mine from when I was a kid, when I was becoming a ham radio operator. He was a ham radio operator, and he was in a wheelchair. And then when he lost both his parents, he would, that was 1996. Then I would go take him out and take him places because he didn't have many people to. So I would take him out, and then especially as time progressed on the internet, he would call me out of the blue, and which I always enjoyed. But then he started calling from Skype, where we'd have these like 5-way conversations with one person in Bulgaria, one person in Canada, and one person here and there. And he would have a economics question where he was playing the troll. And I'm going to patch my buddy. And so eventually he did it one day, and I said, Alvin, you're my good friend and everything, but I don't know these other people, and I don't want to get into a dynamic. I'm glad to have you call me and talk to me, but please, when you call me, you be the one on the phone. Don't start talking to me, and then all of a sudden I start hearing other people talk. You be the one who calls me. And if you want me to talk to somebody, say, hey, would you talk to such and such? They want to ask a few questions, and then I'll reach out to them, if I feel inclined. But I want you, and then I realized that, he had other people like a chiropractor. So when they would talk about medical things, he would call this chiropractor buddy, and he had, other friends who did all kinds of other things. And he would literally, use it like showing off. And, when he would go on and on and on about a topic, even if I agreed with him, he used the exact same behavior of almost nearly every globetrotter. And, and so and I always felt bad for him, obviously, because he could move one of his hands about 4 inches. Well, one of his hands, his wrist. He could move it about 4 inches in grand total. He could not move any other part of his body. And he super, super kind individual, no doubt about it, and very endearing. But yet, once he started the trolling, he would get himself into places of people that he knew that hated him, and he would just go on and on and on and on and on. And then normally when they realized and started looking to see who he was, then some of them would reach out to him and said, hey, he piped you in, blah, 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 blah. And I'd say, look, we may agree or we may disagree, but it don't matter. And then they just, he's a lonely guy. If you want to give him some company, do, but if you don't. And then they would usually just gracefully go away. And I see that with so many of these trolls that are around here, is it's the exact same behavior.
It takes all kinds to make up this world, does it not?
Well, somebody once told me it takes all kinds of nuts to make a can of mixed nuts.
I think that's right. And what's funny? There's not each and every kind of nut in the world in that mixed nuts thing, though. That's, what I mean? That's kind of... I'm not sure if they're right about that. I think it's only like 5 or 7 different kinds of nuts. It's not all of them.
I guess it depends 3. I guess it depends on where you are and what brand you get and what. So I imagine mixed nuts in North America are different than mixed nuts in Europe and other places. I imagine that they use different blends. I may be wrong, but I'm guessing.
Yeah, mixed nuts. I think mixed nuts in different countries are different from each country. I'm not sure if America's like or a brand, say Planters Mixed Nuts, might have one or two different kinds of nuts than I don't know what other company would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't eat nuts, so.
Who's we?
Me and the twins.
Oh, allergic?
Yeah.
Yep, I got you.
But you know, the other thing I used to hear is that somebody I knew, he would compare and say that somebody, if you met somebody that was really interesting, whether he liked them or not, he'd say, now that's an interesting spice for the soup of life. Or he would meet somebody else, whether he liked them or not, depending. He said, man, now that person's just a cup of water. But you have to have water and spice to make a soup.
True, very true.
Another way of saying dime a dozen.
To a big degree, to a big degree, yes. And also, I see some similar behavior to the globe trolls from some of the flat Earth people on Fascist Book. That it's definitely not a. It's a indication of a person's situation. It doesn't have to be a topic. It's a lot of times just behavior. And in Fascist Book, I've probably blocked and deleted just as many flat Earth people as I have globe Earth people, maybe even more, to tell you the truth.
Look at this Globetrotters GIF I just found. You were all fools of the highest caliber. It's a Globetrotters, but it's so weird that it's says you were all fools. That's so weird. I'm gonna have to save this one.
It's actually funny because on my phone, when I type in Globe Troll every now and then, it'll switch it to Globetrotter, and sometimes I'll actually leave it.
Yep.
What happened?
I was whistling.
There's a guy in the YouTube chat right now, Pierre, who says the globe is masculine in French. Le globe ends in an E, so it's masculine. And he might be trying to say something like, and then the flat earth is feminine because it's la tierra es plana, or plana, right? Something like that. He might go there, but feminine or masculine, earth measures flat. I don't know where he's going with this.
Yeah, trying to go into the masculine feminine argument for language purposes is really arbitrary.
It's very arbitrary. Well, the people that come in the YouTube chat, they can't provide any evidence for a globe, so they'll literally talk about anything else, and that's what kind of makes it interesting sometimes.
Pierre has been there for hours. I'm not sure if he's a regular, but he was certainly. Pierre literally said that he wasn't afraid to come into the VC, but I have no evidence to support that claim because he's still not here.
Yep, he's still in the chat there. I'm gonna call him out again one more time. Go ahead, guys.
Mother Earth. Wouldn't it be feminine? Hello.
Yeah, that's a funny globe.
No, he threatened. He warned me that he was going to block me. Can you believe it?
Oh no! Don't block me. Don't. Please.
I had to get up and hunch over so I could laugh properly on that one.
Oh my gosh!
I had to get a nice full breath.
Yeah, I did. I really did.
Which is the interesting thing, because the people who tell us that the Earth is a globe are now congratulating a 6-foot man for winning the NCAA Women's Swimming Championship. And here they are saying that we're feminine, they're masculine. I'm trying to figure that one out. Like, I guess it's at least consistent that they're congratulating a masculine swimmer for being a champion.
Pierre, we're not mocking you, buddy. Come on in and talk to us. Then there's nothing in between us. No middleman of I can say what I want about you and you can say what you want about me, and the audience kind of doesn't know the difference because they're not in the YouTube live stream and listening to us all at the same time. Well, why don't you just come in and chat with us? Much easier.
Yeah. All I'm going to ask you, Pierre, is
me being smart.
All I'm going to ask you, Pierre, is why do you believe in curvature? Oh, level waterometer is back.
I also like to destroy when they try to say that barometers prove gravity, but that's not Earth curvature, and that is me straying from my singular argument. So, but I did want to throw it out there. Globers do say barometers prove globe Earth shape because they prove gravity.
Wow.
Yesterday was waterometer. What was?
Level waterometer, trademarked by now.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, you got a phone call.
Nah. That was awesome. Trademarked by nah.
Yeah, I thought my computer was crashing.
I know. I looked right at my computer too.
Nah.
All right,
Nike claims to be a paid shill by NASA.
So Pierre says he can't use Discord anymore. I'm sorry, Pierre, if that's the case. I'm sorry. Which I don't believe, because you then said the second part is that I don't want to go on this server because I did in the past, and this server isn't made to debate. It's made to mock. My friend, if you aren't mockable, then we won't mock you, right? And the best way to do that is to come in here and speak with us, so we don't have to mock your being timid about that. You don't have to be afraid. And we'll get it done a lot quicker, too, because 200 characters per limited send in a YouTube chat. Get out of here. Come on, talk to us like a big boy. Come on.
Nah, he's a chicken.
The other guy who came yesterday, he now suffering from some illness because he was like 2 hours inside the server.
$2 hours? No. You are teasing me, right?
Come on, man, it's not easy to come on server and say that level is curved.
Yeah, it's not easy to come in and say red is yellow. I agree.
Amarillo.
If I were such a proponent of the globe, I probably wouldn't want to say it in voice either. I'd probably want to hide behind the keyboard as well.
I mean, yeah.
You can always mask your face.
It's actually unfair. Yeah, exactly. It's actually kind of unfair because when I was a Glober, if somebody would have come up to me.
No.
Yeah. If somebody would have come up to me and said something like that was totally against my autopilot belief system, i.e., globe narrative, space, and all that stuff, it would just confuse me. And I'd be like, what? No fucking way, dude. And then I would consider it. But these folks, I don't know what it is, they just take it personally right away, immediately. And there's a difference in like the type of person there. I'm not saying I'm better by any stretch. What I'm trying to say is what is the thing that differentiates us? I immediately say, oh man, that's confusing and weird, and why would they think the earth is flat? And gosh, and then it would bug me for the rest of the day, right? What's the difference between a person like that and then a person who immediately just takes personal, direct offense to it, right? They get their feelings out. What's the difference between those two kinds of people? Or did I just explain it?
Glad, is there Sorry, Rookie, you're coming in kind of fuzzy. Is that just me?
No, it's because I'm not on my headset. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Glatt, is there something you hold very near and dear to your heart and mind?
In general, like in life, yeah.
Yeah, in general in life.
Yeah, like my relationships with my family.
Sure, yeah. So if somebody started quote unquote pooping on your family, you'd be a little up in your feels, right? So my point in asking that question is I think that there are people that practically worship certain aspects. So like for instance, the thought and imaginations and ponderings on terraforming Mars and going there someday and being like, okay, listen, I'm this old and they say that we're going to be there by 2046 and I'll be this old and everything that I do right now, I have to prepare for this. This will mean everything. Like there are people that they're bought in all the way to the extent that they would sign away everything that belongs to them and then some just to be part of some of these things, whether it's transhumanism or inhabiting other realms, whatever it is. There are people that would they'd kill. They would literally strangle somebody to death just to get this thing. That's how much it means to them. And when you threaten their whole entire belief system because there's this other maybe I'm thinking oftentimes we get really triggered when we're insecure about something. So maybe there's a subconscious awareness of the house of cards that is the narrative. And that subconscious is what's getting triggered when you threaten.
It's like an autopilot vulnerability. Like at any point, something could come and just fuck everything up like that. I got it.
And maybe
and it has to be it has to be like it's like eggshells that are always perfectly intact, and they're always back there, and they're always perfectly intact, but they're fucking eggshells.
Well, maybe there's an abuse cycle that these are people that have been burned. Okay, so now we're going to go to the moon in 2000. Actually, we're going to have to rearrange our schedule. We're going to be going to the moon at this time. Never mind. We're actually going to be going to the moon at this time.
And that's frustrating.
It's an abuse cycle.
Yes, it is. You're right. It's give, take. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so, yeah, I guess so. That does speak to what I was trying to say initially, was that I feel bad for these folks. It's mostly not their fault that they're stuck in these psychoses, right?
Well, I mean, have you ever been around a dog that was abused?
Oh, yeah.
Not that humans are exactly like dogs, but there are some parallels in regards to behavior.
Well, there's some trauma you can't remove from the physiology. It's always going to be there.
Yeah. And when you raise your hand around a dog that's been abused, they get down, they shiver, they wince, they do all these different behavioral things.
Cower.
And it's similar with other, in a metaphorical way, it's similar with what's going on when you question the belief systems.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like they're taking it as abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's not their fault necessarily. It wasn't my, so somebody, like back when I was Glober and somebody would have said, "You're stupid for thinking in space." There's a part of me, the initial little kid on the playground, surface value, vanity would be like, "He called me stupid." But then the deep down one would be like, "Is he right? Am I stupid? Is this thing wrong that I believe?" And then I go try to check it out.
And I would just be like, I don't know if you've ever been somewhere and you've found an actual crazy person talking and they're saying things that don't make any sense to you. And they like all of a sudden they look at you and say something and you're like, oh, okay. I'm just going to go over here. Well, like when you're confronted with contradictory information, like, hey, your beliefs about reality are completely a lie. You look at them and you go, oh, okay, Weirdo, but then if you actually question, it's like, oh, well, yeah, that was weird. But they feel that way when they're being confronted with
right.
the information.
I'm like, I put my toast on the other side, and they're like, okay, lunatic, fucking, I'm gonna go over here now. When it's really, there's no such thing as the right side of the bread. You feel me?
Yeah.
That was good. You had a good point at the end. I think I fucked it up, but I'm also
think that their opinion is always right. Like, what makes us think that?
That is a philosophical question that I'm sure we probably could each have a potentially valid answer for, but it would be different for each one of us. I have ideas to answer that, but they might not be acceptable to everybody.
No, please sure.
I would just say that we have a temptation to be like the creator and have a little bit of a superiority complex or a God complex,
Yeah,
as it's called.
I always wonder
that
where
would be my answer.
But you know what? What's funny about that particular trait is that sometimes it helps you and sometimes it hurts you. So it's really about when you use it, right?
Well, it's only helpful if you're standing on the side of truth. It's only destructive if you're standing on the side of a lie. And the fact of the matter is, it's not always, and sometimes it's emphatic and perfectly realistic to know you're on the side of truth. You know, the declaration of what reality is, for instance, standing on the side of truth. But in some instances, if you're intellectually honest, you can't necessarily say that you know the thing. KNOW.
Ace Trades keeps asking for the master mute. So check it out, folks. A Glober, so already on the wrong side of truth, right? Glober.
Mm-hmm.
Comes at us against us, okay? So there's two strikes. One, they're Glober. Two, they're coming against somebody. Number three, demanding that they have the master mute function for a debate.
What does that mean? What's a mute?
They're just making something up, thinking that they would have the ability to.
Oh no! Here's the reason.
A debater and the moderator at the same time.
Yeah, so here's a debater and a moderator. So basically, the person who's in the hot seat demands that they're not only able to debate fairly with us, but that they have the undeserved master mute button for the whole debate for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that crazy? Do they really think that we would do that? When would we ever ask for that? You selfish bitch. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Just, it's another good opportunity to say weird flex, but okay to somebody.
Super weird flex. It's not even a flex. It's like a nice little stumble there. Can I help you with your next few steps? You seem to be stumbling.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to be such a dick, but these people just keep putting themselves right there in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was raised by bullies, so it's nice to be, on the other side of it, where I'm not a bully. I've got the correct information, so if you give me attitude...
And I won't even if I could.
Right. We've got the information, so if you give us attitude, that's on you.
Come on, Glatt.
What? What's wrong?
I'm reading what he said. He said, Glatt, listen, come on.
Oh, they're begging me. I don't know what to do about the YouTube chat. It's just fun to see if they'll ever come in here or not.
Isn't there constantly a link where they can just click and join?
Yeah.
Doesn't it constantly say Discord slash, whatever I think it's .gg/flat earth. I mean, it's not hard. And if you've been banned here, well, too bad for your terrible behavior, because you were probably trolling and didn't know how to behave yourself.
The one thing that will never get you banned is a honest, direct posit for globe curvature measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some good imagination stuff right there.
So why hasn't anybody in all of human history ever provided this measurement of Earth curvature?
Well, listen, you can think of it as that they provided the evidence. And based on that, we can realize that it's a fact. If you imagine that somebody proved it, then you can therefore also prove that it happened and base everything on that.
Pretty much, that's a lot of times. That's the first thing they say is, let's first imagine. Okay, yeah, let's first imagine that we're on a spinning globe in the magical vacuum of space, and they're just trying to help us believe because they believe in these things that haven't ever been proven by anyone nor experienced by anyone in all of human history. Yeah, so they're just coming in here asking, why don't you guys believe like we believe?
Yep.
We have to explain why we no
Oh,
longer
it all comes out now.
believe.
He can't confirm an email. That's why he can't get on.
Why would you need to believe something that has been proven?
Exactly. Why do you got to appeal to somebody else's work when you can go find out yourself?
I thought it was believe. Belie, lies in the middle of believe.
Ah, right. Yep.
You cannot decide one day, I go to measure. That is, you need to finish university and
Oh yeah,
school,
yeah.
everything.
You have to be a scientist and wear a lab coat before you can do any of that, right? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So 5th grade science level would be sufficient in our eyes because it's rare that we see graduates of that level coming in here.
Can I ask a question, everybody?
Please.
So when I was in when I was in the other night, someone was direct messaged me a question about, I guess they were kind of challenging me, like one off on the side, and I'm new to all this, so I didn't really know the answer. But their question was, well, how come they can see different stars it was about seeing different stars in the southern hemisphere. So I didn't really know what their question was or how people respond to something like that. I just researched something and I said, well, I haven't really explored it, but this is what I've been able to come up with so far and found some information.
I can tell you one thing about Southern Hemisphere.
Okay.
To be Southern Hemisphere, it must be sphere first, because that is half sphere. That means that on the half sphere on the south, that means on the sphere on the south, it's happening that. Understand?
Well, what if they said it was like they're just in Australia, and why are they seeing different stars? Why aren't they able to see Polaris?
Because of perspective.
Yeah, if you're in a long hallway and there's let's say a spot on the ceiling, you can see it, right? What happens when you walk away from that spot on the ceiling? Can you see it?
Yeah.
No.
Somebody put up a illustration for demonstration purposes. So, if you've ever done that, I don't know, Truth, if you've ever shown somebody the idea that perspective is a huge way that we can actually see the world around us. So the sun rises and sets every day east to west, right? You agree with that? But when we see it visually, it looks like it's coming up and it's going down, but it's neither. Because if it was actually doing that, then it would be that for the person that lives like 500 miles away from you. It would be an arc being done. You know what I mean? Like a complete arc. But they don't.
I totally get that for the sun and the moon, and I'm down with that. That's all reasonable to me. I just don't know anything about the constellations themselves, and so
they
yeah.
operate center. The stars move from east to west, save the wandering stars. So they move to east to west, and it doesn't matter if you're in the south or in the north, they're going to move from east to west. Now, if they add anything on top of that, they're going to have to support the claim. Like whether it's a globe because they see southern star trails, or whether it's a globe because stars are different stars in the south versus the north. But like because they see different stars in the south, they'll see different stars in the north due to perspective. Just like when we see the sun moving across the sky, like I just explained. It's the same way if you were in a long hallway and you see a light that's right above your head, right? You can see it right directly above you. But when you see it off in the distance, when you walk away from it, it actually looks like it's going down, like in perspective it looks like it's going down, but in all understanding, it's the same height as it was from where you were standing right underneath it. So the perspective makes it look like it's moving downward, but that's not the case. So when, let's say somebody is moving away from Polaris, like Polaris is where it is in the sky, but as they move away from it, perspective will make it look like it's going down, just like the sun and the moon. Same thing.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm. Perspective takes a big role in how we see things in the sky. We can also say that, have you ever seen a plane leave those trails behind it? Well, if you see it like on a far distance, it looks like it's going up. And then as it crosses the sky, sometimes it looks like it's going straight level. And then as it gets farther away, it looks like it's going down. But it's neither doing none of that. It remains in the same altitude.
Yeah, there's a meme in the Livestream voice text about how this kind of works, or what.
Oh, thank you.
It's just the way our vision works.
Mm-hmm. People actually draw that way. If you ever see a good artist, he'll draw everything with converging lines. Just like when you see a long railroad track, it looks like the lines converge to a point. They don't really. It's just our vision and how it operates. It converges everything we see to the eye line.
Yeah, that's
so. For someone in Australia or New Zealand or South Africa, do they ever see Polaris, or it's just not? It's not visible from.
They wouldn't be able to because of their distance to Polaris.
Yeah.
Okay.
As they move away, it'll start moving because they're moving away from it. It's like the light that's above your head in the hallway. The farther you move away from that light above your head, the further it gets, and the further it looks like it's going into your vision puts it down lower in your, it converges to a point. So it'll go to the vanishing point.
Mm-hmm. People like the Royal Institute and other groups, navigators, so forth. They've witnessed it and documented it. They've seen Polaris from as far south as 23.5 degrees south latitude. It's not common, but it has been seen. This cannot happen at all on a globe anywhere. That's quite a bit below the equator, their supposed equator. You would never see Polaris at all from anywhere below the equator. Cannot happen. It's like a Selenelian eclipse to the globe.
And what about, you were talking about the rotation, so the star trails, if there's time lapse, they're going to go, and forgive me, a little right-left dyslexic, so I'm not sure if it's counterclockwise or clockwise, and does that change as you get to the to the bottom of South Africa and South America?
No, stars move from east to west no matter what they are, save the wandering stars. So wandering stars are a big problem for the Globers, but the stars, they move from east to west. That is the only direction that they go. Whether or not visually they look like they're doing something in the sky opposite to the other side has no relative. It doesn't tell us anything more that we need to know that other than they move from east to west.
Okay, so the movement is consistent, but visually they might experience it differently.
Yes, absolutely. But they're all moving from east to west every single time.
Okay.
And like I said, the wandering stars are the ones that are going to give you a bit more difficulty because they have retro motions. So all of them do. Matter of fact,
that to me was pretty powerful when you take a look at the wandering stars and the retrogrades and how it makes some of the spiral graph pattern. I mean, that's just really amazing.
Yeah, it's talked about that in Enoch, says how they've gone outside of their ordained order, what they were originally, their original place in the universe was.
A bit biblical.
Deviated.
A bit about it would be that they rebelled against God's ordinance, so they are going to be judged in the end. I mean, spiritually, that's how it's viewed. The planets, as they have been deceiving mankind, they're in cahoots with the evil one,
fallen ones.
So that's why they are worshipped as gods, and throughout time they are used to deceive men through astrology and such.
And I'm not a big Bible person. I have a Bible. I started reading the Bible, but from my understanding, the Book of Enoch was not included in the Bible. So is that? But I've seen a lot of people reference it in terms of flat Earth. So what's the thinking? What's the conventional wisdom on that?
It was found with the Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, it's actually referred to, I think, in the book of James.
Genesis also mentions.
Yeah, it's referred to the book. The Book of Enoch is referred to, which is kind of also the book of Jasher, and there's a couple of others. But like these books were referred to in the canon, the 66 canon. So they are referred to. They're little known gems that people don't look into because certain clubs or organizations have deemed them not to be worthy to be put as canon.
Like all those cardinals at
the
Nicene Convention.
But the Book of Enoch is in the African Bible included.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
Sorry, Ethiopian Bible.
There's a whole story about that. A whole story about that, and who was the great King Solomon and the queen of whatever her name was.
If you want to know more, Truth Seeker, just look up. Like you can even Google it. How many times is the Book of Enoch mentioned in the Bible, and it'll take you to the scripture that's mentioned.
The Queen of.
All right, thanks. Any other books that were?
I mean, Caesar was also quoted in the Bible. Just because somebody quotes someone doesn't mean that all the words thereof should be included as from God, so to speak. So that's why the Council of Nicaea had the rules that they had to establish the canon. Quotation alone was not sufficient, but it's a topic not for this main voice chat.
Yeah, but it's definitely something to be looked at. So, whatever.
Do we know when it was written? Was it written contemporaneously to the Bible, or was it later? And maybe that's one of the reasons.
It can be fairly well assessed that Enoch, the person, did not write the Book of Enoch. But there is debate on that topic.
Now, was he the father of Methuselah or the grandfather of Methuselah? I don't want to get. We won't get it. We don't have to go there. They could do that in another place, another time. No worries. Yeah, it was just a reference to me that some of it fits. That's what I started seeing. So it actually helped me open my eyes to what is more probably closer to what like reality, as far-fetched and as like people think sci-fi is sci-fi. No, reality is more wild.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yes, like if you really knew where you were right now and how it all came about, I think it'd be too much for one human. We're not supposed to know everything. So I'm okay with that. I don't care if I don't know everything. There are some things I still want to know about. I'm still inquisitive by nature, and I still will investigate and explore, and mostly explore the world outside with nature, explore nature, and myself included in that nature, which we're not separate from nature. We're actually part of this nature. Don't ever let people tell you that you're not part of nature. That's what they try to do, is exclude us from our nature. So
I
that we
like how
wouldn't know
there's
what
a lot to learn about science, nature, and math and physics and history, and it's been I guess I went down this rabbit hole with the stay-at-home COVID stuff, and
Yeah, it's
trying to.
quite actually truth. You find that truth is actually spiritual and it's physical because you have a connection to this earth as much as you do with your own spirit. So you can sense things when you go out in nature and you're in a peaceful forest and you hear the birds chirping and you smell the trees and everything's a connection to you. You should be more connected. Actually, we are the opposite these days. We're as far away from that as possible because we're all of our distractions, right? So right now it's like unveiling truth is getting you back to that original source and plugging you back into where we should be, right? All of us. And denying that only denies uh the how can I put it? It's like the common knowledge that we're supposed to have. Everybody's supposed to see this knowledge, but we're too busy in and of ourselves, right? Myself included sometimes, where we don't realize this fact. We're not really observing the world around us. We're too attached to the common things that we have in front of us, our distractions, whatever they may be.
Yeah, I think that it definitely brings my focus much more back to the earth rather than having this whole concept of a universe and all of that. Your mind will be, I think, attracted to all that stuff that they are saying, oh, this new nebulous or this, and then I was shocked
Yeah,
to
because
find out that the pictures that they're actually extrapolating, they're coming up with all these animations they're just like little pixels.
The propaganda truth is so that they can get your mind off of this rock onto another rock, right? Let's go find an exoplanet to live on. Because this one is about to be done with in about a couple years, right? So let's build these giant rocket ships so we can get out of here. Like Lucas, right? Let's go populate another Earth and go pollute that. And
I have a whole theory about that. I don't know if anybody else does, but has anyone seen the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor? And what is the woman's name? The blonde actress. I know.
Johansson.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a little nefarious plot. They're going to tell people. They're going to do a mass.
Yeah.
In regards to going to Mars and stuff.
You're going to Mars. Yay.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
I already started.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, right? They got everybody thinking that everything's being depleted, we're overpopulated, and your mindset is like, man, we got to do something about this, right? Like we got to help this earth. Like there's been food ever since you were young, there's been airs, like this stuff is not running out. Like oil, all that stuff, it's not running out. It just they have this narrative. They make it sound like everything's depleting, and it's a few years, guys. We're about to finish, and that's
fresh
never been.
Water.
Yeah, that's never been the case. The earth is beautiful. It's lush. It's plentiful. It replenishes itself. There's a constant way that we can always have enough. But this idea of scarcity is one of the ploys that gets you thinking the narrative is right, because what happens is people like to be amongst other people, so we gather together in populated areas and we like to live in big cities and stuff, and then from that perspective we're like, yeah man, it's really crowded here. Well, no duh, you live within everybody else. Go out to the country somewhere where there's big open skies and like you can see no one as far as the eye can see. So like there is a lot of that, a lot of land, but everybody wants to live together. That's why the mindset is built on this idea that we're overpopulated, because you want to be with everybody else and you don't want to go and live in a place where it's like out in the country, live homegrown stuff, that kind of thing, just Whole Foods, not depending on your local grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many people are growing stuff or keeping chickens here?
I wish I had chickens. That'd be great.
I grow my own medicine.
one of the evidences of we have more than enough. There's just one place in Hawaii. If you scroll just 1 or 2 pages down from that link I just shared, could produce as much as 700 millions of gallons, 700 million gallons of water a day. I mean,
yeah.
Imagine that's just one, right?
Yeah,
just
we're running out, huh?
So
yeah, right. We're running. Like, listen, did you mention fresh water? I didn't mean to cut you off, Gospel, but did you mention fresh water? Yeah,
yeah, fresh water. Yeah.
What about all those supposed glaciers melting? Why aren't the tanker ships out there?
Bro, that's not.
It's
you know
unnecessary.
You know what's weird? Not even that. Like, do you know how much well water there is out there, guys? Like spring water, well water. Like, there's so much fresh water everywhere, but we've become so dumbed down that we pay like $1.49 for a bottled water at a convenience store.
And we forgot where the wells are and where the
ground itself.
The springs are. Yeah.
You know, the ground itself filters. The ground itself apparently desalinates ocean water.
Why can't I find the springs? Look, I started looking around for springs. I'm gonna find them.
Yeah, and that's what this is referring to is natural water springs in Hawaii. You know, an island surrounded by salt water somehow has just exorbitant amounts of fresh water, because that makes a lot of sense.
Isn't that crazy?
But anyway, you know.
I know. That's
our
the idea of scarcity. That's the idea of scarcity, that we're running out. So we got a bottled water and stock up on your bottled water. It's like, why? Nature produces this thing in copious amounts. Why do I have to run to my store? Why do I have to be fearful of stuff running out? I can just go dig a hole in the ground and extrapolate water from the ground. They've been doing it since ancient days.
Yeah, so Miggy, it's so you can pay for all this plastic junk that goes into landfills. That's why.
Yeah, it's just
the whole thing is just so crooked. The whole thing.
Well, I'm saying that we've lost touch with that, and I think that's what Truth is talking about. We're so far from that. We don't even know how to do that. Like, does anybody know how to get water from a well and drink clean water from underground, or clean water from a spring? You know, and
yeah. Like how did they do that before? They had power tools and tractors and drilling machines. Like how they did it before with shovels.
Well, not just shovels. You use a drill that it has an attached. You attach another end, and then you attach another end. Yeah. There's a name for that thing where you can keep on attaching and attaching and you turn it, and you might even have to make the handle like extra wide so that you can get more torque.
Work on it. Yeah.
And you use a couple of different people, or you might even have to use an ox, or whatever the case. You could keep drilling and drilling and drilling. You add another extension.
Basic tools.
We call that the Texas tornado.
Texas tornado.
I'm only joking.
But that water is it's supposedly healthy for your body. It's got all the nutrients that you need.
Yeah.
The ground already filtered that water out, so it's ready to drink, and it's cold, and it's good.
Cold. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I could dig next to these, somewhere in these seasonal creek beds, because if there's enough rock down there, then there would be a place where it pooled and it continued to go. These streams are now just underground.
That's the thing. Truth, Flat Earth posted. That's definitely a small version of it. But they create them where you can have attachment after attachment after attachment.
On your tractor, even if it was.
Great, thanks.
So here's this is off topic. Maybe I shouldn't even bring it up. Anybody excited in an off topic comment?
Does anyone know how to make water if they're stuck in the desert?
Cactus.
What about no cactus?
Die.
Don't you need a tarp or some plastic to get condensation?
Yes. So you do the same thing on a ship. So anyway,
is a poncho enough?
you dig a hole in the ground and you put leaves and stuff in there, sticks and leaves and stuff like that. And then you put a plastic over that. In the center of the leaves, you put a cup. And you just drape the plastic or the tarp over. You put a rock in the center of it so that everything that goes down will funnel into the cup or the pan.
Yeah, I think I heard how other, like, if you carry a contractor bag with you, there's like 20 ways a contractor bag can save your life. You know, it can be a poncho. Oh, sorry. Heading out on the road. But what's your off topic?
Here's my off topic thing. It's super off topic. So I bought my house for 70% less than its assessed value. And the assessor, the tax assessor, did his job, allegedly. And the value of my home, according to the assessment, after paying 70% less than the assessed value, increased by 35%.
Yep.
It's pretty funny.
Right now, it's a seller's market, bro. If you're planning on selling a house right now, would be the time. Just saying.
Immediately this minute. Get off Discord. Go do it.
Yeah, right.
Well, pretty much though, because they're going to raise interest rates again, and then it's going to cool everything.
A good sign to watch for is when people start freaking out about first world problems like gas prices and stuff. It's like, maybe I should sell some stuff.
Yeah, it's worth it. I mean, if you're going to do that sort of thing, but if you're not, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not in a position of capability of doing any of that.
I'm eventually just going to buy some open land somewhere and then just to spend a couple of decades to just build it up until, place I can rest my weary bones down to die.
Yeah, I'm going to get some land, and I'm going to get some goats and some chickens and my wife and
I'm just
some of my
saying.
family.
I'm just saying, imagine a pack of Coca-Cola, right? $5 or whatever. And somebody's like, I'll pay you $1.50, right? And then the company says, okay, this guy paid $1.50 for the Coca-Cola that's supposed to be $5. Therefore, we're going to raise the price to $7. That's kind of what happened with my house. I thought that was weird.
Is it for,
So my family-
for taxes though? Isn't it for?
Yeah, for taxes.
Yeah,
I know the assessment value is not the same as real estate value and all that, but
you can appeal, but I think you might have to have like a senior living with you, because I know that my mom's house was assessed higher, and she was able to, in her state, say that she was a certain age, and they lowered it for her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but prices are going to go back down again. So I guess now, and that means that the markets are going to go up. So anyway,
It's an ebb and flow. It wouldn't be a market if it didn't have the old ebb and flow.
Yeah, sure. But like right now, dude, I took a big hit because I'm in crypto.
Right.
So,
I was going to ask you about that, but I also was like, I don't know. It's personally kind of not important.
Crypto winner, man. It's getting me the blues. So,
yeah. You'll have your chicken dinner again.
Yeah, I need to, man. I'm eating rice and beans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just Mickey, you're smart enough. Do some card counting. Get a few people together, and let's go. Let's go to Vegas.
All right, keep your eye on the queen, guys. Keep your eye on the queen.
That's right. What's the count? What's the count?
So, do people have their own YouTube channels here?
A handful of us.
I was planning to do mine, but mine was going to be a truth channel and mainly biblical. But I was going to do TikTok, YouTube, all that good stuff.
I have my own. I do, but I don't do flat Earth.
I do everything. Anything truth, biblical.
I do.
Yeah.
I'll try anything twice.
I started my Flat Earth channel 5 years ago in 2017 in March. And I just got 500 subscribers.
There's a room up above Truth. It's called Content Creators. If you go to that room, here, I guess I could
Most of us are in there.
put it in the chat.
Does that help you get more subs?
No, I don't know, but
being in here, but I'd probably be able to monetize in like 40
The
years.
threshold is 1,000 subs.
40 years.
That would only make me like 100 or something.
yeah, I've been in the 300s for probably 2 years now.
I should start the arena back up, right? That would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, virtually, you know, what's crazy is anyone could make money on YouTube. Like I've seen like channels just grow off of the most. I mean, you wouldn't expect. Oh my God, what this person has made $1 million in 3 years?
Yep. You could
In
start
2 years?
You could start a YouTube channel of taking a pair of scissors and cutting your entire yard with scissors
Yes.
and
Yes.
and film the whole thing, and you could actually get millions of views for
Dude,
that.
my favorites are the extreme eaters, the eating competition people. Ooh wee, they make a killing, right? They could support 10
Really?
families with what they do.
The
Fuck yeah.
ASMR people.
Yep.
The people that just lay in bed and they have the ones that kill me are the girls with like 200,000 followers, but they have the little fucking CVS headphones.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh my God, the tingles are so real. Oh, thank you. Where's your Patreon? Thank you very much.
I'm
It doesn't
surprised
pay
they let me
super well
still have
though.
my-
It's about $1 for every 4,000 view minutes. So
Oh
you
yeah,
have to
I'm surprised
go
they even allow me to have a Flat Earth YouTube channel. Thank you, Massa. Thank you, Massa.
Well, the number one
Thank you so
thing
much.
that makes sure that this is a genuine community is that it's not monetized. You know.
YouTube views, probably adverts, also Patreon and any other things. These things together make it a livable income, more than a livable income.
And you get
And
product
then if you have
sponsorship and all
merch,
kinds of stuff.
yo, I'm about to. That's the crazy thing. I could have a channel where I'm just playing gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Like it as long as it's not, it has to be surface level, or fake red pill, to not really red pill. So it's like,
Yeah, like the Federal Reserve. Let's talk about that for a day.
So I could do a game channel. I could do an ASMR channel. I could do a cats channel. I got 2 cats, so I'll do one channel for one cat and one for the other, and then one for both. Like I could be killing it if I really scheduled it. And that's what's insane. Like your life can change doing pretty much anything if you put focus and effort into it. Doesn't really even matter so long as you make a schedule and you follow the schedule and you execute.
You give
And we
somebody
don't do it
something
'cause
that
we
isn't
don't
there
care.
every day to focus on.
And with the caveat,
Sorry,
and you're
Elijah.
not flat Earth. And you're not flat Earth. Make sure it's not flat Earth.
Also, you guys know TikTok is really growing. If you want to get followers fast, go to TikTok. YouTube is not growing like TikTok.
It's hard to.
Hey, now what do you do on TikTok? That's what I'm saying. I don't even know. I'm too old, man. I don't know what's going on.
Elijah, I got a great idea, man. Do a cat front organization.
Yo, Elijah, love TikTok, man.
Do a real TikTok thing of your cats, just like you said, and then later on you're gonna introduce something a little different.
Yeah, Elijah would love TikTok. That's all I gotta say.
So what has happened with? I know that like I'm late to the party, so I know that there was the searches for flat Earth were getting to a certain level, and then it was even surpassing Donald Trump, and then YouTube was shadow banning, and no one gets the recommendations anymore. But they've actually killed channels. I know that they've taken down videos, but so what's the rhyme or reason of them taking down content?
they're trying to keep false narratives from popping up. Of course, their
they say it's dangerous.
Their statement, yeah, that's false. Misinformation. They'll say misinformation. They'll use words like misinformation or things like that. So they don't want dangerous topics to be allowed to permeate, and so they'll shadow ban. They'll actually ban, and that sort of thing. But I mean, their algorithm is because like on YouTube or on any other social media platforms, whatever we say is being caught by a bot that's putting our words into text. And so certain words are flagged and then it gets sent to the algorithm and then the algorithm actually reports it or whatever. And then that's how those channels get taken down. So, you know what I mean? Like that.
So if you're banned, are most people going to Rumble or Odyssey, BitChute, or all three? Or what's the, how are people doing, backing things up? I'm just wondering where to find other stuff.
Well, there's other people streaming that are in this list here with us. They stream on their own Discords, their own YouTubes. Not Discord, sorry, YouTube channels. We're also I think we're streaming on DLive and a few other platforms and places. So this gets recorded and saved forever in numerous places. Even if the Discord goes down, there might be another one that pops up. People have their own personal servers. And especially now that people from this channel are branching off, starting their own stuff. So there's always going to be a place to go. The worry and the work comes in with which words, not which words can we say. Let's just find all the fucking words we can't say and never say them again, right? But anyway, that's my take.
Once you get famous, YouTube will freeze your subscribers if you're a flat Earth. Like Jaren, for example, Jarenism has had 153,000 subscribers for like 2 years, and never has he gained one since. So they'll do that also. So what they do, they just knock your subscribers off. So like I've had to subscribe to him like 5 times or 6 times.
They put a cap on it.
Yeah, they'll just make it so you can't get any more.
Yeah.
So you want to do flat Earth? I wouldn't actually do YouTube. I would do any platform besides YouTube, because YouTube markedly stops flat Earthers from growing. It slows them down, whatever they can do. And that was when they were in like a court, and they were saying, so when someone says the Earth is flat, so we're gonna put a thing that says the Earth is not flat on YouTube. So they admit they do it.
They admitted that they're going to be out there going against, at the very least, things like flat Earth, right?
If you're trying to make money, it's something like 2,000 or 3,000 watch minutes per dollar. So you have to get a lot of watch time to actually make any money.
Yeah, Matt, but that's pure Glober, man. And if you're a flat Earther, you'd have to deal with the shadow banning and restrictions from YouTube.
Yeah, see,
once you're monetized, I'm talking about just pure watch minutes and dollars.
That's a lot of work. It's not as easy as some people think, being a content creator. It's a lot of work. You got to put in the time. You got to always have some good content churning up. And if you don't, yeah.
Matthew, there was a.
I think that's Truth.
Truth Seeker, you were roboting. Elijah, go ahead.
The idea. I like watching the ones where. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over someone.
It's okay.
I like watching the there's this guy who went to a no.
I don't hear Truth. I don't know if you guys do.
Are
you guys there?
All about,
I am just waiting.
I am too. Yeah, I'm here, just listening.
Is Truth coming in for you guys? I can't hear her.
Not really. She kind of is. She's cutting in and out. She's probably just in a bad area.
I was making sure. That was just me.
Yeah. Nope.
Well, first and foremost, good evening, Matthew, from the East Coast.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I was just going to bring up that we were talking to Paza earlier, as he's actually took up the initiative to actually look at the material on refraction, and he's come to the point where it's like, I'm looking for how it's not contrived, because right now it's looking like it. Like I need to know that the math is related to some kind of physical demonstration or experiment. And
But
I was like,
I think he's going
I
to find that
respect
it's
that.
contrived. I think it's obvious that it's contrived. It's all the mathematics of refraction are assuming the ball ahead of time and then trying to make it fit observations.
No, but even still, he can't see where mathematically they would make it work, because other than them changing the radius, which would mean, right? Because if they're changing the radius to fit the observation, and they're changing the amount of curvature there is, then obviously that's extremely contrived. It's just safe to say the model doesn't work at that point. And refraction is something that they tried to ad hoc in, not refraction like Snell's law, but this contrived version that doesn't actually apply to any mathematics at all, which is what he's looking for.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it very much. He'll probably find out more than I've ever read, so I don't know.
Yeah, even the idea of calling it standard terrestrial refraction. Refraction is, according to Snell's law, something that's going to be variable based on humidity, temperature, altitude, and a myriad of other variables. But yet calling it a standard terrestrial or geometric refraction is effectively saying it's always fixed at the 7/6 value according to a radius, and has nothing to do with the actual refractive properties which cause refraction. But that's very honest of you, Matthew. It's nice for a change.
Thanks, I think.
So if you agree that that is contrived, how does that sit with you, or how do you reconcile that, Matthew?
Oh, I've always said you shouldn't use that as a proof for the globe. So yeah, it's contrived to try and make it work and explain what we see. It shouldn't be used as a proof.
So you're saying that it's basically just an outlier, and we can ignore that piece of evidence which shows that our actual observations don't match with a radius of 3959.
No, I'm saying that we Globers assume that the radius is 3959, and any deviation from that must be due to the atmosphere, humidity, temperature variations, all this kind of stuff.
However, you just agreed that they don't use temperature, humidity, pressure, all of those things. They use a 7/6 value of a pre-assumed radius value.
Yeah, 7/6 might be a convenient shortcut, but nothing's going to be accurate because there's no way you could ever know the exact temperature for miles and miles in a row to calculate it exactly.
It's all mixed up from you to the object you're viewing.
Exactly, yeah.
Which also negates straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have a tangent plane to the horizon.
No,
there's refraction.
Right. Yeah, you don't draw a straight line. So it bends a little bit.
So sea level is curved. Horizon is curved. Horizontal is not horizon's not horizontal? The surface of water is horizontal in all practical use. Court adjourned.
school is life. How come the only thing they teach court is
Is it quiet in here or am I getting bad reception?
It must be quiet in here because I forgot it was even on. And when you just talked, it scared me because I wasn't expecting it.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
So, Glat, you sound like you have a radio voice. Do you have a podcast? A channel?
Hi, hello. Sorry. No, I don't. I was born with this, so I don't know what to do with it.
I work for a marketing agency. You should do voiceovers.
You know, okay. So I used to, I had a very interesting, convoluted music career, and for about a year and a half, I worked at a voiceover studio. Not doing voiceovers. I was just editing the McDonald's commercials and the Subway commercials and stuff. But every once in a while, I would moonlight, get in there and moonlight when we had some free time, as like coming up next, like stuff like that. But yeah, it's fun to do. I never really pursued it though.
Yeah, not that we do or have a lot of need for voiceover work, but I think I could see you in that.
Yeah, and I might do it. I still got a lot of connections in the music business, so we'll see. We'll see if I want to do something like that. It is fun. I have a great time with it. I appreciate you saying that.
I am back.
There's a voice now. Elijah, I don't know if I like your rapping or singing voice better. I can't decide between the two. I'd love to hear you sing.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
No, but seriously, it's good stuff. Good stuff. And I've been in the biz a while. I was a producer for a while, so I would look for artists with your kind of genuine talent. And there's not a lot of singers out there that sound like you, that can keep the passion in it and not make it sound forced and cheesy. So yeah. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that.
Glad, I just want you to know.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
That you gotta learn.
Sorry, I heard that, Elijah. You bet, man. Hank, what'd you say?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Kinda. You're roboting pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of good voices and a lot of musical talent here in this here channel. What I want to do is get like with Helio and do like a funny, like, or do some skits or something. I don't know. I think it'd be great to have like something funny going on in this server. Some kind of comedy thing.
Said Tom, okay, I'll just be quiet. I mean, unless you can hear me, okay? Can you hear me?
Now we can, yeah.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, sucker MCs, bitch, kind of learn.
Yes, that was worth waiting for. Thank you, Hank. Sucker MCs. Oh, I grew up listening to Beastie Boys and Run DMC and all that stuff, yeah. You know, the Beastie Boys started out as they were trying to make fun of rappers in the hip-hop scene. They're three white dudes trying to, like, totally, well, four of them. Mixmaster Mike, I think, is his... is it Mixmaster Mike, or who's the Beastie Boys DJ? Well, anyway. Yeah, they first started as a punk band making fun of hip-hop, and then they became one of the biggest hip-hop groups ever. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so did George Lucas. He was pretty much anti-establishment and kind of to want to like break out and do his own thing, and then he sold his soul to Disney.
Mm-hmm. Same with Beastie Boys. Beast.
So what?
You know.
What happened with the conversation between Solar and Matthew that I had started before I went underground?
I don't know. Let's pick back up on that. Let's do it. I'll shut up.
Well, I missed what was said. I was trying to listen to the YouTube so I could just at least hear what was said immediately after.
Oh, we didn't really
Matt,
say anything.
Yeah, well, you said that it shouldn't be a proof. It's not really a proof.
Oh yeah, I said that. Yeah, looking at the horizon, we Globers don't use that as a proof. Shouldn't be used as a proof for the globe.
Why not?
Because it's unreliable because of the temperature changes and humidity and all that type of stuff.
Based on what information?
You've seen this
based on what?
Yeah, you've seen
no,
this.
that's something known as looming.
Yeah, so
sinking.
The Skunk Bay video shows
looming and sinking kind of. Well, 1 second. Yeah, do you know how? Matter of fact, I don't even need to ask how looming and sinking is described. You can see it with Skunk Bay. I'm talking about the lateral displacement of. Okay, well, let's go from it at a practical angle. So you've seen things 1 mile away, right? That you knew for certain was 1 mile away.
Yes.
Yeah. You have?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be weird to say that thing? Well, there would have to be a day that something like a building 1 mile away wasn't actually where you expected to see it. Because it's physically there, it's an obstruction, and you know the distance to it. And the light from that object, only 1 mile away, will be bouncing right back to your eyes, right?
Yeah.
In a straight line?
Mostly straight, I would assume. Yeah.
Right. That's how we can look into each other's eyes from across the street because it's a direct line of sight. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the error probably gets more and more the farther you go, but for a mile away, it's
Yeah, but most likely not like a mile. Like a mile, whew, that's pretty close, right?
right.
I mean, you don't even need any optical aids to see something a mile away. So it's safe to say that the air is not really going to affect it. I mean, again, if people knew that things that were a mile away appeared 10 miles away or more, they would notice. Don't you think?
Yeah, they would notice.
Yeah. So it's not that it's not an argument that globe earthers should make. It's that that's the geometric consequence of the sphere that they claim that they live on.
Oh yeah, this is geometric.
I don't know
but we
who's
don't see the
supposed to take
geometric.
the fall for that.
No, yeah, we
No,
don't
but
see the geometric horizon.
but
Just
geometric is redundant because again, the horizon is physically at 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground. You don't have to call it anything other than that is the physical obstruction that will hide the rest of the land from you because you live on a curving surface. Obviously, right? Just like if a building was 1 mile away, it would be there at 1 mile away. The end of the road, if that was 1 mile away, it would be 1 mile away. So if the end of the road happens to be the amount of land you could see until it curves away from you, if that was a mile away, then it would be 1 mile away. And the light from that would come right back to your eye.
yeah, so the farther away you get, the more distorted it might be. Sometimes it's not distorted, sometimes it
Right,
is.
but we're not talking about far, we're talking about 1 mile. And in the case of 1 mile, we're not actually seeing obstruction at 1 mile.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
1 mile, there's not much obstruction. Maybe 5 miles, 10
No,
miles.
there's no obstruction because the obstruction I'm talking about is the claim that the horizon is the physical edge of the sphere. In the sense that it's curving away from you, so there's a point at which you're not going to see any more land. I don't think I need to make that clear. I think you know what I mean when I say it's the edge of the sphere.
Right. Yeah, that's the geometric horizon is the that edge.
Is the visible boundary at which you would not be able to see any more land.
No, that's the apparent edge. And usually they're close, but they're not exactly the same.
So when you say geometric, isn't that synonymous with measured distance?
Geometric refers to the theoretical location
The
where
the measured distance to the obstruction that I'm talking about.
Yeah, we can't ever actually see the real geometric horizon. Instead, we see the apparent horizon, and they are close sometimes, but sometimes they're not that close.
I mean that just doesn't work for something that's physically supposed to be at a location is not. Again, you and I both know, like you just stated, like I already know, that if I know something is a mile away, like the Jacob Javits Center, and I'm looking in that direction, I see it, it's there. And when I walk up to it, it will be there in 1 mile.
Yeah.
So hypothetically or theoretically, the horizon, I'm looking at is supposed to be 1 mile away, where I can see no further because it is obstructed, like things that obstruct things do. That obstruction is not going to appear somewhere else, 2 miles away, 3 miles away, 4 miles away, right? Because there's supposed to be a measurement of Earth curvature. Well, the calculations are supposed to be related to the Earth measuring to be a globe, right? So the horizon is the measure distance from you to the end of how much land you can see, because the rest of it is obstructed. Unless obstruction doesn't mean obstruction when you're thinking about the globe for some reason.
Yeah, so the big difference is there's a theoretical geometric horizon that we cannot see, and then there's the observed horizon, the apparent horizon,
Okay,
which we do see.
so give me sources that differentiate between both. You're not going to find it in Andrew Thomas Young's paper. I know that. So don't look there. But do find something official to support your statement, because you're making a difference between the two. And I know I can go to National Geographic. I know you've seen the citation from there. I could pretty much go anywhere and it'll support what I say the horizon is, because that's what everyone is under the impression of, the horizon being the Earth's curve. So if you're saying, well, there's a difference between the geometric horizon and the horizon that we see further in the distance, I do want a citation from a credible source, somewhat credible source.
Yeah, the second
not from
half, the second half of Andrew Thomas Young's paper, where he describes that and says,
So you have read it, or you haven't, or you skimmed through it. Which one?
So he actually says that you can see 750 kilometers on a globe.
So you did read. So did you read through it, or did you just skim through it? Because if you're going to talk about it,
I read it a few months ago. I haven't looked at it lately.
So you did read it?
Yeah, the one that's on the website, the San Diego State website.
So then cite what you're saying right now.
No.
Like, okay, well, what do you mean?
How old is this paper?
It's not. It doesn't matter how long it is. I just need for him to pull out the part that says show me where the horizon is predicted to be at 1 mile, but it can be 10 times. It's like me owing someone $100 but giving them $1. Like 10. Did I? No, $10. Anyway, 10 times minimum a discrepancy. I just want to see where they actually try to make a fight for this or a case for this. Because you're saying it, I'm sure you got it from somewhere, or is this just your hopes and trying to explain something that honestly can't really be explained? I mean, let's face it, something a mile away, if it's a mile away, it's a mile away. You're looking at it, and it, like, say for instance, there's a bus a mile away and there's a storefront behind it, it's probably going to block the storefront, or definitely a good portion of it. There's never going to be a time at which I can see the storefront and the truck not there because, well, some kind of apparent truck that actually isn't blocking the storefront because it's not physically apparently there. It's apparently somewhere else, even though it's physically in front of the storefront. I mean, just trying to make it make sense by putting other words into the same scenario is confusing me.
Okay, I posted it in the live stream if you want to check it out.
I noticed that Matthew gaslighting Elijah when he was talking about the horizon. He said that you the one that you can't see. So that's kind of like saying, right, my uncle, he's the real one that you'll never meet, right? So the other horizon, right, that's the fake one, the one you can see. Is that how it goes, Matthew? That is what you said. Is that what you meant, Matthew?
I'm saying that there are two different terms that refer to two different things. The geometric horizon is the idealized mathematical model that says where the geometry of an idealized sphere would appear.
Mm-hmm.
And then the apparent horizon is what we actually see when you take into account the atmosphere, refraction, humidity, temperature, all that kind of stuff. And in that case, it's more of a guess because we can't get the exact numbers. And in the Andrew Thomas Young paper, he talks about this and how to account for that. And the 7.6 radius thing is a convenient simplification that works in most cases. But he says you can see up to 750 kilometers away. I quoted all of this in the paper.
Okay. You see where they where he talks about it being 6.6 times the size of the like increasing it that much.
Yeah, so he's talking about the apparent horizon there, not the geometrical.
Right, but 6.6 times is definitely not enough also. But the bottom line is, with you saying the geometric horizon is the one we never see, but we're going to use this apparent horizon and we can get it close to the one we never see, is, I mean, that's begging the question and an ad hoc to try to duct tape it at its finest, isn't it? And it still doesn't
you
work.
were the one that brought up Andrew Thomas Young.
Mathematically. Yeah.
I actually agree with him.
Yeah, but he's changing the radius. Like, I don't know. When I was talking to you about PASA, I said the only thing that Mick West, Walter Bislin, and I didn't mention all their names, but I said the only thing they could do is change the radius. Guess what you're doing? So using a different radius.
Yeah, I just quoted
which
him.
Which effectively changes the sagita, right? Which means that we're not talking about refractive effects. We're talking about changing the shape of the Earth, well, the size of the Earth, to make it fit the observation. So that's what the paper is actually detailing with the method. Am I wrong or am I what?
Okay, so yeah, he's talking about the curvature of the rays of light separately from the curvature of the physical Earth. So here's what he says: in conditions that produce superior mirages, there are inversion layers in which the ray curvature exceeds that of the Earth. Then, in principle, you might see infinitely far. There really would be no horizon, assuming that the thermal inversion extended to the top of the atmosphere. So,
but he also says somewhere in there that for the purposes of this paper, we can do this mathematically, but light rays that are infinitely narrow don't actually exist. So
he cites an observation.
So hypothetically, this circle that you're going to get a tangent point to, right, which would be the horizon from your straight line of sight. Effectively, all you did is put another arc there instead of the one that they claimed was there.
Hold on, you're giving the guy too much credit.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, if Andrew Thomas Young just said that if light curves there would be no horizon, that proves he's a retard. You can take his whole paper and throw it in the burn pile. Okay, the horizon is just the separation of the color fields from the ground and the sky. That's all it is. So if you say that wouldn't exist in your field of view, if light curved, you're stone cold retarded, especially if you're someone who has credentials. Maybe what he meant to say is there would be quote unquote nothing blocking anything. Maybe that's what he meant to say, because he has a category error where he's confusing an optical effect with a physical obstruction.
That's what I'm trying to tell Matthew.
The quote that you placed, Matthew, doesn't explain away the 750-mile observation. It merely states that one occurred. Sorry, kilometer.
Yeah, so he's talking about the curvature of light. He never says that the actual Earth is changing radius. It's not in the paper.
No, in the method, that's what you're doing. It doesn't matter what he says, just cite the method. That's what he's doing. How could you sit here with a straight face and say that because he said that's not what it is, that's not what it is?
Yeah, go to Bislin's calculator right now, put in some numbers, and then scale the refraction, and you'll see the Sagittar value change. You'll see the apparent Sagittar value change and the actual Sagittar value change. So if you have a sliding scale of refraction and that changes, then what's going on? Shouldn't change, right? Should be fixed. I mean, the Earth's radius doesn't change, does it? Well, you go to the calculator right now, you start sliding those scales, and you'll see that it is. So where's this quote-unquote model that we can apply to observations that actually operates on curved light paths rather than an alteration of the geometry of the Earth?
In your hand. In your hand.
Any response, Matthew?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was. I forgot it was muted. Okay, so my response is yes. That model is 27 minutes past the hour. The radius of the Earth is along SGH, and that doesn't change. But the radius of the observation is along OH. That's a slightly larger circle, and so that does change based on the atmospheric conditions. 7.6 is just a convenient simplification, but it might.
So then, where's the obstruction since the? So where's the obstruction since the size, the radius of the Earth doesn't change? Where's the obstruction that's at 1 mile? That's not at 1 mile. Where is it?
It's farther beyond a H in the diagram.
No, it can't be further beyond because you said it didn't change. So you should be seeing both effectively, light phenomena and the obstruction.
Well, it doesn't.
At the least, I would think.
It doesn't obstruct because the light isn't perfectly straight. It goes in a slight curve. So it goes around the obstruction.
I don't know. Well, as long as you're happy.
I'm just showing the paper you cited and showing the second diagram in there, 27 minutes.
Right, and I already said in the beginning, the only thing they'll be doing is changing the radius, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Right.
So yes, thank you for citing exactly what I stated was the case. I appreciate it.
They're not changing the radius of the Earth. They're changing the radius of the observation, the light.
So do you see the Earth or do you see the light?
You see the light.
Which one is it?
Yeah, you see.
So if you see the light affected, so do we see light or do we see the geometric object? Which one is it? It can't be both.
We see the
right
light.
Clearly. I know, but it can't be both, right?
So in the diagram, you're saying, wait a minute, how can you see?
Because you see the light from geometric objects.
Yes.
In this case, not the geometric horizon, though.
Yeah, the geometric horizon, you're seeing around the geometric horizon because the light.
No, you're not. You're not seeing it at all. That's the point. And it's supposed to be there. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. You're not seeing it. And to say that, well, this paper is talking about light phenomena, well, then if you see with light, I mean, you're changing the radius.
Okay, so
You see with light regardless.
In the diagram, 27 minutes past the hour, the geometric horizon is at G, so you're right. That doesn't change.
But you're not seeing it, are you?
No, you're seeing the apparent horizon at H instead of G. So if you look at the diagram, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, but if you look at the diagram, it lets you know that you don't see what it says you should see.
Yeah, no, you see H, you don't see G. Are you even looking at the diagram?
You're supposed to. I'm not looking at the diagram.
Okay, it's going to be hard to explain. For everybody looking at the diagram, you can see what I mean.
Yeah, where's that diagram in the
no.
model that you can actually input values into the test observation?
No,
that's in this
but
Thomas Young paper.
that's wrong. But listen. You see you as the observer at H with the actual line.
No, you're at O, not H.
Oh, okay. Oh, and it's the dotted line to the tangent point.
To the G,
right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And that's where the geometric horizon is.
That's right.
That's where the geometric obstruction is.
Right.
So that is where the ground curves away from you.
Right.
So like Sonny says, you're talking about light that is effectively bouncing off a surface that's pointed away from you. So not only are you not seeing the geometric horizon, this light that's bouncing at an angle that's away from you is bending to come around a curved surface to your eye.
Right.
That's insane.
That's the line O to H. That's why you see the horizon farther than G. That's what H is. It's the apparent horizon. So all I'm saying is that the apparent horizon H is different than the geometric horizon G. That's all.
Yeah. And it's true, Elijah, because there's a diagram of it.
A diagram is a helpful
it must be happening in reality.
No, I get that you guys don't believe that diagram because it shows a spherical Earth. So obviously you're going to say
it doesn't show anything. It shows
But
lines.
this diagram right here, this is not what they use to, like, when they're simulating it, they're just changing the radius. Like you talking about this diagram means absolutely nothing, because I told you when they apply a method, they just change the radius. They just change the size of the Earth. That's it.
There are two radii in this diagram. One is the size of the Earth.
I know what the diagram says, but if you were trying to recreate simulate this.
And you knew what I was going to say. What are the two radiuses I was going to explain?
I didn't say I knew what you were going to say. I'm stopping you from saying what you're saying because you're not actually responding to what I'm saying.
You're stopping me from saying what I was going to say, even though you don't know what I was going to say. But obviously it's going to be wrong, right?
Oh, you're being very childish.
One of us is.
I mean, that's really silly.
All right. Okay. So sorry, I won't be silly.
It's fine, but I'm like, come on, bro. It's raining. It's dreary. I'm not in the mood.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying about them changing the radius, and you are correct that they do change the radius. However, they're not changing the radius of the Earth itself, but the radius of the curvature of the sight line. So in the diagram, they're changing. Let me finish the sentence. They're changing the radius not of SGH in the diagram, but of OH in the diagram. That's the radius that changes. So you're right, but it's just the different place in that diagram.
Okay.
I mean, I get that that's problematic. That you don't like that they're changing the radius of that. And
it's not what I don't like. It's not what I don't like. It's logic, especially logic in math, right?
Yeah, obviously the actual Earth
counts
can't change.
Okay, but that's not an actual Earth. That's a diagram.
Right, it's a diagram explaining what's going on.
Right,
and nobody
right.
says the actual Earth is changing size.
That's the thing. But if the actual Earth was actually a geometric shape with limitations, then you would see that. But you're saying, well, the reason we don't see it is because of this diagram right here that says we would.
The diagram shows the difference between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon. That's the main thing that it shows.
Oh, I got ours.
Oh, that's all I got.
No, this has been an interesting conversation. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like that paper that you referenced. It's a good one.
How old is this paper with Andrew Thomas Young? Is it recent?
I wouldn't think so, right?
So it's like 100 years old before Flat Earth came around.
I'm looking for the date on it. I don't know
Which
if
means they
there's
didn't have
data.
time to prepare for the Flat Earth, which is what we want.
2003. Then it's been updated several times since then.
Okay, is that Andrew Thomas Young still alive?
One more, yeah, you can call him. His number is online.
Probably.
Yeah, I
easily
might want to call
accessible.
him to see what the hell he's talking about.
Well, he's easily accessible. I'm glad nobody's bothered him yet. I mean, we don't want to be.
And just now, at 38 past the hour, you can see the link to the paper we're talking about.
Yeah. So, again, like within the paper, this other radius that you're getting from a theoretically contrived, mathematically light. Well, not even. It's just a fucking line on a piece of paper that's been drawn.
Yeah, right. I mean,
But in the paper, that line that you're saying isn't the Earth's radius changing. It's actually just the light ray. Oh, the thing that's theoretical and not actually real. It's not like you can apply any real world variables to it, like temperature.
Well, if the light is curving, then the radius of the curvature of the light is what he's talking about.
Yeah, but it's not really real.
It's not curving
because we don't see in curved lines. That's not how we see anyway. It's not real.
I thought you were saying that we do see, and the atmosphere can curve the lines.
No, I never said that.
So
never ever. Not once have I ever said light curves ever in my life.
So are you going to say light always goes in a perfectly straight line? Always?
It goes in segmented lines, can change its path of direction. I know you know that. Am I wrong?
Yeah. I think
I'm pretty sure you know that.
There can be a continuous change. It doesn't have to be like straight line segmented. It can be a continuous change.
No. The light ray. You know what a ray of light is, right? That's what he's talking about in his paper. That's the part that's theoretical. It's not real. When it comes to refraction, no, you're not going to have a line of light bending to anything, especially by chance fitting around the curvature of the sphere for whatever reason, unless that was just the way God made it. But
I'm saying that there's a gradient index in some mediums, like air, and that can make light bend in a curve rather than like straight segments.
We're talking about 10, maybe 20 times the variation from what is. So this that's a lot of conforming to a sphere for what purpose?
I don't know what you mean about a purpose.
I mean, other than it obviously being an ad hoc. We're talking about 1 mile away. You're not talking about 1 mile away because you're like, yeah, we're not seeing that. The thing that's obstructing your view, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing the thing that's obstructing your view at 1 mile, at 10 miles, not obstructing things at 1 mile because of refraction. We're talking about 1 mile.
Yeah, we're seeing around the obstruction.
No, you're not seeing any obstruction. You can't say you're seeing around something that you can't see. That's nonsensical, isn't it? Saying you can see around something that you can't actually see. Didn't you just say we don't actually ever see the geometric horizon? How could you see around it?
We know where it is, and we see farther than that, so therefore we're seeing beyond it.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, when you see something, it's not that you're seeing it from around a physical thing that's in front of it, right?
I guess I'm getting confused about the terminology we're using here. Let's see.
Well, I mean, it's very simple. I'm looking at a car right now. I would never think, because of my worldview, that, actually, this car, I can see it because the thing that's in front of it is there, but I'm getting the vision of the car from around the thing that's in front of the car.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Man, I don't know how to explain it well.
You can't explain it because it's not logical.
May I jump in just for a second, Elijah? It's on point.
Sure.
So, Matthew, you said
I'm just disappointed because I like him, and it's like, come on, man. Come on.
I'm sort of disappointed too that you're not understanding this diagram. It's a fairly straightforward diagram, and I'm like, just look at it and you'll see what we're saying.
But I can give you a diagram of Superman, how much muscle tension he would need to make his bones jump over a building with a single bound, right? But that doesn't make it reality, right?
Yeah,
I can work it all out mathematically.
Good diagrams don't make reality, but if reality is there, diagrams can help explain them. That's all they're for.
Right. All right. Well, I just want to beat out because I wanted to listen to you guys' conversation. But you said that you know where the geometric horizon is, right?
Theoretically, yes, based on a preconceived notion of a radius.
Okay, so when you said no, you didn't actually mean no. It was more closer to the word like no, that'll burn you, rather than no as in knowledge or science.
It's so hard to contain myself. I know.
I can say I can change it to
but
believe.
it's like you can't listen. We're talking about a physical blockage. There's no other way to interpret a physical blockage. You're saying you can't see a physical blockage. You don't see the flaw in that sentence?
There would be a flaw if you assume that light never curves. So I agree with you.
Go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
No, bro, I was done. If you want to continue, I could see you getting frustrated. And is that reason you're passing the mic? I just don't want to steal your mic time, bro.
No, we were sort of.
No, I'm frustrated. I mean, for anyone listening, like I'm confident that they get what I'm saying, and it's like,
right.
I'm sitting here doing deliveries in the rain, flexing right now. It's like I feel away because I like Matthew probably more than probably all of them, and it's like this is like come on. And I don't want to feel like me saying this is ridiculous. Like in his mind, I don't believe him, but because I like him, I do believe him, which makes me simulate the feeling that he really feels like I'm the one with Dunning-Kruger. You know what I'm saying? Even though I know that may not be true, and he might be fucking with me, and there's a chance that he's not really genuine. But I like him, and I already accepted that he's genuine, and I'm just like, so this motherfucker really thinks that I'm stupid, but I think I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
I would never call you stupid.
Man, it's not what you say; it's what you do.
Yeah, let me see if I can help the conversation out. And if you just do what you do, and then I'll pass the mic back to you in just a few minutes. Let me see if I can help. Okay, so Matthew, has it ever occurred to you that light is traveling at like 99% straight, over 99% straight, and that the world might be actually fucking flat? Might be level. Has that occurred to you?
Yeah, of course. I've entertained that idea and looked at the evidence. So by the way, you say 99% flat, but all you have to do is curve 0.07 degrees per mile, and that's enough to see around a curve. So it's not much. We're not talking about much here.
All right, so you're saying that if light is bending at this much, it's enough to make it go around the curve and cause an object to appear in front of a hill. Because it's not only the horizon. See,
beyond
this
a hill,
one
maybe.
thing, it's a horizon. It's a horizon thing, right? But we can also see too far, right? We can also see objects that are like beyond the curve.
Right. So
Right.
Hank, do you see the diagram at 47 minutes past the hour? That'll be helpful for me to.
No, bro, I'm airing up my fire because like Elijah.
Yeah. So for the audience, if you're looking at the diagram, G is the point where you see too far. From O is the observer. G is where you see too far because of the geometric horizon. But if that line from O to H curves slightly, you can see beyond G. It doesn't obstruct it because the apparent horizon is at H. So look at that diagram if you get a chance, and that's what that explains well what I'm saying.
See if you could draw out this diagram for me. Now, if Superman weighs about $180 because he doesn't look like a big guy, right? His tendons are going to need to be stronger than steel if he's going to jump over the building in a single bound, right? If that wasn't true, then his tendons would rip smooth off his bones as soon as he pressed off the ground. So we're going to make this diagram real solid. How strong would it have to be? What would the tensile strength of those tendons have to be, Matthew? You think it would have to be like, I don't know, let's say 5,000 pounds per square inch. So let's diagram that out, right? And are we still in reality? But can you be certain that we're still in reality? Because we got a diagram going.
No, you're right. Diagrams don't create reality, but that doesn't mean the opposite isn't true. That reality, if reality is there, diagrams can help explain it. Yeah, diagrams don't create anything.
This diagram is not helping to explain reality because it's contrived. Because actually, the thing that the reality in question is not observable. It's actually, you said you can't observe it.
Okay, so I will say I get that this diagram that I posted that you're going to have all kinds of problems with it because obviously it shows a curved Earth. My point in showing that diagram is, hey, for those of us globers who think the Earth is curved, this is what we think is happening. I get that you don't think that's what's happening, and that's fine. But it is helpful to understand what we think is going on. That's all. It's not proof of anything.
I want to say something. Matthew.
Godric, go ahead.
Hey, what's up? If you're managing $1 billion and you're off by 0.07%, which is $70 million. And the boss came to you and says, "What's going on?" And you said, "Well, it's really just it's not much. It's only 0.07%. Do you think you'd be able to keep your job with that?
No, you'd lose your job so fast. Yeah, so that's a good point. That obviously the margin of error changes.
That's a bad point because it kind of helps you because ultimately those numbers are exact, which is why you're getting in trouble. We can't confirm that this get out of jail free card is legitimate when it comes to the geometric horizon that you don't see. I don't understand. Like it's a contradiction in term. Like a physical obstruction that you don't see, and you're saying because you're seeing around it. How again? Never in. If you're a Glober and you're listening to what he's saying, ultimately he's saying you can see around something to something without actually seeing the thing that's obstructing it. So effectively, you're standing there, you see something, it's obstructed by something, but you can't see what's obstructing it. You just see what's there.
Yeah, exactly. That's close
But
to what
what's
I'm saying.
obstructing it is actually there. In what example, other than this contrived version of events, does that actually happen?
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often because it's rare for us to look through that much.
No. I mean, 1 mile observations anywhere for anything, where you're looking out in the distance and there's something physically there 1 mile, but you can't see it. But you know it's there because you can act because it's a physical thing. You've actually been there. So you look one day and you're like, I can see this building because the hospital that I know that is usually obstructing it is actually behind it now. Must be super extreme contrived theoretical light ray bending that's going on.
We're not. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't call it. You mentioned earlier that you could see a building a mile away. Well, what if that building was 8 inches? What if it was 8 inches to the left or right? Would you even notice from a mile away? Because that's all we're saying is that, hey, this 8 inches isn't that much.
But that's not what we're saying. We're talking about 10 times. No, 10 times is generous. We're talking about 20, 30 times at least.
You know what I think is going on is, in reality, like the Earth is flat, right? But in people's heads, it's a globe. So what people do is when they say 10 times, oh, don't be off by 10 times, like we'll be off by something, right? And
wait.
Let's say that maybe both are true. Oh, they don't want to be off by 10 times. They want to be off by point something, right? Just like, remember them, they used to say, the Earth doesn't spin, it's really day. Right? Both are true. Well, actually, it's not true to say that the Earth doesn't spin at 1,030 miles an hour. It actually would have to, right? But the point is like, all they're doing is like mathematical, like sophistry to make it look like a small number that they're off by, because they're actually off by an order of magnitude, which is a large number.
Yeah, and the radius is off by 2 orders of magnitude, but they're just trying to downplay it.
And that's why I objected. I said Matthew with the 0.07%. See what Globers do. Instead of saying this distant object is hidden behind the Earth 2,000 feet, but instead of saying light's refracting up 2,000 feet, you're saying, oh, well, it's really only 0.0 degrees. So when put in degrees, it's not that much.
Right.
And I don't think we should accept that.
Yeah, it makes number to make your case.
No. I mean, no, we shouldn't accept it because when it comes to my building being 1 mile away, Google isn't going to tell me your building is such and such degrees away. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Matthew, we measure in miles and feet. we don't measure in degrees as far as
Well,
every
we
day
do,
looking
but that's
outside.
different.
Well, we do measure in degrees, but as far as seeing the difference between refraction, we can say this is how many feet is refracting, or this is how much should be behind the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, you're right. We measure in those miles and feet. However, when we're looking and we're aiming our telescope, those are degrees. Taking pictures, those are degrees.
But like I said, if my building was 1 mile away, right? And there was a hospital also 1 mile away, but it was behind my building. And then one day I'm coming into the city. You know, I'm 1 mile away from my building, but instead of seeing my building to the east, I see the hospital that I know is behind my building.
What if you see 8 inches of that hospital from a mile away? Would you be
No,
able to know?
what if I saw my building not there at 1 mile and I saw the hospital behind it instead? What about then?
So you saw the whole hospital, all hundreds of feet worth of hospital. Yeah, that would be pretty bizarre.
We see the hundreds of feet of the oil rigs, so that's not bizarre. We can see the buoy right at the on the water. All of that's flat because it's refracted up. Remember, there's no obstruction actually there.
I was using your
remember
example of 1 mile.
there's no obstruction at all. Remember, it's not there. So when we're talking about the building, no, the building is not there to obstruct anything at all because it's displaced. It's behind, right? Behind now, somewhere off in the distance, 10 miles. Because, how do I know? Well, because I can also see something that I know, the gas station. And the gas station is 7 miles away. And my building looks like it's behind that. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's supposed to be in front of the hospital.
Yeah, that does sound ridiculous. And if the hospital appeared completely
That's
in
what
front
you're
of your
saying.
building, that would indeed be ridiculous. No, I'm not saying
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying 8 inches of it.
So how is what I'm saying not analogous with the Black Swan?
Because you're talking about 1 mile away, and I'm saying, okay, 8 inches. You're going to see 8 inches of this hospital, and I'm like, well, I don't know if you could actually tell the difference about 8 inches from just a mile away. I mean, maybe if you get
how's that relevant?
Out.
How is that relevant? We're talking about known distances. Distance to the oil rigs, known. Distance to the geometric horizon, supposedly known. Where's the horizon?
Distance to the apparent horizon, unknown.
Distance to the apparent horizon, definitively beyond 5 and 9 miles.
Exactly. The
definitively
apparent
because
horizon
something is
farther
because
than
something
the geometric horizon.
No, but the geometric horizon is not there because I'm not going to go in the circle again. What you're saying effectively, because we know the geometric horizon is where the ground curves away. That's why you're talking about refraction, because refraction is allowing you to see what isn't there. Actually, I don't think you're saying that. Well, you're saying two things then, because you're talking about light bending from a much further point, and I guess somehow it all fits into, well, it kind of lifts. I don't know. It looks flat, it's curved, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Fine. But we're talking about something that's supposed to be a measured distance, right? It's not there where it's measured to be because there's something in the distance that's also a measured distance, the oil rigs, and the horizon is behind that measured distance. These are physical values. So that's why I'm saying, okay, well, my house supposed to be, it's geographically 1 mile away from me. And I don't see it because it's 10 miles beyond where it should look like it is, measurably because I can also see the gas station that's behind where my building is supposed to be. You're saying, yeah, that sounds silly, but it works in a way.
Yeah, so here's what I'm saying. At a height of 1 foot, the geometric horizon should be, a little bit beyond 1 mile. Beyond that are the oil rigs. Beyond that, even farther, 10 miles away or 15 miles away or whatever, is the apparent horizon. So those are 3 different numbers, and the black swan shows 2 of those. It shows the oil rigs and it shows the apparent horizon. And in the diagram at 47 past the hour, you can see where G is the geometric horizon and H is the apparent horizon. They're different spots.
But you can't see G, right?
You cannot see G. That's what I've been trying to say the whole time.
Just like you can't see my house that's physically there in my example. That sounds silly, but is exactly analogous to what you're describing.
Oh, you can see around it, is what I'm saying. It's
no, but you're not seeing you're saying you're seeing around it, but you can't see what you're seeing around. That's the problem. That's the problem. Because you're trying to. This is what you're trying to do.
I'm going to label the black swan and see if
this is what you and other anti-flat earthers are trying to do when having this conversation. You're trying to neglect that the geometric horizon is supposed to be an actual obstruction. Like in that and I don't know if it was Pazza, it might have been, I don't know. There's so many different people that have come in and said, look, here's this tank, and when you pour this gas or this mixture on there, you can see a little bit of what's behind it. Yeah, you can see a little bit of what's behind what? The thing that's still physically there. So in this case, the earth curvature that's supposed to be at 1 mile is supposed to be there, but it's actually not. That's when it breaks down. You're saying, well, it works, but you're not actually talking about that obstruction, totally disregarding it because you're saying the obstruction appears to be somewhere else. So you're looking around the obstruction to see what appears to be the obstruction. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the original Black Swan and see if I can label the different parts to show.
I hope so.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real fast, Matthew, I think the geometric horizon is your imaginary friend. I don't think it actually exists.
Yeah, well, obviously, if the Earth is flat, it doesn't exist. Yeah, I'm the one that says it exists.
Right, but I'm asking, where is he? Is he in the room with you right now, or is he out at the ocean? Is he in the deep ocean? Where is this geometric horizon that's supposed to be there? Like, you got an imaginary friend, Matthew. It's a psychosis that you have.
Yeah, it's a mathematical construct. We don't actually see it.
I'll take that. I'll accept that.
I'll take that as well. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Los Angeles.
So we live in a diagram, is that what he's saying?
Little choppy there, Chop Dave.
So we live in a diagram is what he's talking basically, right?
I can't understand you, bro. I don't know why.
I'll shut up.
No, that was perfectly clear.
Just a stupid add-on. Said, so we live on a diagram, apparently. Is that what Matthew's saying?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying, diagrams are useful for explaining or representing a real situation, which is true. It's not like we're so stupid that that wouldn't be obvious no duh, Matthew. But the bottom line is, this diagram is not proof that there is a geometric horizon. As a matter of fact, again, and I know you're saying it's not proof, so I'm not saying it like you're saying it is. The very fact that you're saying we don't see it, we're seeing around it, is not a coherent statement. You can't see around something that isn't there for you to see around. So I'm asking, well, then how does it get laterally displaced? The only answer for that is changing the radius of the hypothetical spherical Earth. And that would match the observation. You can't do that because that's a violation of logic.
You cannot change the radius of the Earth itself.
No. I know you can't. I know you can't, but you do. Not you. Them. I know if the Earth were a sphere with a set radius, I know that wouldn't change. However, we're not talking about a real Earth. The globe in question, you're trying to represent it on this diagram, and the only way to say that, well, the observation matches is to create another arc where the tangent meets the tangent point.
Another arc
that
with a
is
different radius.
changing the radius.
It's another arc with a different radius, and that arc is the arc of the light, not the ground. So
right, but again, what the diagram is trying to say is, well, if there's no way, if the geometric horizon is before this apparent horizon, it's two different things. But again,
exactly,
where,
that's what we've been saying the whole time. Geometric
but
horizon
you don't
and
see
horizon are completely
the, but it's not different because the geometric horizon is the apparent horizon projected laterally in the distance. That's not something that this diagram can show.
No, the geometric horizon is in front of you.
No, but you can't. No, you can't see it though. That's the problem. You can't see it. So no, it's not there because you can't see it. Now, in this diagram, you're saying it's there, which means there's a tangent to that point, which means you would be looking at something. To it, the light would be coming to your eye from that location. However, that's not happening at all because it is, in your mind, further away, not literally, but apparently. In that case, that's like saying, well, there's somebody physically in the way of something else. However, I see the thing that they're in the way of because I can't actually see them. I'm not going to try to repeat that again, but I've said it multiple times. That is what you're saying. That's ridiculous. Second of all, saying that there's something geometrically there that you can't see is also just not a logical statement. I don't know who I don't know who would agree that I don't know who would argue that it is a logical statement.
Yeah.
Only thing that anyone could say is, well, you're not looking at it the right way. Yeah, I am. There's no other way to look at it.
No, you're seeing the point where the geometric horizon would be, but it's not a horizon, it's just water at that point.
No, it's not. It's it's not the end. That's the problem. Like, an obstruction means the end of you seeing anything beyond it. I mean, I don't how what is an obstruction, Matthew?
It's obstructing light that you can't see beyond it.
Right. So if something's not obstructing light, then it's not in the way.
Yeah, I just want to give the legal definition of obstruction: physically interfering and stopping an officer or any government official from doing their deeds. So one day I drove to work, right, and there was a down tree obstructing my path. So I got out of my car and I moved the tree to the side of the road, and then I went to work because I removed the obstruction. I was now able to freely move about the country. Did that come through clear?
Yes.
So if the geometric horizon isn't physically obstructing, right? It's kind of like when the cops say that they're going to arrest you for bumping your gums and talking shit, and they say, "I'll arrest you for obstruction." Bro, I'm way over here. What you talking about? You can't arrest me for obstruction. I'm on the sidewalk. Like, what do you think? I'm like in between you and the passenger? So obstruction is a dialect, and the geometric horizon isn't doing that. It's only the real horizon, right? The one that's visible, the one that's apparent to all to see. That's the one that actually obstructs things. Not physical things, but light. And the geometric horizon is not measurable. It's imaginary because when you're looking at the horizon, you're not actually looking at a geometric earth curve. You're looking at the results of the atmospheric conditions of the day and the ability of your eye or camera to see what's in front of you based on the conditions and their allowance. Would anybody disagree?
No, but we might have bored him to death.
Okay, I made a diagram. You
I
guys aren't gonna like it, but I'm saying that this is the way I see
know what you're
things.
saying. Like, I don't. Why do you think I don't know what you're saying?
Because I would explain it a little bit differently. So this diagram will show what I think I'm trying to say. Okay, I posted it at 14 past the hour. You may have to blow it up to see it a little bit better, but it shows how the black swan and that diagram relate in my mind.
Black swan. I know. Now insert everything that I said like 20 minutes. I know.
Yeah. So you're right that you do see the geometric where
You don't.
the geometric
No, you
horizon would be.
no, you don't. No. Because the geometric horizon is a physical obstruction. You don't see an obstruction. You just see more stuff. There's
you see
no
the ocean.
geometric horizon there. There's no obstruction there.
I think we should make.
So if you're seeing around something, then it's not obstructing it.
You can't see around something that's in front of you. I've never seen that happen before. Never seen that happen before. So just off the grounds of that, I can't accept that example. Or explanation, rather. Hope you understand.
Yes,
mind
this diagram accurately describes what I'm trying to say.
Do you guys mind if I ask Matthew a question?
Yeah, Godrock can go for it.
Okay. Are you aware? I know you are. You're probably aware of the 10-mile observations with a laser.
Yeah, it would be similar to what's happening with the black swan because it's about the same distance, right? 10 miles.
Okay. Now, lasers interact with the atmosphere. That's why you can see them, right?
They typically do, depending on the if there's particulate matter in the atmosphere. Yes.
So basically, you can see the light beam going through the air, right?
Right.
So if you were to take a 5 or 10 mile observation laser and set it on the ground, shoot it over water to an island or something 5 or 10 miles away, and the laser beam was hitting the target, seeing how the laser beam interacts with the atmosphere, you can see the beam through the air the whole time.
Right.
Now, if you were to go perpendicular to that laser beam, let's say you go midway point and then go off to the right.
I understand. Okay.
Would you expect to see that laser beam curved?
Yes.
Then why has that not been done? It would put it to rest. That would be a way for you guys to put this to rest or to prove that light curves. All I've ever seen is a very straight laser beam light. I've never seen one curve.
I hate to interrupt you, bro, but have you ever seen the rectilinear experiment where the cell earthers got together and they tried to prove that the Earth was a cell, and they all fucking cried? Well, I'm betting these globe earthers have already done that with the laser, and they tried to prove that it was a sphere, and I bet they fucking cried like babies, just like the cell earthers did.
Well, I'd like to see those tears.
Yeah. And you know what? Now that you're talking about the laser, I realized. Remember when I said, well, light rays are theoretical? Well, you have a coherent source of light, like the laser, which doesn't bend, but you have an incoherent source that you couldn't possibly validate all that theoretical bullshit to. You just have incoherent light. You're just seeing something that is in your line of anyway. God rocking, you're right. I think we have seen that person perpendicular to the light source, and it just looks flat as fuck.
Laser light is also subject to refraction and does bend.
No, I know. I've seen light bend. Not through air though.
Yeah, terrestrial maybe 2 different mediums. I would agree, but air and air and air and more air, 1 medium. No, I can't go with that. Even more dense air, and it's not going to be that much different density. Besides this, if you
5 miles, please.
If you think that the water molecules in the air, the very small humidity molecules, what shape would they be? Would they be circular? Would they be flat? Would they be tipped? I mean, what shape would those particles of water or moisture be in the air? And then if you take a round piece of glass or a round ball of water, you shoot light through it and you hit it at the top, and it's hitting at an angle, it would bend it down. And then if you hit the light at the bottom of the circle, it would bend the light up. So basically what it would do is it would just scatter the light in all directions. So in order for the light to bend through the atmosphere, all of those water molecules in the air would have to be flat discs tipped down so that they would hit, the light would hit them and it would bend it at this perfect little angle to keep it curving around the curvature of the Earth, which is a ridiculous.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point, specifically because Snell's law, the refraction happens when light passes from one medium to another through the boundary, right?
Yes.
That boundary, like a glass, which is flat, or like water, which is level. You know, like these are boundaries. So yeah, it would stand the reason that it's like, yeah. flat like a boundary. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, little particles of boundaries all the way through. I mean, just millions and trillions of them. They would have to all be perfectly lined up, tipped exactly the right angle in order for the light to pass through them and bend at the curvature of the Earth. I mean, that just seems so hideous to me. Those particles in the air are most likely round because that's what water droplets do when they're in the air. And when light hits those, it would scatter the light in all directions. Basically dissipate it and destroy it. And that's why the lasers get weaker and weaker and weaker over distance. But it doesn't change the angle. They just go straight. Because the ones that are going up and the ones that are going down don't hit the target. That's why the target is hit with a dimmer light. Because the target's only being hit with the light rays that go through the center of these particles of water in the air. I just, I've just been trying to think about this, and if the light truly does bend, then it would be very easy to take a 5-mile observation, shoot a laser from laser to target, and then go to the side of it, get down low with your camera, and take a picture of the bent laser beam. But as far as I know, it's only been seen as absolutely straight. Do you have any comment on that, Matthew?
I mean, you could say the same thing about taking a picture of the horizon. Like if you go to the ocean and take a picture of the horizon, you're kind of looking at the horizon edge on in the same way. So
it doesn't make any sense what you just said to me.
You're talking about trying to take a picture of the laser.
The laser beam itself sideways. In the air.
Yeah. And
from the side view, so you can see it bending.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bending much, but yeah.
What do you mean wouldn't be bending? It would be bending the required amount.
So if you take a picture of 1 mile,
5 miles, how much would that then be? Or 10 miles, it would be 66 feet. That would be highly visible. 66 feet.
That's not a very big ratio. 66 feet compared to 56,000 feet.
You don't think you would see a light coming from a source 66 feet lower, curving up to a location 66 feet higher?
If you're trying to include the whole 10 miles in your picture from left to right?
Well, you could go back quite a ways.
Yeah.
You might be able to get. You could take multiple pictures. You could do you could click one here, and then piece them together.
Panoramic. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So what you're saying is that you would see. Let's say that you do successfully get this picture, and it's 10 miles from left to right of the picture. That's 5,208 or 52,800 feet from left to right. 52,000. And then the curve is going to go up or down 66 feet. I'm saying it's going to be hard to see those 66 feet compared to the 52,000 feet.
So what you're saying is you'd see little pieces of straight lines, or curved lines?
No, I'm saying it would be curved, but it's going to be hard to tell from the picture.
Well, what about your eyes?
Yeah, your eyes can't distinguish that kind of ratio.
They can't? Can't look forward and see off to the right and off to the left with your peripheral vision?
Well, okay, so let's put some pixels on this. Let's say that this picture that you get, you get lucky, you get the whole picture in there, and let's say that it's 6,000 pixels across. So those 52,000 feet from left to right of the 10 miles, it's about 10 feet every pixel from left to right. Now the question is, can we see in the picture the 66-foot drop? And it turns out that in the picture, it's only going to be 6 pixels. You're looking at this huge picture, and you're looking for 6 pixels. I think it'd be hard to see the difference. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I disagree. I think it would be obvious.
Do you think it would be more than 6 pixels, or what? In which sense do you
I'm not
disagree?
saying that. I'm not trying to do any math here with the pixels and then this and that. What I'm saying is if you were standing off to the side of this laser beam, you could look at it and pan your head back and forth and see that it's curving if it's curving, or pan your head back and forth and see that it's straight if it's straight.
Yeah, and that's the question. The question is, could you see that? And the answer has to involve, like, well, okay, how much curve are we talking about? And would that be
66
perceptible?
feet. That's a lot. That's fucking a telephone pole and a half. That's
compared to 52,000 feet? It's not that big of a ratio.
Yeah, well, you're talking about height. You're talking about height and distance. In height, it's a massive difference. 66 feet from 0 to 66 feet. That's quite a bit of height. I mean, that's quite a bit.
It's a small ratio, though.
Ratios have nothing to do with.
It's a 66-foot drop. There's a 66-foot change in elevation. Now, I know when you're talking about the globe, you have to, again, pick and choose what you mean. So in this case, when, excuse me. So in this case, when we're talking about elevation change, we're not talking about valleys, things like that. We're talking about in the sense of the profile of the curving Earth, there would have to be 66 feet of drop. Wouldn't that be visible?
No.
Okay.
Because you're talking about it, we're talking about a sort of theoretical picture where we're looking at the laser beam across the lake from the side.
I've seen video. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, and we're backing way up so that we can. And I like what God Brocken said. This is a good sort of thought experiment. I mean, thought experiments are just made up stories, but it's an interesting thing to think about. And he was saying, hey, shouldn't we be able to see the curve over the lake if you look at the laser beam from the side? But the thing is, you have to back way up to see the full 10 miles from left to right. And if you do that, 10 miles left to right is going to be 52,000 feet from left to right. And then the question is, does it go up and down by 66 feet? So 66 feet compared to 52,000 feet, my claim is that I think that'd be a little bit hard to see.
Well, thanks, Matthew, for answering and going over it with me, but I have no comment.
No, I like your example. That was a good way to think about it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dad, look at me.
Check, is it just silent? I drop.
Silent, Dave.
Thanks. There was a new guy here. I think he's bounced. I think we've heard of enough of Matthew's fantasies unless he's got some direct measurements arbiter to provide. Do you, Matthew?
So the conclusion was no geometric horizon is visible.
It's like Elijah said a lot eloquently more than I'm going to, but he's saying something that's not he can't see is blocking stuff he can see or something to that effect. Too many mental twisting things there. I don't know.
Kind of reminds me of the gravity argument, as in, you know, it appears to be, but it's not there. It's kind of funny. The same way he's
something that's not there is blocking stuff or something along those lines. Some kind of Glober speak. I'm kind of numb to that these days. But anyway,
the imaginary curve, brought to you by the people that made Casper the Friendly Ghost.
I'm kind of numb to that these days. But anyway,
Yeah, it's like flat earthers are begging. Well, how do you measure it? How can I see it? Based on these numbers, wouldn't I be able to see it? Based on these numbers, wouldn't it? You know, like
somebody's got a watch page open.
Uncanny noob, you're hot micing. Okay, he muted now. Go ahead, Elijah.
So yeah, where can we measure it? Can't really measure it. Where can we see it? Can't really see it. I mean, yeah. Well, this is why I stay not emotionally invested. You know.
There's no reason to be emotionally invested about anything. We're just talking about cold, hard facts, right? Basically.
That's what I'm emotionally invested in. Trying to, like, I'm a Gemini, I'm a communicator. And I only want to communicate what is.
That's funny, Elijah. I'm a Gemini too. I feel the same way.
that's all I want to do. Like if it like I just want to talk about what is. And if somebody proposes something, how is what you're saying is what is?
Well, I'm a laborer, so I guess I want to hear both sides of it, and I've heard their side, and then hear what you're saying. You know,
can't see it, can't experience it. When it comes to celestial navigation, you have to assume that the Earth is a plane with a fixed a fixed plane with the sphere rotating around it, with the sun and the moon on the inside of this sphere.
I counted while I was listening to Matthew.
It's not that. Come on.
Sorry, Elijah. I counted while I was listening to Matthew the last 30 minutes or so. He started 6 different sentences with the word if. So that's what you need to do when you're defending the globe.
So let me get this straight. We got metaphysical space-time, metaphysical dark matter, metaphysical dark energy, metaphysical curvature. You got anything physical that we can have for some collateral? Right? Because we're not buying this shit.
Yeah, unless you've done laser tests, the Earth is flat.
You're right, Hank. It's like Olivia Newton-John. Let's get physical. Physical. We want to get physical.
Good one, Dave.
Half the people on here don't know who Olivia Newton-John is, I bet.
Is Olivia Newton-John flat?
She was hot back in the 70s. I'll put it that way. She was hot back in the 70s and 80s.
Was she hotter than the lead singer of Heart? Because that woman, whew.
The guitar player for Heart was the hot one, the blonde.
I disagree.
Any new people on here, Hank Hill would like to speak with you. Uncanny Noob, are you there?
Uncanny Noob, you've been unmuted. You got a question. Go ahead and ask your question. Newbie. Maybe not.
You sound too intimidating, Jimsy. Fucking with you.
Yeah, it's my voice. It's very intimidating to many people.
Uncanny Noob. I guess that didn't work.
He's suppressed. Let me see. Uncanny Noob. You can mute yourself. Go right ahead.
Am I coming in clearly?
Yes.
Right. I've been listening for a while to this segment and over several weeks, and I was just wondering when the question of curvature and the actual equation comes up, why when we're faced with that actual equation, why is it such a hard thing to accept? Then kind of extrapolate that the Earth may in fact be, I won't say flat, but at least not what it's supposed, the shape it's supposed to be, given what the equation suggests. I'm wondering, is there a disconnect, or is it just kind of a prejudice against the theory? That question makes sense.
So there's bias involved, right? So some people spend like $100,000 on their college degree, and plus the 12 years, 13 years of public school, right? So it's a sunk cost bias, right? And then there's anchor bias, and then there's confirmation bias. And when you go challenging people's worldview, as if you were challenging a Christian's religion or a Jew's religion or a Muslim's religion, people kind of fight to protect it, right? And they'll do just about anything to fight and protect that which they identify with. And what the problem is, a lot of people identify with this. Like when we're attacking their arguments, they accuse us of attacking them because they can't disassociate themselves from the argument, and they're not even their arguments, right? These are arguments that people have made up in the past for hundreds of years, but these people are taking it like personally, like we're personally attacking.
That's what it seems like sometimes. Also, maybe seems like the mere equation itself, in its simplicity, is intimidating enough to challenge like you kind of said, challenge everything that they know, and it's reactionary for them as well. Maybe not personally, but intellectually makes them reactionary. And I'm saying them because in my experience from hearing, it's kind of the same thing. I would think, because I'm still not really a flat earther, but I wasn't always a flat earther, as it were. But definitely when you actually take the math or the physics or the chemistry even to kind of compare what you've been told to what you should get in your theory or in your results, it doesn't come out quite the same. And I would think that's a good challenge to have, right? Because then, even though your kind of worldview is challenged, if you're on the side of truth, which I've heard most everyone kind of claim to be, if you're on the side of truth, then you would kind of expect to kind of go through these up and downs and revelation. So I mean, I would even say flat Earth may even be just one stop on more truth, but it's definitely not something to dismiss, and especially when you're faced with the same math that doesn't back up what we've been told should be. And I think the polite thing intellectually to do would be to question what you know in the first place.
Right, that's what we're kind of asking people to do, right? We're kind of, instead of saying, every single one of you are liars, right? We know that people believe what they're taught. Instead, we're trying to be like commercial about it, right? So in commerce, what you do is you say, there must be some sort of mistake, right? Can you show me why I got this bill and it doesn't make any sense, right? We're saying we got these results, right? Can you show us different? Show us the curvature. And that's what we're doing in here, like asking people, like, hey, do you have any evidence for the globe? Do you got any evidence for axial rotation? So curvature, rotation, and vacuum in nature. We all know that nature abhors a vacuum. So it's been like 6-7 years now, and we're not getting adequate responses. What they're telling us is to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, right? Look at the, eclipses, right? Look at Aristophanes, like 200 years before Christ, he measured some shadows, right? And it's like, why wouldn't we just directly measure the Earth? But that's what the Globers are telling you. They're telling you to look at everything else, and Flat Earthers are saying, look, we're a bunch of idiots. Go outside and measure for yourself. Here's an Earth curve calculator. You can do it with lasers. You can do it with spotlights. You can do it with mirrors. You can do it with, just observation, right? Go out there and see what you can see with a telescope or a camera. But don't trust us because we're just men, right? Mankind isn't trustworthy. So go, find out from the Earth itself, right? And kind of like a metaphor, go after the Earth and see what it tells you.
Yeah, I mean, to the credit of, I guess you'd call them Globers, opposing flat earthers, if you have especially taken the math and the physics, you'll find that a lot of things have spherical or circular symmetry, and it's a easy but kind of a deceptive extrapolation to go from circular symmetry and like map it to what you would think should follow as spherical for 3D, which it may not be spherical. It just may be with something extra, a thin height or something. And a thin height could be what we think of as, and this is all my kind of thing, but it's not easy for me to postulate something like this, but having been confronted with things that challenge my particular academic status quo, it becomes easier to kind of formulate not your own thoughts, but basically your own extrapolations on information that you're seeing and having a challenge against your own reality. So I would think that it would be something that follows, but I'm seeing it's almost like even more and more pushback the more this equation is brought up, and it's one of many pieces that can be brought up to make someone challenge what they're being taught or what they think. But the more that I use it because it's such a hard piece of evidence, quote unquote. It's a formula, so you can go out and test this for yourself, but it just kind of breeds a little bit more, at the very least, anxiety, and then eventual derailment, which comes. But I think sometimes it feels like it's on purpose. And me as a listener, I would love to hear things being addressed, particularly, as I keep saying, the equation. I want to know why this equation can be ignored, if that makes sense. Why is it we have to follow the G_m over r squared for gravity or gravitational force? So that's an equation. It's hard evidence. You can allegedly go out and find a radius and a mass and get the force you'd expect. So why is this formula, which you can go out and use yourself, kind of not as elegant and legitimate as the others that we have?
I really wish I had time to talk to you about gravity, but you're talking about the formula, so I'm going to stay on topic. If you give me just a second. So
You robot and Hank.
Talk to media.
Might be his satellite connection.
My apologies. Is this better?
Yes.
All right, cool. So to address the formula, it's being ignored because they're invoking some sort of super refraction, right? Where light is bending, even though we know it doesn't bend, it changes angles when it passes through a separate medium. So we've all seen heat waves, right? If you've ever seen a helicopter take off and the sunset is behind it, there's slight distortion in the image, right? And when I say slight distortion, it's almost negligible, right? And we've seen heat waves coming off the ground, right, and this sort of thing. But what they're claiming is that the light is also bending at 8 inches per mile squared, the same as the formula of curvature that we're given, which is a parabola, but it's accurate within viewing distance, right? Because we can't see 1,000 miles away, and that's where it becomes more and more inaccurate. So they're ignoring the geometric horizon because they've invoked refraction. So this is something that they're just saying. They're not demonstrating it. It's equivalent to saying you can hold in gas pressure with atmosphere. Well, atmosphere is the gas, and that's the very thing in question. So you can't just use words and dismiss it. But I've noticed, after talking with these people over the past 6-7 years, it's not about getting to the truth, right? For me, the way I see it, when you're in a debate, there's multiple ways to win. Either A, you can be proven wrong, B, you can prove the other guy wrong, or C, the audience gets to hear the debate and make up their mind, right? So there's no way to lose a debate. But it seems like these people are so concerned with losing the debate that they only care about tactics, right? And some of these tactics are on accident. People accidentally do a logical fallacy. When you call them out, they say, okay, let me reformulate my argument, right? But no, they gaslight you, right? When you say, that's not what I'm saying, let me rephrase it so you can understand my argument. They doubled down and said, this is what you said and this is what you meant. And it's like all these tactics. Why can't we just address like the missing curvature? Because this is the thing at hand, and they want to talk about everything else. They want to talk about, well, if the planets are spheres, how come planet Earth isn't a sphere? And it's like, well, that's a loaded question. You're assuming that the Earth is a wandering star, right? It's not a wandering star. No one's ever seen the Earth wandering up in the sky. So it's a loaded question. So the problem is that they don't want to address the actual curvature thing. They want to talk about everything else, and they want to use affirming the consequent, right? Excuse me, go back up. So this affirming the consequent, it's basically a baseless claim, right? So that's what they're doing. They're saying that, if the earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to eat cheesecake on a Sunday. And that's a crude, it's a stupid argument. But that's kind of what they're doing, right? If the earth was flat, then, boats wouldn't disappear from the bottom up. And it's like, well, I have a Skunk Bay time lapse where I can demonstrate, very clearly that the bay on the other side is disappearing from the bottom up due to atmospheric conditions, what you call atmospheric refraction. Can you demonstrate the other thing, right, where you're saying that it causes objects that are on the other side of a hill, which I'm, approaching a hill right now. I sure as hell can't see anything on the other side of it, but they're saying that you can see things on the other side of the hill that are being obstructed by physical object. So I went to Corpus Christi and I saw buildings that were 10 miles away, and those buildings weren't 66 feet high. So I know what I saw. Like, nobody can tell me that, well, what was really happening was the light was per mile square, and you didn't really see those buildings.
It's also pretty absurd to think that refracting light bending up and over the curvature of an Earth would produce a perfect image. That in itself is almost ridiculous sounding. The light's been curving, it's curved up and around over the curve of the Earth, but yet you still see this perfect image.
You just rendered more Earth. Light just rendered more Earth for you as if it were laid out flat and you could see more.
Right.
Yeah, regardless, but I guess for lack of a better term right now, regardless of it being a sphere, like, that's insane. But what you said, Hank, and God Rocket, you guys are spot on tonight.
Thanks, Elijah. You are too, brother. Always.
Thanks. I'm sorry I get repetitive with. It's just like, it's almost like arguing. Like we're both standing here, and I'm like, when
That's like talking to
right
the wall. It's like talking to the wall, Elijah.
It's like, that's grass right there. And it's like, is it, or is it an amalgamation of, like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's grass, man. Oh, an amalgamation of different densities in the air particles causing the light to refract in just such a way. Come on.
I know. It makes me laugh. It really does. It does.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, so to the new guy, didn't hear his name. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
All right, so imagine that you couldn't see past the geometric horizon. If you could imagine at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we could never see past that spot. And imagine if flat earthers were sticking around and these all other social media, and we were saying, yeah, it looks curved, but it's really flat. And then you guys say, well, where's your evidence? That's hilarious. And then we're going, refraction. Like, that's a pathetic argument. Like, no one would ever take it serious. Our numbers are extremely low. The government wouldn't have to ask social media to do something about those flat earthers, right? There wouldn't have to be a controlled opposition group called the Flat Earth Society who makes stupid arguments on purpose to make us look bad, because everybody knows damn well they can't address our original arguments. They can only address straw man versions of them. So I would say to you
like for
if
example,
they
Matthew turning the feet to degrees. Like, yeah, well, the degree is like, okay, so my building is a mile away. I'm just gonna say it's this many degrees away because I carry a sextant in my pocket. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck. What in the fuck? Anyway, go ahead. So I'm a little frustrated. I gotta get home, smoke me some weed.
Oh, it's all good, bro. But yeah, if we were making that argument, no one would take it serious. Like, it would be so pathetic that the reason that the Earth looks like a globe is because of refraction. But that's where we're at. And what they do instead of, addressing
What
our
if we
arguments
start?
head on.
What if we start trolling the internet? Like, what if that blows up? And I realize you might be getting annoyed by me cutting you off. I swear this is the last time I do it. I'm sorry. I hate when it's done to me. My bad. I'm sorry. What if we did troll them like that though? Like to the point where they said these flat earthers actually think that the Earth looks like a globe because of refraction and it's flat. How does that even exactly? Because what we're really saying is it looks flat. Y'all are saying, yeah, but that's because of refraction. Like, what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander, bruh. Like,
might be because it's an argument of two sides. To me, it seems like an argument of two sides of the same coin. I think there's there's no doubt in my mind, at least, that it's flat or flattish. I used to say it was kind of a curved or manifold because it has levels, peaks and valleys, mountains and things like that. But so not entirely flat. But I do believe.
well, that's like a distinction that doesn't need to be had, because when you think of flat from like a graph perspective or from let's say like a statistical perspective, it's a reference point from zero. So as far as the earth being flat, it's because the profile is flat. And of course there's topography on there. Just like Google Earth, the elevation profile is flat. But they show you all the stuff on top. So it's like when people say it can't be flat, because I used to say that too until I realized, well, flat means exactly what we're saying it means, and not what people, I don't know, for whatever reason, they know we don't mean like a 2D thing. That's just
it's an argumentative tactic, I believe, to kind of, like someone said before, straw man, two-dimension or the paper thin Earth kind of idea, and get people focused on that. I definitely have to. I mean, once I explain it's something like that, and I've heard it explained on here before, where it has peaks and valleys, kind of stops. Even if you can see where someone's going, it stops them in their tracks because then they don't have a leg to stand on. If you do, so unfortunately, in my opinion, I think you have to say that, preface it with that. But I don't think it's because anybody here necessarily needs to understand it. It's almost like a knee-jerk reaction on my part. But I mean, I think it's flat with a spherical geometry, and this is, like I said, another thing that we call the atmospheres. So people in the math could be getting phenomena mixed up because things that work with spherical geometry also works with circular geometry because there's no geometric difference between either of them. So a lot of the extrapolations work, it seems, because they're assuming geometry is something that it's not. And that's what I'm seeing, at least in simple calculations redone. And I think in something like quantum mechanics, gravity is getting a reglance or relook, because it turns out now that it's kind of something different, and this is all based on the fact that we're a sphere. It just so happens that things that work with spheres tend to work with circles as well. So I don't know. I'm wondering, has that been something that has been once I bring something like that up about the fact that the geometries can cause either side an argument, it's kind of a stop as well. But I've heard something kind of alluded to that on this channel.
Yeah, I just want to say that when you guys interrupt me, I do not get angry. I couldn't care less if you guys interrupt me. You guys have just as much free speech as I do. So yeah, anytime, no problem. I don't care. What I do get a little perturbed with is when people are like deliberately like sucking straw noises after I've asked them to stop. But other than that, I don't care. But I want to say that it's like if we can't agree on terms, we can't have the debate, right? If we can't agree what a vacuum is, right, then we're not going to be able to get anywhere. But we can agree on what a vacuum is, and no one's ever actually seen a perfect vacuum. But they'll come in here and they'll be like, vacuums don't suck. And it's like, why would you say that to me? Like, duh. And it's like, what does flat mean? Well, flat means curved. What? So Matthew is a professor at a Christian college. He's a math professor. And last night we had about an hour discussion. I think it would be really interesting for anybody who wanted to know about cognitive dissonance and how doublespeak works in 1984, any of these things that might interest you. That conversation last night was a weird one. So he's saying that flat means curved. And I'm like, okay, well then say the earth is flat. And he's like, well, I can't say that without saying it in context. So he blah, 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 blah. And earth is actually curved, but it's flat. It's like, what are you talking? Earth is curved and earth is flat is the same thing? It's like, well, what word can we use, right, without you stealing it? Because what we've noticed in the past few years, Quantum Eraser will cite some sources, and then people will go find the source of that source and get them to remove the source from the internet. And then we'll say, hey, it looks like the moon's in Earth's atmosphere. How do rockets work in space? And this was in like 2015. 2019, next thing you know, they haven't been back to the moon, but now the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Okay, maybe that's a coincidence. But now they're saying that like level means curved, flat means curved. So the Earth is flat and the Earth is curved means the same thing. It's like, well, what word can we have that you're not going to steal in 2 weeks that we could describe flatness? And he said, well, you can describe it like a line. I'm like, no, what word do I use to describe like the surface of a mirror? Right? Level, flat, no, I can't use those. What words do I need to make up a new word? So,
well,
and
then
if I
perhaps
do,
you
are
say
you guys...
part of the mirror, perhaps. You say part of the mirror, perhaps. You pick a portion of it and say part of it, like say part one as an example, like say divide it 2 parts and say number 1 as an example. I think that could work.
But should I have to do that because they 1984'd me and, change the definition of words? Right.
Well, it is by choice. I mean, they created definitions so that a lot of people agree on it. You can also do the same thing, but that's if you don't want to oppose them, essentially. So you have to go by their understanding of the term, basically. Even though you have the same premise, you understand it, but yet you use different words to essentially explain what you're trying to say. Because there are different languages, yet we have the same meaning behind the language, that is, essentially.
Yeah, I would definitely say anybody who's interested in understanding psychology and, cognitive dissonance, holding 2 ideas that are diametrically opposed to each other, but, agreeing with them at the same time. And, but the weird thing is it appeared that he didn't have any discomfort while saying this until I tried to get him to say it in a sentence. If earth means curved, if flat means curved, then curved means flat, say the earth's flat. It's like, well, but, and it's like really telling for anybody who were to go back and watch that last night. It's extremely painful for us to watch it, but they seem like they're just, going through it like no problem. Like, of course, flat means curved. So my thought was, let's do an experiment let's go, somewhere where people are like highly educated, like North Dallas, right? And just ask pedestrians on the street walking by, like, hey, what does flat mean? Does it mean curved? What's the anonym for curved? And if they say flat, well, what's the synonym, right, for curved? And see if they say flat, because I have a pretty good idea that a lot of people are just
why
going
don't
to
you
be
go
like,
ahead? Sorry, I was just gonna say, why don't you go ahead and add the question of, if you wait, how would I word this? Can you? Damn, I don't even know how to word it because it doesn't make any sense. But somehow formulating into a question that, or how can you see something behind something that is no, because that isn't even right. Because the thing that's obstructing the thing, you're seeing around it, but you're not, because it's actually there. And,
I like my earth how I like my women.
It's like say you live in a
curved.
house and then you have windows. So say for example you're living in a house, then you have windows on all four sides. So you essentially think there's something out there, and essentially your perception tells you that there's something out there because you see light coming through, but you don't know whether you can actually go there and observe it, essentially experience what it's like to be there or not. Is that what you're trying to say?
oh, can an obstruction not obstruct things? That basically that's the question. Can something that's physically capable of blocking your view not block something directly behind it?
Well, you can think of it. So yeah, you can think of something behind it, even though it's not there. But for you, it is going to be real. That's the thing. So it is about perception. That is. So for you, it is
No,
factual. But for another
no. I
person that
mean,
actually
asking
sees
the
behind the wall,
question,
it is
like,
not. Uh-huh.
it's not about visualizing the person behind it. Is, can you see someone who's behind a physical obstruction?
Can you see
No.
someone behind it? No, you cannot. You cannot use it as in essentially. You can hear them as an example. You can feel their presence using your senses, but not see them through one of your senses. That is your eyes, as an example. Yeah, sure, but they still affect you on a molecular level, basically, as in molecules affect each other. But yeah, sure. But you would have to actually amplify that feeling to actually know that they're there. Essentially, sense bodily that they're actually there. Essentially, using one of your other senses, basically. So yes, you can't see, but you can sense them, essentially, using one of your senses, that is, say, hearing or taste, whatever that is, as an example. So there's many things that can operate at once. It is not just one, that is.
Foundation for cloaking is kind of, in the real physical sense, is the bending of the light around the obstruction I think the person is talking about, so that you can see something that is directly behind the object.
Well, then
So
there's many
Now,
factors.
now,
And
now
you
you
can
now
think of
you
as
just said it. Hold on.
yeah.
There you go. You just said it. They're looking around obstruction that is not actually obstructing what they're looking at. That's the
Well,
statement. How does that
but you
statement make sense?
narrowed it down. You narrowed it down to only one part of your senses. You said your senses, as in visualize them, and that is a sense. But you narrowed it down to only sight. That's the thing. You're only giving me one
Yeah,
option. So yes,
I'm
my
only
answer would be no.
that's the only option.
But why is it the only option? That's the thing. You limited me, though. That's the thing. But it's not the objective
Because an
fact that I can use other
observation
senses.
is something, because sometimes an observation is just seeing something. If you can't physically touch it, taste it, smell it, then you can only see it. So in the case of looking at something in the distance, I can't smell it, touch it. I can't do anything but see it. So that's why I'm talking about seeing.
That's a
You
good
can't
point.
hear it unless it's a volcano blasting off or something. I mean, you can't hear stuff that far away either.
Well, then again, we can say, for example, there's a sun behind them, and then you can see their shadow. You don't see them, but you can see their shadow, as an example, because of an external factor or a factor that is within the environment, basically. So yes, you do have the wall, you do have the person behind it, but then there's a sun on the left side as an example, and then you can see the shadow. Therefore, you assume that there's a person there as an example. It's like saying
Oh,
the
you
Earth is
mean
flat.
like
Simply,
Mount?
hold on one second.
You mean
It's like assuming the Earth is flat, simply basing it off of your sense, essentially what you see, and also how you feel on the ground that is not moving as an example. You're using two senses at once, basically. So yes, you use your surrounding to explain your reality as an example, and that is all based on perception and also how you feel personally, subjectively.
Yeah, but that's non sequitur because we're not talking about getting a sense of your surroundings. You're just talking about looking at something.
Well, looking, but yes, I am using my sense. I'm looking in my eyes.
It's
It is the same thing.
either
I
there.
am
You got to
looking
give
at.
me a second, bro. You got to give me a
All right.
second, bro. It's
Right.
either there or it isn't. Now, what was the other point that you just made that I tried to remember?
Sun, shadow.
Oh, right. Like for example, the shot that we have of the mountain that if we lived on a globe would be hidden by hundreds, maybe 1,000 feet of earth curve. But we can see it. Why? Because it's backlit by the sun that moves beyond it. So the example that you have is exactly the example of actually seeing something that's physically there and not some kind of aberration.
I didn't quite understand what you're trying to say. Can you reword it again in a more simple manner?
Yeah, there's an observation where you can see a mountain where you shouldn't be able to see it, but you know it's there because you can see the shadow because it's backlit by the sun that's beyond it.
Oh, so essentially you can see the shadow even though you don't actually see the mountain, the whole mountain, because it's really far, or based on the position of you or the mountain itself, basically. Both
It's
parties
not
are
the
illuminated.
shadow. It's more the silhouette. Because
It's a
the
silhouette.
mountain is
Yeah.
in front of. Yeah, it's in front of the sun, so you could
As
see
opposed to a
the
mirage.
silhouette of the mountain.
Someone should post the observation. Just put it in.
Well, the thing is, the sun.
But that's beyond the. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt because I don't know who I'm talking to, and you. Yeah, I don't know who I'm talking to. Number one, and you obfuscated from my point, and I just thought you were just trying to work things out. That I don't know, but you're just trying to solve without knowing the problem. Like I don't even think you know what I was talking about, and the conversation that I just had for an hour and a half.
Boundaries. Okay, so you said boundaries. That is, you can only see or not see, essentially. So it is black and white. You cannot go around it. Essentially, go in the middle.
But my point is, okay, this is the exact example that I gave to Matthew. Okay, I'm a mile away from my house. I know it's a mile away because it's measured to be a mile away. But whenever I'm driving into the city and I'm a mile away from my house that I can see, because there's a straight shot to my house, I can see it. But on this particular day, my house isn't there. The hospital that's usually obstructed by my house is now visible because the thing that supposedly obstructs it, my house, I'm now seeing around. Now, I know that might not make sense, but that's what they're saying to describe how we can see this observation on a globe Earth. That being what we call the black swan, because you have the horizon, the physical obstruction, like the house, not being at 1 mile, but being beyond these oil rigs that are 5 and 10 miles, because we know where those are. And the horizon that's supposed to be geometric, a physical blockage, is actually not there. It's beyond. So that's why my example is analogous, and it makes no damn sense. No one would ever believe that. That you can see around something that's obstructing you, because then that's like that's a contradiction in terms. It's not then it's not obstructed. You either see something or you don't because it's obstructed. It can't be, well, it's obstructed, but I can see things because I'm seeing around the obstruction. That's insane.
But let me give an example, and I know you're probably wanting to respond. Before you do, let me give an example of what he's talking about. So the longest photography in the world, Guinness Book of World Records, Mount Conahu, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. So this mountain was so far away that it should have been under a mile of curvature, right? So this mountain is really far away, 273 miles. And when you do all the math and you figure in all the factors, it should have been under a mile, under the curve, right? But it's the Guinness Book of World Records. So they didn't say, oh, well, sorry, guy, you took a picture of the refracted mountain. This doesn't count, right? He got, the prize, right? He won. So if you look that up, longest photograph ever made, or Guinness Book of World Records, you can find it, see what he's talking about, and then after you check it out for a second, or somebody's going to post it in the live stream voice text, then please respond to what Elijah just said. Thanks. So at this point, the anti-flat earthers who've been doing this for years, they're not arguing that we can see too far. They've accepted that we can see too far, and they've accepted that their geometric horizon is no longer there because they told us for, 500 years that boats go over the horizon, and, Christopher Columbus proved that the earth is flat. And it's like, did he? Does it? Is this how it works?
They told us that 2 years ago. Every day up until 2 years ago.
Right. And then we've taken the Black Swan argument from QE and the photography from, I can't remember the guy's channel name, but and we're going, what the hell is this? And they say, well, it's just refraction. And it's like, yeah, that's what we've been saying this whole time. It's due to atmospheric conditions, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the geometric horizon. And then, Matthew comes on here and he tries to tell everybody that, he knows there's a geometric horizon. And then when you ask him, well, how do you know? Because you can't see it. It's like an imaginary geometric horizon because no one can actually see the damn thing. It's like, well, okay, we don't know. It's like, we believe. And it's like, well, why don't you just, lead with that? And it's like, why don't you teach kids that this is just what you believe? There's no way to actually verify it because every time people try, they fail. And if that wasn't true, then where's all the really good examples of, what? Am I still on?
Yes.
Yep, still on.
Yep.
Oh,
I heard
cool.
every word.
All right, cool. Yeah, so we're kind of stuck at a place where they're not providing evidence. We're not going to accept pictures of Earth from space. No one has ever seen the Earth like that from space, except for a very small group of, people who probably sworn some non-disclosure agreements, right? They work for the military, right? Don't ask, don't tell. It's above your pay grade, that sort of thing, right? And we want to point out that, hey, we don't believe in people. So we need some tangible evidence of these claims. And we asked hundreds of people over and over again, where's the proof?
Well, I mean, was he stepping into 2015 or what? What was going on there?
Source, do you think you live on a Bible source? I wasn't clear. When they just talking, I'll shut up.
I would like to respond to something Uncanny Noob said. Is he still in the room?
Yes, I'm still here.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You said something about topography and various different things about the Earth. I can't remember exactly what you said, but were you talking about something about topography and whatnot a little bit ago?
About the manifold of the space. It's not flat. It's kind of level curves. It has a spherical geometry above it. Something like that.
Well, I thought you were talking about photography.
Oh, I was saying that circles are the same as spheres, basically.
Anyway, well, I just wanted to give you one example, and I would like your response from it. Let's say you take a swimming pool, like one of those 4-foot swimming pools that you buy and you put in your backyard. You fill it up halfway with water. And then you start to add dirt and rocks that stick up 4 feet up into the air like mountains do. And then you make the bottom of the pool really deep on one end, and the dirt within a foot of the top of the pool on the other end. But all kinds of like continents on the earth, they're sticking up out of the water. When you get done and you let the water settle, is the water going to be level? All points at every point on in that pool, is the water going to be the exact same height?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I mean, everything's gonna. One of the things we're told in physics is everything wants to go to equilibrium. Part of that equilibrium is being level, whatever you're gonna call sea level, which would be everything's finished sloshing around.
Are you a student of physics?
So in other words, yes, the water's going to settle flat,
absolutely.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got next. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that example out there because I think that's a fairly good example of what I believe the Earth is. You could take the rim of the pool and call that Antarctica, and then you could take the rocks inside the pool that stick up out of the water. You could call them the continents, and then the bottom of the pool where you've got a lot of dirt over here and not so much over there, you could call that the bottom of the ocean. But in the end, the water is going to be virtually flat, and I mean flat as a pancake. And I do believe that's what we're dealing with here as far as the Earth goes. And what's beyond that rim, we do not know because we're not allowed to go there. It's extremely cold and
By the way,
dangerous.
when you say rim, do you mean a wall or something? Like something that prevents you from going elsewhere, as an example? Is that what you mean?
The metaphor was the pool.
This is a different person, God Rocket. Let me address him so that we can continue the conversation with the other guy. So when we say when he's describing what he's describing something like a basin. You know, like how they've termed the ocean the oceanic basin. Yeah. So the edge like a continental shelf. Yeah. So that's what we mean. Land surrounding the water like a basin would surround liquid.
So essentially,
Anyway, moving on.
the base.
I'm sorry, if someone else is having a conversation. I don't want to have to mute you. Please respect. Thank you. Please continue, guys.
Rock, and I believe the floor is yours.
No, I just wanted him to acknowledge the fact that the water would be flat, and that's what we see here on Earth. Is the water sea level is the exact same elevation no matter where you go on the Earth. The water is going to be within a few feet, within maybe, depending on tides and whatnot, it's going to be essentially flat from edge to edge, which means from the rim to the rim, all the way across the water's going to be the exact same height. Maybe not exactly, maybe a few feet different, maybe even 50 feet different, but that does not indicate that it would be a globe in any way, shape, or form. I mean, that's just ridiculous to think that because the water is 50-foot different height on one end than it is the other, is because the oceans are turbulent. And they're always moving. They got currents and they got this and they got that. We live in a dynamic system.
Right. That's part of the maintaining the equilibrium. I mean, you wouldn't expect anything to be perfectly flat. But I mean, if you look at the microscopic level, there would be some bubbles and some humps. But part of the Earth as a big dynamical system, to maintain the equilibrium, there's going to be some storms and waves. But generally, on the whole, everything, yes, I would agree, would be flat.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't know if I want to lose reception, but I did want to talk to the student of physics, right? We all love physics around here, you know, matter moving and how it moves. So I'm quite sure that you're familiar with Einstein's theory of special relativity and the bending and warping of space-time as the current theory for gravity, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right, so I would also assume that you understand how the scientific method works, how you have dependent, independent control variables, and you manipulate the cause to see the effect, right?
Especially how you need to be able to reproduce the result, hand it to somebody who doesn't know anything about it, have them follow your notes, reproduce the same results to verify your results.
Exactly.
I think that part is missing in science or academia right now, which kind of bothers me because, to your point, relativity, sure, we can write the math, and I've done some of the math. It works fine, whatever, for certain things, but I don't know if it's true necessarily, not because I'm ignorant of things. It's just because we have yet to, if the Earth is a dynamical system, then the universe is most certainly a dynamical system. And so we would have to be able to produce something that at the precise moment mimics the exact image of what the universe was at that moment and can evolve in the same way we would expect the universe to evolve over time. It's nearly impossible to do in a lab. So nothing that we can extrapolate from the results we get from our observations are really going to stick like they would down here, where we can reproduce several experiments to show this is the result we get. We expect to get another result. We did not get that result because it follows that we should expect to get the result we expect to get. I think we're changing the cosmological constants every other season because kind of, learning that we don't have enough lab experience, as it were, for the universe to understand or to definitively say what's going on up there. And really, I think it's evidence is down here, as it were. I mean, like everything that really goes on up there is just on a different level of the stuff that goes on down here, but just it's the same thing. It's like all the other animals do the same things we do. The stuff that's going on up there is the same thing.
As above, so below, right?
Right. And I don't, and it's not so esoteric as it sounds, or secret, but
no, I mean it's a natural law.
Right. It's literally like that, and I think it's a big issue, in my opinion, that the steps, a lot of science is skipping the step of lab work, and then I mean the to your point, the big part of the scientific method is to actually have your work be so clear that a layperson could read your notes. That's the whole point why in high school you do a lab report. They should be able to read your lab report, do the same thing you did, materials, procedure, say the same results that you got. They should be able to get those same or similar results. You measure the error or the percent difference and things like that, determine if that's good enough. If you can reproduce the same thing, then great. If not, both of you go back to the drawing board. I mean, at least that's what I thought crucial step was. And we can't reproduce space in a lab. We can't produce a sun in the lab. We can't produce really our own Earth in a lab, but we have enough around us physically and on a continuous basis that we can test it and kind of paint a better picture than we could for something that's constantly changing, for which we have no evidence or no pieces to derive from, if that makes sense.
All right, so I just want to kind of lead for a little bit and just follow me and see where I'm going with this. Okay, so I'm sure you know about specific gravity.
Yes.
Also known as relative density. Okay, so I'm gonna make a claim, right? And I'll let you do any kind of experiment you want. So here's my claim. According to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, objects in a medium are going to seek equilibrium due to the relative density between the object and the medium that they're in. We know that anvils float in mercury. We know that ice floats in water. You drink the water, you manipulate the relative density between the ice and the medium, and it causes, it's not correlative, it's a direct causation of objects falling. So you drain the mercury, the anvil goes down. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So what I'm claiming here is that this theoretical version of gravity, Einstein, Newtonian gravity from back in the day, and dark gravity, which is a new theory, they're all incorrect as far as I could tell. And the specific gravity, it actually lines up with the second law of thermodynamics because, correct me if I'm wrong, does hot go to cold every time?
Hot goes to cold every time.
Every time. Does high pressure go to low pressure every time?
High pressure goes to low pressure every time.
Does a charge go to a low charge in a battery if you hook them both up? One's completely charged and one's completely dead. The next morning, what you're going to see is two halfway charged batteries because the high charge flows to the low charge every time, right?
Definitely high potential to low potential.
Exactly. So I'm adding this fourth leg to the table of entropy, and I'm saying that this second law of thermodynamics also includes specific gravity, because an object will seek its equilibrium, just like the other things, every single time, no matter what. What do you think?
I think if you can, I mean, it sounds reasonable to me. I listen. I'm very suspicious of a lot of academic claims, but a lot of them have merit to draw from, and there's definitely merit to what you just said about the specific gravity, especially in relation to the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, we shouldn't be expecting things going from low gradients to high gradients. I mean, I still remember this example that's pretty elementary, but it works, is that you're not going to expect a room to go from dirty to clean spontaneously. So that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. It would go from clean to dirty spontaneously. And so, I mean, this thing of second law of thermodynamics is a problem because technically it makes I think the answer to why the universe, I think what you're saying is spot on. It begs a lot of questions, I would say, but it's definitely something that I would consider of merit.
Well, I'm curious about the begging the question part because I can demonstrate this with just about anything around the house, a ping pong ball and water. Salt water and eggs, I can make them rise and sink depending on the density of the water due to the salt, right? And I would say that this is one of those things to where it's like as close as you can get to proof when we're dealing with science. I mean, there's no way to really 100% prove something, right? Because we're not bigots. We're not looking for orthodoxy or anything like that. We always want to be open-minded to new information. So I would say this is one of the things that is just, it looks like it's part of the natural law.
It requires no outside input of energy or force either. It's spontaneous. What's up, Hank?
So what's up, bro? I would say, what do you mean by it begs the question? Because if you're talking about like what causes density, what do you mean by that?
No, I mean, for example, something like that would kind of reconfigure what we know as the laws of thermodynamics. Because if we have something that's consistently working out and it doesn't quite mesh with, like what I was talking about, equations that are established, if some work and we accept them, but some don't, and we dismiss them, then that's like a fundamental problem within academia, not necessarily with the equations.
Even the
So,
ones that work, they only work to a certain degree.
I think
If you
that's
want
what
to
I
be
was talking
super
about with the
specific about it,
topology.
then you need more.
I got it immediately. Like when you said it begs the question, meaning it. Wait a minute. If reality is this, then it begs the question: what am I doing learning about these other concepts that may or may not be real?
Right, not
That
how
inform my
he came
worldview.
to it. Not his idea, but what it implies. Like what is okay, so then it makes sense, but then if it makes sense, just like I was saying before, I can't I can if I want to, but I don't want to necessarily reject or ignore something like that and then accept other stuff that has even less credibility or substance, in my opinion. So, I'll entertain it, of course. I'm halfway saying I agree with it, but like I said, it kind of suggests a lot of things that would have to change with science as we know it, because we may not even be thinking about laws of
Hold
thermodynamics.
on. Science or mathematics?
Well, I mean, that's kind of an umbrella, I guess I'd say.
Really not.
Well, everything kind of comes from math, but you branch off into the sciences. I'd say physics, if you want to be specific. The implications in physics.
I wouldn't say everything comes from math because math is just like it's like a
Derivative.
language.
What
Yeah.
is math derivative of?
Of
Well, it's a
reality.
language.
Okay, so
It's a
yeah, I
language.
agree. I would agree with that. It's definitely a language, but I think all the sciences are derivative of math.
No, because I think the creation is already in place, and the math is there as proof, basically.
Well, I agree with that as well, but I'm leaving it kind of neutral in terms of a spiritual point of view. Like, if we just think about natural sciences, then math would be the thing.
If math is a descriptive language, shouldn't it exist after something that is meant to describe, not before? How could you describe something before it even exists?
Well, is it a descriptive language?
Well, you don't write a math equation on paper and then something spontaneously appears in reality. It's in the opposite order.
Can I get just a second?
I'll
This
take
is from Richard Feynman. This is from the Feynman lectures. I cited my source in the Livestream voice text. It says, mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it's not a natural science. The test of its validity is not an experiment. So what I'm trying to do is show you that sometimes a scientist may quantify things and use math in the experiment, but that doesn't make math science, and it doesn't make science math. But sometimes a scientist may use a beaker, right? Does that make beaker science? Beakers science? Right? It's just a tool that the scientist can use. I think we all know here that the scientific method or natural science is a derivative from natural philosophy. And I don't really think this is something we should get hung up on. If we're going to agree, then we should agree to disagree and move on, because I think the subject, that I brought up is a really interesting subject. And I think it needs to be explored a little further, because if this is true, then what we've been doing in the colleges is taking people's money and teaching them the wrong things. And we've been chasing our tail with equals MC squared for the past 6-7 years now. Meanwhile, they've taken Tesla underground and they've advanced their technological skills far beyond what we can imagine. And John Trump was the first recipient of Tesla Tech. This is at MIT, and this is Donald Trump's uncle. So I would say that we've been chasing our tail for 100 years. And this is a
typically
huge problem.
Hank, where is
typically when people say, real quick, typically when people say that when people talk about natural laws, like most educated people, they do include like Newtonian laws, and they'll say that those are natural laws. So when we say, well, if that's in question, then we have to question how we look at natural laws. Well, no, because entropy is a natural law, but Newtonian mechanics is not. So that's where something that just is and something that is just observed to happen regardless of anything. It's very different from a mathematical construct based on what you see that may or may not explain the whole. When it comes to violations, like the paradigm that is the heliocentric universe, you have this 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum with a sun that has the pressure of what? How many billions of times or millions of times? I forget which one. Higher than the Earth's atmospheric pressure, but
You
it's
just say orders of
essentially what they're
magnitude.
saying. Orders. There you go. So, I thought it's like 4 something. Anyway, the bottom line is, yeah. So they're basically telling us, well, there's just this densely packed area of gases, so densely packed that that it's now in a plasmic state, and basically, it's in the vacuum of space, and yeah, having reactions and whatnot. And it's like, no, that's not true. We don't have to change the way we think about natural laws. We know that that's a violation. Therefore, the mathematics that involves this story about heliocentrism, that must be wrong.
And it can't be a natural law if it's ever been violated even once.
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, Hank, in regards to going about proving this idea of equilibrium, my question is where is the supposed equilibrium?
So it's neutral buoyancy, right? So when the rock is sitting on the ground, go ahead.
Well, yeah, that neutral point is my question. Where is that neutral point?
When the object is at rest.
Yeah, where is the
relative
final
to its surroundings? It's in the definition. It's different for a pencil and a rock in a swimming pool.
Okay,
will go down, will go up.
But there are okay. So at the
relative.
bottom of the ocean, something can, if it's heavy enough or whatever, relative to the sand or silt or whatever, it can continue to sink even through that. So my curiosity in this is, where is the end point of equilibrium? Where's the meeting point? Where's the quote unquote horizon of equilibrium for objects?
Different between every different body with different densities. It's no one place.
So things can go infinitely down or infinitely up. Is that the suggestion?
Not really.
I don't think there's an answer to his question. Is the point?
Yeah, it's malformed. It's not talking about the fact that
not
the
that
first
it's
word is
malformed. The question is based off of something Hank said, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking about what Gospel is saying, and I'm like, okay, I see where. Okay,
so maybe I could think about temperature as an analogy.
Isn't it like a continuum?
Well, there's a hypothetical zero, which if temperature is a good analogy for this equilibrium of matter or objects or whatever, then there might hypothetically be a zero, a floor, and then there may or may not be an upper limit in the same way that temperature may or may
quote
not have an
unquote
upper
infinite
limit.
density. Zero density and infinite density is two ends of a spectrum.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Yeah,
If you're
I would
going
just say
to go down to zero, you got to go up to infinite.
Do you?
Well,
I mean, kind of.
You're the one who's proposing it.
I get it.
You left what I was saying with something that's responsible people, and you guys start using words like infinity, theoretical, and I would like to say, I'm willing to entertain some of these concepts. Right? What I'm demonstrating is over a concept. Anybody who the ones I said, they know they can go in the kitchen and verify what I said to a certain degree. not 100% because we don't want to be dogmatic. We don't want to have orthodoxy, right? At any time, anyone can say, "Hey, Hank, I tried the salt thing with the water and the egg, and I couldn't float." It's like, okay, did you use distilled water? Did you stir it? Right? It's like, please let me try to repeat it. And then when that happened, and Roland, my boulder, said that he couldn't do it, well, then I did it, and I was like, well, I don't know why you couldn't do it, but I did it. Please try it again, and he never got back with me. So, as far as I know, you can go to a deprivation tank, and you can float there for hours because there's so much gosh dang salt water that you're just floating there, and it's like it's kind of like if you think about
See robot.
Yes, lots of roboting, Hank. I wish I could hear all the words you're saying.
Just drop out and come back in. Guy might have used cold water, so when he poured salt in, it never dissolved, and therefore never became a solution that changed the relative density. That would be my guess.
Yes,
Still roboting.
And I was thinking,
This is kind of like the scenario you can take a piece of gold the size of a bowling ball, set it on the ground, and you come back.
check.
You're good.
So far, so good.
All right. So what I was saying was that he had a huge pile of salt at the bottom of his container, which tells me that something went wrong with his experiment. That's why I asked him to do it again. I asked him to use distilled water, and like someone just said, it should have been heated up a little bit because we all know how to make tea, right? Mm-hmm. Every single one of us knows that you need the water to be a little warm to get that sugar to dissolve, or you're going to have like some weird tea. Right?
Mm-hmm. Temperature catalyzes the reaction of dissolving.
Right. So, me, I'm a layman, right? I'm an idiot, right? I haven't been classically trained. Didn't go to college, dropped out of high school. But these are, some of these things is kind of like common sense. And I'm not pretending to know every single thing that's involved. I just know that I see a direct cause and effect, right? Which lines up with the law of cause and effect. When I manipulate this happens every time, no matter what. Every object in the medium is going to rise or fall due to its relative density between the object and the medium, except for birds, aerodynamics. That's not what I'm talking about. But every object in nature will seek its equilibrium when disturbed and removed from its equilibrium.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess the fact remains that no one has ever proven that an object of great density and or mass will absolutely go to the center of the Earth. Obviously that's never been done.
Presupposition.
Yeah, I know. So that's where I was thinking along those lines of where is this final place? But because that's unknown, that's actually it's not necessarily relevant to determining whether or not that is the case. I think that what you're saying is a fine way to just describe, but back to the people that are always whining and moaning over making predictions. Can it be suitably can we reject the desire or demand for making predictions? Is that a reasonable place to be like, well, making predictions isn't necessary?
Well, mathematics is not necessary in making predictions.
Well, I'm sorry, what kind of predictions?
Such as wanting to know, given a certain mass and given a certain medium, where will like I guess Godrocken was briefly saying, if you have a bowling ball of gold, which I suppose would be a couple 100 pounds, were you saying it starts to sink into the
Yes.
something?
Yes, it does. It's more than a couple 100 pounds, by the way, but yes.
Yeah, it's like
Oh,
6.
But where would it stop is what I was going to get at. Where would it actually stop sinking? And I still think that has to do with relative density.
Sure.
If it hit bedrock, which is basically impenetrable, it would probably stop at bedrock, where it's solid structure. It would still probably be wanting to go down, but you can't displace a piece of bedrock. The gold would have to push through it and displace it, force it outward in order for it to continue downward. I still don't think it would be in equilibrium because it would be constantly pushing on that bedrock, but it would have stopped essentially due to other circumstances where the bedrock.
I've got a great example to illuminate this. If you took a big 2 by 2 by 2 block of styrofoam and you stand on top of it, are you going to fall right through it, even though it is incredibly less dense than you? Or does it have rigidity and stiffness and other physical properties that will resist that seeking of barometric neutrality?
Is it suspended in the air or is it sitting on the ground?
Sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
Well, then it's just going to crush down until it becomes a thin piece, and then over time you're going to continue to sink through it. Might take
maybe with the gold ball, but not with your body. You can stand on blocks of styrofoam.
If you stood there for 10 years, you'd go right through it, bro.
No, I haven't.
I just got to say, as a 300-pound man, if I'm standing on styrofoam, it's going to start squishing, and at the point to where the density is increased and the volume has decreased, then it's going to start to hold me up. Right? And I don't think that has to do with my density. I think it has to do with my weight. But what is the cause of weight? Well, if you put that thing at the bottom of the pool, right, and you screw it in, and then I'm now stepping in it fully submerged in water, or let's say halfway, so there's a little weight, right? Well, what's causing the weight? Well, now it's the relative density. It has nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time or the amount of mass, because the mass hasn't changed. In fact, there's more mass on top of the styrofoam, but less weight because of, me being so buoyant in the water. So this is one of the things that I think we really need to look at again. I think the whole Hindenburg thing was some sort of hoax to make people scared of air travel, because in the 1800s we were using balloons to fly around the earth, which really isn't dangerous if you think about it. I mean, if you know what you're doing, then we should be able to kind of get around any way we want to. And hydrogen is just like any other fuel. It's combustible, right? But hydrogen is so cheap to make. It's literally pennies to make hydrogen when you crack water.
Hydrolysis.
You ever see the paragliders? They have that big looking fan motor on the back of them, and they just go around flying around. This one guy named Tucker Gott, I think his name is GOTT something. He takes his paraglider to McDonald's.
Yeah, I saw that guy.
And you don't need a pilot's license.
So yeah, I know that it's kind of against the orthodoxy, right? But I think that when you're dealing with science, orthodoxy is a bad word. There shouldn't be an orthodoxy, right? And I know that Einstein is probably, quantum leaps ahead of me as far as IQ, or he's a smart guy or whatever. But, what if he was wrong? What if there is no space-time and it's actually just a mathematical concept that has nothing to do with reality? And what if everything we see here is governed by entropy, right? And I would say that if anybody has any way to refute that, I would love to hear it, because this is kind of what I'm doing in my mind. I'm saying this is the fourth leg of entropy.
I would confirm it.
Ooh, sorry, go ahead, brother.
I would confirm it. I would say that the action equation, and well, depending on what type of physics you're in, the action equation, if you manipulate it, it gives you the direct definition of what time is. And then time being reality or real dimension or not, definition of time, the definition of 1 second is 9 billion hyperfine structures in a certain atom. So it's just an arbitrary number. We gauge how many times we see something transition between a certain quantum state, and we count that number. We don't really count it, but we count the number of times it does this, and then when it does that, that's 1 second. And we match that package of events to the definition of what we call the definition of the foundation of time, which is a second. So this is a little, it gets a little arbitrary when you get to the real root of it all. It does work for purposes, I guess, but everything that works isn't necessarily right, I guess.
You're talking about oscillations of quartz crystals?
Cesium in this case, yeah, but basically,
That's
yes.
atomic clock stuff.
Right. So you get a number of those, and that's a second, however many you have defined. It's more than 9 billion, but the number's arbitrary, in my opinion.
Human reserve, right? And I separate right? And instead of using the randomness of clocks and sundials, what if I taught them the average blink rate of humans, right? And I said, hey, we're going to meet you at grandma's house in 300 blinks, right? And this concept is well known to them. It was the only one that they were raised with, but I just randomly chose blinking as our passage of time instead of using the sun, moon, and stars, which is, what other people have used for gosh, I don't know, thousands of years, maybe longer.
You could apply
maybe
that
tens of
average
thousands of
blink
years
rate to determine if somebody's lying or not. Oh, they're 2 times the average blink rate. Either they got sand in their
right,
eyes
and that's
or something, or they're lying.
my version of time. That's time travel, right? So the time speeded up a little bit, right? So you get what I'm saying? Like it's all arbitrary, and it's kind of just what it is. It's like just make because is there a speed of light, right? And you might say, yeah, in a vacuum, and I want to say, what vacuum, right? And then you say, well, deep space. Okay, so is the light constant? No, it changes when it goes through different media, right? So okay, so there is no speed of light, is there? It depends. It's
It's like
yeah,
saying the speed of getting a joke. Everybody gets it at a different speed because they're different mediums.
That's like saying my car goes 100 miles an hour. Not on every single road, it doesn't.
I think you're all for entertaining and conversing with me. I have to go, but I appreciate you.
Hey man, we hope you come back and see us because we really appreciate your demeanor and not getting triggered and having an adult conversation.
Yeah, Uncanny Noobs, I give you the thumbs up as well, brother. I appreciate you. Your intelligence and obviously your education is quite high. And yeah, thank you for being here.
By the way, Hank, he didn't cut you off. You just started roboting really bad.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, the dude, he's going to get a tag from me as soon as I figure out what his name is. Seem Sincere tags,
By the way,
at least.
did one of you say something to do with energy and time at the same time, as in they're correlated? As in there's a correlation in between? And speed also? I heard something about that, and I was wondering what you guys actually said.
I said that there was a relationship. There's a relationship between energy, the difference in your energy, and the time interval that you have to deal over that particular energy, and it's called your action. So
you actually believe in time? You think there's a future and the past, essentially?
No, I don't. Absolutely not. Actually, I'm saying quite the opposite. I'm saying that because it's so arbitrary, it's just something that we've used that it works, but it doesn't necessarily mean, I don't believe it's actually something that is true. We may take it as an axiomatic.
Half of a truth, essentially. Half of a truth, essentially, yeah. As in, it's not how it's portrayed by majority of the people, but you think that time exists, yes. Or do you think of it a little bit differently than what majority of people actually think, essentially, right?
No, I don't think time exists at all. On a fundamental level at all. I don't think time exists. All I think, I may come back, and if this type of topic does come up, then I would love to converse about what that means. I do have to go. I'm sorry about that.
It is all right. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, good to see you, man. I'm definitely pleased that you came into our server. I'd have been a little less heavy on the verbiage. I thought you were a flat earther. My fault.
Yeah, I
Myself
think he's
or
gone
just
now.
somebody else? Oh, I was
Oh,
talking to him.
He won't be getting that again. I didn't think I'd be able to do that 2 times today. What did
Yeah,
I
I was
say?
there
I
for both of them.
apologize to someone. Yeah.
You've done it before. Don't lie.
But yeah, cool guy. It's like when you understand something, you can just give out the information without being emotionally attached to it. The reason I'm emotionally attached to giving out this information is because I care about the people that come in here.
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
You know, but when it
I've
comes
had
to
to
giving
apologize
the
to
information, I can give it real cold.
Yeah. Give them the harsh truth that would actually shatter their reality, basically. It's like you break their matrix, basically, how they perceive reality. So you literally break them, essentially.
Yeah, I gave that guy the
How you use it.
sincere role.
Yeah.
To me, the guy's some conversations with, and I would hate for someone to ban a guy like that.
Yeah,
So that's
for
why I gave it to
sure.
him.
That would be super. That'd be a major disappointment. I can't imagine like the kinds of conversations we can get with more people like us who are just willing to have a conversation about facts or whether facts are facts or not. Not well, if you think about it like this, instead of the thinking about the point you actually want me to address, if we actually think about something else, and we put a little
He
Sierra
was
Mist
intelligent.
twist on it, a little lemon.
I didn't
You
sense
notice he
any
didn't.
bias in
He,
him.
he didn't. Yeah, he didn't do any tactics. He didn't say that's not what I'm talking about. That's not. He didn't do that thing where the globe earthers go, I don't want to talk about this, but I don't want to say that, so I'm going to say that's not what I'm talking about. Like he didn't have the tactics with him.
Sounded like a
Like he
current
just came.
understanding rather than a bias inborn.
Right.
Right.
Damn, man, I would not have unloaded. I'm glad I didn't say heliocentric religion. That felt kind of heavy-handed, a little bit, because I was assuming he was a flat earther, because he was so reasonable. I don't know. Not that all flat earthers are reasonable. Anyway,
Well, the fact that he agreed with my swimming pool example would indicate that he's a flat earther as well. I mean, I was about to ask him. I never did.
But he did say that, didn't he?
Yes.
Because he's talking about the only thing that is spherical is the celestial sphere, which he basically what it sounded like to me he was saying was a misnomer, because a circle and a sphere is the same thing. Obviously, they're not the same thing, but mathematically, it is the same thing.
Yeah.
Depending on what dimension you're talking about.
But in the sense of the celestial sphere measuring in angles, well, I mean, one could see that arc as, a segment of a sphere, but I think he would say, yeah, but that's just perspective. I think he would say that because that is what it is.
He has his own real world observations and reality and everything, and that has yet to conflict with his physics and mathematics and heliocentric understanding of things in a metaphorical or distant sense that he's never actually experienced. Those two lines have never crossed with him, so that's why he doesn't have a bias towards one or the other.
He did say something
make
like
sense?
that. Does it matter? No, he did say something exactly like that. So he did say that there hasn't been a contradiction yet in his whatever, exactly what you just said, basically. He did say that.
Even a 4-year-old knows if they hold on to a rock, they're going to sink when they jump into the pool, and they're not going back to the top unless they let it go. Somebody who's never ridden in a boat or seen a boat in their life before, if they see water start flowing in through a hole in the bottom, they're going to freak out, even though they don't understand the concept of buoyancy. You know what I mean? It's just instinctively, this must be a problem here. Bucket. You don't need education or mathematics or scientific knowledge to be in a situation where your boat's sinking and you know exactly what to do about it. It's just inherent understanding of your physical, natural environment and the rules that are built in.
You guys want to hear something interesting? Well, I can't carry the conversation because I tried to recall exactly what was said and I can't. But I will have a conversation with the boys and get back to you. But I will give you a little teaser by saying, what if I said that life itself is a first law of thermodynamics violation? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Why? Because energy cannot be created or destroyed?
Right.
Do you mean organic life or spiritual existence? That would be
He
my
means
first question.
information.
Say that again, Hank?
I think you mean information.
Nah, I'm talking about the material. Yeah.
What life?
So let me ask this.
Matter and energy can neither be created or destroyed. Is the first law.
You guys
I'm
go
not
first.
mistaken.
Yeah. Sorry, what's being created?
Nothing. It can't be created if it's already there. It essentially. It can't create itself essentially.
I understand. Elijah, what are you insinuating is being created?
What?
You can't really define it. Really, it's the meaning behind it. You don't really have a
Hold
meaning
on,
to it.
please. He's the one that was talking about this.
Yeah, I guess the matter.
All right. So I've had a lot of conversations with certain types of people before, especially young people, and they'll say this thing, well, my mom and dad created me, not God, right? And I'm like, okay, you have a fundamental misunderstanding on what the word created means. But with that said, there's nothing being created. There's two constituent parts to the formation of a person, right? And those constituent parts utilize their surrounding material in order to multiply and continue to to be fertilized and multiply. Like all of that is absorption, not creation. It's
Right.
the
It had to go through
manipulation
your
of
mom's mouth before you were born. There's not an atom in your little fetus or newborn body
No,
that
we're
she
talking
didn't put through
about
her mouth in
we're
pizza
talking
or ice
about
cream.
we're talking about at creation's inception, not like reproduction or anything like that.
Wait,
But like I said, I only heard this proposed by John Shelton only yesterday, or maybe that was even this morning.
my
And
point's
then
nothing is being created though.
Right. You said
I
first
can't.
law of
I don't
thermodynamics
exactly
violation.
understand what they were saying, so I can't. I
Oh,
can't
okay.
go any further. Is what I'm saying.
I got you.
Call up the boys. I want to know the conclusion of this eventually.
I don't think it's at conclusion level yet. It's a postulation still, but I just want to
Well,
point out.
he said it, and QE heard it, and QE was like, "Yeah, you're right." And that's a very interesting take. Never heard of it, but I like it.
So when you're writing an operation system for a device, does that require energy to code a program?
For your brain to
It
think it,
does.
you need to have some proteins and carbohydrates and electrolytes and sugars. But beyond that, no, you can just think
Right.
it.
So basically, the first law in layman's terms, as low as I can
David?
get it, something doesn't come from nothing. Is that correct?
Nothing plus nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something.
I'd say so,
Right.
Hank. Yeah.
Okay, so it basically would be a violation in the sense that something had to create it, right? But what's there? Well, no physical God or creator that we can point to, right?
The genetic material
it
that
just
is
existed
being
all the time.
combined.
Yeah,
I don't.
when whoever, whatever wrote the first code for Adam.
Is this an
But it was always there
anti-evolution
for self, essentially.
logic?
Not at
Yes,
all,
this
not
is
really.
No, this is
What if the evolution was
anti-evolution.
part of it? What if
Where?
everything just always existed essentially for infinity?
Evolution says it randomly occurred through proteins forming in a soup when properly stimulated and one in a quadrillion,
See, that's where it's
times.
that's
Okay.
No, you
where
can't.
it's
That's
against
a
the first law.
violation.
But then again,
You
it's
That's
the
a
can't.
question
violation of the
stands
first
that
law.
is, where did it originally start? As in, what started everything essentially before that, before the evolution, before the Big Bang, where it happened?
You know.
You would ask. The answer would be either I don't know or that we do know. And
Well,
again, I will ask you the same question.
Well,
Therefore, in
from
that
the
sense,
isn't
it
Big
that
still
like
started
Bang,
as that is.
listen. Inanimate matter is not going to inform anything.
Not informed, but
Like
come from
the
something derived
the
from something,
information,
essentially.
the supernatural is apart from the physical, as far as we know. No. Well, for the words that we use and the experiences that we have, yes, information is definitely supernatural, not physical.
because it's semiotic. The
So
code
that being
requires a
said,
decoder.
So you're saying
so
there is
that being
essentially, let's
said,
say,
so
two
that being
dimensions?
said, we put that aside and continue having the conversation we were having, because at least it's stimulated.
All right, I'll try again. So if you look at what we're saying, that there was a creator, right? Then it's not really a violation of the first law because the creator would be something. But if the creator is spirit and it's outside of time, space, and matter, then it would be still a violation of the first law. But I think that the creator can do whatever he chooses to do, just like when you're building a simulation in a computer program, you can make it do whatever. You can give one sim like superhuman capability, and you can do whatever you want, right? Because you're the writer, the author of the story, the author of the code. So if you look at it from the point that maybe there is some physical aspect of the creator, right, then it's not really a violation. But our current understanding of the creator, non-physical, it's a violation of the first law because nothing can't create something. Right? And by nothing, I think we're talking about material. I don't want to use the word mass.
But doesn't that just prove a creator
Wait
more
a
than it just violates
minute.
the law?
Isn't this technically begging the question?
That's what I'm saying.
Because, okay, so we have this word creation that we've never experienced because reproduction is not creation in the sense that we're talking about, because we don't want to equivocate. And, forming matter into different things or combining matter, that's not creation.
Correct.
In
Creation
this
is a word that
context.
exists that doesn't have any applicability to anything that anyone does except that which we are under the impression of regarding the beginning of all things.
Right.
We call mixing
Damn,
paint
man, my mind is
creation,
so
but
fucked
we
up
didn't
right now.
invent the molecule.
People misuse that word all the time.
So when we say when we say matter cannot be created or destroyed, then in what context do we mean that for
That is
this
that.
word?
No, I think that that's an appropriate statement, and I think it's a spiritual axiom.
It's within the creation of the creator. You cannot add or reduce the amount within creation because you are not the creator. If the
So
creator
long
wanted
as
to add something, he could, because that rule applies to the status quo. You know, there's only so many bricks in this room, or only so many Legos in your toy box. The limitations of what you can and cannot build is written into what you have. You cannot poop out a new Lego unless you swallowed one.
And don't do that; it'll
right,
ruin your intestine.
but that's the thing. Well, I guess because
Hey,
the
get it out,
principle
man.
encompasses everything that's already here anyway. So it deals with directly what we deal with, but on the opposite end of that, like the incident for that is well, I'm confused now.
I think it insinuates the axiom that there's a creator, and that there's only
Well,
one.
it begs
I
the
think
question that there's
I
a
think it
creator.
actually infers there's only one creator.
You'd be violating the first law of thermodynamics if you don't acknowledge there was something that had to create all energy and matter that is in existence today. If it cannot be created or
created that,
destroyed,
though?
then we must be talking about a separate perimeter of discussion, because you can't create or destroy
Yeah.
matter or energy, but there had to be at least a first 1.0 Earth or universe program that somebody
So
had
there,
to imagine.
so there has. So when we say there has to be, it's that's like I don't know. It just kind of rubs me in the way of saying like gravity has to be like what else is sticking us to the earth? Well, that's the only experience we have is being on the earth, and we can have this mind fuck of whether or not if density wasn't a thing, if the laws of whatever were turned, what would happen if
No,
I
certain
it's
totally
laws
feel
were
you.
just not
I just went
in.
in the
So,
context of
so
the
I'm only
first thought.
I'm saying that to say when it comes to creation, there isn't an experience in which we can see it and go, that's creation. Because when we say creation, it's really reproduction or a manipulation of matter that's already here.
Transmogrification.
So the idea of creation just comes from us having a need to have a beginning because it makes sense.
It's more of a perpetuation, right?
I would say that there's a group of people that were alive within the last 2,100 years that actually got to witness creation a couple of times, ex nihilo creation. Now, whether or not anybody chooses to believe that that's true, that's between
Well, why
you
would you say
and
that? If you
why
tell
would
me
I
why,
say?
I might choose to.
Yeah. So hypothetically, right, according to the book called the Bible, there was this man who did a couple of different things that were ex nihilo, and that the Latin phrase for out of nothing. And one of those examples would be taking some bread and some fish and ex nihilo creating more, not manipulation, but ex nihilo. There was
It's not
also a
starting with
time.
nothing.
Uh,
Starting with something
yep,
and making more
but if
from it
I
is
have
not
one
starting with
fish,
nothing.
if I have one fish and I give you 10,000 fish in an instant, would that not be ex nihilo? But here's another example, if
No,
that's
it's
not good
creating a
enough
lot
for you.
more out of something, not something out of nothing. Do you disagree?
I disagree.
So you have to have one fish.
Here's
Put it
well,
in this
no,
box and it
that's
makes
yeah, but
100.
that's the premise. Okay,
But if
that's
you
why I have
don't
other
have one
examples, bud.
fish, you can't make any fish.
I have other
So
examples.
how
I
is
have
it out of nothing?
I have other examples. It's out of nothing on a molecular atomic scale. That's what I mean by out of nothing. Okay, if you have one atom of something, if atoms are real or whatever, and then all of a sudden you're able to make 10 atoms, the 9 atoms aren't being converted from something, they're coming into existence.
Have you ever heard of nuclear fission?
Okay, well, fission is the combination, not the
No, that's
the
fusion.
explosion. Okay, whatever.
Fission is when a
I don't
radioactive
think that he was
isotope
performing
splits
fission
and you
from
get
fish and bread. That doesn't even make any sense. But anyway, I have other examples.
That is funny though. Jesus
Oh,
performing fission. The wordplay.
Water
I'm
to
sorry.
wine, a coin in a fish's mouth. There are other
Gospel.
examples of ex nihilo. Anyway, whatever. It
Keep
doesn't
going until
matter.
we get to a good one.
Gospel.
Those are ex
Just to
nihilo.
let you just to let you know, Gospel. Remember Heliana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Warning.
got you. I got you. It doesn't matter. Not everybody even believes that stuff. So me talking about it is usually just painful to people's brains, I guess.
You can't say that multiplying something that is reality
When
and
you
in front
multiply
of you
water
in your
and make
hand
wine,
into more is not the same as taking nothing and filling up that basket.
right? Water to
I don't
wine
know.
is ex nihilo creation of wine.
Well, you could sprinkle
taking
that
a
water on a plot of dirt where there are grape
okay.
seeds, and
Apparently, you don't know
eventually
the
you will get
story.
grapes that you could get wine from.
It's okay. You
That's
don't know
not
the
out of
story.
nothing. It's just he did it on a very rapid
Iron.
time frame.
Iron. I already premised my entire thing with maybe you don't believe it. If you're one of those
It's
people, if
not
the shoe
belief.
fits,
It's
iron,
syntax. It's
you are
usage
not
of words.
understanding what I'm saying. It's not about
I'm pretty sure I
syntax.
do, but
No,
I'll
you're
stop bothering
obfuscating the
you.
point.
You seem a little triggered, so I'll back off.
You're the one that's triggered. You're the one obfuscating my point. Okay? There's no vineyard involved in a man changing water to wine in a matter of moments. Okay? Or
How do
causing
you know it didn't stop time or run like the Flash? Like, give me a break.
because that's not what the book says. And if you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, you don't. That's not the point.
Are you challenging my faith now because you're spiraling?
I'm not spiraling. I'm trying
You
to
seem a
clarify
little
your
bit spiraled.
misunderstandings.
Like a
Now
piggy's
you're
tail.
concern
Spiral.
trolling, Iron. It's not appropriate.
That's not what concern trolling even
You're
is.
concern trolling.
Been here, done this before. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, the point is there may or may not be examples of ex nihilo in our recent history.
Ex nihilo may be the coolest word I've ever learned.
It's 2 words, but yes.
There you go. Just like milkshake, my favorite word. Yes, I did it again to annoy you.
Didn't that? I mean,
what that means?
that word's been so perverted through the music industry and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, right,
I'm not trying to obfuscate, but is it okay to ask what Xing the Hilo? I mean, I get the concept, but what
X
is it
is
literally?
out. X is out, and nihilo is nothing. Out of nothing.
Oh, yep, got it.
Ex nihilo is just referring to something coming out of nothing. So if there was a time when a man made a drachma appear in a fish's mouth, that too quite possibly could have been an ex nihilo example. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe there's other explanations, but it also stands to reason that it could have been.
I would say out of nothing seen, because I think there are, let's say, spiritual type existence that are all around us, and they're things that we cannot see or touch or feel. I do believe in that. So I think that, maybe this exohelio thing could be coming from that source.
Yeah, then you're kind of getting into the transdimensional or spiritual realm, physical realm dynamic as the explanation. And I don't know what the explanation is. I'm just giving possible examples
Yeah, that's all I was doing too, basically.
Yeah.
So the way that you described Yeshua creating something out of nothing, he used fish, and the way that you described this Xing the Hilo thing, would it be safe to say when Eve was created, it was Xing the Hilo? Because he used
Yes
a
and
rib
no.
from.
Yes and no. So yes, in the way that the rib did not contain her organs and everything else, right? It was so. But what amount of the components of the rib became her? Did it become part of her rib? Did it become part of her spinal cord? Who knows? You could only speculate. But
How is
for the
that
most
any
part,
different than starting with 2 fish to make 100 or whatever?
yes, Eve, you would have to conclude that there were elements of her that came from nothing.
I accept your apology.
I'm not apologizing whatsoever.
Yeah, you guys are cracking me up.
So what if I were to speak something into existence like, man, I haven't heard from my grandmother in like a week. She should call me like right now. And then my phone rings.
And then your phone rings.
That would be coincidence.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, there's some people that I would say yes, but I think that there's enough people, if not tons of people, that would believe that you just imparted an energy into existence, and that energy didn't return void. Some people would call
Isn't that what a phone call is, Hank?
Yeah, I guess in a way. But I'm going based off the Bible, right? And Yeshua talked about the law of attraction, right? Speak things that are not as though they were, right? Give thanks, right? And the way that he did the Lord's Prayer, it sounds like a very humble prayer. But when you actually analyze the words, he's not asking. He's telling.
It's an interesting perspective. I've never heard that take, but that's fascinating.
Is that 2 minds that I blew tonight? Yay! I'm just here to make you think. Shout out to whatever his name is. Yeah, I'm quoting people. So yeah, we're supposed to speak things that are not as though they were, and have faith of a mustard seed, and you can move mountains. And if you read some of the extra biblical texts, if you marry your intuition with your belief in your your intent. If you marry your intent with your belief, of course, that's your faith. Marry your intent with your faith. So it would be like, grandmother, call me. Not asking. Thank you for calling me.
I'm afraid to think about certain people because I know they're going to call me.
In wrong room to really beat down this pathway, but I would only point somebody to Matthew 6 verses 8, the second half of that verse, where he literally says ask and not tell. So that would be my only rebuttal to your idea there in regards to
Well,
what you were
if you're
saying.
talking to the Father, wait a minute. If you're talking to the Father, you want to be humble, right? But everything else, is under your authority. Well, if you're talking to the Messiah, you want to show reverence. If you're talking to the Creator, you want to be humble and, you know, fear the Lord and all that. But if you're just speaking things into existence, you're not asked.
Is ask?
I hate to go back to the fish thing, but for 1 second, isn't that why it was called a miracle? Is it because it did violate the first law of thermodynamics?
Exactly.
That's why it was called a miracle that was performed?
Exactly. And
So it wasn't done by man, it was done by God or the Son of God. He needed one fish to copy. He could make as many photocopies of that fish as he
That's a
wanted, but he couldn't
presupposition.
invent a fish.
That's a presupposition that he needed anything at all.
Well, then why did they have to start with a certain number of loaves of bread and a certain number of fish?
Who says that they had to?
You said to me earlier, if you don't believe the text, that's fine, and you can ignore it, but you're the one ignoring it.
No, there's nothing that says that they had to have anything. That's a presupposition.
But it literally says they did have something.
Yes, but did and have are different words, different meanings. Simple as
Okay,
that.
never mind.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. The definition of a miracle is something that violates nature itself.
At least we agree on that.
Yay. It's another word that people misuse. They're like, oh man, I made it to work on time. What a miracle. Well, no, not really. It's not a miracle. Bruh. Crispy. Yeah, I was listening to that clown shill. What's his name? The Flat Earth Society guy. I heard him talking about that. Yeah, that's an interpretation, Helio. You know, you can interpret things however you choose, I suppose. But yeah. All I have to say about the whole implausible, ridiculous claim that this computer could predict something before the question was even asked, I would have to, prove it.
Hey, that's not Glober science. Ask a question. Well, we haven't observed anything yet. Ask it anyway.
Well, this video where what's this dude's name? The Flat Earth Society guy, that chubby guy, with the weird stare.
Mark Sargent?
Yes, that guy. Thank you. So there was a video that was played the other day with him talking, and he was talking about this machine that was able to read your thoughts and know what you were like. What's a number? So like it knows right now, and then a few seconds from now, somebody asks you the question, "What number? What number are you going to? What number? Think of a number between 1 and 10." And it knew the answer before you even got asked the question, and that's the claim. And I shake my head at that. That's nonsense. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of like Hitchhiker's
There's
Guide
no
to the Galaxy.
communication.
I know it's a prediction, right? Or they're claiming the computer is a fortune teller.
Well, that would be a true. I don't even know if I don't even know if that's the right.
Actually, what they're claiming is that the entire universe is predetermined and that this quantum computer is tapping into the quote unquote already existent future. Basically, this computer is God.
That's crazy as hell.
Or may as well
Like
be
because
God.
again, the everything is a communication. Everything that's doing anything is a communication. You can't have an outcome before a communication.
Yeah.
If you get, I don't. That's
I know. I know your effect before the cause. What?
Spooky action at a distance.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is talking about the importance of the passage of time, yet she claims she was listening to Eminem in college when Eminem was fucking 14 years old. And she's lecturing us on the passage of time? Okay.
Touche. Touche.
I'm sorry, but that's a disturbing thought to me, to think that one of the leaders of our country was listening to Eminem. Is that who you said?
Listening to Eminem 6 or 7 years before he even started trying to rap. She's a liar. Somebody asked her, what raps did you listen to when you were in college? And she named a bunch of people that were from the last 5 years, not 25 years.
Well, it's okay.
And now
It's
she's
okay
lecturing us
because
on the passage of time and its importance.
I smoked a little weed to Tupac in 1987 when I was in college. Okay.
Dude, you're so late to the game. I've been listening to Tupac for 200 years.
Let's see here. I wonder if
she's not a leader
Eminem.
though. Never mind.
If
I
he has
wonder
a heart attack or drops dead, then yeah, she is.
Go ahead, God.
No, I'm just wondering if Eminem is a
Go
word
ahead.
in Hindi, right? Because she is like, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, so she was listening to Hindi rap?
I'm just wondering.
Oh, because Tupac has been cited in India. Oh, hey, I got you.
No. Tupac
Because
was
he's not dead.
Yeah.
He was reincarnated from a Hindi and just kept rapping when he got reborn.
You know what else is funny? There's no proof for reincarnation.
No, there's a lot of exorbitant claims of it and proof of it, but I've never
Right,
seen one.
but guess what? Nobody who's been alive can tell you what their previous life was about. Like, so if you don't know that, it's like if a tree falls in the wilderness and no one was around to hear it, did it fall? Well, okay, it did, but in the sense of if you weren't around to experience the last life you had, did you really have a past life? But the difference
Elijah,
is no one has ever come back from a anyway.
have you ever noticed that the type of people that say they've been reincarnated are constantly trying to promote themselves as better than everybody else? So they think they've been reincarnated, but everybody else around them, oh, this is your first time in life? What a loser. Meanwhile, they're ancient souls, but everybody else is brand new. You ever experienced
I
that?
don't know. I don't even know if that look. I could believe. I might be able to believe. I don't know, because I'm me right now. I don't know how me can be somewhere else. I can't fathom it. As a matter of fact, I would have to imagine it in order to have imagined it to say I think that this imaginary thing I just thought up is a possibility. But it's an imagined scenario in which no one will ever experience because you can only experience the life you have. Even if you had another life, effectively it wouldn't matter to you because you can only do what you can about this one because it's the
And the
only
whole
one you
point that you
experience.
forgot about your previous lives is because it's supposed to have no informative value on the life that you're currently living. You need to forget everything. Otherwise, you're just going to fuck up in the same way, or, I don't know, achieve
Well,
some
that's
vendetta,
definitely begging
or
the question.
figure out where you buried that gold 600 years ago, and you won't have the life you're meant to have.
Yeah, that's the whole. But when it what's how? Why do we think this way? Like, there's got to
Everybody is
be a
constantly
reason.
trying to promote themselves to be something
No,
more than
I'm
what they are.
no, but there's logic and there's illogic. That's the word, right? I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out like what. Well, was there? Is there?
There's a
I don't like.
motivation behind it.
Is
That's what my argument.
yeah, I truly see that. I stop myself. I don't like to really question. I don't like to question. I don't like to question on that level. I got respect for
You
You
got
guys
to leave
want me?
the door
You
open that
guys
it's
want me to?
possible.
Hey, you guys,
I don't
want me to tell you something? You're looking at it wrong. That's why you're not seeing what it is.
Enlighten us.
Okay.
Okay, it's about the trajectory that you're on. So like, everything has an effect. Everything has a cause. You know, you didn't just like appear. Although it seems like you just appeared out of nowhere as a baby and then you grew up. But
No, my parents banged.
right, but that's the physical, and that's governed by physical laws. The spiritual is governed by different laws. So what it is your awareness, your consciousness is part of infinite consciousness. And being that it's part of infinite consciousness, it can have infinite lifetimes. So God set up there is like an oversoul that knows everything, and that's God, right? So God set up the school. So you're on a trajectory, on a spiritual trajectory, and that's going to be determined by your actions. And when you leave this earth, all those accumulated actions, it's like basically it all gets stored up. And when you come, then you'll be drawn back, or God sends you back, or whatever, however it works. But when you come back, yeah, you're not going to remember everything, but your soul will have like a trajectory that it's on because of the past actions. So, because the word karma means action, it means like a path you're on. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean punishment and reward. It means action, like the actions that you're taking. So you could be
Well,
taking
actions have consequences. That's
right.
what you mean.
So when you go into the next life, you may feel like you're all alone and just like isolated, but no, you have the weight of your past actions and lives behind, underneath it all, and that's what's going to determine a lot of the stuff in the current life. So you
I
may
would
think
say
you have
inform it more than determine it. You're going to not make the same mistakes over and over and over again if you still feel some kind of hesitance. Something tells me I've tried that door before. I'm going to try the other door this time.
exactly. But I guess what the yogis say is that we're stuck in a cycle of death and rebirth. We're stuck in this. It's called samskara. We're stuck in the cycle of samskara. So what they're trying to teach you is how to not make new karma, and stop being reborn and stay with God. Because you go to God, you can stay in that dimension for eternity. But we keep getting drawn back to this dimension to pay off old karmas. A lot of them were imposed on us. Like this is a prison, and they want you to make karma so that your soul keeps coming back because they need you to keep coming back. So that is the war right there. To not, unless you want to keep being reborn into this world of hell where you never know what could happen. But anyway, that's a
If
whole
you're an
nother.
alcoholic, don't you want to keep getting reincarnated so you can keep drinking alcohol? And you don't want to go to heaven yet because there's no alcohol in heaven, and you're saying, you know what, I'll take another 5-6 lifetimes with some beer and some
Well,
whiskey.
it's funny you say that because they say that our addictions, if you die with addictions or whatever, they're what bring you back. A lot of they're bringing you back because you still have that. You never got you have too many
Craving, right? You're
attachments.
not over it yet.
Yeah, attachments. The attachments bring you back. That's why you're not to get attached to anything in this world, even money, nothing, you know. And so, but if you have addiction, that's definitely a bad thing. That means you're gonna be reborn, and you might have that. But you can also capitalize on good karma. So if you're not ready to stop being reborn, if you're not at that level yet, and it's not that people think that they're better. It's just that some souls do get really advanced and old. It's like we're over it. We've seen this a million times, or I don't know how many times, but I had an experience once where I looked in the mirror and I was like half awake, half asleep, and I saw all these different faces flashing in front of me one by one. And I remember
what the fuck are we talking about?
I remembered all
all
the faces, all the faces were familiar to me. It was so weird. So what I'm saying is, I
Nobody wants
feel
to
like
hear about that.
I feel like
I'm
I feel like I might be one of those old souls, but I don't think I'm better than anybody. I'm just over it. But so that's why I'm learning about the yoga, because I want to learn how to get out of the cycle. You know, the cycle of death.
Yoga's not. This is flat Earth, bro.
So that's what it's about. It's not what you guys are thinking, though.
Who said that?
We don't share
Who
yoga
said this is flat Earth?
recipes.
It's about the past.
Who said that?
And you can capitalize on good karma. Like, say you have good past lives and you do good things, yeah, you'll come back and you can capitalize on good. And but if you do bad things, yeah, you'll come back and
Yeah, but that's for religious talk downstairs, man. You want to do karma and all that stuff, bro? That's somewhere else.
Talking about.
I gotta disagree. I gotta disagree.
No,
Yeah,
dude.
because
No, you can't disagree because anything karma is a religion, bro. So you're gonna just bring up religion talk. That's all it's gonna do.
that's not what I'm disagreeing with. If you'd let me finish. Yeah, guys, just give me a second. We've been talking about all kinds of metaphysical stuff ever since that one guy left that was talking about physics. So for the past hour, we've been talking metaphysics. And then one guy brings up karma and he's told to leave. Hold on. He's told to leave because he's talking about like religion. We've been talking about religion this whole time. I think that's extremely bad timing to all of a sudden like
Yeah,
to
but
say,
I mean,
hey,
why
somebody.
would you let it go for an hour?
Here's the difference. Here, hold on, John. Here's John, Elijah. Hello. Here's the difference, Hank. The difference is when somebody says is versus, hey, by the way, guys, just my opinion, it's my belief, whatever. Every time I speak on the subject, without fail, I preface with the fact that it's my opinion, it's a belief. If you choose to believe, blah blah blah. But what this guy just did, hold.
What I'm doing is correcting
okay,
you.
no. What this guy just did is he said is, have. He made declarative statements of fact as opposed to, in my opinion, this is the way the world works, and here's some of my ideas related to this topic.
Cease to be conjecture.
They were talking about it. So
There's a big difference.
They're saying stuff that's not really how it is. That's not what they think. That's not even what those people think.
Well,
so
hold on. You're not helping. You're not helping John M. K. Just give us a second, because we're actually just trying to do some administration without that doing administration. So really, the conversation was about it. Well, it stemmed from like Hank said, talking about physics and natural laws, and then I asked the question. Well, no, I had said that I was having a conversation earlier, and it was about how creation is a first law of thermodynamics violation. It's the first time I had heard it, and so I threw it out there, and I said I don't want to butcher what they said, but basically that's the gist of what was said, and that's how we got into this conversation about just logic. Basically, it wasn't necessarily about religion. It just happened to be that this guy.
You talk about past lives, and I was trying to tell you.
You saying that's fact, dude. Bro. You saying it's like it's a fact, bro.
No, I
Stop doing
didn't
that.
say like it's a
Yeah, because
fact.
I was gonna wait till he was finished and then say that that's a cool perspective. Obviously, it's
What I'm saying is that
speculation.
I studied it and I learned it for real, and you guys
Can you
have it.
just
Stop
can you
doing that,
just
dude.
can you just listen to social cues? I'm trying to tell you because it's becoming awkward, right? So
Yeah, whatever.
all we're saying is, you know what? I don't ban people, but I was trying to be reasonable.
Yeah, 'cause you were talking about spirituality. I came in and I said I
What should
studied.
I do? I don't know. I'm not gonna ban you, but I'm gonna mute you because, like,
Elijah,
I'm
you've
sitting
banned me
here.
before,
I'm
and
sitting
I
here
demand way
trying
more
to.
or less.
I'm sitting here trying to clear the air and bring up why we were talking about what we were talking about to say maybe it was heavy-handed on fraud's part to just come out and blast you. And I was going to say after you finished, maybe that's a little bit, maybe that's speculation, and that's your view, and that's fine. Cool, move on, I guess. Um, what you just did was totally unnecessary.
Yeah, if I can have a moment. I don't disagree with fraud that this is a religious conversation, that it probably belongs downstairs. I don't disagree with the other mod who I can't remember, the Gospel Bear.
Yep.
I don't disagree with him and the fact that he was stating it as facts. I just think that the timing looks really weird because we were talking about all kinds of off the wall stuff that had nothing to do with the flat earth, and then Fraud's timing was bad. He wasn't incorrect. And I think Elijah probably would have addressed it better than me because I was trying to listen and take it all in because nobody was really talking about the shape of the earth. And as far as I knew, there wasn't anybody new. But I'll defer to the senior mods as I consider myself just
A mod is a mod.
a stream protector. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're fine, Hank. A mod is a mod. I think that the trigger
I
was
have
is
supreme
the
seniority.
declarative.
I am a higher mod than mods. We're
Yeah.
not the same.
Oh,
I'm obviously super kidding. I'm not even above the people who don't have verified roles. It's just a role, and I'm happy I get to be fluid in and out of service. I don't really care about any of that shit.
no, the guy just reminds me of Pillbox, but the opposite. See what I'm saying? I love Pillbox and all that, but it's like he sounds like Pillbox, but just the other side of the coin, right? Because Pillbox, he shoves it down your throat as it's fact too. But in my mind, it is the way he believes, but I'm not going to force people to believe it. So this guy is doing the same fucking thing.
If it's not the drinkers, it's me and the smokers. If it's not me and the smokers, it's the verbal diarrheas. It's the verbal diarrheas people's night tonight, right now.
Like the
There's a
guy's
subtle
100 miles an hour, just shoving you down your throat, past lives. We're all past lives. I'm like, bro, chill out,
And
man.
you're
If
trying to
not,
say
if not, it's the
you're
Mexicans.
trying to speak, and it's almost like exactly how you were just talking, and I got louder because I know I heard you saying something, but I wanted to give a. There's a point where that becomes extremely cringy. Like, dude was just going off.
I know, bro. It's like whoa, dude.
for a long time.
I'm
You know
gonna
what I
unmute you,
think
John,
is
because I don't want to leave a bad taste in your mouth. Look, bro. Everybody can think and just take it slow, right? Take a beat. Nothing's wrong with how you what you think. Everybody had. Listen, bro. I got crazy thoughts. Okay, so don't worry about that. It's just when in this room we kind of stick to what can be verified. So in a sense, we talk about evidence in the material, even though we know that the metaphysical also exists, which we just spent an hour and change talking about. So
even though on that point, hey Elijah, I've been listening for like past 30 minutes. You can see me typing in the chat. And you know what's
it's
really special?
yeah,
Listen,
hell
all
of a
right, I
night.
know you guys don't like when I come in sometimes, but I'm not trying to be I'm just looking at this from an objective point of view. So you guys are just like, hey, some of these guys are, damn it, now I forgot what I was going to say. Hey, I'm one of those drunk tards that you were talking about. Isn't that funny? Okay, so cool. So we have Elijah, we have
That's the difference.
John Kay, we have who else? There was someone. Well, Gospel Bearer, he's got the Bible point of view and everything. Well, I was listening and I was involved in the chat there, and
it does because
as far as this is really more of a philosophical discussion than any evidence related to shape of Earth. It's just our personalities, and how we discuss the discussion.
if that's what you want to do.
No, it's not. I don't want to do it. You guys just did it. I didn't have to. I don't want to do it anyway. You guys just did it. I was just giving my perspective on it.
It's my turn to do it.
All right, Jim. It's Jemsy's turn to give his opinion about the past conversation.
I'm gonna pass my remaining time to Hank Hill.
That's back, hot potato.
What is this, Congress?
Well, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. It is sometimes. It's like I defer to this individual because they've been trying to speak up for a while and they can't speak. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. We don't have a scheduled time for an individual
for 5
to talk.
minutes, and I give 4 minutes and 54 seconds back to you, Hank.
I didn't hear the conversation, so I want to give my entire amount of time.
Sonny, take it away. Take it away, Sonny.
I'm trying to give my time to Hank Hill also. Take it away.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Okay.
Hank gets the next 12 and a half minutes.
Okay. I'm going to say something that's going to sound illogical, but it's going to make sense in the long run. Okay. You wouldn't dump hydrogen and oxygen on a fire, but firefighters do it every day. And you wouldn't think that eating seeds would be good for you because there's what's in the apricot seeds? It's cyanide. Yeah, you wouldn't think that eating cyanide is good, but I think that we're supposed to eat the whole fruit. But I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm not a nutritionist. Ask your doctor if eating seeds is right for you.
Doesn't that mean we should eat the whole fish, like brain and eyes and bones and stuff too?
That is a great example of a straw man.
Should you eat seeds instead of the plant?
It's not a straw man.
Result
It's a
of the seeds?
pescatarian man. Straw mans are vegans.
It's like if you eat seeds, you get the whole fucking plant before it even grows, right? Because you get the whole plant when you ingest it, right?
You know what's crazy?
No.
I know we've had this conversation before. Matter of fact, I'm going to switch topics or whatever y'all do. That was weird. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Elijah, please.
Because, like, okay, so there's the physical, right? But clearly, do I want to say music exists before we actually play the chords? Because how do you know what music is? How do you know it's pleasing and it sounds good if it wasn't already meant to be pleasing and sound?
It's in accordance.
All you have to do is ingest Jimi Hendrix, as the seed, and then you will know Jimi Hendrix by ingesting him.
Go to try chopping down a mountain with the back of your hand. Good luck.
I may as well have not said anything. Never mind.
I know I'm fucking with you, Elijah. But anyway, it's all good.
I don't understand the response.
Yeah, because I'm a joker. and I'm a smoker, and I'm a midnight toker. But I don't even smoke weed, so it's all good.
Just got to go down to the crossroads.
Yeah, all the way down to the crossroads. You're gonna meet the devil. All that shit.
I mean, we just
We're
be
in
talking
Georgia
about.
They don't play that song anymore, by the way. Fun little fact about those guys.
I retract my last statement.
Charlie Daniels Band. They don't play that song anymore.
Is it not interesting that the music or the potential for music already exists?
Yeah, it's like precognition.
No, it's
as a matter of fact,
harmonics.
our ability to, like, us speaking right now, like, all of this is already.
The ear is designed to hear what is and capable of being. Music
Right,
came out
but
separately.
that's the point. Like, we can receive what we perceive to be music, but a human has to tap into this music that doesn't exist until they manifest it in a sound and through an instrument of some type.
It comes down to three things: sense of time, sense of frequencies, and sense of patterns.
Yes, not just through music. There are many avenues that you can access.
Yeah, cadence,
this shit
rhythm.
through. Yeah.
Scales
Once you
and
really see it,
timing, patterns.
Listen to the music.
But
good music leads you up to something, and then it leaves you wanting something to balance that.
You mean bad music? You mean good music or bad music?
Yeah, good music. Bad music makes you confused and want to smash your radio.
I don't know, man. Would you want to smash your radio because
No,
they made
I
you
want to
feel a
smash my
certain
phone,
way?
but not the radio.
I don't even know what bad music is.
You've never heard bad music?
I've heard bad music, but it's because I've heard music from people that can't sing or play. That's the only bad music I've heard. People that can play really good. That's good music.
The fact that it's not because you could say it's subjective, but everybody knows what a beautiful tone is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets sad when Fleur Elise plays by Mozart. You know what I mean? How do you listen to that without getting a little bit somber or melancholy? Or
I get pumped from that, dude.
Helio, was that just an example of
Because you try to play it on the piano and it'll pump you up, Tristan.
Did you say Did you say melancholy?
I might have.
Never mind.
God damn it.
I may have misspoken, but I don't think so.
That's on another realm. That's on another realm, Sonny.
That's where everybody who
melancholy.
Helio's backtracking.
That's so
He's
melancholial.
backmasking.
So
He's
Australia is
backmasking
melancholy.
Oh god damn. Anyway, good.
Irrelevant.
Helio said, "Get the chewing gum. Chew, 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 chew."
Yeah, I was going to say, stop rumpusing over the time that I gave to Hank Hill.
Well, I gave my time to him too, so I'm rumpusing my time.
So,
Okay, I get it. I got verbal diarrhea. Sorry.
No, I had the verbal diarrhea over your monologue.
No.
So did I.
I had the verbal diarrhea.
No, I gave my time because I legitimately want to hear Hank Hill more than I want to hear myself speak.
Well, me too, and I definitely never want to hear myself speak. I mean, that's a. Hey, Sonny, do you ever listen to yourself speak?
Why wouldn't you
Well,
be
this
here?
is really
Why would you be here if
interesting.
you didn't want to hear
This
yourself
is really something coming up just now. Sonny, do you ever listen to yourself back on a live stream and enjoy?
No, never.
Hey, Hank, do you ever listen to yourself back and enjoy?
I don't either,
hearing
but
yourself?
that doesn't mean that you don't enjoy talking.
Super cringy. Yeah, when I listen to
That's
myself
fucking,
talk.
I hate.
Everybody likes to
I
be
hate
involved in
hearing
conversation.
We have a
myself
visitor.
on a live stream.
We have a
I'm not
visitor.
even
All right,
subscribed
cool.
to
Hey,
I
the
visit.
Gospel Bear said
That'll
we're
never.
gonna break this.
Everybody,
Yeah.
I think
Hey,
Genji probably
you
does
can
like
rumpus and I
listening
can rumpus,
back
damn
to
it.
Look,
the show.
I'm about to mute
Alrighty.
everybody without abandon.
deep
I don't want to
breaths.
hear nothing. I don't want to hear nobody else but Gospel Bearer. Welcome the new people in. Shut the fuck up and make it no more cringier than I just did by cursing you all out.
shut
Thank
up,
you.
Elijah.
All right, Lemon. I have
That wasn't
unmuted.
cringe. Go
I
ahead.
have Okay, something's going on here. Hi, Lemon. I've unmuted you. You can say hello. Welcome to the server. Why would you join a VC just to just be silent? Don't do that.
No, don't do that.
I literally made not made, but insinuated that 5 people should shut up just to greet and introduce you, Lemon.
It's pretty
You can
rude.
be my oh my. Oh well. I
We're all
tried.
thoroughly offended.
I tried
I
to.
don't think it was rude at all because we all just pontificate on
Yeah.
end all the time.
I tried
Sorry.
I try to
I
keep
wasn't
my
saying
finger.
I wasn't saying silencing was rude. I was saying the person not saying anything after you silenced everybody. That was
Agreed.
noble.
But
That was
did
pure.
someone
But he
talk to
didn't
them
do anything
before?
with it. That's rude.
Well, did someone talk to them before and kind of give them the idea of what's going on here? I mean,
If you throw a party for somebody, they better show up.
no,
Do
wait
we
a
know
minute.
what's going
Hold
on
on,
here?
Listen,
Do we
we're in
know
a
what's
live
going on here, Healy?
Well, we don't necessarily check that. We know what's going on. We're on a live stream. But if somebody new joins, if they haven't been through the check-in process and they join the live stream, and we're trying to check them into the live stream, they don't open their microphone. We don't even know where they came from. If they're brand new, they don't have a role yet. Then yeah, fuck. I mean, why would you give them shit if they're brand new to the server?
You're right, Helio.
Maybe
I
they came from
understand.
Alpha Centauri.
I get you, Helio. Proper order and method to things, and I've been circumventing some of the methodologies because recently
It works out sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get a new person, they'll immediately open their mic, but sometimes they don't. But nobody should give them shit if they don't.
I get you. You're right.
There are different personalities. When you're when you're trying to welcome people into your home, you kind of offer them different things because you don't know what they're like. You don't know if you should Some people are like, oh, if you're gonna come to my house, motherfucker, you need to know that I'm like this. My tits
Take
hang.
your
I
shoes
play
off.
loud music. Da 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 da. But being reasonable, just that interaction right there, like the moment that you introduce someone and everybody erupts like it's like a 4th grade class, that's probably a little intimidating.
You're right.
Of course it is. Yeah, of course.
Wait, you're
Is that what happened?
I'm not sure. I mean, we were all just freaking talking shit about each other for like 10 minutes, and then somebody was like, "Hey, a new person's in here. Let's unmute their microphone and see if they want to get involved in us talking shit about each other."
I did that.
I don't think I don't think they wanted to. But I don't even know who you were talking about. I was just sitting back, just talking shit with you guys.
I keep my finger on the trigger for people that are joining the VC. I'm always on the lookout, and I think other people should be too. But you're right. There should also be a methodology to streamlining people through the VC check-in. So
sure. I mean, man,
You're
it's
100% right, Gospel. Because nobody does that but you and Crypto these days, and Crypto doesn't. He's not. You're the only one that does it. I've quit from doing it because I get annoyed when people want to act five and I want to have conversations.
Do you think
I
new
disagree
people
with
might want
you.
to wait
I
a
do it
little while before
sometimes when I see new people join. I move them up to check-in room before they act, and I explain to them what's going to happen to them when they go into this room. I do that often, so I disagree. I catch them, in the live room. Like, you might want to go into the check-in room first before this kind of shit happens. You want to talk to somebody personally before you actually join the
it
live
might be
stream.
intimidating to join into a conversation that we are having. You know what I mean? They're going to have to listen for at least 10 minutes to kind of get the double Dutch.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just like if I see somebody, if I'm active, which I'm not often active in the server, but if I am and I see somebody new join, sometimes I'll move them up to the VC check-in, just like, hey, I'm glad you found, I'm just like, hey, I see you that you're new. You don't have a role yet. Do you want to talk to me? And I want to check them in before I'm gonna give them the breakdown of what's going to happen if they join the live stream. If they open their microphone, it's hot shit. You know what I'm saying?
Fresh from the monkey.
I get it, but I don't think it's good to put them in the hot seat just because they got verified 10 seconds ago. You know what I mean?
No, I got that too. And I always recommend, hey, I recommend, and just like, was it Elijah or whoever just said, listen for like 10, 15 minutes before you actually even open your microphone. After I've given VC verified, it's like, hey man, just wait for a minute. Keep yourself muted until you hear the conversation and then join.
So there's mixed signals going on. It's a whole bunch of shit going on.
Catch the rhythm until there's something you can't not say. That's when you unmute.
I mean, just go with the flow, man. If your flow is like, I want to come in and just fucking fire out some shit, I will tell them, hey, I recommend that you don't open your microphone right away. Just listen to the conversation, follow along, unmute your microphone, and get involved. But if they feel like, after I give them VC verified, if they feel like just open their microphone individually and freaking disrupt the conversation, that's on them after that point. Then you're probably going to get banned if you're an asshole,
Within minutes.
Yeah. Dude, I've been doing this for a long time. Anyway. I mean, that's the way shit
Am I a
works.
robot?
Nope, we can hear you.
Thank you. Sound fine.
Good.
So I really wish that would have happened to me on the first day that I came to the first server. I really wish that I would have been just like escorted into the hot seat. But my retarded ass couldn't figure it out. I don't think anybody checked me in, and I didn't come back till like 6 months later. So there's two sides to that coin.
Yeah, but to be honest, a lot of people that join, like younger people that join the Discord here, they know exactly how to use Discord, and we're not going to put up with that bullshit pretender clown nonsense. They know how to use.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know how to. I don't know how to press things. I'm not clicking on how.
So I just explain some simple rules, and I give them really good advice when I check them in. It's just like, hey, if you want to stick around and ask really good questions, and if you're really curious about flat Earth, you can find the answers here. Just don't be an asshole. Listen for a while, and then open your microphone and ask questions. That's what I do.
I give my time to Helio Skeptic. I want to hear him talk more.
No, you don't want to hear me talk more. I'm done with that. No, I'm already. That's the finish. I mean, as far as the, as far as the live stream room goes, I mean, we all have a lot to say about, our passion is to reach people, right? So if we want to have new people, the only reason we do this is so that we can actually reach new people. And when they come in, we don't want them to come in. Here's what happens a lot of times. And, all of us, as that have been members here for a long time, we've come across people that think we're not serious and stuff like that, but they're part of other servers or whatever, and it's like, oh, no, I'm just gonna go with the Flat Earth server and hang around, and we're gonna have a little bit of fun, and it's like, obviously they were wrong about this because everybody knows the Earth is a globe and all that kind of shit, right? Which that does happen sometimes for them, but they don't really stick around long. But sometimes they'll come over in groups, right? And they'll talk to us, and 2 or 3 of them will stick around. It's like, wow, man, you guys really kind of do know your shit, right? And so that's why you want to, the check-in room is to deter trolling for the live stream room and for other text rooms as well, just to make sure that people are serious about the topic. And if you don't have enough intelligence or couth, that word couth, you ever heard that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, couth, which is really just kind of like respect for another person. Couth as a respect for another person. It's like, I think you're full of shit, but I'm gonna give you an opportunity to explain your point of view. That's the people we're looking for. People with couth. All right, so that's why we have the check-in room. We actually, we have our server is heavily moderated, but it's also completely open for honest people. We like to have a lot of fun. We give a lot of information during a conversation here in a live stream voice text, and in other rooms we share information on a constant basis. It's a free and open room as long as you're respectful. It doesn't matter if you think the Earth is flat or a globe. This is a free and open platform for you to come share your ideas. Once you become disrespectful, you're not welcome here anymore. I mean, a lot of times, like people that have this globe idea, they get really mad at people that don't agree with what they call science. And then we start arguing about science, and then that really throws them off the edge. All right, is this the end of my bloviation? What do you guys got?
Not quite a bloviation. It's all good. I had your back in the chat.
All right, well, hey, Gospel Bear, what do you think about what I said? Did I say anything that was wrong about what our experience here?
No, you're good, man. You know what you're talking about. I posted the etymology for couth and uncouth for everybody's viewing.
Yeah,
pleasure.
that's really interesting. I mean, it's just like that's a word that it's even hard to spell. Does it start with a C or a K?
Yeah, it's COUTH.
Yeah, I know. Because it took me a while to figure that. See. Anyway, so go ahead, Gospel Bear. Do you want to add something to that?
Not much to add. I think it's appropriate, and hopefully it's enlightening to Lemon, who decided not to say anything. But It gives you a good overview of the mores and the culture here, the ethos and the mores. Use some complicated words for everybody. Or
Is
I'll
that
post.
can you spell that one? Morays?
No, it's actually an E. Yeah.
More with an E instead of a Y.
It's a tricky word.
But it's kind of, it has something to do with, doesn't it have something to do with liquid
morals.
Oh, morals. But mores, I don't know. I mean, for some reason that reminds me of liquid, like Aquaman and shit. I'm just messing.
It's all good.
That's because of moray eels. It's
You're robot Ruckus.
relevant to the conversation. It's not germane.
Germain is Germaine, right?
Yeah,
No,
I think
or
so.
is it without the I? Is it Germain?
Like the whole, that's not germane to the conversation. Germain.
Okay.
You're talking about the guy from New Zealand who's in that band? Frodo, don't wear the ring.
Frodo, don't wear the ring.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's
If y'all don't know
A&E.
about Jermaine Clements.
Germain
if you don't know
is...
about
Why the hell are these flat earthers just talking about flat Earth as if they don't know anything? Hey, the only reason you think the Earth is flat is because you all ignorant. Because on CNN they told us that shit was a globe. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
anyway, it's A&E. Germain is Germane.
yeah, I put the I in there. Yeah, that's what I mean. And
if you don't know about Flight of the Conchords, Jermaine Clements' band, some of it's actually pretty funny. Especially that Frodo Don't Wear the Ring song.
yeah, but you can also name a person Germain. Would it be spelled the same way? Hold on, I gotta look this shit up.
Depends on where he's born.
There was a Jermaine O'Neal played in the NBA. He spelled it with a J.
Yeah, like I said, it depends
Better
on
with
where
a
you're born.
J.
No, I don't think that Germain as a name is spelled the same as Germain the word.
So, all right, Germain definition. No, you are
I posted it.
Well, you posted it. Oh, I see that. Relevant to a subject or under consideration. Not germane. Oh yeah, sure. I added an I for some reason when I spelled it. Yeah.
Jermaine Jackson Tito. It's a Brian Regan joke. If anybody, that's when I hear Jermaine, that's what I think is the Brian Regan joke when he's.
Yeah, how does it go? It gets really funny after that.
Yeah, he's talking about being dumb in school and I before E, except every C, and on weekends in May, and you'll always be stupid no matter what you say. Brian Regan is, man, he was such a good one. It's not a lot of material, but the material he had was pretty good.
How does it go? Finish the rest of it. It goes something like
"Stupid in School" is the name. I'm going to post it because I'm not good at quoting anything. It's a weakness I have in life.
It's really funny though.
Yeah, this
is like,
kind of weak.
non sequitur after non sequitur.
You are pretty like specific about spellings and pronunciations and stuff, which I love that about you, Gospel.
Sometimes
this stuff. Yeah.
Who said sometimes?
But he does make it a big deal sometimes. But that's okay too, because I mean, all of us, with some of these topics, we need to be specific, and it's really good to have someone that's like hot on topics, Like, hey,
holding your feet to the fire.
Hell yeah, we do that.
Makes you better.
Everybody do it.
Good stuff. But yeah, there's the Stupid in School one where he does exactly what I was referring to.
It's Germane. N-E, right? Jermaine, it's appropriate, basically.
Jermaine Jackson. That was with a J. Jermaine Jackson was with a J, not a G. No big surprise there, but Jermaine. Oh, Jermaine Barnes, Jermaine Crowell, Jermaine Greer. All of those.
I would never want to be named Jermaine. Do people name their kids Jermaine?
Bruh, there's so many inappropriately named people that I just don't. I don't have like the first. You think that they would have like annulled their child's name or something because they realized that they were.
Dance. Percy Wetmore peed in his pants.
That's insane, bro.
And never forget of a boy named Sue, but you know.
Oh, that's appropriate because his dad had a reason to name him Sue.
I know. Johnny Cash was the man.
Why would you name your son Jermaine?
I mean, could you imagine? Like there should have
And
been
then
this.
spell it wrong.
Well, what about Gucci Mane?
Oh wow! There you
Is that
go.
like a
Somebody
derivative?
taking a piss or something? What is that noise?
Iron, you're hot micing.
What is that
It
noise?
started raining. I'm sorry, I'm muting.
Okay.
Rain. That's actually rain. What a trip.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sound like bacon.
Look at what I found out about nasturtium.
Sounded like bacon. That's
I'm
awesome.
sorry I changed the subject like that, but was someone else earlier talking about? Was that you, Gospel Bear, talking about moringa earlier?
No, not me.
Okay, not you. Okay, never mind.
It may have been me, depending on how earlier. I kind of been on for like the past 20 hours off and on.
20 hours.
I'm not joking.
Hank, I thought you had work like 2.5 hours ago.
I had to stop from. I had to turn.
I'm still at work.
I had to deafen myself 2 days in a row because of Get Beget. Now I love the dude dearly, but you all understand me, and I'm sure he will too. I don't say anything I wouldn't say to someone's face like that. I'm an honest person.
Well, it's all recorded anyway, so you don't even need to be honest.
That's right. It's all there. So, any questions, comments, concerns? Feel free to ask. Beautiful weather here, and just slightly above the 33rd parallel, west of the Rockies. Flat freaking plain over here. Coastal plains.
So much drama in the LBC.
What? LVC? What?
Long Beach, California.
Oh, B, I got you.
Wow, yeah. I have history there. I got my GED in Long Beach. C.
Snoop D-O-double-G.
CC. That's a true story. Dang. Actually, my first wife was from Compton. That's no shit.
Straight out of Compton. Wow, you can take the... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead. No, maybe better not.
Wow. So Stockton, that's the place in California.
Yeah.
I don't know if Shelton is, but I got Stockton's and Shelton, and that's where I'm related to John Wesley Hardin.
Stockton is like a place that used to be made fun of because it was like the place where it was like full on white trash. Like as soon as you pull up in Stockton, there's like Chevys up on freaking cinder blocks everywhere you look.
I live nearby that.
You live right by. See, he knows what I'm talking about, right?
Yes,
okay.
He's probably
go ahead and look up.
Wait a minute, rookie. Concur. I could be 30 years out of date. Am I wrong?
No, I don't believe you're wrong.
Uh-oh. Damn, I get tired of
Oh, you
being
may be right.
I get damn, I get tired of being right all about shit.
Darn you. I don't know. Yeah, Stockton was basically a hub for all the boats coming in from the bay, from San Francisco. Brought in a
And
lot of
Sons
stuff,
of
made
Anarchy.
people in and able to get their hands on it and stuff like that. Yeah.
And Sons of Anarchy, that's where they ran their illegal firearms distribution network through.
So any signs of this globe that everybody thinks they live on?
Cartoons.
On
Does
TV?
that count?
Cartoons.
Hobby Lobby and World Market. Does that count? Almost all of media. Does that count?
What does that have to do with Stockton?
My imagination, Dave. Does that count?
All of that is not concrete reality, sir.
Yeah. But I can walk into a world market and I can touch and feel and look at the globe at the world market.
We used to have something called the World Trade Center, and it got blown up, so now we can't prove it based on the same lines of logic that you're affirming right now.
What'd you say?
We used to have the World Trade Center, so World Trade Market, like, why would that be any different? It's symbolic in nature.
Iron, I've noticed that you're a contrarian, so I'm going to give you a spoonful of your own medicine. They didn't get blowed up, bro. They got blowed down.
But they didn't get blowed sideways. We can agree on that, right?
No, it did get blowed sideways too. I saw it myself on
Oh,
TV.
so that's how Building 7 went up in
I
flames.
saw it on TV myself.
With my own two eyes.
I saw original footage that day, which was really freaky. Years later to find out that they were using different backgrounds and they had edited the backgrounds. So the Building 7 was there and then it wasn't, then it was there. And the other one, the whole skyline was shifted off one direction or not. It was really bizarre. All that stuff's gone now. You can't find
So
those
conspiracy, you allege.
No, it wasn't a conspiracy. BBB was doing good science, and they made a prediction that Building 7 was going to fall. Out of all the other buildings, they got it right. It's good science.
That was BBC. I hate to be technical, not BBB.
The Better Business Bureau may or may not have had a hand in this. Let's be real. Everybody knows that's a weird organization.
Wait a minute, which organization?
The BBB, the Better Business Bureau. I was just playing along.
Oh,
I'd be more concerned about the
God bless
BLM.
the BBB.
They're probably in on it.
The BLM? Oh, yeah.
They're not.
Bureau of Land Management, also known as Black Lives Matter.
I know. Why?
They keep inventing new things that will hide Google search results from actual shit you should be getting results for.
Mm-hmm.
If you type BLM in 2012, you wouldn't get Black Lives Matter. You'd get the Bureau of Land Management and everything that's fucking wrong. But now, the first 50,000 results you're going to get are going to be Black Lives Matters. And you're not even going to know what BLM is doing.
Yeah, so now millions of people are equating Black Lives Matter to Bureau of Land Management.
They might, but they are most likely to never even understand what the Bureau of Land Management is even doing or up to or even existing. They don't even know that it exists. So
and that it's this weird thing that you can stay on for free.
No, you can't.
Yeah. BLM camping?
You're not allowed to subsist on federal land. The BLM is the people that come and kick you off.
I think you have to move every 10 days, but it is free.
Huh.
And if you use the term BLM, it may not be germane to the topic that you're bringing up.
Well,
LOL.
my point was they're burying Bureau of Land Management behind Black Lives Matter. So the average person that Googles it has no fucking clue what the Bureau of Land Management is and what they've been up to.
And
because they get Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And they keep doing that with all kinds of other social issues that are of certain importance, is they make some other entity that Googles it out of existence.
Yeah, so Black Lives Matter should just go to Bureau of Land Management, just use all that property. That's all theirs. They should just go.
They need to join forces.
Shit, they should have lined up there in where is it, Arizona or New Mexico, wherever they
should
were.
just go up there and
They should
grab
have lined up with them and be like, "Fuck no, this is
have a
our
big
place."
vacation over there, thousands of people.
Hell yeah!
Did you know? Did you know you can camp for free in many public land areas in the U.S.?
Let's just rampage in there. Just go in with hundreds.
As long as you can move to the other side in
Did
every
you
10
know you
days
can
or
go to
14
federal
days.
prison for camping in the wrong place in federally controlled lands?
Did you know in Albuquerque, New Mexico, a cop might shoot you while you're surrendering if you're camping illegally? Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, that happened. He said he was going to do it before he got there, but he still
Yeah,
got away
well-
with it. Don't you worry about that, Puddin'.
Yeah, but legal and lawful are two different things.
Agreed.
Just got to have that little handheld crossbow ready, when you're out camping. Like that way, if any pesky critters come around,
Being like,
you might need to dispatch of them, possibly. It'd be like a what's that movie? Oh my god!
Yeah, the fact that the cop said he was going to kill him on the way there, and then he actually gunned him down. It's like, if any one of us would have done that, if any one of us said, well, when I get there, I'm sure I'm going to stop his heartbeats. And then we got there and then we killed somebody, man. But it's okay if you're Albuquerque PD.
You mean Ahmaud Arbery? Or armed robbery, as I like to call it.
You just have to, search some of the keywords that I said.
Sounds similar.
You'll find it. Albuquerque.
Yeah.
Illegal camping.
Just don't come into my area with your street clothes on.
That's from BLM.gov.
What the hell is illegal camping?
Yeah, I wonder that.
Well, when you own land.
That's antithetical to what camping is.
Listen, if I'm in a park, who owns that park, that public land?
That
You
would
do,
be
I do,
that would
everyone
be the United States of America, which is a corporation.
That is not true. That's not true. That is not true. I am on land.
I know.
That's my fucking property.
Yeah, because you're a citizen of the United States of America.
No, I'm not a citizen. Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Your Honor, I see no evidence before the court today that shows that I'm a U.S. citizen.
I'm not a citizen. Fuck
Your Honor, this sovereign citizen claims ownership over 248 hectares of land in
Oh, that's bad. Sovereign citizen.
Not a sovereign citizen
Man,
either. I mean, it has nothing to do with the corporate asset.
Introducing yourself to the judge as a sovereign citizen is kind of like asking, a woman's hand in marriage. And when you go to the father and be like, yeah, I'm a married bachelor and I'd like your daughter's hand.
I've had 14 wives and most of them are dead, but I'd like to marry your daughter. Yeah, I don't think so.
The guy's going to be like, red flag, red alert, fire the torpedoes, direct the rest of the energy to the shields.
So, Gospel Bear, I mean, do you want to read that out?
TLDR, it's you have to. There's a certain set of criteria you have to meet, like such as being in an RV, and it's limited to a certain amount of time. And there's all sorts of but if this, but if this, but if this. So as long as you avoid all the but ifs, then it is possible to freely camp on BLM land, as long as like they're not already using that portion of land for something else. It's restricted for some specific reason or whatever. But it is actually possible, and there are a handful of YouTube channels that do just that. They only do BLM camping. They do not pay fees. It's akin to boondocking because you're not getting anything, like you're not getting electricity, you're not getting water, so you're basically boondocking, but which is a term referred to as on your own. What you're not plugged into anything.
You're camping on what they consider national property.
Public property, yeah. So
public or national. I mean, is it state owned or
public lands?
Well,
I don't know what it
mean,
means.
it depends on how the state is involved with the.
I mean, I posted the links.
The corporation of the United States too is depends on where they get their funding from. I don't know, but
there's a lot of places where
what you posted. Go ahead.
There's a lot of places where you'd park your RV and you'd have to pay some type of money in order to continue to be there, and usually associated with that money is a return of not just the plot itself, but also some type of ability to dispose of your waste, ability to plug in for power and water, those sorts of things. But in this instance, it's specifically boondocking, but you're able to do it for free.
So let me ask you about this. I mean, you obviously know something about this. This dispersed camping idea. It says camping on public lands away from developed recreation facilities is referred to as dispersed camping. Most of the remainder of the public lands are open to dispersed camping as long as it does not conflict with other authorized uses or in areas posted close to camping, or in some ways adversely affects wildlife species or natural resources.
Yeah.
So you're still subject to the quote unquote law, which there is no law against.
But the thing is, if you try to park in a Walmart, they may allow you to boondock in a Walmart parking lot. They also have the right to kick you off the property. So
yeah, but they own that parking lot. So
and more and more people are finding it incredibly difficult to find locations to boondock. And the point is, there are BLM locations to boondock. That's all. And it can be really nice because oftentimes those are also really good locations to go for a hike and
let me ask you this: if there's a place that's a national park and you can boondock there, they still have a semblance of authority, right? But it just depends on where you are and whether or not they want to mess with you. Because for the most part, the continental United States is either a city under designation of a city, county, or whatever, or it's considered a national park. So you're pretty much under their authority anywhere you do this.
Have you guys heard of the
Here's the second paragraph. Dispersed camping is allowed on public land for a period not to exceed 14 days within a 28 consecutive day period. The 28-day period begins when a camper initially occupies a specific location on public lands. The 14-day limit may be reached either through a number of separate visits or through 14 days of continuous overnight occupation during the 28-day period. After the 14th day of occupation, the camper must move outside of a 25-mile radius of the previous location until the 29th day since the initial occupation. The purpose of this special rule is to prevent damage to sensitive resources caused by continual use of any particular areas. In addition, campers must not leave any personal property unattended for more than 10 days. 12 months in Alaska. Let's
So
all
at most, you
move
can
to
leave
Alaska.
extra property halfway in between two spots that you go back and forth from twice a month.
It's just like, yeah, it was just like, all right, I went 2 days over here and I'm moving back. Anyway, yeah, I mean,
You're going to jail if you leave a wood stove in one particular place for a month. Even if you have two and you go back and forth between two wood stoves 25 miles apart, you're going to lose both of them and they're going to seize your property and throw you in jail when they catch you coming back to try to use it. It's insane.
Are they going to bring Little Caesars?
They're going to bring little
I
forest
think you'd be
managers.
better off. I think you'd be better off hooking up with some of the like Cherokee, like the
Indian reservations.
Yeah,
My
get on
baby, she's a Chippewa. She's a one of a kind.
one of a kind. Yeah, you'd probably be better off if you want to really do some shit like that. You'd be better off hooking up with some of the Indian reservations.
Well, backyard camping is another excellent technique where you
It's
hook up
not
with
camping
friends
if it's on your property.
on people's property, other people's property. I get
BLM
what you're saying.
property or
No,
private
I'm
property?
talking about like friends, like backyard. You know,
Private.
yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you can camp as long as they don't tell you to get the fuck out of here.
Oh yeah.
Right, you want a contract with them. So you might say, hey, I'll try my best to clear this creek before I'm gone. And, every day I'll work until, I feel like I'm dehydrated
Or hey, I
have a
have
heart
a
attack.
really cool RV. Can I park this on your property and hook up to your electric and pay you rent while I live on your property? And you sign an agreement with them, and they're doing their shit. They own the house and the property. That's pretty much the best way.
And then
to
that you're under contract, and I tried to say this the other day, but I got interrupted. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Helio. Once you're under contract, the contract is literally the law. The contract is literally the law.
Sure, but I mean, you don't want to contract with somebody you don't trust anyway. So anyway.
Well, isn't that what the purpose
That's
of a
the
contract
reason.
is? I don't have to trust you because we're under contract.
Right. Because the judge is
Yeah,
going to see
sure.
it my way if you break contract.
I mean, it's just like, hey,
I'm not wrong.
Hey, you're my friend. Can you let me park my RV on your land for an unknown amount of time? And I'm not going to make an agreement with you.
That's not a contract.
I know, but what I'm saying is, like, would you let someone do that?
No.
And unless you knew them really well,
It'd have to be your kin.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be, but it could be someone you've known for a long time.
Even if they are your kin, you might still say no.
Dude, I would freaking if I was put in that position, I'd let them freaking camp out. If I had property, I'd let them freaking camp out on my property. But yeah, I'm gonna have a contract.
I'm gonna
make them sign it. I'm gonna make them sign it.
If Witsit has a RV, if Witsit was like, yeah, I'm passing through North Dakota, I'd be like, yeah, just stop at my place. You can park.
What if he dumps his septic tank on your lawn and then dumps 14
I'd make
bags of garbage. You know what I mean?
That would
You have
be
no
in the
legal
contract.
recourse unless you had some kind of contract signed.
well, that's true, and I would deal with the issue, and I'd probably forgive him.
You wouldn't be able to deal with it, at least legally, if you didn't have an agreement in
What do you
writing.
mean? No, not deal with it like that. I'm talking about clean up the mess.
Good luck making them if he doesn't want to.
No,
He might
would
be in
clean up
South
the mess.
Dakota by now.
I would clean up the mess. I would take responsibility. That's all I'm saying.
I
But
get
it's not
what
your
you're saying, Gus.
responsibility.
I get what you're saying. Well, it's your responsibility when you allow them to
Correct.
park on your property. You know,
Correct.
Yeah.
And I've done this in real life, not with the RV situation, but I have cleaned up other people's messes for years. I'm still cleaning up a mess of something that I took responsibility for that I didn't have to. So I'm very familiar with making decisions that have real life consequences for a long time.
Do you regret the way you handled it, or are you happy
Not
to
really.
be
I
the
started a
chambermaid?
business. So I started a business for my brother-in-law, and I took all of the financial risk on my own, and it financially destroyed me. I had to file bankruptcy. Everything was ruined. But on the other hand, it's all just like meaningless to me as far as like, yeah, lots of hardship. But on the other hand, I did what
You thought was right.
I did what I thought was right at the time, and I wouldn't go back and change it because there's pros and cons of going through all of that.
You sound like a born victim.
That's interesting.
If I told you that I've been through the worst shit that anybody has ever been through in the last 2 years, and I need $2,000 right now, would you feel responsible somehow to send me $2,000 because I just explained how awful the situation I've gone through is? Are you
Not
gonna
necessarily, but there
make
are people.
your problem?
Not necessarily, but there are people in this server who went through a hard time, and even though I have extremely meager means, I still hooked them up. It depends.
I've been through at
That's a
least
pretty
as bad,
extreme.
if not worse. I'm
All
not
right,
asking you.
cool. Well, guess what? Do you and Iron know each other, Gospel Bearer?
No.
Somewhat, yeah.
From talking on here.
Yeah, not in real
First
life.
time I've talked to him.
All right, so you wouldn't give him $2,000, would you?
What this Iron guy? Because it's the first time I've ever talked to him.
It is the first time.
Not
All
necessarily.
right, so that means no. Oh, okay.
But there is a
Well,
possibility
if you,
that I would.
all right, I
I'd
want
have
you
to
to
make
give me
my case.
$10,000.
Right? I'd have to give you a sob story that gave
No, I
you a
wouldn't
reason.
give him I wouldn't give him $2,000 necessarily.
See?
Okay, I know that because that would be ridiculous.
Well, no, I mean,
But I need it really bad.
Yeah, you might. I don't have it to give. That's part of the issue.
Yeah, it could be a major part. It was just like people asked me for money. It was like, oh yeah, good luck, man. Getting blood.
All right, how about $250?
Yeah,
Fuck,
if you could understand, I don't know. Maybe you could understand.
I only give money to people that I know.
So yeah, I can.
I hear you. That's usually the case. You know, when I was walking down DC trying to get a haircut, there was a lot of homeless people in DC on H Street.
Well, I mean, just like pocket change, I'll give money away, like to homeless people
Well,
sometimes.
I just bought them chili. I was like, I'll get you guys some chili burgers from Ben's Chili. How's that sound? And they were like, yeah, man, that'd be awesome. So that's, but yeah, I
In
mean,
my experience, when you offer people like that food and not cash, they tell you to fuck yourself. I need
no,
cash.
we talked. No, we talked, and
that's not true all the
That was
time.
my experience. You can't
You're right.
invalidate
You're right.
it in an
It
instant.
definitely happens. But these guys, they were pretty cool. They were about, I don't know, 5 to 10 years older than me, so not a huge age difference. And we talked for I don't know, probably 15 minutes. They told me all about their lives, how many jobs they had had. This one guy was like, I've had over 50 jobs. And I was like, bro, tell me about that. Tell me about that.
Amazing.
We talked, and then I said, guys, I definitely want to buy you guys some cheeseburgers, but can I pray with you? And that's what and they were like, yeah, man. So, little white guy in the middle of DC, which if you know
Did you
anything
live
about
there or were you visiting?
no, I lived there for a year.
A year. Okay. Go ahead.
So, I'm standing there praying with these two guys, who did not take advantage of me. They didn't do anything awkward. It was a good time, and they thanked me. And I got them their cheeseburgers from Ben's Chili, which, by the way, is a fantastic establishment in DC if you ever go there. And it
Shouldn't I
was all
just
really
dress
nice.
like a homeless person and hang out outside it so somebody else gets me a Ben's chili cheeseburger?
Yeah, bro, it could work.
Dude, I've helped out a lot of homeless people by giving them money when I was walking down the street. They asked me for money, and I've also, worked with the church and fed people on Sunday morning and
Oh yeah,
stuff.
Me too, or I
that's,
wouldn't minimize
Did
it.
I woke up at like 4:00 in the morning and cooked all kinds of breakfast food, and we fed people in Little Rock under the bridge.
Hey, Helio.
Under the bridge downtown.
I got a new rule.
Where I drew some blood.
If a homeless hits me up, man, I'm like, all right, but you got to tell me the shape of the earth, man.
Well, I mean, I'm not. There's no requirement for me.
Don't do that.
Actually, you know what I require? What I require before I give them money, just kind of tell me your story, just like Gospel Warrior was saying. Just tell me what. Tell me your story.
Try to convert the homeless.
No, you don't have to convert the homeless. I mean, they came there, a certain way, but I actually am curious about their story. So I want them to talk. It's kind of similar to the people that come in here, the Globies that come in here, these privileged freaking video game playing Globies that come in here. It's just like, hey, how did you find your way here? I mean, what do you think about the globe Earth? What do you think about flat? I mean, how did you come across the server? I mean, what do you think so far? I mean, have you heard anybody talk about this before?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Imagine you're homeless and you don't have any hope or nothing, and then somebody tells you, man, you live on a flat Earth. It could turn you around. It could jolt them back to fucking reality. I don't know, man.
But the other 9 out of 10 times they're going to learn they're going to get more money if they just say, yeah, the earth is flat, of course. Everybody knows
Oh, that's
it.
what I'm saying. Man. They're desperate. They're desperate. So I just...
They'll say whatever they need to say to get the money.
Yeah, I just, for the most part, I give them the
money.
I'm already gonna give them fucking $5-10. I just enjoy talking to people. Sometimes
they're not monkeys. They're human beings. Don't train them to say what you want them to say just to get their fucking banana.
No, man, it's
like, hey, man, tell me your story.
It's dehumanizing.
Ask
them
what shape the earth is, man. What is it?
Man, fuck that, man. I don't even
that.
fuck with them about shape of the... Just like, I mean, dude, there is ignorant about this as the quote unquote educated people.
Exactly.
So why if you're going to help someone out with $5 or $10, why the fuck would you ask them about flat Earth?
If you see a person who's
they're just trying to get a burger.
I'm homeless because I believe in flat Earth. Please give me at least a quarter. Like, that's a different thing than being like, hey, homeless person, repeat after me, the earth is flat. Don't do that.
I just asked him what shape the earth is. They were like,
I ain't gonna lie. I've helped out a lot of homeless people, man. Well, I was just walking down the street to get a beer and walk back home, and these guys were like, hey, can you give me a couple bucks? And I was like, well, you know what I'd rather do is have a conversation with you.
Tell me
I
a
know
joke,
your
make
ass.
me laugh, and you got $5.
Yeah, or just tell me your story. So I would sit with them for like 5-10 minutes. Like, man, that's it's a pretty
Don't provide an incentive for
yeah,
them
but
to give you this
hey,
money.
I'll tell you what. I have a tragic story too,
We all
but
do.
I'm not going to tell them my tragic story. But they're going to tell me their tragic story. I'm going to give them $5-10 because they actually opened up. So now if they wanted to give me $5 for my tragic story, I'll give them a portion of it.
I
You'll give them a
have seen
portion.
people go to homeless people and say, "Hey, I just need 76 cents to get
Yeah,
this buck."
my
And
tragic
the homeless
story.
people
My
do give
tragic
it to them.
story cost $1 million.
I've seen homeless people give money to non-homeless people because it's a reasonable amount and they got a valid story. I
I'm
lost
being
somebody took my
facetious.
wallet. I didn't
I've
know how
given
to get
homeless
home.
people money when it doesn't, but I didn't ask them for anything. I just give them money.
But
I'm
if
just
you
being
find
facetious. I'm
if
just
you
making.
find one that's willing to give you money, even if it's 35 cents, you should give them as much money as you can.
Yeah, I mean, well, I've talked to a lot of people. I used to walk around just to walk around, like in the streets of Little Rock. I wasn't scared. I'd walk down different parts of Little Rock where no white man should ever walk around, wander aimlessly. I was that guy. I was just some white man walking down the streets of Little Rock because I'm bored as fuck.
I was that
And
guy in Philadelphia.
yeah, so I was just like
Born
I
and
was,
raised?
and it, yeah,
No,
uh,
it
yeah,
was a joke.
I wasn't born in Little Rock, but I was raised in
Not
Little
you,
Rock.
Helio. He said
Oh,
Philadelphia.
yeah.
Little Rock and Philadelphia, they're kind of the same, but one's a little bit worse than the other. If you're doing that
Yeah,
same thing where you're
Philadelphia is
walking
probably
around
a
like,
lot worse
"Hello,
than Little
friends."
Rock. But Little Rock was pretty bad at certain times. I mean, they made a fucking movie about it called Banging in Little Rock. They had gang shit.
And
And that's
Philadelphia,
where that movie was made at the time when I was a teenager. So anyway, yeah, Little Rock is not a fucking, it's
I
pretty
don't mean
hardcore
to
town.
demean Little Rock. I've been there. I've seen the back roads you're talking about.
Well, I used to, well, as an adult, like 10 years ago, I used to not 10 years ago, about 5 years, 7 years ago, I used to just I was just bored. I was just walking down downtown Little Rock, and just bored.
Getting into trouble.
Going
No,
down
I
to
wasn't
Georgia,
in
gonna
trouble.
get
I was
myself
just bored
baptized.
because it was empty streets. Because pretty, there, like certain parts of town, there were hot districts and shit, in the different parts of the town. But I lived near downtown, and it was pretty empty, like in downtown. But it was all lit up, and I was like, I know I can walk over here. Could be some
That's two
homeless
red
people.
flags.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is you didn't grow up there, so you didn't know where to go and where not to go. That's what I'm saying.
If it's lit up and nobody's there, that's like a double down. Holy shit! I shouldn't be here.
Nah, see, I'm still alive, bitch. See, I knew what to do in Little Rock. See, I grew up in that town.
Holy shit! I should.
What's up, Iron?
Hey, Godric. How you doing? Been keeping an eye out for you and I haven't seen you recently. Everything cool?
Yeah, you guys just talking over each other.
Yeah, they're
We're talking
chilling.
about who's most badass for the cities they lived in with.
No, I'm pretty sure Philly is more hardcore than Little Rock. I ain't gonna lie. Even though they made a movie banging in Little Rock, I'm pretty Philly's much more hardcore. I'm just
I was born in Botch Springs, it's southeast Dallas. Okay, so one of my core first memories, I'm like 2 or 3 years old. I'm outside of an apartment complex, and teenagers are throwing rocks at me. True story.
Wow. I've lived in a lot of different places, and the place that had the highest frequency of gunshots that I could hear during the day and the night was DC. Approximately every 9 days on average over the course of a year.
It's not that bad, dude.
Not northwest, but I was in northeast DC off of 18th Street, and yeah, that part of town wasn't uppity. It was getting gentrified, but it was not all the way gentrified.
I find that gentrified thing really interesting because white flight is racist when white people like get scared of what's going on with their neighborhoods, so they move out into the country, and then if white people move into the city, it's gentrification. So we're racist if we don't. We're racist if we do.
We're racist if we decide to live in a place that our children are least likely to be harmed. Oh,
that's broken geometry right there.
As an adult, a single male, I'll live anywhere. But if I'm raising a child, I'm going to raise it where a raccoon or a mountain lion or a bear is the greatest threat to my child. It's not a human being who just wants to do whatever they will with it. Nope.
Yeah. Moose are the greatest threat to my family at this point in time where I live. Can anybody see the moon?
Not yet.
I can.
Right now?
I need to go outside to double check, but last night I could at this time, so I
Yeah.
assume it's like
According to
18 degrees most away from where it is last night.
According to timeanddate.com, the moon is currently hovering over South Africa. So that's why I was curious. Because
Well,
that's
let me ask you this.
far away.
Let me ask you this.
Where's Venus?
Does timeanddate.com have the position and distance from Earth?
No, here. I'll show you what I'm looking at because it is a.
Does it even have the angle?
Just
will.
the angular view.
If you type in a city, it'll give you. It will actually give you the degree and the position and all that.
But it doesn't have distance.
I
mean, it probably has a presumed distance based on the globe.
Nobody's bothered to write the computer program that would get that fidelity of accuracy.
No, but it does talk about degrees.
Well, degrees is lateral.
And longitudinal.
Angular resolution is not equal to distance unless you assume scale and size of bodies.
Yeah.
So
anyway, we were talking about the whole moon and sun question this morning because at around 11 a.m. or so, I could see the sun and the moon at the same time, and so could a couple of other people. Anyway, I was just curious if.
Have you ever seen the back side of the dark side of the moon? You can see the lit side, but you can still.
Hey,
see.
That's a really good question. I'm going to tell you a secret right now.
You ever seen that?
The answer is nobody's ever seen the other side of said spherical moon.
Bro,
I mean,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Gibbous or the waning crescent or whatever. You know what I mean?
Think
are you able to see in the sky the quote unquote
the moon doesn't
shadow,
spin. The moon,
dark side. Not the
they say the moon spins, but it spins at a perfect rate where anyone from Earth will never see the other side of it. They say it's a spherical object, but you'll never see the other side of it from Earth because it spins because it's tidally locked. Just look this.
Bro.
You can look this up.
I meant, can you see the waning crescent? Can you see the full circle of
the phases of the moon have nothing to do with that.
Right, you can still see it even though it's in total shadow. So light must be bouncing off the earth and hitting the backside.
There is no
and coming
shadow.
back
There's no
to you.
shadow. Hold on. There's no
It's
shadow.
impossible.
There's no shadow. What they claim about the phases of the moon is its position in the sky. Are you not aware of this?
My
It's not a
shadow.
shadow, it's an altered area.
No. Yes. No. Maybe.
Yes, no, maybe.
There's somebody that used to talk about this all the time. His name was Kosho, and the word starts with an L, and it's the word that describes the wobble of the moon that supposedly we can see an extra 3% that we don't always see. And the word starts with an L, and I can't remember the word. Does anybody know the word? The L of the moon. It's this.
God, yeah, it's coming back to me. Hold on.
It's a weird word.
Lannister.
Oh God, it's so about
Linguini.
No, not
No,
Legault.
it's
I'm looking for that.
Luminescent.
No, it's not that.
it's not luminescent.
Longhorn.
I said it's a weird word. It's a word that literally never shows up anywhere else. It's a weird word, but I don't know what.
I know what you're talking about, man. I can't fucking.
It's like Lanella.
Legislature. I don't know that. I just made a fucking word up. Never mind.
No.
Legislature. Holy shit.
Legality.
No.
I don't know. I just said I made up a word, Helio. Dang.
I just heard you make it up.
Right. Okay then.
Lupin.
No, but no, I know the word he's talking about. It's
the word that describes or is used to sum up the alleged wobble of the moon.
right because
I
every
know
once
it
in a
starts
while,
with the letter L.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man.
The Loch Ness Monster. Oh wait, no, that starts with the.
You know how much everyone throwing the L word out is helping me
I
and
know.
him remember.
I am so glad it's helping you out, you guys out. I'm just.
Is it lunar libration?
Libration. I think it is libration.
Yes.
The L Word is a TV show.
Yeah, I think libration. That's
There.
what it is.
And there's the GIF that allegedly represents this, but the problem is, as you can see the timestamp, this is supposedly a picture of the moon over the course of a year. Or is it a year or a month? What is this timestamp?
That's
it better be.
Well, I mean,
month.
That is, to be honest, that what you posted is, I think you probably copied that from what I made as a meme, which is what we actually experience. This is the phases of the moon, but that one there is that's computer concept. That's not an actual image like a time lapse. That's just a computer simulation.
You think?
But no, wait. We
I think
can't.
it's pictures.
We can. No, it's not.
It looks like fucking pictures, man.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
So the question, I guess,
but it does. Well, it doesn't even show the lunar libration.
It does
in
though.
that.
It rotates a little bit and shows a little bit
Yeah,
extra.
it's flex. It flex. I would say it's flexing.
Dude, it is trippy looking, man.
Yeah, but that's a computer
Hypnotic.
simulation. That
Is that your
image is a
argument for it
computer
being
simulation.
three-dimensional? Is that it's
But
nicely put
if someone took the time to actually take a time lapse footage of the moon, through different cycles, they're going to get something very similar to this.
Here's the link that kind of discusses. It literally says how to photograph lunar libration. And then for whatever reason, it says that October, November is the best time to do it out of the year, which that's curious to me. And they discuss the whole step-by-step process, and
Does it describe how the moon is tidally locked to Earth?
This is just an article that just goes through all of the details regarding libration.
Shouldn't your observation repeat twice a year, every 6 months, not every 12 months? And if it does do it every 12 months, explain that.
If you look, the moon grows and shrinks in this GIF.
The moon? No, it doesn't. What the?
Yeah,
fuck
have you
are you
never
guys
seen a
talking
harvest
about?
moon? Have you never seen a
No.
giant
This is a different discussion. Why are you guys talking about this way? The
It's
moon.
antithetical to the argument made. That's why.
The moon, obviously, the moon doesn't grow. It doesn't shrink and expand. That's not what the moon is. It's not a. Well, you can think of it as a physical body. Like Earth is a third rock from the sun. Moon is one of the. This is not what Earth is. I mean, and we're trying
It's
to
a piece
help
of cheese.
people. Yeah, it's green cheese. I'm being facetious right now, but yeah. But anyway, I mean, lunar libration. I mean, this is something that you guys should take a look at.
I think it's made of white Mexican cheese.
That is the best cheese, I tell you what.
Dude, especially when you add tomatoes and jalapenos to it.
Speaking of Washington, D.C., they don't know what Mexican white cheese. I went to like so many different Mexican restaurants in D.C., and they were like, Velveeta? They didn't know what the Mexican white. I grew up with it in Georgia, and then I went in.
They don't know how to make. They don't have an authentic Italian Mexican restaurant in Washington.
In DC, bro. There's not very many Latinos in DC, though. It's a very
Yeah, that's no surprise that it's just black and white, right?
Yeah.
I bet that place sucks. Mexican people are awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like I live in Arkansas. Hank lives in Texas. It's like there's plenty of Mexicans up here to make some fucking cheese dip like nobody's business.
Yeah. Anyway, the lunar libration thing is slightly confusing, because what they're like, if you look at that article that I posted, they're talking about these quote unquote identifiable craters or whatever that the little circles are, big circles, and they're talking about their position changing, right, which insinuates that you're seeing different spot anyway. So it's interesting. I don't know.
I know what it is. I've looked into it for a few years now, and it really
I still don't know what it's called.
Well, I forgot it because I mean,
not you, him.
It's a weird word.
No, it is lunar libration. Yes, it's a weird word. So to help us remember it next time, LL.
Yeah.
Lunar libration.
So is he saying that
yes, I mean I've looked into this for. No, I'm talking about lunar libration. And so that's what Gospel Bear was talking about.
It's a mix of cow's milk and goat cheese.
And see all the flat earthers are like, what? What's lunar libration? So anyway, Gospel Bear posted a link about this. And I've been looking at this for quite a while, and it really has nothing to do with shape at all. And the moon does fluctuate a little bit, and I think that also has something to do with some fluctuations with some other things that happen in the sky as well. But I mean, I can't prove any of that. But guess what? Who else can't prove anything of that?
At the end of the day, nobody's claiming that the lunar surface is perfectly flat. We all agree to some sort of topography along the lunar surface, craters and mountains and All
All right,
kinds
well,
of
sure. I
geological
love looking at the
formations.
moon.
So it's not
The only place that any of us would consider a level stationary plane is Earth. I don't know what the fucking moon is,
If
but
that if that moon was a light source with a lens with all those craters on it, you would not know the difference.
begging the question.
No, it isn't.
Who said it was a light source?
You said it was. Well, is it a light source or is it not?
well,
You're asking me now
you
when you
see
were
it,
stating
you
it
see
5
it.
seconds ago.
Saying there's topography, that it's actually topography is begging the question also.
All right, you see a light
How is
bulb
it
on
begging the question to
ceiling.
claim
Hold on, you see a light bulb on your ceiling. Is that a light source?
You can't tell if the texture on the moon is topography or not.
So what causes shadows if not texture? Provide me an alternative explanation for it, and I'll retract.
A 3D image that's projected.
3D means that it has topography.
That's
It's
what it
not
looks
flat.
like, doesn't it? Yeah, but it's not because it's on a flat screen, just like
You just claimed
a
something
projector
that
screen does the same thing. No,
Oh my God.
a projector screen does the same
Talking
thing.
too much
It's on
to
a
be
flat
able to have the
surface.
conversation.
It's on a flat surface. You still
No,
look,
it's
it
fun.
still
I'm
looks like
kind
there's
of I'm
topography.
kind of in between on whether or not craters should have shadows. I'm on the fence on that kind of shit. You know, so I want to hear what he has to say.
So why shouldn't a crater have a shadow on at least half of it? Or exactly half of it? Not the entire half of
Exactly.
it, but
The
from
shadows
the middle down
change
to
depending on the phase. So what do you got, Sonny?
When if you were looking at a lens, like a magnifying glass, you were looking at some object that looked like it had topography, it could be mimicked. This can be created.
Mimic.
But it
So
can't
the
be
crater
dynamic and
crater's trying to fake you out.
What the fucking photoshopping?
Obviously, the moon is there to
photoshopping
take
every
you out
hour because it needs to move 15
appearing
degrees.
it's appearing as if it's a sphere, but it has all kind of anomalies.
You can lie to yourself, but that doesn't
I'm
mean
not
you get
lying
to
to
lie
anybody.
to us.
I didn't make any claims.
We're not claiming shit yet. Hold on.
You're not claiming anything,
Yeah,
but you're
we're
just
looking
lying.
at the moon. We're looking at the moon.
I'm not
full
lying about
moon,
anything. I'm just speculating.
full moon.
Just like
All right, every crater. I mean, we're looking at the moon, full moon. I mean, this isn't a got you, Sonny. You don't have to feel offended.
A crater should have a shadow in at least.
Hold on,
a
and we're
portion
looking
of
at the
half of it.
full. Look at the full moon, and then as the phases change, the size of the shadows of quote unquote craters change.
But there are shadows in those craters, right?
You can't prove
No
that.
doubt. No doubt. I'm 100% with you. And there's fucking
You
shadows.
can't
Fucking
prove
A, man.
that for shadows.
All right,
A month
all right.
away.
Hold on. We're on two sides of this. As all of us flat earthers, now we're disagreeing about that because there's definitely
we're not disagreeing. We're discussing. We're discussing.
Too many people are talking to get to the bottom of it.
Appearance
Unfinished.
of shadows. Now whether or not it infers directional lighting, that could explain some things, but how could we know? But anyway, as far as like that during the phases of the moon,
I got it.
The lighting, it appears that the moon has a physical thing because the craters have directional shadows.
Hey,
Go
Helio.
ahead.
I did a video years ago during the day moon, and I have like a little moon globe thing, right? And I took it outside and I put it out, and I took video of the shadow on my little globe moon and the moon in the sky, and they were fucking almost identical. And I was like, okay, maybe I mean, like 97% perfect, shadows.
How do you explain the 3%?
Whatever, man, whatever. It was pretty fucking close, and it, depending on if I turned it a little bit left, right, it would change a little bit. But it was fucking almost perfect every time. And I did this for like a week. I made like 5 videos, and they all had the same fucking shadow as the moon on my little globe. And I was asking the question, man, maybe the sun does light up the moon, man, and it definitely fucking works, man. You guys can check it out, man. Check it out.
Nobody said it doesn't.
I definitely, I think there's a relationship there, of course. I mean, why wouldn't there be? But anyway, but as far as the light direction between, sun
sure
and
that-
moon, I mean, there's evidence that the
I'm
surface
pretty
of the
sure, man.
moon is
The sun lights up the moon, man. The sun lights up the moon, man. I don't think it has its own light. Yeah, maybe it.
Does it do it 8 minutes before it goes away? Because it takes that long to go 93 million miles at 300,000
I know,
meters
right?
per second.
It's
You're assuming a
miles.
lot
I
of
mean,
stuff.
are you assuming that that's just that far away?
You're assuming all of these factors to be factual to justify your
Wait, nobody's
surreptitious
assuming
judgment
that.
of what
We
you
don't know
view.
what the sun and moon is.
Have you guys seen
We don't know.
Have you seen the moon phases from heaven above, earth below?
No.
Okay, I'd like to share that if possible. It's an amazing moon phase explanation that it's really kind of blown my mind, and I kind of had that thought when I was a child, and I saw this video, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me! Somebody already did something like this.
I love
It
it.
will really, really change your perspective on what the moon could possibly be. I mean, in my view, I thought it was like a frisbee sprayed with like stucco on it. If you think of it in that sense. But this video is really interesting, and if there's a way I could share it to you guys, I want to pop it up, or I can have someone else share it.
Drop it in the
Send
live
it
stream.
to me. I'll send it to me.
Yeah, send it to
do
here.
Hey, uncle of Master Chief. I finally see you on here. Hey, welcome.
Yeah,
Thank
welcome.
you so much. Who should I send it to?
Yeah,
Helio
nutrition.
Skeptic.
Yeah,
Helio
send it
Skeptic.
to me, and I'll pop it right in the live stream voice text. It sounds pretty cool.
Send it to Helio Skeptic.
Send it everything to Helio. All your
No.
emails, all your complaints, all your
All your
praises.
email,
Send everything
all
to Helio.
all your complaints about Helio's behavior. Any personal comments or slight.
Personal comments. Yeah.
Poor Helio.
Hey,
Helio,
no,
dude.
am I overboard tonight? I mean, what the
No,
fuck?
no,
you
not at
guys-
all.
Oh,
No,
you're
you are
fine.
not.
You're fine. You're
No,
fine.
we're just
just
like
fucking-
I'm just operating with the spirit of Gemsy since he's not here.
Clowning you. Don't worry
I
about
mean,
it.
it's like
clowning your ass.
Jimsy's always overboard because
I
he
know.
fucking hates me for some reason.
No, he doesn't. He actually loves you more.
No, it's just tough love. It's just tough love, Helio. He doesn't hate you. It's tough love, baby. Tough love it can be interpreted as
Hey,
hate.
do we got a doctor?
It can be
We got a
interpreted
doctor
as
in the house.
Is there a
It's
doctor?
fine.
We need a doctor.
We got a,
We
got a
in the
doctor
house.
for butt hurt in the room.
Hank needs a
No,
doctor.
I think he's
No.
a psychologist.
I see what you see, Hank. No, but nobody else is paying attention, but I saw it too.
All right, let's talk to the doctor, man.
Yeah.
Doctor,
I don't.
let's talk to the doctor. Come on, doctor.
He's not a
PhD's
proctologist.
nuts.
Okay.
Well, I I haven't gotten this message from Nutritional Alchemist yet, but we were talking about the relation with the light
Right.
of the moon and this.
I'm trying
What
to
does that have to do with the new guy?
Hey. Hello,
How
doctor.
goes?
Hello,
Hello.
doctor. Hello, doctor.
How's it going?
Hello,
So-
doctor.
Hi. You
Hi,
all
how
sound
are you?
very
How are you,
excited today. I mean, this is my first time here, so I
Excellent,
heard that
man.
there was a bunch
Hey,
of.
it's an
welcome.
active room. Yeah, welcome.
Okay,
We're
everybody
just-
calm
What is the
down.
live
Can we pick
stream?
one?
Sonny,
It's a live
or
stream.
Hank.
Can we
Sonny
pick
or
one
Hank.
person?
You guys go ahead. Sonny, Hank, one of you.
Sonny's been quiet. Sonny, would you like to go?
You want to talk to the
Sure.
doctor?
Sure. Welcome, doctor. How did you find the server?
How did I find this server?
Uh-huh.
So one of my friends invited me and stated that there was a bunch of people here who what is this? The flat earther server, right? Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's fair.
and I was
So,
interested about how the behavior and what kind of thoughts people on this server had.
good, very good. Well, we're glad to have you. We are looking forward to having conversations. That's what we're trying to do here, you know. And so, regardless of what you believe or anything like that at this point, we may try to rock the boat a little bit. Don't
Yeah.
be alarmed because we may hear things that you'll never unhear. So
I've heard some interesting stuff in my.
yeah, so listen, we're all about empiricism here, but I want to welcome you. I want to welcome you on this journey that you found us here. That's really good. Like, how long have you actually heard of the flat Earth topic?
Oh, I've met many people in my practice.
Okay.
I've heard it for years. Yeah.
And so, what is your take or your stance on it? Just like nothing specific, just like in a snapshot, just a ballpark idea. What is your
Snapshot.
take on it so far?
So I am purely someone. I apologize. I'm having inflammation of the lungs currently, but my take on flat Earth is, I can understand. I can kind of see why someone would be led to believe that the Earth is flat, and potentially not spherical.
What would make you say that part in particular?
So why would I think that? Well, because it's from our powers of observation, right? Perspective, right? It's one of the Freudian theories, right? Let me go ahead and I don't know if I can.
Perspective is a Freudian theory.
Well,
there's perspective as we know it, like how artists use it to mimic the real world. That's the context that I would use perspective in. As far as how we use it, that's more accurate description, rather than anything that Freud or anyone else would say that are not in the field of natural science.
Yeah.
Well, I tell me why the Earth is flat.
Okay, great. That's what we want. That's the question that we want to have asked. And yes, we want people to ask us, why do you think this so, or why do you believe this, or whatever it is. We don't believe, we actually know.
Oh, I like that.
Well, we know because see, once you measure your table, if you measure a surface and it doesn't curve in any direction, then what is that surface? How would you
hold on. Say that one more time.
What's the opposite of curved?
What's the opposite of curved? Hold on, let me do this. If a surface is not curving in any direction, how would you describe that surface?
Straight.
Straight is a good word. How about flat?
Flat, sure.
Flat. Yeah, you can measure something to be flat. So once you measure something to be flat, like my kitchen table here, I know that it's flat. I can go into the bathroom there or my bedroom. I don't have to believe that it's flat. I've measured it. I know it's flat. That's empirical proof. It's a fact at that point. So that's what we've done with the surface of the Earth. We checked the numbers that they gave us, 3,959 mile radius. We went and checked the surface for ourselves, and we found out that the drop necessary for a ball of that size does not exist anywhere, and nobody has ever experienced it or observed or measured it. That drop is not found anywhere on Earth in all of human history. That's why we are here asking people, show us the actual direct measurement of curvature of the ball that equates to a radius of 3,959 miles. That's it.
I'm sure you get this question a lot. Why have we not fallen off the Earth's surface then?
Are you thinking of Earth as, are you thinking of flat Earth and some concept like a pizza in space?
I guess like a plane.
A plane like where?
Like a flat plane, like.
Is it in space still? In your mind?
Yes.
No. None of us here believe any of that. What you found is a group that is a known disinformation group. It's called the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones that propagate that foolish argument. All kinds of crazy stuff, yes. So that's what you first found. Most people That's what most people find
So
when they
this
first
is
look
not
for
it.
No, not at all. No one in here believes any of that nonsense. Here's why. The three primary claims that the globe Earth makes are this:
Mhm.
that there's curvature, it's a ball, right?
Right.
That it's spinning on its axis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that it's an open system, right?
Open system as in.
That they can go to the moon, so obviously they can
All
escape
right.
whatever the atmo is.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, so let me ask you these three questions. We call them the 3 points, and just be honest. You're really very honest, and it's just to find out what you know in a snapshot right now. It's not something that I'm asking you to Google on an instant and see if you can find it.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's what you know right now without
Sure.
Googling.
Yeah. Sure.
So the 3 points are this, just like I said. Do you know when, any time in history, that anyone has directly measured the curvature of Earth and what method was used?
When they, so you're saying, have they ever measured from point A to point B?
Yeah, physically measured the surface of Earth and determined that it's a curve, that it's curved at that rate required by that size they gave.
So I have heard that people have used some sort of astronomy to, I don't think anyone has walked or.
Right, so that would be secondary, right? If you're looking up in the sky. So in other words, here's my point on that. If
Mhm.
you're trying to measure your floor, you don't start with the ceiling lamp, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Same thing. We're measuring
Okay.
the
Sure.
actual floor, so we need a direct physical measurement. A measurement has to be physical anyway because
Sure.
it requires an exchange of energy between the measurer and the measured object.
Okay.
So we're talking about we went out and measured the surface of Earth. Anyway, no, we're just going to go through this. So do
No.
you know of that? Like some people will bring up Aristosthenes, which is secondary, and also a lot of
Right.
presuppositions.
Wasn't Aristosthenes in regards to astronomy?
Yeah, shadows,
Yeah.
sticks and shadows and
Right.
wells. So it's really a misnomer, non sequitur. It's
So
not a direct measurement.
okay. So I think that's what I was. So okay. So
So very
okay.
good. So would you say that right now you don't know of exactly when somebody actually physically measured? Would that be fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay, that's honest. So we're going to go to the second one. Do you know when, where, and how anyone has detected Earth's axial rotation?
So if someone, I guess we do so.
Let me clarify. What I'm talking about is the actual physical measurement, like before. It has to be a physical measurement or test of a surface in motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is not hard to do, especially with high-tech interferometry. We have all kinds of high-tech devices
Lasers and stuff.
that can detect motion. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of when, where, and how. What was the method used? Where they actually did detect Earth was in physical motion, axial rotating.
I have heard things about using south and north poles. However, the south and north poles may only be, that you don't even. I've also heard that they're actually not north and south, but rather just poles. And I've heard that people have used the poles to measure the rotation. However, I'm not sure how. Look, I'm.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fair.
Have you heard of that or no?
No, because I don't see that as a physical measurement of Earth's surface rotating at a required rate that they told us. So that's what I'm asking for. This is physical object in motion. It should be simple. We're standing on it, so it would be easy to remove yourself from the reference frame and test whether this is in motion or not. So that's what I'm asking. So you didn't know? Is that fair? You don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay, good. Now moving on to the third one. Gas pressure existing next to the vacuum of space. So we have gas pressure here on Earth, 14.7 psi approximately. at sea level. So we have gas pressure. Do you know what the cause of gas pressure is?
Molecules striking walls.
You got it. Bingo.
So I actually did like this. Okay, anyways.
So yes, walls of the container, that's even NASA's
Or Earth
definition.
in this case, right?
No, Earth is only
Atmosphere.
one side. You can't have an
Oh, I
open
see.
container with bouncing walls creating gas pressure
Okay.
would escape, because that's the first and second law of thermodynamics.
Hmm.
So we have gas pressure here. That means we are contained, or they can violate the second law of thermodynamics. Which one do you think is true?
The gas pressure hitting the container, right?
Yeah, we're contained. So I appreciate your being candid and honest with us here.
This is
like
interesting.
this basically means that Earth is not a ball. It's never measured to be so. It's not spinning. That's never been detected. And you can't have gas pressure without a container, period. So that means we're contained. We're stationary.
So then what is
And
time?
we're in a flat, flat terrestrial plane. Basically, you were born and have lived your entire life in the Antarctic basin. All water is horizontal. Ships sail on it. We navigate, practically use it. All the surfaces of Earth as stationary and flat. That's it.
And have we physically measured? So I guess where I'm getting at is, have we?
What
how
did we
can?
do?
Yeah.
Okay, what did we do? And now I want the rest of the panel to go into
I'm
that
about
with
to
you.
jump in here, Sonny.
I would like someone to continue on with maybe the Black Swan or something along those lines.
Hey,
So we can just
question though.
Uh-huh.
How do I get a membership here where I can?
I'll give you a verified right now. I'll give you a
Okay,
piece
cool.
verified.
You're done. Okay, got that.
Right now.
We'll
get you started.
Go ahead, Hank. Hank's right there, man.
No, you're at the you're chomping at the bit a little bit, Kenny. Please go.
Okay. Anyway, so we asked these 3 questions, and just to determine how much you know about the physical reality of what you've been taught. You've been taught these things. We all got taught these things, man. That's it. You know that. I mean, we can all go to the higher education, lower education. It doesn't matter, man. We all got taught spinning ball, vacuum, space, right?
Right.
And can we verify any 3 of those things, man? That's all. It's not a hard thing, man. If you got a demonstration without gas pressure, without a container, man, we are going to let you have the floor for the whole fucking day. If you've got any physical experiment that can prove vacuum next to fucking gas pressure without a fucking container, it's going to be a beautiful day here. And we're all going to shut the server down, and we'll talk about Hot Wheels next week. I don't know.
Are you guys on here every day?
Every day, 24/7, man.
You're here all the time,
and we live stream on YouTube and Twitch and some others.
Give me your YouTube.
I'm totally fucking up.
YouTube, dude, it's on YouTube 24/7. Flat Earth Discord.
Okay, let me.
If you can find it. See if you can find it. That would be cool. It's kind of like a litmus test almost.
Oh yeah.
See if you can find 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you can't, we're being shadow banned.
Right. Oh, that's. But how do you know that?
Because
the government specifically asked.
I promise if you type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord in your search bar, even if you use the incognito browser, you'll find us on YouTube. It's right there.
You'll find it.
There's no other platform. So 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm about to post a link. Post the live stream right now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Helio. And Helio runs
I just want to
live stream. Thank you.
But
I just want to. Go ahead, bro.
I wanted to touch on the whole shadow banning and the what is the government doing?
I was going to try to explain that to you. So I'm sure somebody can pull up the clip where the government specifically asked the social media to do something about this whole flat Earth thing. And you'll notice every time you type flat Earth in, right, this is the response. They got like a Wikipedia article on YouTube now, right? So when you type in flat Earth and you pull up a video, any video, right? Hopefully not from the Flat Earth Society or anti-flat earthers, but you might have to scroll down for a few pages because the algorithm is fixed. And you can find evidence for this on the Google algorithm has been fixed according to Project Veritas. There was a guy who leaked the blacklist, right? But not only that, the government asked for this to be done. So this whole thing about the Wikipedia article, it says that it is a archaic thing that has been scientifically proven false. Now you know about geometry, right? Talking about shapes of things, right? How do
Say
you
it again.
scientifically geometry is dealing with the shapes and measurement of the Earth, right? How do you scientifically prove that? Is there any kind of hypothesis test,
How
experiment
do you
we
get
can do
science
to?
consensus? Hold on, it's not even that bad. How do you get a consensus among science that equates to fact and logic and proven just because a whole bunch of people agree with you? That's not what science is.
But even when
Okay,
we have even when people present the evidence, they still want to shut them down like we are crazy. We're not.
So
let me finish, guys. Let me finish.
Everybody
So I'm
agrees
trying to
that
answer.
you are stupid. How can everybody agree that not
I hear
everybody
you.
agrees?
I hear you.
Guys, I'm gonna pass the mic soon, I promise, and whoever's next is gonna need to go. But I'm trying to explain that the Wikipedia article says that this is an archaic thing that has been disproven. But Eratosthenes, this is what 200 or 300 years before the current era, right? He was allegedly proving that the Earth was a globe by measuring sticks and shadows. So wouldn't that be an archaic? Wouldn't the globe Earth be archaic as well? Isn't that a bit of the old pot calling the kettle black? Would that be a good example of that?
Sure.
Right, and you can't really scientifically prove a shape. You measure things, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the scientific method. But what we're pointing out here is that we are in the middle of a scientific reformation, a lot like what happened almost 500 years ago in 1517 when Martin Luther challenged the authority at the time with his theses, 95 Theses, right? But this isn't a religious reformation. We're doing a scientific reformation. We want to go back to the scientific method where you prove things almost to a certain degree, like beyond the shadow of a doubt, right? Not 100%, but pretty close, right? Like 99% prove things with the scientific method. You manipulate the cause, you see the effect. Do you know what I'm talking about? Natural science.
Right. So
That's what we're trying to go back to. And all I'm saying here is that there is zero valid hypothesis in cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics. And if you think I'm wrong, show me a valid hypothesis. I'd love to see it. Mike pass.
It's okay.
And on top of what Flat Earth dude said a second ago, if you can ever bring us any measurements of curvature showing that the Earth is a spherical object, that would be a beautiful day on planet Earth. But until
I'm
then,
not
it's just flat.
I'm not an astronomer. I'm not
You don't need to be an astronomer. We're asking for earth-bound measurements. Not stars. And look at that.
That's beyond my
apparently
pay
spherical
grade.
thing up in the sky. You must be one of them.
Doctor, you live on Earth. You can measure where you live on. For fuck's sake, come on, please. You can do it.
Yeah, maybe I should elaborate on that thought. So, in order, if we were, it's big if, because I don't think we are, but if we were on a planet and the planet had a radius of 3,959 miles, it would be really quite easy, especially with modern day technology, to actually make a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and find this curvature and demonstrate it by measuring an arc segment. So you wouldn't have to measure from the center of the blah 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 planet Earth to the surface, and you wouldn't have to measure all the way around the whole circumference or something crazy like that. You just need to measure an arc segment, distance and drop over distance, and measure the distance and measure the drop, and that would be great enough for us. But as far as we know, it measures flat.
Instead, you're making arguments for why we don't measure it, and all your arguments shit.
sorry, the formula is 8 inches per mile squared. So if there's a bay or a cove, right, 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So this is definitely measurable because I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, right next to the USS Lexington. And as I was in the water up to my armpits, I could see the Ingleside on the bay 10 miles away. And there are no 6-story towers over there. They're all beach houses, less than 3 stories. So I could see it during the
Impossible.
day. Yeah, that's called an impossible shot. There should have been an earth hump. Sorry, not earth, water, because I was measuring over water. A water hump 6 stories high in the way. And if you
I
think that
see.
you think you can see a deer on the other side of a 6-story hill, you got some serious psychosis, bro. Because you ain't gonna be able to
Gotta
see
be
that.
smoking. Gotta be smoking some crack.
So, you know,
Hunter Biden.
I hear you. I hear you.
Oh,
I
wait,
hear you.
no. And we don't need you to hear us, man. We need you to understand us. Come on.
And
Bing,
know
bing.
the truth.
Well, you can do these measurements yourself. You can do these observations yourself. You live on Earth, Doc. You can go out and check it out, man. 100%. Why? Because you live here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't believe us,
It's
man.
not a
Don't
planet.
believe
Is
us.
that what you said?
It's not a planet. No.
Then
And
what is it?
space doesn't exist. Remember, gas pressure. You're in a contained
Pressure,
system.
baby.
Period. It's
Gas
still.
pressure without a container, man. If anybody's
You
got
can
that,
prove it's a planet if you provide us a fucking measurement of curvature.
Yeah, that would be
well,
the very
that's
start.
true, man. A measurement of curvature or gas pressure without a container or any picture of bendy water from any elevation. It doesn't matter. You can go up 130,000 feet and take a fucking picture. You ain't going to see bendy nothing.
And we're gonna wait 5 more years for you to come back and say, you know what, I can't do it.
I can't do it. We've been asking these questions for 5 years, 7
You've been
years.
here for 5 years?
Some of
I've
us.
been out here.
Longer.
7.
Some of us.
I've been out here for 7 years, man. Actually,
Some of us
7
been
here.
for 8 and 9 years.
I'm just waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, man, I've got the picture of the curvature and the bendy water and the rotation and the gas pressure without a container," and I'm like, "Cool, man.
So
I am a,
yeah.
I,
So, listen, flat earthers, you're kind of gish galloping this guy to death here, doctor. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What's a gish gallop?
We have not found any curvature in all of our observations. We can show you many of those laser tests done by
Fake scientists.
a collection of engineers. Long distance photography that has nothing to do with flat earthers. These are just people. They wanted the Guinness Book of World Records on the longest photography, so they went out to get the longest photography. They got mounts that were about 270 miles away, and in infrared, that's completely impossible. Like
You're
this
gish
goes
galloping.
on and on and on. No, I'm just saying. Here's the thing: we have not found any proof for those 3 points. If you could provide anything
So
empirical,
you admit there were 3 points. So you
observable,
are gish
repeatable, and
galloping.
falsifiable of any of those 3 points, then I don't know. Then we'll shut the servers down. But if we haven't found anything, the point with the 3 points is that it shows that everything you thought you knew about the spinning globe in space are only a belief system. You have nothing to back them up. Flat Earth isn't a belief. We've actually went out and measured it, which you could do tomorrow. It doesn't take an astronomer to go out and do geometry. It's 5th grade level geometry. That's it. You could do it yourself. Go to the beach. If you can see 5 miles of the shoreline, 10 miles should be 70 feet.
Highest for me was statistics.
It should be below it should be an altitude drop, elevation drop, if this ball is correct. We've never found this ever in nature. So the question is, why is this ball does not present itself as a ball ever in nature?
I find this really fascinating how
No, I would like to say something here, my brethren. It's just about, in general, how hard people like NASA and the government has made it for people to actually go and look up the flat Earth research on the internet. They have shrouded the truth, a whole bunch of illiterate nonsense from so-called professional scientists who have a piece of paper that says, "Oh, I spent this many years doing this." The truth can be easy. The truth would be easily found on the web if it wasn't for people like NASA and our government wanting to take it away from people. Understand what I'm saying? I think because they are making this truth so unavailable to so many people, I think that's why so many people are full of lies and they don't want to believe the flat Earth theory. You dig, my brethren?
So
Well, there's nothing to believe. In mind, they're dropping a belief. It's just knowledge. It's what some people in some places, I'm not going to mention who they are, but some people in some places refer to it as forbidden knowledge, as in it's for them to know and not for you to know. But that's not our outlook here. Our outlook here is, it's knowledge, and we would like to tell people, we'd like people to know the truth. So just keep in mind, the belief is only in the globe. It's only in the heliocentric model. There's no belief involved with the flat Earth because it's fact and it's what we observe.
Yeah, that requires a belief. That's what I was going to say, Doctor. Just for your benefit, hold on a second. No one has ever experienced curvature in their life. Have you ever experienced curvature of Earth?
I didn't know that's an experience.
Oh, okay.
Or-
So that would be no, right?
How do you know things, Doctor?
You don't experience.
Through experience?
Hold on, I want to get to a point here. I'm almost done.
Sorry, bro.
So you don't experience curvature. Do you experience spinning at 1,500 feet per second of the axial rotation of Earth? Do you experience that?
If that is the measurement at which the Earth is spinning, then yes, we do.
You feel it?
I cannot put that feeling to words.
So you think you're moving at that kind of a speed without knowing it?
Based off of the measurements provided.
Then here's the crucial point then. How could you feel any other lesser motion, any single one less than that? How could you ever feel any of it? If you got used to 1,500 feet per second in motion, how could you feel anything less than that?
From my knowledge, I believe gravity would have to do something with that.
To make
how it is.
You only feel acceleration. You don't feel constant motion. Just like if you're in a car, you don't feel like you're going fast, right?
All circular motions are constant acceleration and vector change at the same time. Now what? That's what the ear detects.
Yeah, but it's not enough for you to notice it, really.
Yeah.
Really? Show me your citation, please.
Mystic, I'm gonna ask you to wait your turn. We'll talk to you next.
Yes, sir.
If you can just put yourself on mute just for a little while, I'd really appreciate it. Hold on, Doctor, just a second. You said if that's the measurements given, he said measurements, and I'm curious what measurement he was talking about, because he just admitted that he didn't know of any measurements. So please continue. I'm sorry for.
I'm not. The thing is, I'm not a. This is not my forte.
You don't have to be one, Doctor. Doctor, you are. Would you say that you're a witness to the Earth moving that fast? Do you call yourself a witness? Are you witnessing it, my brother?
So I think who's the one who was just speaking?
Me.
I was the one that was speaking to you originally, and I don't
Professor
appreciate getting rumpus on because I was talking to you about these 3 points and I wasn't even done. We had about 3 people speak in between before I was done. But anyway, so you don't experience curvature in your life. You don't experience rotation. If you do, I don't know, I suggest you see one of your colleagues. And you cannot provide a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Containerless gas pressure is what you would need to provide, Doctor, to show that it could exist in reality. Otherwise, you would have to provide some other way of showing that the second law of thermodynamics can be violated, and by what method that the second law could be violated, what conditions could allow that to happen.
And may I ask you this question?
I'm almost done. I'm really trying to get to a point. I know it seems long. when it. So the thing is, you don't experience any of these three things in your life. Neither has any other human ever in human history experienced rotation, curvature, or gas pressure without a container. So that means the burden of proof lies solely on the person making the positive claim. The one making the positive claim is the one saying it's a spinning globe in this magic vacuum of Narnia space and is taught in every classroom on Earth. That is why the globe has the burden of proof, and I rest my case. Thanks.
Hey,
So just so you know, that's what we call a base axiom. So we observe the Earth is flat, we feel it as being stationary, and we do not observe a naturally high-powered vacuum next to gas pressure without a solid barrier. This is our base axiom. So it's only when we can find evidence to the contrary, real evidence to the contrary, is anything to the contrary true, like the Earth being a ball, the Earth spinning, and the vacuum of space existing above our heads. It's only when you find evidence to the contrary are any of these things true.
Yes, doctor, they're telling you that people are telling you, even your own peers are telling you that you are a witness to a globe Earth. In reality, though, when you walk outside outside of your doctor's office, what are you a witness to? You're a witness to a flat parking lot, my friend. A flat Earth. There's no curve in the horizon. I've learned that. I go out and people say the Earth is round. There's no curve in the horizon. You show me a curve in the horizon, you show me a curvature in the water, and you can physically see the Earth curving, and by golly, chop off my arm and hit me with it. My grandmother used to always say.
I like that. Hey, yeah, man, if you can go outside, man, measure some stuff and say, hey, man, definitely globe, spinny, bendy, water, all the good stuff. We're here for you 24/7, by the way.
You all really have a fascination towards this, and what sparked your interest in the flat Earth?
Where we live, where you live, man. What isn't interesting about where we live, man? We can talk about this shit for fucking eons, as they say, man. We live here. We talk about where we live. What's wrong with that fascination?
Yeah, because in this day and age, what we have is nothing but people looking up into the sky and forgetting all about Earth. They are seemingly just don't care about polluting Earth with the corporatocracy that exists here, in cahoots with the government and the entertainment and the music industry, all together in one little thing to pollute this rock. And they think they're going to go to another one because this one's almost done for. They're lying about where you live. They're limiting you it's a mental prison for your mind.
It is a psychological warfare, my friend.
But why do you think our government? Why do you think these people want to do this?
Hey, man, I got an answer to that question. Why would they lie? Is the question. Right?
Why would your parents lie about Santa Claus, Doctor?
Why would these elites lie? Why would they lie?
So what I'm trying to think about is if I were to become, say I were to place myself into the president's shoes, right?
Yep. You got your own island, you got your own airplane, you got your own Air Force, you got your own Army, Navy, Marine.
You've got Alzheimer's.
You've got everything. Dude,
actually,
I'm not finished.
Let him speak, dude.
I would.
He was trying to answer it. You just rumpus the hell out of him. Stop it.
Someone go.
Okay. Continue, please.
Who's me or Flat Earth dude?
No,
go ahead, Doc.
Dude needs to be quiet for a minute because, Doctor, continue. You were
no,
in the
it's okay.
Of your statement.
No, it's fine. It kind of lost. Okay, so regarding the mental status of our president,
Yeah, we're not going there with that.
Okay, we won't go there. Yeah.
It's unnecessary. It's not it's not part of what we're talking about.
I appreciate that. So, okay, so I just find it really interesting how
Yes.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs.
So, but again, my question is why is it I'm not saying why would they lie, because I am quite I understand why many people lie.
Okay.
But I'm saying in regards to what is the I want to hear your guys' answer to
He
this.
wants to speculate.
We don't
What
care.
is the-
We don't care why they lie because we have a dead body on the floor. We're busy looking at the actual evidence instead of worrying about something that can never be answered, like motive of liars.
What happens if flat Earth can never be answered or solved? Or
it already has been.
That's the thing. That's the thing. We're not asking you to believe a word we're saying, right?
No,
We're a
no.
bunch of
I
idiots
understand
on
that.
the internet, right? We're asking you to go outside and look for yourself, and we can show you how to use a flat Earth calculator, which is a very simple thing, right? You need a mirror and a little bit of gas money and a friend, and then you can actually measure this thing yourself. And if you think about it, Doc, at what level, at what size does water become curved? Right? Bathtub, flat surface, swimming pool, pond, lake, Great Lake, ocean, right? At what level does the water start bending, right? And that's the thing. We all know instinctively that they built buildings, pyramids, for tens of thousands of years using water. Why? Because water always seeks its level when it rests, unperturbed by anything. It's perfectly level when still and non-motion. So if 70% of the world is water and we're measuring this water and we can't find any curvature, more than 70% of the world is flat. So now you've got to take into consideration abyssal plains make up more than 50% of the Earth's crust. Abyssal plains are flat. Then you got Great Plains. They're not just in the United States. They got some in Canada. I'm sure you've heard of Armageddon. It's a field
South
in
America,
the Middle
Bolivian
East.
Highlands, the largest
Right?
salt lake.
So what if you put water into a cup?
What about it?
It fills the container in shape, and then it's level on top.
Always.
Any
No matter
gap.
what,
On
It
no
doesn't
matter
matter
what the container shape is,
Now
it's
you
always
tilt the
level
cup.
on the top.
You
It's
tilt
still
the cup.
level on the top if you tilt
it's
it.
going to seek its level.
It's going to make a puddle on the ground. And the puddle will be level.
Real quick, Doctor, I put an image in the live stream voice text to answer your previous question. You don't need to really say anything else. Just need to look at that image.
Sure.
And that solves all your problems.
Right. And I wanted to continue because, he brought up salt flats. So, okay, now we went from Great Plains to salt flats. The one in Bolivia, 9,000 square kilometers, according to the college that I can't remember, but I can cite my source if I were to pull over. 9,000 square kilometers, less than 1 meter of vertical relief. So that's a pretty flat. Now you can simply search the term Kansas flatter than a pancake. A couple of geologists measured Kansas back in the 90s, and they said that it's flatter than a pancake. Well, the thing is that this stuff just keeps going on and on. It's not really a secret. You can go out there and measure it yourself, and other people have done it. In fact, people have been arguing, for over 100 years. How is it possible that we can broadcast signals from from the UK to Australia? And they say, oh, well, everything's bouncing off of the ionosphere. Oh, that's cute. Like it's bouncing off of something, huh? What's it bouncing off of? Ionosphere? Well, that's like the atmosphere, right? It's weird because radio signals go through the atmosphere. So they're claiming something up there that is bouncing signals, and they're calling it an ionosphere. We would probably consider that to be some sort of container.
Well, it's
So
the satellites, right? It connects to the satellites, and then the satellites
no, this
connect
was
to each other.
before, brother. This was before Sputnik. This was like, what was it, World War I that they did this?
With
They
Marconi.
broadcast this. Yeah, Mark.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Lemon. Let Lemon take over. Pass the mic to Lemon.
Well, it looks like there's some sort of solid structure up there. If they're talking about an ionosphere, they might be talking about some sort of ionodome or some sort of covering to our world, a firmament or whatever, of some sort of solid nature.
Is there anyone here that is not a flat earther that can kind of cross evaluate you all?
Yeah, there is. I asked a guy to be quiet earlier.
Can you say that one more time?
Hello. He wants to talk to Econologic. Hey, Econologic Mystic. I think you're are you well versed in the arguments?
A little bit.
All right. So he wants to hear what you got to say. We're going to talk about the shape of the Earth, right? So have you got any curvature that you can provide us? Any measurements that you've made?
No, I'm just a dude in my room.
So
Okay.
wait. So and then religion. I also want to touch on this. How does religion impact your?
We like to keep the religion out of the room. We tell people when they start talking religion, it's a divisive conversation, so we usually send them down below in another room that's not live streamed.
Oh, I see.
And here there's Christians, there's Muslims, not a whole lot of atheists.
Okay.
There's Jews, Christians, Muslims, Hindus. There's all kinds of people.
Yeah, and also,
There's
Doctor,
agnostics.
I thought it might be good to let you know that all of us were raised believing the globe, just like you, except for maybe one or two of us here that were born into geocentric households in their families. But most of us, we all grew up globers, learning the same thing. We actually know more about the globe than anybody that walks in here that thinks they know about the globe. We know more about it and all of the details.
What do you think about people with other theories, alternative theories?
Theories are one thing. We're talking about fact, empirical data.
Do you guys know about the Bilderberg conferences?
No, what's that?
Yeah, we know all about it. We're not talking.
I've never heard of it.
The Bilderberg.
You guys
know about the Protestants?
I thought you said Bilderberg. I'm sorry.
The big owls and the Bohemian Grove. Yeah, they're making the frogs gay over there too.
Turning the frogs gay with atrazine. Turning frogs.
Next year, everybody gonna be
turning the frogs gay.
That information was not false. It is true.
On the atrazine thing, yeah.
It is true.
Okay,
yes.
moving on from that. Yeah, still onto the surface of Earth. We're not talking about that other stuff.
Turning the frogs on the surface of the Earth gay.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
How has believing the Earth is flat, has it changed your lifestyles at all?
It's not
a belief.
Well,
Here's the thing we're trying to tell you. No, I don't. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hey, bro, listen. You got to give it back and forth, right? We're all having to share. There's a lot of us here. So I don't believe that I'm 6'3", right? I know it, right? Because belief is the enemy of knowledge. You might believe that I have 10 toes. Hold on, bro. What do you mean no? Hold on. I'm in the middle of saying. I'm in the middle of explaining. Yeah, bro. Listen. I know I have 10 toes. The rest of you may believe that I have 10 toes, but you don't have primary knowledge until you verify it with 2 or more of your senses. This is like the fundamentals of empiricism, right? You guys might have a theory, or maybe he was a diabetic, right? Maybe he had, some sort of neuropathy. Maybe he was a military guy and his legs are blown off. You guys don't know shit.
Well,
I'm the only one here that. Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm the only one here with primary knowledge. And then you're asking us, like, hey, what are you guys theorizing about the Earth? We're not theorizing shit. We're going out to the nature and the world, and we're physically measuring it. So it's not a theory. It's not something that's guesswork or built off of, some sort of weird, theory. It's something that we're going out and we're measuring and verifying for ourselves with our own 2 eyes.
Well, Hank, let's deal with the heart of his question. Let's just put it in that blank there as opposed to, trigger words like belief or whatever. He's asking, has it changed our lives in some sort of way? You do deal with persecution. You deal with people who, think that you're out of your gourd a little bit, but some people are like, oh, that makes sense. So it just really depends on who you're dealing with.
I can testify to that. I actually knew a guy. He believed in flat Earth. He believed that the Earth was flat, and he knew the Earth was flat. And poor fella, they beat the mess out of him, man. They beat the living daylight out of him. It was pretty sad.
When you go out of your house.
Oh wait! I'd like to reply if I could. I'm sorry. I just so I only brought up the difference between belief and knowledge because like the traditional definition of knowledge includes belief as a component. To know something, you have to also believe it. Traditionally, knowledge is defined as proper or justified true belief is what knowledge is.
In the philosophical sense, yes.
Yeah, and so back to my question. What I'm really wondering is like, if you think the powers that be are manipulating our world to deceive us in some way. Does that change how? Like, do you eat at restaurants, or are you scared what they're feeding us?
That's exactly the
No, we
question I
lead
wanted to ask
normal
as well.
lives. I mean, it's just another way that people are lying. I mean, people think that people in the media are lying, or their leaders are lying, but they still have to go out and lead their lives. I mean, otherwise, normal people, believe this stuff and just go about their daily lives, just armed with a bit more truth. Is all. That's it.
A great
I have a really
example
good
of
answer
this.
for that.
A
Can I
great
answer that really
example of
quick?
this is I actually believe I'm a fervent believer in that 5G harms us. But despite this fact, I still have to go into the world around 5G. I still have to work around 5G. My boss,
Yeah.
our company still uses it. But you know what I do? I put on my protective hat and I continue on with life as daily. You know what I'm saying?
You put on a hat?
But guess what? You don't have to live on a globe. You don't. You can't live on a globe. You can only believe you live on a globe.
Do you think people are out to get you? Like
Wait,
the government
let
is
me
out to
answer
get
that.
us?
Let me
No,
answer
do
that,
you?
Doctor.
Well, I don't know. Wait, do you?
Doctor, really quick.
Hold on. Wait, do you believe that the government is out to get us? That's all I want to.
Doctor, I have an answer for you. It's really
Mhm.
easy. You ever bought deodorant before? Right?
I
And
have.
it says it has aluminum in it, right?
Okay.
Do you buy that deodorant that has aluminum in it, or do you just buy a different deodorant?
I personally try to minimize any harmful chemicals in the personal hygiene
So what? You're
products I use.
paranoid? Are you telling
Right.
me you're crazy? You the government's out to get you right now, or are you just making a different choice on the same product?
So I'm looking at my deodorant right now.
Well, the difference would be you guys do think the
The
government
only
is
difference in our life, the
Guys,
only
I'm not
difference is
done.
our life is we know the truth, and then in the meantime, we deal with people who are convinced of a lie. That's the
right.
only difference.
Kiflam to that, brother. Kiflam.
If I could finish this, what I'm saying here is no one's paranoid. No one's thinking, they're not putting crazy, all this stuff around their house to try and protect themselves. They're not out. No one in here is like that.
Well,
instead, you're just making a different decision. You're saying there's 2 deodorants on the shelf. Rather than buying this
If the
one,
Earth
I'm gonna
was
buy a
flat,
different one. It's not a big deal, right?
Yeah, just looking for solutions to the problem.
Right.
That's all. You're aware of the problem, and you're
Is
like,
this a
okay, I'm
problem?
going to purchase this differently or do this differently. That's
Wait,
all.
is this a
if the Earth
problem
was
though?
flat, I would expect people to actually act like that. That would be quite rational to go to those extremes if there is that grand of deception going on.
Act like
Well,
what?
people do
What are you
act like
talking
it's
about?
flat based off of their
If
flight diagrams or their flight models at NASA and stuff that reference a flat, non-rotating Earth. It appears that they're acting as if it's flat, just paying lip service to the globe. So it's a bit of cognitive dissonance where they're acting like it's flat and motionless, but have to pay lip service to a model that they're not acting like they really believe in at all.
Yep, the gyros know it's flat. That's why That's why they fly in level flight, aircraft. That is.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that odd paranoid behavior, I think it's not the quote unquote flat earthers you should be looking at for that. It's the people that are globe believers, and I've witnessed this many times myself. When you bring it up to their attention and very casually, very respectfully tell them that the earth is flat and stationary, and they get this terrified look on this face and have this terrified response, like they're just terrified about what you're talking about. I mean, it's not, us that's crazy. It's those people that are pretty crazy. They're terrified of the truth.
I see what you're saying. They're oftentimes regular people. You guys seem regular, but I guess what I'm saying is like, if I thought the Earth was flat and that we were all manipulated to believe this satanic narrative, then I think it would be rational to be a lot more skeptical about every institution in my life.
Well, it's not a thought; it's a measurement.
And the thing is, we still have to lead our normal lives. I mean, are people, diabolical and conspiring, even in the news or in history? Yeah, but people have to go about their lives. You just go about your everyday life as normal and just try to find solutions where you can. I mean, people just don't have energy to be worrying about everything anyway. If we worried about half the stuff that we had to with the food, the water, whatever, we wouldn't even be able to function. We just have to keep going. That's all.
I kind of noticed that we're off topic. We're off topic a little bit. I just want to kind of guide us back on topic. So I posted a thing that's got the 15 different links from NASA and the government that talk about this flat, non-rotating Earth. And I would say that, look in the live stream voice text and check it out for yourself at some other time. But yeah, it's all in there. We're not the only ones saying it is the weird thing. And, it's crazy because people come in here and we're like, hey, can you cite your source? Right? And we can make claims all day long and cite sources and back it up. And, we're not just citing like, some Yahoo off the internet. Like we're citing like Feynman and chair of physics at Yale and all these other different, high-end professors, right, who are like experts in the field. And then everybody else, just comes in here and calls us crazy and conspiracy theorists and just hand wave dismiss us. Go ahead.
So I do not.
So, hey, do those people that you cite, are they themselves flat earthers as well?
No.
Is that relevant?
A little bit to me.
As far as we can tell, we can't tell if they have
because it means that you're coming to a different conclusion on their research than they are.
Well, we would need to have some way of knowing whether they're flat or round, and there's no indicator given as to what they are or not. We just have the documents. That's it.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I don't know them.
We don't know. I mean, it wasn't referred to.
Do we know anything?
Hold on, guys. Do you know what a hostile witness is? Yes or no?
Repeat.
A hostile witness in a court case. Do you know what that is?
I think I'm familiar. Yeah.
So there was a really high-end court case. I'm not really going to give much details. But one doctor who was brought in by the defense, he actually answered questions by the other side that were not on his side. But you know what? They're not going to say, I didn't bring this guy in. I can't get anything out of him. No, both sides asked both sides questions. Do you know why?
Cross-examination?
Yeah, it's called cross-examination. This is a normal practice that people use all over the world. You might disagree with somebody, but you're still going to ask them questions to get the truth out of them because they're under oath. So if me, a regular dude, if I say the scientific method requires dependent, independent, and control variables, well, who am I, right? I'm just some idiot on the internet. If Richard Feynman says it, that's different, right? So that's how you cite your source. And if you spent any time in academia, I'm sure you would know that it's appropriate to cite your source, right?
Well, sure, but that has nothing to do with why you disagree with the conclusions they draw.
Exactly. So why are you bringing that? Why is it such a contentious argument for you?
Well, because if citing them was all it took, why aren't they flat earthers too?
What we did is we took their information, we went out and checked it in Nature to see if it was correct or not. We tested it. We tested their numbers, whatever they're saying. We went out and tested it. We found it to be false.
Hey, wait. I want to answer his question a little bit different way. He just asked, why would they not be flat earthers too? And I just wanted to answer him by saying cognitive dissonance, which means believing two things to be true at the same time. There could be a lot of people that even work for NASA that may in fact have facts of their own that indicate that the Earth is flat, that prove that the Earth is flat and stationary. But they themselves may continue to believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. And we can cite these facts that they have presented, but they may still believe that they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. So they may be telling the truth at one point in time, and in their heads and maybe in their private life, be speaking nonsense. Oh, the Earth is a spinning ball, blah, 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 blah. So what I'm saying is the answer to your question is cognitive dissonance. You can still get true facts out of somebody while they themselves still something that's not true.
Okay, I don't know what they believe, right? Because hold on, a doctor can have his license revoked, right? So if a pilot comes up and says, "Yeah, I got drunk at the bar last night and did some research, and now I'm a flat earther," do you think anybody's going to want to fly on his plane? So if he did realize that, I'm not dipping the nose down at 8 inches per mile squared, he might want to be quiet about that, right?
Yeah.
Right? Would you want your pilot's license revoked because you had to go see the shrink because you told the wrong person that you thought the Earth was flat? So if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a documentary with Ben Stein, what's it called? Ben Stein did the movie Blacklisted? What was it called?
This is the evolution one?
Yeah.
I've seen it. Yeah.
What's it called? Yeah, so you know that, it's kind of taboo to say that you don't believe in evolution. So what do you think, would happen if you said that the Earth is flat? That would be like a huge taboo. So yeah, I just want to point out that we're going to go back to the shape of the Earth, right? That's what I was trying to get to. So here's the deal. There's this thing called the black swan, right? So, to the good doctor, do you know what the black swan is when I'm referring to Karl Popper?
Repeat, I can't hear you.
So, the black swan, Karl Popper, do you know what I'm talking about?
Black Swan.
Yeah, Karl Popper. Do you know who
No.
that is?
No.
Okay, so the argument is, if you claim that all swans are white, it only takes one black swan to prove you wrong.
Oh,
You follow that
Karl
logic?
Popper.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Karl Popper,
Oh.
black.
All right, so here's the deal. If you take any Earth curve calculator, and you can type this in right now, Earth curve calculator, you could go in to an Earth curve calculator, 1 foot observation height, and it'll tell you the distance to the horizon, because that's what this calculator is for, make it easy for everybody to do it. Now, these are globe Earth numbers, right? This isn't flat Earth numbers. This is globe Earth math. So it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1 foot, the horizon should be at 1.225. So guess what? It's not there. It's all over the place. So this geometric horizon, this is kind of where we say, haha, you asked us about your edge, right? You asked us about our edge. Where's your edge? And we were told for hundreds of years, as far as we could tell, that boats go over the horizon. This is what they said for hundreds of years. Well, when we actually looked into it, we can see too far. And it's not off by a little bit, right? We're not talking about within a margin of error. It's actually off by an order of magnitude.
Mm-hmm.
So this horizon, it's been seen at over 10 miles. Now, we can show you what we're talking about, and we can show you the original video that it came from to eliminate all the other factors and variables that you might be wondering, I wonder if these guys are trying to trick me. Yeah, we can show you all that stuff. But I just want to say the other server, the server where they say flat means curved, the server where they say level means curved, right? Those guys, they don't disagree that we can see too far, right? The point of contention is why do we see too far? So if this is a geometric horizon where the boats are going off of, this is a fixed position where you can't see past. We talked about it later. We talked about it earlier, right? But the problem is that this argument is kind of one of those things that's going to make you scratch your head. So I'll give you an example. This is modus tollens. So if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, she's laying on her back, you can't see her toenails. If you can see her toenails, she's certainly not 9 months pregnant with triplets. You follow that logic?
Sure. It's hard for me to hear you, but I heard something about someone being pregnant and then something illogical or something.
I'll let someone else do it. You said that it's hard to hear me, so I'll let someone else do the swap.
Maybe.
Doctor, I just want to say this. You got to fight the cognitive dissonance, my friend. They distilled that into you from the beginning. The school system, your parents, your grandparents. You have to fight the cognitive dissonance. Let me ask you something. Do you want to fight it?
I'm doing pretty okay in my life.
I didn't ask that. I asked you if you
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. A better question would be this. Do you want to know for sure if the Earth is a planet or a plane? If it's a ball or if it's flat? Do you want to know for sure yourself? Doctor?
I am someone who continuously educates myself or, gains knowledge through various means. And
but is it fact?
Yeah, that's the question here. It is a fact. So I think did you understand the modus tollens part?
I could hardly hear.
Okay,
Hank.
can I read it?
Someone to do the black swan. Please, someone do the black swan.
Can I go through it real quick? So the modus tollens just simply says, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So what it means is,
isn't this calculus?
No, it's just a logical statement, basically. So here's where it comes in. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q, just as Hank was saying before. Now that Q part would be the geometric horizon. That is what you would get by the Earth curve calculator. So, do you see the image with the 2 oil rigs?
Yeah, so I actually live by the beach.
Good. So let me ask you though. Let's continue with this, and we can talk about that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So once we get through, then we can. I live near the beach too. Okay. So where in this image is the horizon? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs? The horizon where the sky appears to meet the surface of the ocean there.
So tell us where you see the curve at in that picture.
No, you might see that. You might have to blow up the image or look at the darkened image that's just above it in the voice in the live stream voice text.
Oh, I see.
So where is that horizon?
You know, I guess I would call the horizon
Hey, brother.
Let him finish.
Yes.
Let him finish.
What do you know?
Let him finish.
Hold on. So the point at which the lighter color above the darker color, so the water, right, and the sky, that point right there, you know, you can clearly see a change from the sky to the water, right?
Yeah. Is it after the oil rigs, between, or before the oil rigs?
That's a good question.
Well, where do you see it? Do you see
where do I see it?
Do you see the last oil rig?
I do.
Do you see the last oil rig where it enters the water?
Yes.
Do you see the horizon further out and higher up from that point?
Hey, Sonny, have him draw it on paint.
Sure, I can see it.
Okay, good. Is it after, between, or before the oil rigs?
So from my own perspective, right, I would see it. I would infer that it would be behind the oil rig.
It just clearly is from the image. This is a still from a actual video, and the video I posted at 28 minutes after the hour. You can go to about 2 minutes 20 and see where the camera is set up right on the water. It's 1 foot above the sea level. That's conservatively. It may be even less than 1 foot, but we're just going with 1 foot. And we see, why is the horizon in this image 10 times further than geometrically allowed with a sphere of that radius?
I have no clue. Why?
Enlarge the image.
Because Earth is a flat, stationary. It's flat. There's no measurable curve. That's why. Do you know how much vertical drop would be necessary at the last oil rig?
No.
It would be nearly 80 feet. It'd be 70 feet approximately below your line of sight. That means an altitude drop, elevation drop. Would you be able to see 80 feet? That rig is only about 80 feet high. Would you be able to see 80 feet of drop, missing oil rig?
Oh, probably not. Well, I cannot tell how tall this oil rig is.
Well, that's kind of besides.
It could be, you know.
The point is this, that the oil rigs are known distances. They're anchored into the sand on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
They're known distances. They've always been that distance from shore. That's a known distance. So the horizon being out past beyond that. Now, when you watch the video, you can see where there's actually islands. This is off the Santa Barbara Channel. So the Santa Barbara Islands that are off of there on the other side, you can see them at 30 miles away. That would make your Earth's radius more than 2 million miles. Just the Black Swan itself would make Earth's radius at 10 miles, 264,000 miles. That's only half the diameter. That means your Earth would have to be 500,000 miles in diameter. That's how off it is. That's
this may be beyond my.
But my brother, do you see how he's doing it? My brother.
I can see what he means. Whether I want to agree with it or not is
it's
up
not
to
about
me.
agree. You don't have
You don't have to agree with it. It's fact.
Okay.
It is what it is. This is not possible. That's why it's a black swan for the globe. This is a globe killer right here. It's over.
Me.
No, this
Oh.
black swan, this whole black swan argument is death to the globe. It's bye bye globe. It's
Amen to
He's
that.
saying that. I don't think he
Kiflon.
understands the math. Do you
Naive
understand the math,
falsificationism.
Doctor? Do
Yes.
you understand the math?
I have not calculated the curvature of the Earth. I have not calculated.
Do you understand it? I'm
horizon.
not asking if you've done it yourself. I'm asking if you understand the math.
Doctor,
what?
did you want to understand the math? Did you want to understand it?
Wait,
Sure, I'm trying to
blank,
like
do you
figure out what's yes.
But do you understand why, and how this works, or why it doesn't work?
No, but I do want to make this statement.
Okay.
I do not think you are crazy. Any of you crazy. I do not think that any of you are lesser than the other, or lesser than me, or lesser than the rest of society. I believe that most people, or I'm sorry, all people on this Earth,
Yes.
on this Earth, that is that the right term?
Yeah, because we're
Plane?
all on top of Earth. Yes.
Okay, on this Earth, have the ability to, speak their own mind and logic and.
Yeah.
Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this?
Here, wait. Instead of just asking that, wait. A second ago, you said the words, "I've never calculated the curvature of the Earth." So my question is, do you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement, Doctor?
Yes, when you can compute, right?
Well, I mean, what I'm trying to say is, math doesn't always reflect reality. Math can reflect reality, but it can also not reflect reality. So what I'm saying is, if you wanted to figure out if the Earth is a ball or not, a calculation wouldn't do you any good. That would just be abstract ideas
It'll
on
come up
paper.
with a solution, won't it?
No. What I'm saying is the solution, if that's the right word, is to measure it directly, so that way you know if it's flat or you know it's conforming to the shape of a sphere. So there wouldn't be any calculations involved unless, of course, you take the measurement of a alleged arc segment and then do math to figure out, derive a circumference and a radius from that. So that part would be math. But the first step, has nothing to do with math. It's just a measurement of the surface of the Earth. So what I'm saying is, you can jot a whole bunch of numbers on paper all day long, and other people can do it and say that they're really smart, and you got to pay attention to them. But what I'm saying is, you got to measure the Earth to know for sure if it's curving or not. You can't just, put a bunch of numbers on paper and say, oh, look, the math checks out. Paper said so. The Earth is a ball. That doesn't work.
Said a ruler, that gets too philosophical, I guess.
And
but
then, Doctor, if you don't believe the math, it's not, save up some money, save you up some pennies, buy you a couple plane tickets, and you travel around the world yourself, and you prove to us that the world is a ball.
No,
but plane tickets wouldn't do that. Planes are not measuring devices.
Sonny.
So it'd be much cheaper and easier than that. You just need to make an observation. You need to find a target, an object, whether it be a mountain or a building or a shoreline where the water comes in contact with the ground, a shoreline of a lake or an ocean. You need to find a target where you know how far away it is, and then you need to go to an opposing shoreline or a certain distance away to a certain point, figure out for sure how far away that target is, and then take out your Earth curve calculator and see if you should be able to see that target or not on a planet Earth or not. And if you can see something that's too far away for you to be able to see on a planet, then it's not a planet.
Okay. So, Sonny.
Yeah, but that doesn't account for the light refraction, just the curvature.
Hold on. Yes.
Oh my. Thank you, Sonny. I'm sorry.
I'm listening. Go ahead,
Professor.
No, he's not speaking. I'm listening. Go ahead,
Mr. Latkin. Go ahead.
No,
I'm sorry. Go
okay.
Ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sonny, I really find so you have even confronted your own, your counterparts, your peers, in regards to their statements on flat Earth. I've heard you. You just said no, a plane can't. What did you say?
Exactly.
So
yeah, I disagree with a lot of because we can
yes.
throw out these words. It doesn't mean anything. So and go on.
So I by you doing that, you are creating some validity to your statements, to your arguments, which
Wait,
I
I think you're misunderstanding him, Doctor. Do you think he was disagreeing with me or you?
He's
no.
Hold on,
So-
Ryan. He's talking about separate thing. He's talking about me and just what just happened with Professor Dude. So don't worry about it. But yes.
So, but I'm just saying, what you're doing is creating validity to your arguments, right? Two people who, so for example, Professor and you, I believe, would be on the same team, if that makes sense, right? You both would agree the Earth is flat. But the fact that you are able to, I'm sorry, from your own words, that you guys know the Earth is flat, but your ability to challenge and state, no, Professor, even though you're on the wrong team, right? No, Professor, that is not the case. Is
Well,
creating.
the professor thinks that flying around in a plane can either prove a globe or flat. Well, it's a plane.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Doctor. You said you live near the beach, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was just using that against them because they think planes travel around the world.
Oh, I see.
That's
reverse
true.
psychology.
That doesn't prove anything.
Classic.
So anyway, so Doctor, you live near the coast, right?
Right.
So are you able to look like across a bay where you live to say 5 or 6 miles out to a point somewhere?
Sure.
Right. So can you take your Zoom camera with you to the beach, stand at about right at that, so you're about 6 foot height above sea level?
So
and then
let me
zoom your camera in or your binoculars into the shoreline 5 miles away. You can.
I'm going to take notes. Hold on. You're going to tell me, okay? And I'm not saying whether or not, I will have some sort
Here's
of.
what you do. I went to high school in Santa Monica, so I used to be able to stand at Santa Monica Bay, right there at the beach, at Station 24, lifeguard Station 24. I could stand there and I could look all the way out. On good days, I could see the point right out from Topanga.
Who's looking at babes?
So anyway, but what I'm getting to is much shorter, actually, only 5 miles. So 5, 6 miles. You find a location on the beach. You find out where that is exactly. By landmarks or whatever you have to use. You stand there as close as you can get to the water, and then you look down the coast across the water. This is the key point. You're going to be zooming across water, across a bay, right? Or a curved stretch of beach.
Okay.
Right? There's lots of them. Most beaches have some curve to them, so it's not that hard to do. So you zoom in there. You're 6 feet above. You zoom into the shoreline and tell me if you can see the waves at this other known location at 5 miles or 6 miles away, and see if you can zoom into the waves at the shoreline there. 5 to 6
I'm just going to interrupt just for a second. It's not necessarily 5 to 6 miles. It's at least 5 or 6 miles because the formula is 8 inches per mile squared, right? So I would say anything between 5 and 10 miles is sufficient. We've done much further than that, actually. The Guinness Book of World Record longest photography was 273 miles, so much further has been done, right? And I just want to point out that, some of us get into really knockdown, drag-out fights in here because what I first started doing was taking flat earthers that were making piss-poor arguments, like plane flights, and I would correct them and say, don't make these arguments. Or if they made like a argument that was like based on a fallacy, we correct each other all the time.
Good.
Because we cannot afford to be loose with this. We have to be extremely tight. Because, if a doctor, if he says something, he doesn't really need to cite a source. He's a doctor, he's a PhD, whatever he says goes. But when us laymen, right, us idiots, when we say something, we have to be like really tight on what we say and what we claim. Because we can't afford the luxury of just loosely spitting out claims without backing them up. So that's why we always have to cite our source. But I just want to let you know, there's some people in here that get into such terrible arguments, we have to take them to the live stream. And it's because they disagree on certain things. But I just want to point out that this is absolutely doable for anyone who has a decent set of eyes and binoculars. So at least 5 or 6 miles. I did 10 because I just happened to be at North Beach.
Yep.
Yeah,
But that's go ahead.
So okay,
But see,
so
but
before
doctor,
I
you
head
gotta
out,
be
I'm
willing. You gotta
I'm
be willing to
starting
do
my
it, doctor.
I'm starting my exit. Okay, this
Okay.
is
Doctor, excuse me, my phone died. You should have asked the professor how it is that you could have proved the globe in the airplane ride. And then you look at what he tells you. Excuse me.
No,
You
we're not
look at,
doing
yeah,
that.
you then you figure out if he has a valid experiment.
No, we're not going into the
We've
airplane.
already looked at this. We already know
Well,
it's
my
not
phone
valid.
died. My phone died. Well, it's
It's
absurd to
okay.
tell someone to go up in an airplane when he's a professor and the other one's a doctor, and they can't even measure the ground.
But it was a
Listen,
joke.
listen.
I was using that
they
against
can't
him.
Oh, so I
Okay,
think
listen.
okay.
Just before, one last thing before you go, Doc.
Well,
I really hope you. I know you're trying to exit. I really hope you enjoyed your case study with the flat earthers, but I think you would enjoy the anti-flat earthers so much more because the mental gymnastics, the hoops that they have to jump through, the tactics that they use. It's obvious to everyone that flat doesn't mean curved, but yet they'll tell you with a straight face that flat means curved. And then when I say, okay, well, what word can we use to describe a surface that's like a mirror that you're not going to 1984 and change the definition of, right? And then they don't have an answer. And it's like, okay, well, flat means curved and curved means flat, right? They're synonymous. So can you say that, the earth is flat? And they're like, oh, no, I can't say that because somebody might misunderstand. Yeah, because you know that flat means flat. So I would say if you were to be interested, last night, me and a math professor, like me, a high school dropout, and a math professor were having a discussion. And I think it would be so interesting for you to check out our little discussion between Hank Hill and Matthew Learns because he's a college math professor.
So
and I think that the
think
conversation is really telling if you
so
wanted to
almost
see the case study on the Glovers. Go ahead.
almost like an absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? Is that kind of what you're trying to get at, like the validity of your case? Like, so
No, he's trying to say that they're crazy. They're crazy, and it's obvious that they're crazy. That's what he's trying to say, and I agree with him. You should go to Gem Panda's server and just hang around there for a couple minutes or a
someone
few
send
hours or
it to me.
something.
I
And
sent it to
they're
you.
crazy.
They chant rhetoric endlessly.
Oh, they sent it. Good.
I sent
Okay.
him a link
So
there.
anti-flat tactics. So your instructions were to find a location of the beach, stand as closer to the water, zoom with the camera across the water to find a fixed object, preferably at least 5 to 6 miles out.
Yep.
To see if you can see the waves at this location.
Yeah, zoom into the shoreline on the other side. So
Shoreline.
that's the task. Now, I'm going to tell you something. At 5 miles, it should be 16.67 feet of vertical drop. That's elevation drop from your line of sight. That means if you're seeing waves 4 to 5 feet, that's a problem. I can see people that far away if I zoom in, pretty much dipping their feet in the water if the waves are small enough. This cannot happen at 5 miles away. That would be 17 feet of drop.
Huh. Okay. But I have the instructions down. Next time I go out to the beach, I'll try it.
That's a start. That's a start. Now, look, if you could go to Santa Monica Beach and look out on a really clear day and stand right in the water and look across and see Catalina Island, that's a globe killer. There should be like 600 feet of drop. Half of Catalina would be gone. And we see the whole thing. I grew up seeing it almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. I have the instructions down.
There you go.
But understand that,
come back and tell us what you find, because listen, here's what we find, Doctor, that we have Glovers coming here day after day after day up to like I've discovered flat Earth 5 years ago. For me, only 5 years, but some people longer. Asking people for actual proof of this globe, and no one has been able to provide it. And the other thing is, none of these Glovers have ever gone out to do any measurement themselves and come back and tell us what the results were. But
that's not true. They did do it, but they came back as flat earthers.
Every flat earther that I know has done their own observation of some sort and gone out and figured it out for themselves based on this Earth curve calculator. So you just go out, do it yourself, and I guarantee you once you go flat, you'll never come back. So be prepared.
I would say the majority of people who went out as globe earthers to make measurements came home that same day with at least serious confusion in their brain.
The problem is, Dr. J, they assigned a number far too small for the globe for the lie to hold up over time.
Who's they?
Copernicus, et al., Lemaitre, the entire industry of the pseudoscientist of history.
Okay. So I have the instructions down. I have the anti-flat earthers Discord.
Yeah, you can send any of us a DM if you want to. I'll message you. I'll send you a friend request. Hold on 1 second.
But I have not. I would consider myself to have no or very little no opinion on this topic at all. Can I tell you what I believe?
I would stick with that.
What I know, I and you guys, all of you will disagree with me, right?
We don't care what you believe. This isn't a belief server or topic.
I understand that. All of you will disagree.
You're going to tell us what you believe. So, do you understand? I feel like that's a Hank Hill question.
I'm just hearing, I'm hearing what you all are saying, and I'm trying to.
You understand? Hear it. Do you understand it? This isn't a belief topic.
He hasn't realized words have
Hold on,
meaning.
hold on.
Let him answer.
Hold on, guys. Relax. Hey, relax.
And I understand.
So, I'm sorry, bro. I was just going to say that you're in a weird position, right, where you can't talk about some of this stuff publicly. So, I would say after you do your measurement, don't talk to nobody about it. You can come back here, right, under your false name or whatever, and talk to people about it. That's fine. But yeah, I wouldn't tell too many people about it because it is still sort of a taboo subject at the moment, right? Because you're not allowed to question science. Oh, wait, I forgot. That's the definition of science, to question things. Sorry about that. Yeah, we understand that you get it and you're not really going to form an opinion, right? But the thing is that if you're at all curious, like go out in the world and like ask the earth itself, right? Not literally, but make some observations.
Hank, I really appreciate your approach to me on that because you're actually you're telling me, hey, if you ever want to, if you ever are open to finding out, the statements that you are making, what you are saying are facts. If I ever want to do so, then I am able to do so. You are telling me
believe what you want to believe,
right? And I'm saying the same thing to you guys, right? I'm telling you the same.
It's not a belief topic.
Okay.
It's not
I would tell you to do the opposite of half of what he said.
It doesn't
Instead of
work.
telling nobody, if you ever come to the realization that the Earth is flat yourself, don't keep the information to yourself. Tell lots of people.
I was talking to Hank.
I don't think you can. Go ahead, bro.
I said once he comes to the realization, entirely himself.
I was trying to talk to Hank just prior to me leaving. Now, Hank, I appreciate you being open to the fact that I may not, believe in this, right? And I understand that this isn't a belief, right? I do hear you on that, but I'm glad that Hank, or maybe others are able to do this as well, are able to at least acknowledge that, okay, yes, I've written down the instructions. It's up to me whether or not I want to find this information out, right? It's up to me.
Exactly.
Right.
Dr. J, I would like to say something to you.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead. So sorry.
Hank, what was
I just wanted to say. So we practice these arguments. We make them all day long. The argument isn't to convince you that the Earth is flat because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Right. Exactly.
Our argument is only designed to give you the opportunity to go find out for yourself because that's the only way that people know things.
Mm-hmm.
And we're about knowledge in this server. And how do you acquire knowledge? First-hand experience.
Right.
So, you as someone who comes from academia, you may want to get this knowledge, but you may want to save this until you're completely retired and fully set. Or you may decide to do it, kind of on the cool where nobody's knowing what you're doing. They just see a guy with a camera at the beach, and that's pretty normal looking.
Mm-hmm. But I appreciate you being able to like just at least acknowledge that maybe I'm not willing to, or accept this idea. And I say idea because that's the
Do
word
you
that
know
I'm
how
putting to
tall
it,
you
right?
are, or do you believe how tall you are?
Oh,
Belief is a part of knowledge. We went over this. You have to
No, it isn't.
believe something.
Oh, you said that.
Yes, it
That's
is.
what you said.
Okay.
Doctor.
All right,
Do you
nice.
believe how tall you are, or do you know how tall you are?
Yes.
Tallness
Doctor,
is a
he has a
construct.
good one.
Damn.
Guys,
Let's calm
easy on the
down
doctor.
here.
Doctor,
Can I just say
have a
goodbye,
good one. Be
Doctor?
All
safe.
right. Hank
Tallness
and
is a
everyone else, I appreciate it. Remember,
Hey,
I have the instructions down.
Doctor, listen, yeah, the last thing we want you to do is to believe us. Like we don't want you to go from
Okay.
a belief. Like what happened to us is we abandoned the beliefs and traded it in for actual knowledge. So
The truth.
yeah, so if like you do what Hank said, you take this Earth curve calculator, the measurements that they give us, you can go out and test it yourself, come back and let us know what you found.
Sure, but it's up to me, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But here's the thing, Doctor.
Listen, whether you do it or not, or whether you come to that agreement with us that we measured the surface and it's not curved in any direction anywhere on Earth, if you come to that, or you don't, if you choose to just continue believing, even though there's empirical data showing to the contrary your belief, that's entirely up to you. We see that all the time here. But
Doctor.
It's a lot to take in, eh, Doc?
People
don't you go out and not do it though? Don't you go out and not do it and then come back here and tell us that the information is false? You
No.
didn't do it. Don't let that cognitive dissonance get to you, my friend. Don't you let it get to you.
No.
If he's a true physician, he could probably get to that thinking pattern, the right one. You know what I mean?
So people tend to people tend to stay away from things that they feel uncomfortable, right? Around. So, but I also wanted to state this, that I was going to touch on something, but someone was saying something about something or other. Anyways, okay. Everyone, I appreciate it. That was interesting. The point of me joining this conversation, which I did not know how deep it was going to get, was for me to gain at least another perspective, right? To gain some other person's, or this group of people. I just wanted to understand maybe someone else's point of view. Okay.
Could it be that we're right? Uh-oh.
But get this. All of our point of views are the same because we all are witnesses to a flat Earth wherever you go.
But understand my reasoning.
Yeah, we do. So until you do it yourself, you won't understand quite what we're talking about. When you go out to nature, you'll find out for yourself.
Okay.
And you want to hear what you got to say about that. And we
Cool.
appreciate your being just cordial, and everybody here we're doing the best we can. We're not perfect.
Awesome.
All
right.
like the rest of us.
Yep.
But we appreciate you coming
All
here
right.
and being as honest as you're able to at this time.
Yes.
So, yeah.
All right, Doctor. All right, get out of here. Your meatloaf's in the oven. Your meatloaf is in the oven, Doctor. You go get it. Go get it. Don't let the cognitive dissonance get to you.
I'm gonna mute so then I can kind of listen to how this conversation goes.
The seed has been
nice
planted.
talking, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Doctor. I wanted a few minutes to talk to you guys. So I don't know what kind of that's funny music. I don't know what kind of doctor this guy is, right? But anybody who's seen Black Bulb, like they know that doctors can have their license revoked. So for him to be talking about subjects like this is kind of touchy ground. So if he does go out and measure it, that's not going to be a problem. But if he goes out and measures it and then starts talking about it, he's probably not a specialist in the field of measuring the Earth. So it could cause a lot of problems for him if he.
I'm not too worried. He's not pretty genuine, but you're right. That's a good point.
If he were to get on Twitter and like start announcing like, "Hey, this weekend I went and measured and these flat earthers or something," to that could be like really detrimental to his financial things that he's got going on right now. And I want to point out that this is the same thing that's going on with Matthew Leonard. Like he can't acknowledge certain things. But if you ever heard me and Matthew talk, he does acknowledge certain things, right? But he can't say other things. So when he says, "Yeah, this is purely mathematical, it's conceptual," he made some. Well, me and Elijah were talking to him earlier, and he made a concession. Dang it! He made a concession earlier, and me and Elijah were like, "Oh, okay, we'll take that." And I can't remember what it was because I've only slept like 4 hours today. But yeah, like people like this that come from academia, they kind of have to go their own way when it comes to this. They're not like us laymen, right? Who can say whatever we want without worried about repercussions. Like I'm at work right now. The Earth is flat. Nothing's going to happen. Nobody cares. They think I'm an idiot.
Right.
Unless they go out and measure themselves, and they're
We're
going to be like,
fortunate
"Hey."
enough to be able to do that with the things we've set up in our life and the way we have it set
So
up.
I would
But
say you
remain
have to.
free.
You have to take into consideration each person, right? They've got different cultures, they come from different backgrounds, and they kind of have to be handled like a certain way. So I'm not saying that give this guy like softball gloves and don't play hard with him. I'm just saying that you've got to realize there's more to it on the stake on the line for people in academia than just your average pizza guy or lift truck.
Yes.
You're
gotta
not
look
everyone's average
even
pizza
further
guy, though,
than
Hank.
most people are willing to, though,
Hey,
right? He put himself out there and actually entertained the arguments in ways that other people in his same shoes would be totally unwilling to do.
Amen to that. And let me tell you, you got to make sacrifices for the truth. Let me tell you, like my grandmother once told me, Bradley always gets the pudding. Got to make sacrifices. Bradley might have got fucking his ass whooped, but he got that damn pudding.
Bradley?
Yes.
Who's that?
Oh, Bradley, my cousin Bradley.
Oh, got it. Roger that. Well, if you get the pudding, then that's all that matters. So, and the pudding here is, no matter what happens in your life or anyone else's, Earth measures flat. Change our minds.
Yeah, so I'm guessing the doctor is some sort of psychoanalyst or psychologist. What do you think? Judging by his screen name?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
I
I'd
think
have
he
to
was
go
a
back and listen to the whole thing.
He was a philosopher.
He's
one
a
of these.
PhD.
He probably
He's
does have a
He's a
doctorate in
pretty hot
philosophy.
doctor.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I don't
modern
know.
day.
I'd have to listen back. Y'all talk to him, so y'all go ahead.
He didn't sound like a surgeon.
Think about what we're talking to Matthew Learns, right? Matthew Learns is one of our great assets on here because he gives us something to ping pong off of. He makes the globe Earth arguments, and then whatever he does on his own YouTube channel, who cares? We do what we want on our channel, right? And he might go to his YouTube channel and just, completely do something totally different. But when he's here, he's polite. He argues the subject. He'll tell you what he believes. Right? Like earlier, he said he knew the geometric horizon was there. And I was like, the one you can't see, the one that's supposed to be there but isn't there? How do you know that? And like he recanted. So I've been doing this for a long time, off and on for like 7 years. Not all of them are can't. Some of them double down and gaslight and do all these crazy tactics. Although Matthew might do some of these tactics from time to time on accident, maybe on purpose. He's definitely an asset to us because when people hear the arguments, especially when I get a hold of them,
You know what I gotta say? Let me tell you, them people who do it on purpose.
It's good for the audience.
Some people do it on purpose, man. Ambassadors of the devil. Ambassadors of the devil, my friend. What does it say in the good book? The truth shall set you free. They don't want to know the truth. They don't want to be set free. They want to live in their cognitive dissonance. See, philosophy kills people because, they get caught up in their own mind and they don't want to open up to anybody else's claims, whether it be fact or fiction. You understand?
Right.
So you got to watch out for these philosophers, man. And these doctors and philanders and all these other folk who say they practice academia because they might sow some seeds of misinformation.
You got some in here. You got doctors in here. People that are going to be psychologists, people who have graduated in all sorts of fields. There's people who are engineers that are in here. Some of them like own their own business and don't care. And then other are quiet like I am with my identity. So, there's different folks, right? And I would say that, when these type come in here, we kind of have to give them like an out a little bit. Like, I wouldn't want to hold Matthew's feet to the fire, like literally, that would just be like ridiculous. I would, hold them metaphorically. Like, what do you mean, this is curving? Where's the curve at? We can't see it, So that's a different kind of holding the feet to the fire. But yeah, I would say that Matthew and maybe this doctor will come back and maybe he'll be an asset, right? He'll argue for the globe, but realizing that maybe some of these anti-flat earthers, maybe they're some of the best flat earthers because they sharpen our argument, because iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel, right? And without Globers coming in here, we're kind of just, all in like a group, like agreeing with each other or fighting like cats and dogs because there's no one to disagree with.
Round.
I'd just say I thought it was pretty good what the interaction that happened between the doctor or the psychologist and how eventually, not that he was worn down, but the interaction allowed him to come to a realization that perhaps he should check out some of the information that was being presented to him.
They always do, man, no matter how many degrees they got. They come in here and, they see that their eyes are too big for their stomach, you know what I mean?
Amen to
They're
that,
like,
brother.
okay, this is
the
real deal. These people actually take it seriously. What the fuck?
You guys remember Chick Tracks? Oh, they used to hand them out all the time back in Sunday school. We need to, the little Chick Track, the little comics about Jesus, exposing the lies and bringing people to the truth.
Yeah,
of
I've
the
seen
Holy
those.
Bible. Oh yeah, we need to get
Okay.
we need our flat earther brothers and sisters who can draw to start making these tracks. We can pass them out at our local congregations, grocery stores, and other public areas, so people can witness.
Bro, you can go to FedEx Kinko's and get that done in an evening.
Oh yeah.
That's funny. So yeah, we're offering people not the truth, but the ability to find it for themselves. Because people who say, I got all the truth, nobody has all the truth. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So what does that mean? That means that, we are just giving people the opportunity to find out for themselves if they were so inclined to do so. So here's the, radius. You can Google the radius, 3959 miles. Here's a flat earth calculator, right? Get you a mirror or binoculars and go out and make some observations. And, these are measurements you're trying to make, right? You're trying to measure curvature, and it's like one of those weird things. It's like, good luck. See you when you get back.
That was sort of the point that I was making when I was on here earlier, where presenting that equation, you say the globe busting equation, and either people I won't say retreat, but they will vehemently oppose it in some way, or have to relent to kind of at least entertain it.
Stockholm syndrome.
In this case,
Stockholm
it wasn't
syndrome,
that.
straight up.
In this case, the person actually bit, so to speak. And
well, he's educated.
I agree. It takes an educated mind to just entertain something without accepting it.
You got it.
So
you got it.
So I think it was good. I mean, it's really, and to the person's credit, I think it's hard to just within an hour accept something that will destroy or potential to destroy your reality. So everything that I think the person said, including don't expect me to come up with an opinion. I think that was pretty honest. I think that for the most part, that's a win in the sense that this person even said, I'm going to go. I thought he was BSing when he said he was taking notes, but it sounds like he was being sincere, and it sounds like he's sincere about doing it in a real life experiment. I think that's his knowledge brain looking at him and telling him that this is something that's necessary, at least just so that he can have the ammunition maybe to prove you guys wrong if it comes down to that.
And I hope he goes and does it. I hope
That's
he goes
exactly
and does
what we want them to do. We want them to go and try to prove us wrong. That's what we're hoping for. Because the anti-flat earthers, they'll tell you, look at the sun, moon, and the stars, eclipses, shadows. We're saying, nah, Fuck all that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit and go measure it your fucking self directly. Measure the surface directly and then get back with us.
Oh no! Don't listen to that fucking NASA shit telling you what to believe. You take your ass out there in that fucking yard and you measure that shit yourself. That's what my grandmother used to tell me. You go do that shit yourself.
But to be fair, I mean, I wouldn't. No offense, I wouldn't really listen to anyone.
It's good Southern teaching right there, my friend. I'm sorry, going on a rant. Go ahead.
No, sure. I mean, people, we lie for fun, right? I mean, we don't even have to get paid to lie, and there's people that are employed to professionally lie. So, I mean, of course, we shouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't. But I think that's why the person. I mean, I'm crediting the person because it's. I know from experience, it's hard to present it with something, have the maturity to not try to fight it in an immature way, but actually absorb what's being thrown at you, and then at the end of it, take the time to actually say, "I'm going to look into this," because the social pressure is that if you do something like that, you're admitting defeat in your argument. But like I said, it takes a little bit of maturity to actually say, "Forget what I look like in terms of the competition. Let me just go out for the truth." I'm hoping this person is going to stay along that trajectory.
Uncanny Noob, you said earlier that you were a student of physics. You got your master's or anything like that you would care to share?
I was just going to say, to your point about professionals or alleged professionals not wanting to merit their credibility, who may still be in academia, I'd rather not say. Is that okay?
Perfect. Yep, okay. That lets me know what I need to know, right? So here's the deal. I was talking earlier about the second law of thermodynamics, and I talk about specific gravity, which everybody knows that's what I'm always talking about. And you said that it was interesting what I pointed out. You've had time to like soak on that for a minute, or were you extremely busy during our break in conversation?
No, I'm always thinking, so I was actually thinking about that. And yeah, I mean, like I said, it's again, I think I said before, if I had to pick a percentage to quantify my belief, it would be something like 70-30 flat. And the 30% is because I'm part of academia, and so half of my life, or I guess a third of my life, whatever you want to say, was bred into the systems that we're discussing here that are allegedly broken and a failure. So there's an attachment to that, but at the same time, I can't ignore if something sounds legitimate, especially with the abilities that I have to figure it out for myself.
Have you been through the globe math yet?
I have, and I did speak a little bit about that. My main point, I'll just be quick about it, is that in math, there's a certain symmetric connection between circles and spheres. A lot of things that work for circular symmetry happen to work for spherical symmetry, so it's an easy extrapolation to make from something that is in reality quote unquote two-dimensional in symmetry versus three-dimensional. It's very easy to have inverse square laws work for circular symmetry, even though we think of inverse square laws like gravity and other forces working for spherical models. In fact, a lot of parameterization just gets it down to spherical or cylindrical or some kind of well, we can 2, 3, 1 dimensional parameterization, meaning all this dimension stuff about it I guess to my point earlier about circles being spheres being, it's all the same pretty much. It's in that sense, topographically and mathematically, it's very easy for a scientist that's very smart and learn it to say, hey, see this inverse square law, we're observing that this works only for this type of symmetry. We're going to ignore the circular symmetry and say it's the superior symmetry, which is for spherical, three-dimensional, because that's what we operate in. In reality, we're not really just, to your point, the specific gravity is an answer for something that is two-dimensional, not spherical. And I'm saying two-dimensional, I don't know where the person is, but they brought up a model of a pool, filling it with dirt and water earlier. But basically, that's what I'm talking about. It's three-dimensional, but for all purposes, it's two-dimensional. I think the specific gravity is kind of the answer, or one of a possible answer for maybe the problem with thermodynamics, also for explaining other things. I mean, it's just my theory. I've actually been thinking about it a lot, and what other things that came to mind, and I know this isn't that type of channel, but if you think about mystical things and how people are able to allegedly levitate, then your specific gravity would just kind of explain that type of thing. If they claim what they do claim to kind of turn their, relate their body into an astral form, then they are literally getting less dense. And
I
so
mean,
they
if you're
would
here at 2
literally,
a.m., on a Saturday night, we can talk about anything you want. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, I won't go into that, but I mean, there's a lot of. That's why I said to you earlier, it's interesting and it begs several questions. Really,
Cool,
besides
man. That
even
was
the physics.
brilliant, by the way.
So when you said begging the question the first time, I thought you meant like in a fallacious manner, like I
Not
had
a
circular reasoning.
no,
So now
not
I
no.
understand that what it's really doing is the more you find out, the more questions you have, and that's a
Correct.
totally different understanding of your statement, right?
If I put
So
your theory
I
as a
really,
center, sorry, go
right.
ahead.
I was just going to say I really appreciate it now, and I didn't appreciate it or comprehend it in the beginning. Go ahead.
Right, I wasn't saying. I think one of the persons that was online, Elijah, said. I think he said something like that to me, and there were other people talking. But I was saying, I'm not saying your theory is what is going to possibly beg a question. I was saying, right, if we put your theory of specific gravity as a center point, like we do with gravity, regular gravity, and that means all the tendrils that were attached to gravity are now torn, somehow reattached, or we have to figure out a way to reattach it to this new thing, which they may not attach the same way they did for gravity. And so those are all the questions that are going to be begged in something that makes sense. I mean, like I told you before, to me it makes sense from several different facets, like scientific, mystical, religious, etc. But that means that everything that you kind of had your bases on in terms of what we thought we knew shattered, and now we have to reform connection. So that's it does bother. You can probably tell I'm rambling. It bothers me
Right.
intellectually because
Yeah.
of what
You're
it has.
stimulated. You're perturbed, right?
Bro, it's because you love your fellow
Hold on.
man and you're disturbed that he or she can act in such an willfully ignorant manner, gullible manner. At least that's how I feel. Go ahead.
So and to your point, perhaps some years ago, I'm weirdly I'm more along the misanthropic side. So I don't really, nothing that
Me
humanity
too.
doesn't surprise me. But you're right, I do care about fellow man, and I do think, like, one of my thoughts is that everyone is kind of a genius, and we have to be taught to be stupid. Although I don't believe that word exists.
Exactly.
We have to be taught to be like that. So I
Just
think
like
it's
every
important.
child knows how to vocalize, we have to be taught to shut up.
Or every baby knows how to, reconcile the forces on this planet within 2 years to walk. Oh, I mean, could you land on Venus and reconcile the forces, learn the language, figure out who to trust in 2 years?
What the fuck is Venus, man?
Right, I forgot. Well, we expect that from we expect that from babies, and for
Yeah,
the most part,
proprioception's a hard one to get, right? Controlling
I'm
your
sorry.
body.
It's very hard.
Proprioception, yeah, that's a hard one to learn, and they learn it
Then you're trying
quick.
to master electrical forces, mechanical forces, rotational forces, chemical energy. Like, you're trying to master all of these things just to move as a baby, stuff we take for granted right now. These are things that, I wouldn't say a stupid person could navigate the forces of a planet unknown to them. It came out of a womb and it was suspended in water. So you have gravity allegedly acting on you. You have to worry about wobbling around. That's a lot. Like I said, I don't think we could land on a different quote unquote planet and figure that out in 2 years without help, without a data profile to tell us what to expect. And these babies come out and do that, and they learn how to speak, and they learn how to trust people. They learn who to depend on for food. That's something some of us as adults struggle with. So I think that we have to be taught to be kind of less smart than we normally would be. And asking these types of questions, this is why this kind of channel intrigues me, because asking these types of questions is not a luxury you get when you're in academia, but you may want to
That's such a great point, and they get us from the beginning. So, like, it's like you do have to empty your cup and become what people wrongfully call stupid, so you can absorb some stuff, right? Start over.
And most of the stupidity, the alleged stupidity, I would say is social pressure, because to somebody else's point, a lot of people were speaking. I'm sorry if I don't remember, but they were talking about how, well, basically, some scientists know, but it just doesn't connect that.
What do they know?
They may know the Earth is flat, or they may have all the equations in their brain to put together that the Earth is flat, but there are no connections. I think that there's a social pressure that keeps people who actually know.
You think?
Otherwise,
I think it's the only thing that's holding everyone back is that social pressure.
too. I would say that because I don't think it's intellect. I don't think people. I mean, as much as
I think it's nothing else, man. It's a simple. I could not have been duped for my whole life. I'm not that stupid. Everyone else around can't be so stupid. How dare you say it? And that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mean, that's the unfortunate part, is because if I wanted to be a psychopath, for example, I would just let everybody else annihilate each other. Then something that would polarize people, and then nobody would ever learn anything, or we would learn marginally. And so what I'm afraid of is, how can we ever get past, as adults, our social barrier, or I don't know if it's social barrier, it's a psychological barrier, to forget social pressure. I mean, it's in academia as well. You can't say, no matter how smart you are, or no matter how many accolades or degrees or anything you may have, you can always lose your scholarly articles. You can always be blacklisted. You can always lose your funding, and your name could always be removed from anything you've been a part of. It's not very hard.
The truth threatens the narrative everywhere you go.
I agree with that. I think that, I mean, that's kind of a given of
and also vice versa. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Not as much though, because truth always wins, right? So it's like the baseline. But you're right. You're right.
Then why do we prefer facades? Then you think we inherently
comfortable? We don't have to do shit. If I'm going to believe this thing that someone else said, I don't have to go do that work. You feel me?
Well, then what would it take to cross the threshold?
Can I bring up something? I don't know how much you guys are aware of the Matrix, the first one, and the psychology behind it. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yeah.
Especially you?
Yes.
Right. So Neo has a really comfortable life, right? He's got a good paying job, but he's an introvert and he's curious, right? He studied things, right? He's probably the INTP type, right? So this Neo guy, he's chasing after all these rabbit trails, doing all this research online, and it's he starts to realize something's going on, right? And then Morpheus, he's the guy that's offering Neo the truth that Neo's been looking for, right? And then Morpheus goes on to say, hey, the prison, you can see it when you pay your taxes, when you go to church, when you pay your tithe, but normally you can't see it, right? And I think everybody can relate with that. But the interesting character to me is Cypher, right? Cypher's the bad guy, the one that ate the steak, right? And he's going, oh man, screw this. I'm not eating that mush anymore. That tasty wheat is not tasty at all. He's like, I really want to stay with the system because, oh man, I want to be rich and I want to be famous and I don't want to remember any of this, right? So it's really important to look at the psychology. I don't want to leave the system, right? Because the system offers me lattes and foam mattresses and comfort, right? But if I leave the system, I'll be living in a mud hut, right? And I'll be eating whatever I can scrounge up for the day. So it's kind of this Stockholm syndrome where people will defend the system like the lady in the red dress. She turns into Mr. Smith, which is obviously a metaphor. So we've learned over the years when debating with people, especially family members, that you don't force this down anyone's throat. You do the Jesus method where you plant seeds and walk away. And then by the time the third person said, yeah, the earth is flat, they're going to go, wait a minute, what's going on? So you can't force Agent Smith to bow down. That programming is never going to bow down. The only thing you can do is run when you see the agent. And the agent is all those years of programming with a school. And I think all this is really difficult to understand for some people, but it's easy to understand for other people. And the people that get it, man, they get it. Like tasty wheat or steaks. Oh, man. I really don't want my tax dollars to fund all these illegal wars. but at the same time, I don't want to eat like raccoons. Well, the thing is that if you knew what was in your food already, and you understand what is it, artificial lemon or is it artificial vanilla, comes from a beaver's anal gland. So like strawberry, sorry. Yeah, I knew it was one of them. So it's one of those things where people have Stockholm syndrome, and they're like going to fight and die to protect the system, right? But all we're offering is the truth. But what happened to Neo? What happened to Morpheus? Like they had to make certain sacrifices, just like the patriots of the early American wars, right, against the England trying to free themselves. Like they basically, when they pledged allegiance to a flag, that was a totally different meaning back then. Like we do it, and we're like, no, I pledge allegiance to the flag. Yeah, to America. Like back then, they were literally pledging their wealth, their lives, like putting it on the line, for this concept, right? So for us, the concept is like we want to be free enough to ask questions and not get told, well, you can't work anymore because back in like 2022, you asked a question and that question's on the blacklist. Like Hulk Hogan, right? He was in the World Wrestling Hall of Fame, as he should have been, right? But he said one word that apparently wasn't okay for him to say. And it's like, that was a word. Like, this dude's been wrestling longer than I've been alive. And he said a word, and now they took that away from him. And you know what? I think if you look at his interviews, Booker T actually said that word live on air one time. And ever since then, Hulk Hogan started saying it, like, to kind of make fun of Booker T, because as soon as Booker T said it, you could see it on his face. He's like, blah, 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 blah. And he said that word. And then it hit his eyes. You can see it in his eyes that he knew that he said that word live on TV and he was going to be fine. Well, since Hulk Hogan started saying it, like somebody said, oh, Hulk Hogan said that word, right? It's like, take everything he ever earned away from him, especially his dignity. We're going to smear him all over the news and remove him from the Wrestling Hall of Fame. How could you do that? That would be like removing Jimi Hendrix from the Hall of Fame because of something he did. Like maybe he took a Quaalude, oh, Quaaludes are bad now, so saith the king, right? This is the narrative that anybody who took a Quaalude, now they're bad. So we're going to remove Jimi Hendrix from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum. Like, what? Jimi Hendrix is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I think that makes perfect sense to do that because, and I'm speaking academically, because if you are in, I don't know what it's like with music or anything like that, but if you are in an industry, you're high up, you know things and stuff, so you can always come out and say truth that other people don't know, and so to stop that, they have to do a full discredit as opposed to allowing you to breathe. Because if you happen to pique the interest of someone, your credit is going to come first, and if you are someone who has no credibility and the powers that be, whatever, as it were, has made sure of that, then the vast majority of people, probably not most of these people here, most of you people here, but the vast majority of people dismiss that type of person. There's a lot of tropes like that in movies where the scientist that is the only one that can make the machine to save the world is somewhere out in the desert because he or she has been discredited, and they said something that was kind of close to being sort of near the truth, and that got them all their scholarly articles destroyed, and they're forced to use whatever money they have left to make ends meet. I think that probably happens in every industry, unfortunately, because as you get higher in those industries, you know more. And as has been said several times, truth is something that is weaponized, can be weaponized, and it's usually more the superlative weapons that are out there.
It's extremely divisive, truth, right? It divides rightly.
I don't think it has a choice, but I don't think truth has a choice but to be full or divisive, right? You can't in between be no truth. There's no in between of truth. You have to either reject it or accept the real truth.
Right. So I apologize for kind of hijacking the conversation, but the psychology is really interesting to me, especially how they control the narrative by controlling, all these things that you mentioned earlier. And to me, like to think that somebody could just say, like, okay, like I've been doing this business for like 20 years. If someone could just say, oh, I'll take all that away from you, like a lawyer, if a lawyer were to turn his back on the bar, then every single case that he ever won gets overturned if he gets It's not called discredited, but basically, if he gets convicted of, fraud or something, then every single case he ever won, all the money has to go back, and it's like, wow. So lawyers are like really, 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 like really on lockdown, like more than anybody, because they're bar members.
Maybe the answer to getting the truth out is for more people in higher places, and I don't mean conspiracy high places. I just mean people that know stuff to not care. It's easier said than done, but to not care about repercussions for telling the truth would be. If more people kind of did not care or had the courage, I'm trying to be careful with my words because someone said before here, some people just don't know or don't have the connections to put two and two together. They have the knowledge. They may be geniuses, but there's a lot of other people that know, and they don't have the luxury, the vector, the wherewithal to kind of express how they feel. To me, it just kind of builds animosity and forces someone to choose a side, which is usually the rejection side of the truth. But like I said, easier said than done. If more people that laypersons trusted, so to speak, would come out and speak the truth, not fear the repercussions, and I think that would be one of the bigger steps to kind of getting closer to everyone getting on the same page. And another point was raised as to why this would all happen. Like why would there be a grand conspiracy about something that's maybe trivial as the Earth's shape? But ultimately, if you don't know where you are, then how could you even proceed forward anywhere? You have to pick a point, and if your point is based on deception, then everywhere else you walk is going to be deceptive. And you may get a nugget of truth here and there, but not unless you have a guide. This is what I'm saying, people in higher places, unless you have a guide that can actually help you out and say, hey, this is not correct. The equation for the curvature of the Earth says this, but do you get this? You have a Socratic kind of dialogue. Okay, if you don't get that, then what should you expect? Or what does your value tell you? That means the radius is 2 million miles wide. Something like that. This kind of honest discussion needs to happen, and it doesn't need to just happen platform here. Even though this is, in my opinion, it's an excellent resource, I guess you could say, to kind of come and learn, no matter what your perspective is. It needs to happen somewhere other than here, because here, Discord is still kind of a haven for people that have alternative thoughts. It's not really something like CNN comment board where people, or even a website, what people would think of as mainstream. That doesn't mean it's not true. It just means that it's unfortunate it's not out enough. I don't know. I mean, what's going to take people to not have the fear, say the truth, especially when it's convicting them? Because, as I said, a lot of people know, they don't say anything.
Right. So what would it take? It would take radical self-reliance. Obviously, you're going to need to be set up somewhere. And the thing about radical self-reliance is once you govern yourself, you become ungovernable, right? And that would be the goal of a free-thinking man. But if you don't know where you are, you don't know who you are. And if you don't know who you are, you don't know how powerful you are. So you might rely on the state to provide your creature comforts and all these things. But really, abundance is natural and scarcity is manufactured. Once people start to realize this and they take one seed, right, one heirloom seed, and then it produces like hundreds of plants that produces, or thousands of plants in some cases, that produces like, tens of thousands of seeds, it's like, oh, why am I going to Walmart and, health food stores and like all this stuff? Like the earth provides everything that we need. But like I said, if you don't know where you are, how can you know who you are? And if you don't know who you are, well, then you don't know where your rights come from. And if you think your rights come from the state, well, then the state could take them away. But if you know that you have God-given rights, wow, that makes you a totally different creature. right? Because most people are like, yeah, go ahead and search my car. Sure, go ahead and search my house. Yeah, I'll talk to the cops. And then they don't realize what they're doing, but talking to the cops is basically like snitching on yourself. Like our ancestors in the past were tortured to death and refused to say anything because they didn't want their family, the ones that were left behind, to be able to, get their land taken away because you confessed to being a witch or some sort of warlock or stuff. And now people are just ratting on themselves.
So I have kind of almost a separate question related to the alleged flat Earth or round Earth. I heard a lot brought up that well, no, actually, I haven't heard a lot of it. I'm actually going to bring it up now. I feel like it's been brought up before. So one of the things is that, and I kind of wanted clarity on both sides of the argument about this, is if the Earth is, let's say it's round, and it is spinning at 1,100 miles per hour. So that one thing I kind of wanted from round earthers is because I know based on the physics that I've studied, and to me, you have gas that would also be rotating at that speed. Everything is homogeneous, and we lift our hand in the air, and the story is because of the inertia that we share. We're in the same reference frame, and we're going at the same accelerations. Then we're not going to feel 1,000-mile-an-hour wind hitting our hand, and we don't see our hand disintegrate. But if we were to escape the reference point of being on the surface of the Earth, anytime we do air travel, and I'm not talking about a plane to recognize the curve, I'm talking about a plane lifting in the air. We can do an A and B part. A for a certain amount of time and not necessarily realizing the Earth, the surface, I would say, moving. And B, a plane or a vessel not being disintegrated by the 1,100-mile-an-hour winds. So I'm wondering, I guess from the flat Earth perspective, I already kind of probably get it. The answer points to flatness, but from globe Earth, I was just wondering, are we going to assume that the gases in the atmosphere, as it were, is not traveling at the same speed as the Earth?
Let me try to help you on this. So the Earth is flat, right? But they say that it's curving, right? So then that means that lasers have to be curving. So the Earth is motionless. The Earth is motionless, right? So they say that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, right? So if you look at the Coriolis effect, it's two separate reference frames, right? So think about a merry-go-round, right? Two people facing each other on the merry-go-round, throw the ball back and forth. At first, they're going to miss each other until they learn to lead each other, like a Vietnam guy shooting at some people who are running on the ground. You got to lead them a little bit, right? So to the people on the merry-go-round, it's going to appear to deflect. But to the people outside of the merry-go-round on a separate reference frame, it's going in a straight line. So this whole Coriolis effect says that there's two separate reference frames, and the atmosphere would be in a separate reference frame. Well, they just say that the conservation of momentum, that everything is moving at the same speed. In fact, the higher you go in altitude, it's actually moving faster because it's a larger circuit, kind of like running on the outside of the track. So if everybody's running at the same speed on the track, the guy on the outside is going to finish last. But if he compensates and speeds up a little bit, right, you get what I'm talking about. So all these, nuanced conversations and these little type things, they got like answers for everything. Right now you can Google what's the mass of the sun, what's the mass of the Earth, right? What's the mass of Venus? And they know all these things, right? Because they calculated them. We're different, right? We want to measure things. We don't like calculations because I can guess a woman's weight, right? Two women, right? One of them was very athletic in high school. Both of them got fat after high school. One of them's a lot denser and has a lot more muscle mass than the other one who wouldn't participate in PE, right? So you can calculate all day long, but it's nothing until you measure. It's not science until you manipulate the independent variable, right? So they got an answer for everything. And I would say to all the Globers, go buy your Venetian real estate. Buy as much lunar real estate as you want. Knock yourself out. But it's not real. And when I say globe, if you picture a blue marble in your head, that's the model, right? If I say Earth, that's the dirt that's outside that the earthworms play in. So when you're picturing like a blue marble in your head, like that's not what Earth is. That's just the model. And if you know the difference between a Porsche and a model Porsche, it's a huge difference. But yeah, someone else would like to talk to him about the Coriolis effect, because it's one of them things where it has to be happening. They say it's happening because the pendulum swings, right, and it deviates 15 degrees an hour. But if the helicopter or hot air balloon goes up, it doesn't spin under the Earth, or the Earth doesn't spin under the helicopter or the hot air balloon, but it spins underneath the pendulum. How does that work?
I don't think it does, to be honest. But like I said, I'm open to suggestions or an explanation about it.
Well, there are globe earthers in the server. There's a lot more on the other server where that's anti-flat earthers. They're like the smallest group on the internet, and they got some severe psychosis. Like I said earlier, flat means curved to them. So when we're talking about the abyssal plains, right? To them, they hear like abyssal, like bowls, right? Or we're talking about tectonic plates. They're hearing like tectonic bowls. So they got like some weird, rhetoric. If you really listen to what they're saying and then get them to like repeat it, like, hey, what did you just say? Like that was kind of weird. Did you say flat means curved? Say that again. And it's like, okay, well, what's the opposite of flat? It's like they can't answer. What's the synonym then? It's like shit gets real weird. And if you guys were to go back last night and listen to me and Matthew Williams, man, that was a weird conversation. For him to hold like both of those ideas in his head at the same time, it was weird.
Well, I appreciate weird, but if it's, I don't know. I mean, I like to me, as I went in, years ago, as I went through my academic career, I was, learning the equations, and you kind of you think, and then you don't think because you have homework due, or you have a problem, or you have a thesis, or something like that. And then when you finally get the time, I guess that's part of the problem too, is that a lot of smart or learned people, and really people just that have gotten a degree and they have the ability to make connections. It may be the system that kind of forces us not to have the time or the luxury of time to make that connection, because once I actually was forced into a situation where I had nothing but time to be introspective, then I had the time to kind of think about how much of my reality actually made sense to me, and the equipment to back it up, meaning the math or the science or whatever. But I think that everyone has the compulsion to be introspective about the nature of their reality as they see it, but not necessarily the time or even the tools to do that. And once, I think, to your point, when in discussion and they see that they're confronted with someone who's knowledgeable and they may not have the tools that they thought they had, then the only thing to do is less like being confronted with the truth. You have to relent or you have to reject. And I think it's easier to reject. But if we really want to do better, there's got to be something we have to do on an individual level to be better. I mean, we're talking about group wise how it could work, but I mean, I don't know, but I am kind of in a desperate situation given where I am in terms of what I do. I see a lot of people who think they're stupid or have been told they're stupid or have developed a sense of guess you could they believe that they're just not worth anything. So and of course when they speak to me or when we talk about things or some complex topic, they will say something and it comes out and then they will immediately go back and retract, and it's usually the right thing. And it's almost like these people should be the ones that should be pushed out. They don't have the confidence, they don't have the voice almost, or the courage to kind of speak out, but these are the voices that are nuanced and that will provide some different perspective that could possibly bring us to a different point in reality. There's got to be a way, right? I'm literally asking. There's got to be a way to stop this cycle of ignorance, whether it's forced or just by someone's choice.
So you talked about someone who might think that they're stupid. You know about the Dunning-Kruger effect, I assume, right?
Oh, I don't actually.
Okay, I'll just give you the quick version. People that think that they're smart, they don't realize that they have like a mental capacity where it caps off. And then people that think they're stupid realize that, they're only so smart. So what I'm kind of asking here is, are they thinking they're stupid because they told they were dumb, because they asked too many questions in school, or are they thinking they're stupid because they realize they have a limit to their own like mental capacity?
I think it could be both, but the latter is probably hidden from them. I mean, I think it
Right.
would take experience to know that you don't know anything. Then
Right.
it's a lot easier when everyone's telling you you're stupid to just think, oh, the product of whatever happens is because of my own stupidity. And really, I would go even further to say it's because people probably recognize how brilliant the person is, and they want to, like you said, cap that because maybe they know their own potential is capped. And that's what it seems to me. But this is what I'm saying. This is like wolves eating sheep, for lack of a better phrase, and even more lack of a better phrase, the sheep kind of need to turn into the wolves, or even better, lions.
Sheepdogs. Sheepdogs. Yeah,
Something,
lions. Yeah.
yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
because people are exploiting. Yeah, I think you talked about introverts earlier. People are
Yeah.
exploiting someone who happens to be introverted and smart. They're open to all types of exploitation, and people know people. So that's a big deal. The social pressure of it, and also the fact that there are too many people that are truly brilliant or truly savants, but they are being told on a continuous basis that they're not. So much so that they actually believe what these
Yeah.
entities tell them.
That's what I was trying to suss out. Um, so it's really interesting. The whole Dunning Kruger. The guy painted himself with invisible paint, and then he robbed a bank. And he was kind of doing that thing. And Grandma's boy was like, "How did they see me, bro? The invisible paint, the invisible ink, or whatever he covered his face with, it's only invisible on the paper. It doesn't make you invisible to the cameras." Right. And he was so dumb that he thought he was smart. And I'm sure you know the type. The really dumb ones think they're really smart, right? But the really smart ones think they're really dumb. So it's this weird place where people have so much potential, so much untapped potential, but everybody's telling them that they're just fine the way that they are. It's like that's not true. Like you have the capability of so much more. Like all you have to do is like apply yourself. Like I can't tell you how many times the teachers tell me that I have so much potential, but people I'm arguing with on the internet, they tell me that I just don't understand. It's like when I make a brilliant argument that I think like anybody can understand, and then their reply is, "Well, that's an argument from incredulity. Obviously, you don't understand." It's like, really? Like that's your argument? Is that I don't understand? And it's like they say that every time. Like there's contradictions in the globe model. I'll give you a quick one. It's real easy to understand. So if light is traveling at 90 degrees parallel rays from the sun, 93 million miles away to the Earth, like it says in the Aristophanes experiment, right? If this is happening, then it can't be converging rays like we see with the eclipse. Now, if you look at the solar eclipse, it's really interesting because the moon is supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth. But the shadow on the Earth placed by the sunlight on the moon, it's only about 100 miles or less in diameter. Now, if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, how could the shadow be like that? Well, they say, well, there's umbra and penumbra, and they give us a diagram of the light from the top of the sun goes on the right side of the moon, the light from the bottom of the sun goes on the other side, and this creates umbra and penumbra. Well, both of those can't be true at the same time, and when you point this out, it's a true dichotomy. Either light's traveling at 90 degrees parallel or it's not, and it's converging. Can't be doing both. Well, Hank, you just don't understand. So it's like there's so many people out there that do understand, but they're being told they're dumb and they don't get it. And it's like they probably get it more than most people, but they're not allowed to grow and flourish because, they're told that they're just fine the way that they are. It's okay, to be dumb. It's okay to be stupid, and it's okay to be an unachiever. And it's like, really, we should be pushing everybody to like have their own garden with one plant, and then their neighbors have like a different garden, right? And then everybody goes in like this community garden and can get only what they need in each other's backyards. And it's like, that would make sense. But what would that do? That would hurt the corporations, right? So if everybody started farming like this, they would have to shut it down because Walmart would lose money, right? So if you try, there's going to be pushback. And if you try to like better yourself, you have to pay more taxes. And it's like, well, what do you do? It's like, well, you just do it anyway. Like, and that's easy for me to say, right? Because I'm on the low end of the financial spectrum. So it's like easy for me to try this stuff. But for someone who's, a little higher up in the tax bracket, it's like they don't really want to rock the boat too much because they're in a comfortable spot. So it's like apathy polices the populace.
I don't have anything to say. I mean, I agree completely. Unfortunately, I mean, I said I don't know. I would like to know a solution. I haven't. I thought about a solution. Just so I can say I've been proactive. Because another thing that happens is if you say something critical, people will say, "Well, what is your solution?" And so I'll have a solution, but the solution isn't adequate. It's not adequate in the long term. I don't know any solution that's adequate in the long term to actually make a turning for us to where we will start valuing, I don't know, knowledge over money. I mean, it's kind of hard to convince people to value abstractions over tangible things because so much of our world is modeled around touching and observing things as real. But I don't know. I mean, my experience has led me to believe a lot of things that are abstract are often more real than the tangible things. So I believe knowledge is one of those things, and hopefully we get to a point where we can kind of appreciate each other's knowledge and just kind of make a super mind, a super think tank of knowledge. People that actually care about each other. Obviously, this is super ideal, but there's got to be some way we can get to that point, like edge along the way, before people that could exploit progress in a way that's quicker than our actual progress, if that makes sense. Because I think historically this always happens. We progress, we get it. By the time we get it, the next con has already started, and the old one that we just got is already over. So I'm hoping that can happen. I'm hoping that we can get it.
Yeah, if you look at how the military works, right? It's like there's just enough time between each war for a new generation to crop up. So
exactly.
It's
yes.
like the kid that was born the day that Afghanistan began, right? He's now fighting in Afghanistan. Well, this is, like one of those memes, right? And it's like, well, what do we do about this? Well, it all boils down to like education. And when I say education, what education usually does is it puffs people up, like the UFC fighters, really cocky. Well, are they cocky or are they well trained and confident? So, is there a thin line between those two things? So, if you're educated, you're going to be confident because you put in the time, you did the work, but you're not like the uneducated, which the uneducated says, maybe he knows something that I don't know. But the educated says, if you disagree with me, well, then you're obviously wrong. Well, that's like the wrong way of thinking. Like, this is wrong think. If you're thinking like, if you disagree with me, you're obviously wrong, that's called bigotry. Like, that's orthodoxy. So our number one problem is the educational system. Hate to say it, hate to say it, but it's true. The Prussian educational system is really good at making employees to run factories. Would you agree?
Unfortunately.
Right. So in schools, they don't really teach you how to calculate odds very well, right? But the Texas Lottery funds the schools. So it's kind of like you get caught in this catch-22 where they never taught you really how to run a business, right? But they taught you how to punch in and get to work on time, sit down and shut up and do what you're told, right? Obey the authority, even if it's ridiculous. For example, I'm sure a lot of people who experience this in real life, it's like it's okay for the bully to pick on people, but when you fight back, that's the fucking problem. Teachers don't like it when you defend yourself, and in fact, you get in more trouble than the kid who started it because you fought back. They do not like that.
That was the policy at my university, actually. Even on the street of the city, if you get into if someone accosts you and punches you, and you defend yourself, then you will get expelled from the university as part of the code of conduct. And obviously, if you do the same thing on campus, you get expelled. I never understood that logic, especially the defensive part, but I suppose it's something that's spread across the board.
But is it not a God-given right for every man, woman, and child to defend themselves?
What the irony is that I could take, a 300 level history course that would tell me that, an American civics course that would tell me that, but then have to go out and exist in the campus that tells me it's not quite the case. And I think they try to get away with it, or the argument of getting away with it is that it's an alleged private institution. They can make their own rules, but it
Right.
still operates in the union. So,
That's the double think. Our authority trumps your right. But at the same time, you got the right to defend yourself. So what happens to the initiator, right? The one who's actually, the aggressor, the one that throws the first punch. What would happen
to
to
me,
them?
it doesn't matter, because the people that would do something like that don't really have as much to lose as you would. So
right.
I think probably I would say at the same, but who cares if I was going to get expelled anyway, and I really wanted someone, my competition out of university, I would just go and pick a fight with them until they explode. And I think personally that breeds a lot of other things that are worse than just getting a fight over with, for example. I mean, I'm not saying fighting is right, but if you have to defend yourself, I don't see why you should have to think about defending yourself for 4 years while you're living part of your adult life, and then you go into the real world and you have that psychology built inside of you.
Exactly. That's what they're doing. So instead of trying to building a better society, they're building a domesticated man, right? And if you look at what happens to dogs and other creatures when you domesticate them, their brain shrinks, their testosterone goes down, they become more docile, they don't think for themselves, they don't really want to get in a fight, and it's like they all become betas. Like, think about a wolf, or think about a lion. Like, BAMFer in the jungle, like, I wish you would come over here and mess with me. Compared to the domesticated dog, oh, please pet me, please feed me, do this for me, that for me. I can't do anything for myself. So that's what they're doing. We have become domesticated. You ever heard about that island out in, like, I think it's the Pacific or something? Maybe it's the Atlantic, but you go into this island, they're going to kill you, right? And then the guy who's like, oh, I'm going to bring Jesus to this island. And they were like, you're dead, dude. You're sorry.
Yes.
You can't go to this island. They're going to kill you. Now, why is that? They're not domesticated. So there has to be like a medium, right? I'm not inciting violence. I'm for violent. I'm not anti-violent. Like, as a libertarian, my thing is the non-aggression principle. You never throw the first punch, but you're not afraid to throw the last. That doesn't mean you get on top of them and stomp their head in the ground, but when they're down, it's over. Don't get up, bro. Don't get up. I'm telling you, don't get up, bro.
Right.
So that's the way that I was taught to fight. Fair and fair, one-on-one. Mutual combat's okay. One-sided combat is a crime. So I think we've become so domesticated that we kind of need to tap back into nature. Like, there used to be like rituals where tribes would say, like, oh, you're 13? Oh, you want to be a man? Okay, come with us. And they drop them off in the woods. It's like, we'll be back in 3 days.
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
that wasn't so far removed from this
right.
time. I don't think at
Right.
least. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, in those 3 days, you're either you're gonna like conquer your fear, right? All of it. Like every single day, you're gonna conquer all of it. Or you're gonna like choose to like go with the psychotic break, and you're not gonna face it. And the best thing to do is like face your fear willingly and incrementally. That's like psychology 101. But they don't want you to face your fear. That goes back to the educational system. Like, what is the fear? Oh, my master isn't going to take care of me. He's not going to feed on me, and I'm going to pee in the house, and I'm going to get beat. Like, that's not the mentality that men should have. I mean, whatever happened to boys will be boys. My kid climbed a tree in like the first or second grade, right? He was recovering from cancer. So when the teacher called me and said he's climbing the tree, I'm like, yes, right? My boy's climbing the tree. You know what she says to me? Can we hit him with a piece of wood? I said, what? You want to spank him with a paddle? I said, for climbing a tree? I was like, hell no. She's like, okay, will you come up here and hit him so we can watch? That's like literally what she was saying. Will you spank him in front of us? And I'm like, what is this? Like some kind of sadomasochist bullshit? Like, what is this? So it wasn't long after that. The teacher put her hands on my kid, pinched his cheeks together, which is a pressure point, which is what cops do to criminals when they're trying to induce compliance. And of course, the police said this is the correct way to correct a child, and we homeschooled. It's like that was like the best thing I ever could have done for him, other than Taekwondo. And now he's a black belt in Taekwondo. And if you were to ever try to put your hands on this dude, he's gonna knock your block off. Why? Because you have no right to put your hands on my son.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Everyone has an origin story, so now he'll be a superhero. I mean, I'm being facetious, but I'm being serious. It's a shame that kind of I had really no idea that happens like that in school. I thought corporal punishment or voyeuristic corporal punishment, I guess in your case, was that's something that still went on. But I also don't understand. Well, I do. I'm playing like I don't understand, but it's a shame that kids are being reprimanded for things that kids should be doing, specifically having too much energy. That's one of the things as an older person, I wish that I had the energy that I had as my 17, even 27-year-old self. And we're kind of punishing the kids. So that kind of stops creativity as well. Because the same things that we've learned from the scientific method or from what we call science are things that kids, that's kind of the whole point of a kid is you're darn near invincible. You're invulnerable because you have the ability to go out and learn and fail, and your mentality, your brain is open enough so that you can actually gain as much knowledge as possible from those experiences. So spanking someone for climbing a tree after feeling better is something that is an example of, I guess, the type of social or psychological structure, a discipline that you were talking about to keep people in a certain mental state. I think that's acceptable. And it happens on an adult level. I mean, bosses spank workers and coworkers see it, and that learned behavior makes other coworkers not want to do the thing that got the other coworker spanked. So I mean, it's not stopping. It goes all the way up the ladder. There's weak points. I believe there's weak points along the way up, and some of those weak points are humans that actually, like I said, on this platform that actually know what they're talking about and have the courage to say it or even to tell other people. And like I said, I'm extremely impressed by the way the doctor of psychology was handled, because that could have easily gone into I'm going to reject it situation. But probably the takeaway is that a little bit of patience, a lot of confidence, and a good foundation of knowledge can convince anyone to consider your point. I think that's what you were saying before. I mean, I guess I have answered my own question in the sense that the solution is kind of what the example was that happened today, in my opinion. But the amount of patience and the knowledge or the time it takes to make everyone knowledgeable and patient enough to kind of get everybody else to kind of come to a certain point of real truth, that don't you think that would take some time? Too much time or more time than we have before the next okie doke happens?
So funny. So it doesn't take 100% of the population, right? It actually takes a very, very small amount of the population. So we talked about natural law earlier. So the people are served that which they deserve. If they would govern themselves, there wouldn't be a need for such a large police force, right? But because we refuse to govern ourselves, well, there has to be order. Because if we don't have order, we can't do commerce. And the opposite of commerce is hungry people marching into other towns and raping and pillaging and taking what they need to survive, because commerce broke down. So there has to be like a medium between authoritarianism because we can't have an anarchy where there's no rulers. People aren't smart enough for that to happen. It's impossible this day and age. So if we're going to revert more to libertarianism rather than authoritarianism, then people have to want that to happen. But unfortunately, there's a really interesting song, Brainwashed. I can't remember the name of the artist. I'm sure somebody will pop out in just a second and say the name of the artist.
Tom
But
McDonald.
thank you, Tom McDonald, Brainwashed. If you get a chance to write that down and listen to that later, he talks about situational divide, right? The 10 commandments of the Illuminati is to divide them by race, divide them by culture, divide them by everything that you could possibly think of, right? And then this is how it's done. Like he's telling you, like the whole world is literally brainwashed, and it's like, okay, so what do you do? How do you unbrainwash somebody? Well, if you know the truth will set you free. So how do you get people to find out what the truth is? Well, they got to find it for themselves. Well, how do you make them get rid of their apathy? Well, what creates the most amount of apathy? And I think it's the heliocentric model. Because if you think that you're mold on bread and nothing really matters, you're just a product of rocks being complicated, right? For some blip in history of 13.7 billion years, your life doesn't really matter. The only thing you're supposed to do is breed and die. It's like mold on bread. Okay, let's save the planet, right? It's like that kind of thinking creates nihilism, I think. I've heard a lot of people say it, right? And I'm repeating what they say. But this cosmology breeds apathy and nihilism. So if we could just get people to say, hey, why are there so many flat earthers? Why do they keep talking about this? It's like, okay, I'm going to go prove them wrong. That's what we want. If we could get people to prove us wrong, to get fed up and go outside and check it for themselves, because once you have the unbreak, we talked about the psychological break, that creates the psychosis. Once they unbreak and they start going, wait a minute, well, if they lied about this, what else did they lie about? It's like, oh man, they lied about this too, and they lied about this, and they lied about that. It's like we need people to kind of get mad for a second, and we call it the red pill rager, right? The first step is to get pissed off enough to do the research. Like I'm gonna prove these flat earthers wrong once and for all. I'm gonna go find the curve and the proof and the evidence, and I'm gonna bring it to them. So they come in here and they say, all right, I'm gonna come back in 5 weeks. It's like, okay, bro, we'll see you in 5 weeks. I'm going to do some research and I'm going to learn the arguments and I'm going to prove you guys wrong. And it's like some of them come back and some of them don't. But some of them come back and say, the earth is flat. It's like, yeah, we tried to tell you. So that's what it's going to take. It's going to take us out in the streets asking questions, like the earth is flat, prove me wrong. Have a seat, sit down. And it's just going to take people getting off their ass and doing the thing. So some of us do it here on the internet. Some of us do it in the street. Some people like to make flyers. Some people like to make pamphlets. But it's just all going to boil down to, what do you want? Do you want the boot on your neck? No? You don't want a boot on your neck? Well, then you better start being radically self-reliant. And often think of that boot that they put on the car. You know what I'm talking about? They kind of rest your car by putting the boot on the tire. I've seen somebody where they just took the tire off the car and drove off. And the meme says, be ungovernable, become ungovernable, right? Because you can always get another spare rim. And I kind of think that's what we're supposed to do. Now, I'm not saying that, you should always do the wrong thing when it comes to cops. Obviously, you should fight it in court. And I'm not a lawyer, can't give legal advice, but never talk to cops. Am I being detained? Am I free to go? Okay, I'm not free to go. I want to talk to my lawyer. And that's it. That's all you ever say to a cop, ever. It's like if people knew their rights, they wouldn't be so easily to trample them on. But if they think their rights come from the government, the Constitution, well, then it's a trample fest all day long. Here's my neck.
That would be a point to why they, I've heard several times, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Well, that foundational thing leads to what you're saying. If you start with that as a deception, then everything that you have been taught is fair game for deception. You have no reference point to determine what is truth and what isn't. So maybe that's part of the discordance that people have, where when they're faced with, it's not even maybe not even truth, but just something that challenges the way that they were told to think. It just thoroughly disrupts them. I've been through that, but always figure there was a point where people pushed through that point. If, at least if you wanted to know the truth. But from what I hear you saying, it's pretty polar on that respect until they get that epiphany moment or someone with the right tools can convince them otherwise.
You know what our number one problem is? What I call relative truthers. These people that believe there's no objective reality. And the reason they believe this is because don't trust your eyes, right? The earth is presenting itself as flat, but it's actually curved, right? So once you do that, you'll fall for anything. I mean, literally, you'll fall for anything once you're told to completely disregard your senses, your common sense, your physical senses, and just trust, the authority, right? I don't know if you remember that study where they had this guy in a lab coat, and the guy who was supposed to be part of the experiment, he didn't know that he wasn't really shocking the guy in the next room, but he was told, up the voltage, shock him again.
It's called
And
the
the guy in the
Milgram
next room,
experiment.
thank you.
The Milgram. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the normie, right? The guy, some of them would like kill the guy in the other room, not literally because they weren't actually shocking him. He was just acting to be shocked. And it's like, wow, like those people right there, like that could potentially be you. Like you have all the capacity to be that guy right there and just following orders. And Jordan Peterson kind of says something that like really cuts you deep. It's like, you think that you wouldn't be a Nazi, but you're just like them. You have the capacity to be the guy putting the boot on somebody's neck, right? You don't know how you would react in certain situations. You might think that you know, but you might just be the one, be in the brown shirt, right? It's like when you really think about that, like that normie that killed the guy in the other room, he was just following orders. He was just listening to authority. So like everybody needs to like go back to that Tool album from like the 90s where it says, think for yourself, question authority. And in order to think for yourself, you must question authority. It's like that should be the philosophy of everybody. Because, okay, let's say that you're an alpha male, right? Pretend you are. It's like, okay, now you're on a boat. Huh, you ain't the alpha male no more. The guy that's got 20 years experience on the boat sailing, he's the alpha male. So it's like all these people who think that they got it all figured out, different situations provides like different problems. It's like you're not the alpha male everywhere. So you have to learn to like be like water and adapt to every situation. So people don't want to do that. They don't like adapting. They get kind of stuck in the orthodoxy. And the orthodoxy that comes from like public schooling, I think it's so strong that a large group of people would just like sign up to be like the boots. And then look at how the police have this qualified immunity. And it's getting better. I think Colorado and a few other states have done away with this qualified immunity, but it's kind of like blanket impunity, not qualified immunity. It's like they can kill people and get a paid vacation and a raise when they do it. It's like, wait a minute, that's not right. We got to go back to like natural law where every man is held responsible for his or her own actions. It's like if we can do this and we can go back to natural law, then we might be able to avoid the authoritarian nightmare told by Alexander Solzhenitsyn and the Gulag Archipelago, or whichever communist genocide that you want to quote. And if we don't, like, we know what the outcome is. So, it's your choice.
It reminds me of The Life of Pi. That whole movie basically was pretty much the metaphor for what you were talking about. He had to I think the only difference is that he had an open mind enough to survive that, but all the other people that were beasts on the raft with him eventually died out, and it was just him and his primal self. At least that's what I'm taking. And he had to, like you said, kind of relearn how to be part of nature, how to deal with nature, and how to survive based on just that. And yeah, I mean, it was an extreme case, but I think it's like a metaphor inside of a metaphor for probably going to take that type of shock. For if a vast majority of us want to get to that point, then it's going to take that type of shock I think the movie, it's up in the air whether or not the person actually went through all of that, but it doesn't really matter because the whole psychological shock of it is what made the person confront his reality and then change it. Allegedly for the better is what we assume in the movie. But yeah, I think definitely it is, besides people that are patient and knowledgeable, kind of holding other people's hands, and we all have two hands only, so there's only so many people we can help like that. I think people are gonna have to have a shock. I also feel like there are other people who are exploiting that, and they will use shocking things to kind of draw people to a false side, if that makes sense. It's a very I'm I'm worried about the whole situation. Us.
So I want to tell you a very funny yet extremely sad story about these relative truthers, where there is no objective truth. But the first thing I ask them is like, you know, you can't prove anything, right? And they're like, no, you can't prove anything. It's like, oh, but the Earth is a globe. Yeah. Okay. How do you know? It's like, well, we don't actually know. It's like, why are you teaching it in schools and taking tax dollars to do it? It's like, okay, can you prove that, sometimes the sky is blue? It's like, well, you can't prove it. It's just how the light interacts with the atmosphere and, all this refraction. It's like, no, 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 no. Is the sky sometimes blue? And they're like, no. Okay, well, were you born a male child? It's like, I can't prove that. It's like, really? Like, you couldn't go get like a football physical and prove that? Like, you can't turn your head and cough? Come on, bro. And it's like, well, I can't prove anything. It's like, there's this really interesting clip, and I wish that somebody would play it, about the guy who said that if he walked in on his girlfriend with another dude running up in her, he could make a model and explain away how she's not cheating on him. How it was actually, it was a sex robot, and she was walking and she fell down, and then he fell down on top of her. And it's like the length that people will go to. Like, he's trying to explain how some other dude is like, it's crazy if anybody's got that. It's so funny yet so painful to listen to. These relative truthers, when they come in here, I can't even have a conversation with them. Like, they're not capable of having a conversation because there's no truth. Like, it's really a reprobate mind. I don't know if there's like a psychological term for it, but that's a biblical term. It's like, really, they have a reprobate mind if there's nothing that is like objectively true. So that's a huge problem. And I think it's called solipsism in academia. It's not considered a form of psychosis, but I don't know why. Solipsism is like one of those things. I think, therefore I know that I am. It's like, okay, that makes sense. I am. Like, I can deal with that. Like, that's in Hinduism, that's in Christianity. I am. Yeah, I am is a very powerful statement. It's like, what are you going to do about it? I am going to do something about it. Like, but then they go off in like crazy cuckoo land where they start going, well, how do I know you exist? It's like, bro, you just asked me like an intelligent question. And I gave you an intelligent answer. Like, what if you're an AI? Like, bro, I'm not an AI. Like, I'm sitting here talking to you. Like, what do you mean you don't know that I exist? Well, all the nerves and the matrix, and it's a simulation. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? And it's like, if you can't get past these people to have like a conversation, like, they really got such a bad issue that there's nothing you could do for them. Like, anybody else would like to speak up? I feel like I'm totally hogging the mic, but anybody else would like to say anything about these relative truthers or, subjective truthers?
Yeah, I agree with you. I just heard the last little bit, but yeah, it's kind of really amazing to me to hear people say anything like that, where everything's just relative, doesn't matter, just only what you think. But it's part of the religion as well. It's a part of it.
Well, there's something really interesting about how it functions too, because it's selective when they want to turn that kind of idea set on.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, if you want to really trip them up, you ask them like everyday questions that would, or everyday questions that they encounter where they would have to write an answer down on paper. My best example is, when you're filling out your taxes or doing a job application, on the box where it says male or female other, what do you write? And they're going to tell you they write male. And then, so they selectively choose when they want to kind of do this retarded, nonsensical, nothing really exists. I don't know if I'm a man. But then it's really interesting because they know they have to say that they write I'm a man. And then they'll follow it up with the rest of their garbage despite admitting that they're a man on paper. So it's really interesting seeing their mind kind of flip out when they do that.
Yeah.
So for me, I'd tell them, like, oh, you can't know anything. What if I were to put your testicles in a vice and squeeze it to where you couldn't stand it no more, and then, one more rotation, squeeze it around one more time? It's like, would you know anything then? It's like,
No, it's
well,
just relative.
yeah. Some of them say, yeah, like I would know something. It's like, what would you know? It's like, I would know that I'm in pain. Okay, so pain, that's real, right? Like, nobody who gets kicked in the balls by a mule is sitting there wondering, like, does this hurt or am I just in the Matrix? No, you're like every bit like throwing up on the ground, like wondering what just happened. Your whole life is flashing in front of your eyes. And, it's like when you get hit in the liver or the testicles, you're not wondering whether or not your experience is real. Like, what you're experiencing is very, very real.
Yeah, and I think that there's a moral relativity aspect to this as well. That if it's all relative and there isn't really a fact or a truth, then it also means that they're not breaking any rules. They could never be held accountable for their sins. There's a moral implication to why they need it to be relative, that there isn't an actual definitive yes or no, because then there would be consequences or would need to be held accountable.
Hank, you're not a biologist, and how can you say you're not you're not a man? You're not a biologist.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm a self-admitted idiot, right? Like, literally, if you look up the etymology of idiot, I'm not a lawyer or a doctor or an author. I'm a private person. Like, that describes me perfectly. It's like, I can admit that I'm an idiot, right? It's like, well, I'm pretty open about dropping out of high school and, being self-taught or whatever. It's like, well, everybody just like on the other side, they accuse me of being an idiot. And it's like, well, that's a defense mechanism. So I'm completely okay with that. Yeah, I'm a retard. The Earth's a globe. Carry on. Carry on, my wayward son. No big deal, right? But it's like, if you could address the argument rather than ad hominem me, like, that'd be cool. Like, that's also an option. I don't know if you thought about that. But yeah, that would be like interesting, maybe make a conversation. And it's like, when I go into the Jim Panda server, like, I post a video of the president saying what I'm claiming, that, yeah, the reason that we're going through all these weird things in Ukraine is because of the actions of the Baltic states. And what are they doing, right? It's like, well, they keep building military bases around Moscow. Must be, Russia who's causing this invasion. It's like, okay. It's like, I posted a video of the current president saying, hey, if we keep taking these, Baltic states and admitting them into the UN, then, there's going to be a war in Ukraine. So the interesting thing that happens next, he says, what's your source? What's your source? And I said, well, it's Jimmy Dore. And he said, that right wing nut, and I'm like, right wing? Jimmy Dore? He wants universal basic income. He wants health care for all. And he's a Bernie Sanders supporter. And I didn't realize it at the time, but he was obfuscating from me telling the truth about the video so that he could disparage my source, which is a
That was the
genetic
most
fallacy.
uncanny blocking or whatever, cutting off. Amazing. How did it cut off right there?
Can you guys hear me?
Right at the Jimmy Dore part.
Okay. Yeah, so Jimmy Dore, he said,
what the heck?
Yeah, sorry. So I said my source is Jimmy Dore, right? And he said that
Hank, are you
right-wing
still
nut
there?
job. Oh, okay. You can't hear me.
I can
No,
hear
we
you.
can't.
Well, we're
I can hear
hoping
you.
that you just
You must have muted me there, bud.
ran into some
Sonny,
blank
can you hear
spots
Sonny?
in coverage.
Sonny,
Sonny unplugged his
How
headphones.
could you have a blank spot in coverage?
Sonny.
But I digress.
Okay, Sonny. So yeah, the thing about Jimmy Dore, like he obfuscated away from what I was saying about the president was true. And then he got me to defend Jimmy Dore, which is weird. I don't know why I did that. I fell for the magic spell that he cast.
The
And
poisoning the well fallacy.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I fell for it, and I started saying Jimmy Dore, universal basic income, that's not a right wing extremist point of view. Neither is healthcare for all. Like that's not a right extremist point of view. And it's like, but it got me to go away from the video that I was talking about that supported my claim. And then he calls me a liar, and I'm such a liar, and how could you be so dishonest? And I'm like, what did I lie about? Like that video that I posted, that's exactly what I said was happening. And it's like, well, you're a Russian, blah, 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 and you're for war, you support war. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You can say a lot of things about Hank Hill, but you can't say that he supports war. Like, so it's just, these people have such a huge, like, mental block. I don't know what to call it. It's like programming. It's like, I don't know. It's almost like trauma-based mind control. Sit down, shut up, do what you're told, authority. I'll beat your ass. I'll spank the person, in front of you. I'll spank you. Anybody who needs to get spanked is going to get spanked. And, it's like trauma-based mind. It's like MK Ultra right in front of your eyes. And the psychology with the trauma-based mind control. If you remember anything like longer than 6 months ago, it's probably because it was traumatic. Like the birth of your kids, you can remember that, right? That was traumatic because you saw your wife open up like a a can of corn and pop out a human. That's pretty traumatic. You're going to remember that way longer than 6 months. So anything that happens after trauma, right? You're going to remember it really clearly. So if someone traumatizes you, that feeds you a narrative like what happened on 9/11, you're going to remember that narrative for like the next 20 years. You're going to remember exactly what they said because you were traumatized. And it's like, that's what I see. It's like all these people are like so traumatized that they're like broken little humans that can't put themselves back together. And the only thing they can do is cling to the line that the powers that should not be have toted for them. And they're just line toters. They're the type to tote the line and go with the narrative, like no matter what. And it's really easy because the narrative is all, braided for them right there for them to grab it. And all they have to do is tote the narrative. Meanwhile, we got to look shit up and cite our sources. And then when we cite sources, we get the genetic fallacy. Oh, great. It's like all these fallacies. You got anything else other than fallacies? And what's the quote from that one Glober? He said, well, if a fallacy is all you got, right?
All you've done is disproven the radius. So what?
No, it was Tim Osman. A fallacy is better than nothing.
Yeah, because if we make an argument and they respond with nothing, they're acquiescing, right? Silence is consent, and it looks like we won. So if the only thing you got is a fallacy, you better use sophistry against that flat earther, because if the audience sees that you're not capable of responding, that's going to look bad.
It's almost like the argument against rationality versus irrationality. These relativists are just so irrational that no logically consistent argument is even going to touch sides in their brain. They're so used to the irrational that when you start speaking rationally, they actually look puzzled. You're asking too much of them.
Think for myself. Why would I think for myself? I got other people to do that for me. I got people for that. I got people who do the thinking for me, and I just go along with whatever they say. Because if I think for myself, then I might be held responsible for my own actions, and I would much rather go to the FEMA camp and have, daddy government take care of me because I'm so incredibly domesticated. It's like, wow, bro. You tote that line. You tote the hell out of that line, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, they'll have to take the spear out of my cold dead hands. If
And see,
that's what it
that
comes down to, it might come if it came down to that.
that reminds me of a picture I saw of a man who was like every bit of like 90 pounds, looked like he was surviving some sort of communist genocide. He had a spear in his hand and a look in his eye like, I wish you would, right? And his family is like laying down below him, and they're like all skin and bones. And the caption says, a man guarding his family from cannibals. And I'm like, wow, that's what happens if
Yeah.
we don't stop toting the line, and if we don't stop like toting like fact checkers. Let me see if I could
Yeah.
find that. I don't know if I saved it.
I totally go against the grain here of people. That's why I don't try to even make friends mostly. Because once they find out I'm the wild man from California, I'm like, I straight up don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know, man.
I don't think I captured it.
It's paid off in dividends. I'm telling you what. At this point, no, I can relax and just ride the rest of the way, ride it out, the whole thing, ride it out till the end. Knowing what I know now, I'm perfectly confident and just moving on. Like, I want to see more, but we may only be destined to see so much in one lifetime or whatever. If this is the only one, who knows? What a strange trip it's been, though.
What's really fascinating, Hank, about that trauma that you were talking about is how trauma usually ends up with people losing their authenticity. So, for example, when you were a small child and you had a bubbly personality and you were exploring this world, and then you got reprimanded by a parent, or shouted and screamed at or beaten, you then had to decide, okay, that's too much of myself that I showed, and I need to be more compliant to whatever authority is telling me to do something. And then if you asked for a sweet and your parents shouted at you, and then you got really sad and sulked, they shouted at you more, you saw that you weren't justified in being sad, that you had to conform to be accepted. So there's this difference between being your authentic self and seeking acceptance from the herd.
Right.
And throughout that life's process, you had to constantly sacrifice your authenticity to remain part of the herd. And now we sit in a scenario where people are no longer real or authentic. They're just simply conforming. And therefore it's really peculiar how such a small thing can lead to such a vast difference in who the human being is later on in their life.
Yeah, at the very least, they would go on hiding themselves for the rest of their lives and just commit to staying hidden and not making. That happens to a lot of us, actually. That happened to me, but that happened in different decades. Different things happen, and that's the way it's supposed to be. I think we all kind of go through the same kind of things at certain decades in our lives. I think there's some rhyme and reason to that.
And what I'm describing now as well is also they call it like the few steps that lead to addiction, or the mindset that leads to addiction. So when you find people who have used substances in their adulthood, generally speaking, they had a lot of trauma when they were young, and they had to disassociate from their authentic self to become a new self. And then they dislike that self so much that they need a substance to continue existing as that version of themselves. And normally the rehabilitation process is a process of self-discovery. Once you discover yourself again, you can let go of the substance you were using to substitute the fact that you weren't yourself. So this
Exactly.
authenticity thing it is like the little spark inside each of us. And I think that's what's so great about coming to Flat Earth. Like Sunny just said, you don't give a damn what the other person thinks. You've gone and done your research. You're not trying to conform. You're not trying to fit into a herd. You're simply standing on your own 2 feet, being authentic and questioning the reality that you live in.
Yeah, yeah. And I think I have a better way than most people. And, like I wish I could tell more people, but it's not allowed. And I'm not going to be the one I'm not one of these sacrificial lambs that go willingly up to sacrifice myself. No, I won't be doing that. But, I think as we grow, our influence grows and, connections grow, and I think that's the way to spread this information. I think it's already happening. I witness it amongst us all the time here in this place right here. So I learned so much here, like wow. And things I don't know about, my interest gets sparked. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject. So yeah, about addiction and trauma, like what happens with a trauma-based individual, like just like you said, that person has to constantly remove themselves from themselves so they can't see who they really are. Avoidance of internal looking or internal can't think of the right words. Just doing an internal investigation in yourself, like trying to self-discovery, like so doing any of that has to be that has to be avoided at all costs. So the only way through that is that person is going to have to somehow find the motivation, and usually with severe cases, it's going to be the line where recovery could take place and death occurs are intersecting. So it's going to take some really hard work. The person's going to have to see that they're literally their life, physical life, spiritual, the whole thing is on the line, and decide that they're worthwhile enough to do the hard work themselves. It's hard work. That's what it takes, though.
Like you say, it's a sense of value. If you don't know your sense of value,
yes,
by always conforming to a group, then you are valueless, and therefore you won't expect any more. But it's the trauma, the mind trauma that we've all experienced, being told not to trust your senses, that you live on a spinning sphere, but you'll never feel it. The earth curves, but you're never going to see it from ground level. All of these things are also, as a child, you start to question, then you get spanked on the hand or whatever and told, don't ask those type of questions. And then you conform and conform and conform. And, talking about watching your child being born as a trauma is very eye-opening for me, because it is such a massive event. At the time, you think, well, this is just normal, and every parent has gone through this. But those first 6 months with a newborn, or watching your wife get opened like a tin can, that is an incredible trauma. And often we don't even know what traumas are. For example, being perpetually disappointed by your parents, that can be trauma. Being told constantly that you're useless or you'll amount to nothing, that's a trauma. And trauma is not what happens to you. Trauma is what happens inside of you. The trauma is your reaction, your biological reaction to that external thing, and how you internalize it. It surprises me that, so many people still come in here lying through their teeth and expecting that everyone in here is lying through their teeth. Do they not encounter honest people anymore? Am I crazy to assume that if I come in here being honest, that I'm going to meet someone else who's being honest?
I think so. I think so, actually.
Thanks.
I'm being serious. I think so. And I think that may be what other people think as well, as part of the defense mechanism they may have while being under trauma.
Yeah, and that selective skepticism, like they were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So they're skeptical of what you say, but what they say, they're not skeptical. Not in the slightest.
Or you could be another person to traumatize them.
Yeah. The whole system is traumatizing. That's what it's meant to do.
I gave this guy Uncanny Noob. It's pretty obvious to me that he's on the fence, so I gave him the on the fence role. I don't think anybody's going to disagree.
You got to know how to choose a role.
Yeah, you don't choose them. What you do. So I was on the fence for a really long time because I'm kind of landlocked in the middle of Texas, and a little bit of poverty kept me from going to the ocean. But eventually, I was like, okay, we're going to the ocean, and it was like, after you see it, you can't unsee it. And I spent lots of time debating, but it was like debating doesn't really prove anything, but it's good for the audience so they can hear the debate, because what you think about flat Earth before you actually hear the arguments is these people are the dumbest of the dumb. Like you want to feel bad for them, but you hate them because they're so
They
dumb.
must be. Look at the ships falling off the edge. That's why I
Yeah.
never looked at it for like 3 years.
I find myself repeating a lot of things that I used to think, quote unquote, crazy people were about. In the first, I mean, I'm used to it now, but the first few years, and I found myself repeating the same stuff I thought alleged crazy people were saying. It was pretty rough for me because you realize you're that person that you feared, or maybe not feared, but you thought was the antithesis of what you should be. And then eventually you get used to it, but there is a fear of eventually being the thing that you are afraid of becoming. And sometimes, in my case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I do feel bad that I would kind of call, I didn't really call anybody crazy, but I kind of feel bad that I didn't pay attention to people just because my mind wasn't particularly right then. But, I can imagine now, because I feel the way, I can imagine how they felt when I may have dismissed them. So, it's kind of a shock in that sense as well, because you have to confront what you've maybe done to other people when you used to be the person that was maybe ignorant or just automatically against something. So it's a rough to kind of come all the way from ignorance to true, or at least a step toward, I don't know, enlightenment. It's rough to even make that transition. I'm just speaking from experience, and that's pretty much the only reason why I'm on the fence, is because I had enough experience to let me know that it's not quite what I thought it used to be. Luckily, you know how they said in the Matrix, Neo, you're almost too old to be taken out. So I guess I'm lucky I was at that point. I'd imagine I only have a few more years before my brain was completely locked, and I wouldn't have come out like that. But this is what I'm trying to find, so I can substantiate the process of escaping, if this is all true. I'm still on the fence because I haven't proven it myself, but things I'm hearing sound legitimate. I have to entertain it for now, and I'm leaning toward the flat side of things. But we'll see what happens as more and more conversation happens, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta say that when I was on the fence, it was like, if you listen to me debate or argue, like, you could tell that I definitely wasn't siding with the Globers. And it was really interesting in the beginning, like, they would tote the line every single time, every single one of them. Finally I mentioned Hampstead kids. And all the flat earthers had listened to the video because Jeranism had posted the video of the original children claiming what had happened to them. But the newspaper said that it was all a lie. So the mainstream narrative from the BBC was that, they made it up, but the flat earthers had heard the testimony themselves. And you could tell when someone's lying or not. You can kind of see it, especially if they're not skilled liars, like children. And when I finally, I was like tired of them always toting the line. Finally, I said, I bet you guys think the Hampstead kids made it up too, didn't you? And it's like at that point, like I realized that this is like a role that these people, it's like, I think, it's like your ideas possess you. Right? I've heard people say that you don't have ideas, ideas have you, right? And it's like these people that have these ideas, they're just going to go with the mainstream narrative, like no matter what. And it's like, what do you do with people like that? And I think these people are a small minority because not everybody goes to college, right? But these people who are going to college and learning solipsism, which is where, am I correct when I say this is where the, relative truthers come from? It's this philosophy, right, of solipsism. Because where else does it come from? I mean, maybe it's from the trauma of 9/11. 2 planes can knock down several buildings. Okay, if you say so. Gosh, that was traumatic. It's like, or maybe it comes from, Pearl Harbor. It's like we didn't see them coming. Like we have all these radars, and we actually got a phone call, a warning from another country, but we didn't see it coming.
Yeah,
But
it
we
seems
didn't.
like an extension of Schrodinger's cat, where you don't really know. You don't. The tree is making a sound and it's not making a sound. You have to observe it to figure out which one is happening. So maybe people are extending that type of idea to everyday life. I kind of feel like that when I mean, maybe that could be the case. Some things other people say makes me think that's the case, because it's kind of become a pop culture talk about quantum mechanics. So maybe people are. That's at least the example you just described, and then in general, that sounds like what's happening is people are extending the Schrodinger cat model and trying to almost control the probability of observing the state so that it's always in their favor. And I guess that you have to ignore a certain amount, obviously, every other state to hope and force your state that you want to happen. So maybe that's where the ignorance comes from too. Willful ignorance.
Willful ignorance. Stupid on purpose. Not willing to take responsibility for their actions.
I think that's a little. I would argue that is a little, at least stupid. You can come back from that, but willful ignorance is almost no hope for that. A little bit worse than stupid.
So I've defined stupid in the past as either you have such a low mental capacity that you can't learn anything new, or at least not very quickly, or you're so highly educated that you think you know everything and you can't learn anything new because everybody else is uneducated and wrong. And it's on both ends of the scale, right? Really, really, really highly intelligent people lack common sense sometimes. Like, what was it? Einstein, he didn't wear socks and didn't comb his hair and married his first cousin. What was that guy who invented all the really cool airplanes? I think Leonardo DiCaprio portrayed him in a movie. Howard Hughes? Yeah, he was a brilliant architect or engineer. Engineer with airplanes. But he had some like serious like problems. So it's like stupid is on both ends of the spectrum and probably in the middle too. Because how often are we self-destructive? How many times do you see people like just doing everything they can to ruin their fucking lives, meanwhile blaming everyone else? It reminds me of an interview I saw Jason Newsted from Metallica. He said, "Yeah, when we went on tour with Guns N' Roses, it was really weird because Axl Rose is sitting there drinking a beer and smoking, going, 'I don't know what's wrong with my voice. I mean, I can't figure it out. My voice just isn't working.' It's like, maybe it's the smoking and the alcohol. Duh. It's like that's kind of how we are. We're like so incredibly self-destructive, and it's like, why? And then we blame everyone else.
Yeah, I don't mind the self-destruction so much as the blaming. Well, the blaming afterward, especially if you were told. So if you were told or you had the exposure and then you say, why didn't anybody tell us? Then that's pretty bad to me. It's not, it's worse than if you just didn't respond correctly, as it were. But yeah, I agree. I agree with your definition of stupid as well. That's why I still think that someone who's willfully ignorant is probably worse than being stupid, because both definitions, even someone who's too smart for their own good, can still come back from that. You know, drop them off somewhere, give them some quick exposure to real life, and they'll learn some life skills if they survive. But if you just refuse after you've been dropped off, let's say on a Naked and Afraid location, and you refuse to learn how to build a fire or learn how to make shelter because you just think that you're going to survive, and the elements are going to get you. And then what that means is, even though that person may be ignorant and it's like, okay, who cares? Well, that person, if they're just stupid, can actually come back from that and possibly be an ally. So at the end of it, we still lose. I think that's why it's good that you all earlier to make the distinction between a belief, flat earth, versus it just fact. Because if you approach it from a belief point of view, then you're not really going to see why people are trying to are so attached to something so much. And you're going to see it as something like a crazy belief. And it's really what I'm seeing. It's not. Well, what I've seen is that it's not. The horizon equation is legitimately what kind of hit me over a half. And the ironic part is that I've seen that before, passing through various physics or math courses. So that's why it's unfortunate for me, because how many others are out there that may have seen this stuff, could possibly they may have the actual, not that it matters, but the credentials to get the kind of the respect or response from people to explain this type of thing. We're just not making the connection. That's why I kept asking about the fundamental thing that's going to make this leap, because I just barely got out of it. And I'm sure there's plenty of other people who are very, very, very smart, much smarter, well, allegedly much smarter than me if we can measure intelligence. But, the connections aren't made. And like I said, I just barely got out. It took a couple of friends and some information to kind of get me to this point of thinking what's going to happen to all the people that are equally prepared to take on this new truth, but don't even have the wherewithal to find out a way to get there.
So I used to hang out with the normies in Google Hangouts after I hung out with the flatties and debated the anti-flatties. And there was this one highly intelligent, I'm pretty sure he was a Mason, highly intelligent guy who called himself Fatso What. And he was a flat earth troll. He trolled flat earth. But he always asked this question, "What is truth, sir?" In his Highlander accent. "What is truth, sir? What is truth, sir?" Right? And I would think to myself, well, I don't know. How do you know what truth is? And then I discovered the server. And it was just a simple meme. Just a simple meme. Truth is that which is verifiable and falsifiable and demonstratable. Belief is that which is not verifiable, falsifiable, or demonstratable. And then I learned about Karl Popper. In order for it to be science, it has to be falsifiable. So if I say the reason the tides happen is because there's dark grass on the dark side of the moon, and that's what causes the tides, well, you can't prove me wrong. Well, that's a fallacy. That's not science. So it kind of puts you in this really weird position. It's like, well, obviously that's not true because The moon's gravity causes the tides. Does it? Did you turn off the moon's gravity to make sure? No? Then how do you know it's true? Well, you just don't understand science. Science is observational. But at the same time, they'll tell you, you can't trust your eyes. Oh, science is observational, huh, Anti-Flatty? But you can't trust your eyes. Observational science. What's that? Is that a division fallacy? Because I don't drive my alternator to work, do I? No, I drive my car to work. Is a part the whole? Well, you just don't understand. And it's like, that's the best argument you got that I don't understand? Because I'm pretty sure everybody else in the room understands what I meant by you don't drive your alternator to work. So back to what is truth? Well, truth is that which is verifiably so. And it's like, we argue sometimes because apparently the word proof is like taboo, right? In science, you can't say, I've proved this. And it's like, really? You can't say that if you add enough heat and time duration to water and boil? You can't prove that scientifically? No, science doesn't prove things, it disproves things. Well, if you disprove something, doesn't it ipso facto prove something else to be true? And it's like all this doublespeak and all these contradictions. And it's like, I'm the one that don't understand? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm not sure that you're sure, but I'm sure. I'm sure that I understand that both can't be true at the same time. If science disproves things, then by definition, it would have to prove the opposite to be true, if there is a dichotomy. So I'm just really confused with how could these people like follow these anti-flat earthers other than the ones that are like listening to like, you know, Bill Nye the Science Guy, they never listen to the other side. But if the average man were to hear the flat earth arguments, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't take me long to make someone go, that's interesting. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Well, there is a lot of noise behind the shape. Oh,
yeah,
that's the distraction. You know, we know it's not completely flat like a. Or I don't even think that's the argument I'm hearing from Flat Earth, that it's completely flat like a piece of paper. But that's usually where a lot of the attention is focused, is proving that it's not flat like a piece of paper.
Yeah, really, they should call us flat waterers, but that's kind of hard to say. And flat earther has such a charge. That word has such an emotional charge. It's kind of like, you know, going into a club and just dropping the N word and then walking out. There's going to be such an emotional charge in the next 5 to 10 seconds that you're not going to be able to handle it. And it's like that same thing happens when you say, I'm a flat earther. It's like, oh, no. What? You? No. It's like, calm down. And some people laugh hysterically, nervous laugh. And then other people get livid. Some people get pissed. Like, what? You imbecile? You think you what? No. And it's like, go check it out for yourself. Oh, I can't be bothered. It doesn't matter. Like, what do you mean? It doesn't matter. If you've been lied to, it doesn't matter? No, it doesn't matter if the government lies to me and takes my tax dollars and spending it bombing brown people. That doesn't matter. It's like, okay, what if some other dude's running up in your girl? Does that matter? No, I'll just get another girl. Well, it doesn't matter if she was lying to you about it? Like, no, it doesn't matter. I'll just get another girl. Like, really? Like, that doesn't matter? People lie to you? Like, you're good with that? That's kosher? Like, I don't want nobody to lie to me. You better be extremely brave and a good actor if you're lying to me. My children say that I'm like a detective. That when I get into the detective mode, because I have two of them, I don't know which one of them did it. But yeah, what is truth, sir?
Yeah, so I mean, I have a lot to think about. I do. as I came in earlier, and I came in again, and I'd say it probably has gone to about 73%. But like I said, I it's interesting speaking with different perspectives, um, especially when each side understands what they're talking about, even if there's a disagreement. I don't mind disagreements, and hopefully, well, I mean, I don't like to debate for no reason, but if there's a debate, I welcome it, and I'm really interested in some. I hope I find some other, well, not other, but some other people that may lean towards globe Earth, but because I have some questions for them as well.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, this has been interesting. This has been actually great. So I am have to leave again, but I really appreciate you guys letting me speak and your perspectives, and I hope we get to continue speaking again soon.
Right. I would give you a little bit of homework if you don't mind, because the crux of the matter is: are we seeing too far because it's flat or because of refraction? I would ask you to do a little research on the physics of light, the inverse square law, light attenuation. You might want to write some of this stuff down. But the most important thing is Snell's law. Once you understand Snell's law, you understand refraction, which you said you studied physics, but there's also different types of physics, right?
Yeah,
And
I
light.
mean, I do know these things, but as I told you, you can be a master at it, and it goes right over your head, and the connections aren't made. So I still do homework. I can still practice, something that I know, and maybe I'll see more connections now that can help me understand a little bit better what's actually going on. Definitely.
Right. So before you go, yeah, what they're claiming is that there's this really powerful refraction that's bending the light at the same curvature rate as the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared, which I would say is a coincidence, right? I'm not really a coincidence theorist. I don't have that kind of faith to think that those numbers just happen to line up together. But yeah, that's what they're claiming is going on. So if people say that they understand light, no, the fuck you don't. So I don't understand light. I'm not assuming anyone else understands light. And if people say that they understand the double slit experiment, it's like, first of all, it has nothing to do with particle wave duality. That's the red herring, right? What it has to do is, how the fuck does the light know that there's a watcher and it collapses the wave function if there's a knower of the witch path? How does the light know that there's a knower anyway? Like, that's like, we're all looking at the same information, but that's like the meat, the elephant in the room. How does the light know that there's a knower of the witch path information? And it's like, that shit cooks my noodle. Anyway, yeah, so light is what it all boils down to. If you believe that light can do what they're saying it's doing, then you get to keep your globe. But if you think that one medium is not going to cause enough so-called refraction, I would call it atmospheric turbulence, then the light at inches per mile squared, that's where the crux of the argument is, if you want to know what it all boils down to. Anyway, I know you're trying to get out of here. Have a good night. Peace. Be safe.
I appreciate it. I'm going to look. Hopefully, I can catch the other person, the doctor of psychology, and maybe we can discuss too after he's done his homework. So, yeah. All right. So I'll see you all maybe
That was
sometime
good. You
soon.
got to hear that.
Right.
Have a good night.
I can't wait to catch that doctor of psychology too.
Wow. I know, man. Did that turn out well or what? I don't know. It's hard for me to judge. It seems like it turned out pretty well.
I think more people like him are coming.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I don't know.
Because how many people that come in here and just drop N-bombs? Like, eventually the world's going to run out of Slim Shadys, right? And we're going to ban them all. And the only thing that's going to be left is people like that who can
like
demonstrate their education.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But this guy apparently, I was surprised because my impression, even being around people like that in that field, is that he would just stick to this globe thing because that's my misinterpretation, right? Because he seemed open enough. Now, I understand what you said about it and what his position is. I think that's a big part of that situation. And so he may never come back. That doesn't mean he hasn't figured it out for himself, though. Just because we don't, and he may not be able to for certain reasons that we talked about. That's okay.
Well, I
too.
think I might have scared him a little bit because he knows exactly what I'm talking about Ben Stein and Blackballed. And nobody wants to lose all of that effort just having it yanked out from under him like a rug. Like nobody wants it.
Exactly. But I think he's smart enough, and I think he did hear enough tonight. Earlier, I took an hour break, went back outside, and I came back. But yeah, I think you hear enough that it really doesn't matter. That information, like then they have to decide: are they really going to go look themselves? Because I think there are certain types of people that will go, "Gosh, should I look at this really? What if I?"
Because if I look at it and it's true,
then what?
then I'll have to face it.
Then what? Yeah. What do I do then? So maybe I ought not look there.
That's the willful ignorance.
I think there are people like that. I do. They will say, and that at that point
But,
they're tipped over to the appeal to authority side because of it, because of that fear. It's really all about fear at that point.
but you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So
Yeah, and you fool me the one time, then that's okay then. But you fool me second time, then shame on someone
oh gosh, we went from
somewhere
a
else.
modern philosopher to a warmonger, just like that. I love Marley. I love Marley so much. Man, that dude was awesome.
Who are you saying? Wait a minute. Who are you saying?
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley. Yeah, no. One love. Yeah, man. I've been to Trenchtown. I walked on the streets that Bob Marley grew up on in Jamaica, Kingston.
Crazy.
Kingston, man. I walked there myself. Like, there's 3 of us, though.
Yeah, but have you ever met Torchy? He's the one who makes the firelight.
No, I had all people come over and say, "Hey, yeah, hey, man, come on over here, man. Hey, you like this some ganja? Here, there." And these people were smoking 2-foot long ganja joints, like weird, very strange time to see all of that.
In the 80s?
Yeah, in the early 80s. As a matter of fact, 1980.
Wow. I can only imagine. The colors, the smells, the beautiful people.
Yeah, it was fun. It was the first place I had ever been to. Like, I've been to Latin American countries. I've been to Mexico before that. And we had just traveled all the way down the coast of Mexico to we were through, to Costa Rica, past Panama, and through the Panama Canal, and then over to Jamaica. And yeah, it's bizarre, So like, I could say I saw things that looked supernatural to me out on the ocean. I can say that. I've seen things that.
I kind of feel bad because I've been hogging the mic for like 24 hours. If anybody else wants to speak.
No, I think we all enjoy listening to you speak. Actually, you have so much information that
Yes,
we just like soak it up, man. We soak it up.
yes, Hank. Nobody minds you speaking. Nobody.
Yeah.
You're here for a reason, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I knew I had a calling. I knew I had a job to do. We all got the same calling. Some of us answer and some of us bury our head in the sand. Either way, it requires digging, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I want all the truth. I don't have all the truth, but it's not because I don't want it. It's like, so what do I do? Like, I got a family who depends on me, so I can't do the research. Oh man, I could not tell you how much I want to do the research. You
know
guys know
what?
what I really want to do? I
You
want
better do.
to learn the legal system so I could go in there and free slaves. That's what I
Yeah.
really want to do.
Yeah, that's a really tough calling because as long as I've looked into that, I've never really seen any freaking
You mean get people out of prison?
white
Yeah.
knights in armor
Oh.
showing up to show someone else the way how to do
Yeah,
that.
that makes sense.
No. Tortuous path to figure out how to do that. Like
If I was a lawyer, man,
I think some
like
of
if
us have the right ideas, though. A lot of us that we have pieces of it. It's coming along. Like,
I could
but
keep
we're
so many
still.
people in a prison.
What's up?
I'm just thinking if I could just be left alone, like I need like, 4 5 years, be left alone and just nothing but boring ass law and I just wish I could free slaves because we have the largest slave population on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's only the ones that think they're free outside walking around on streets in their little condos and shit. That's not
No,
even,
I'm
that's
talking about
not
the
even
prison
considering the
population.
prison population.
Right.
Yeah, the highest
Yeah,
one of those too.
we have over 1 million. I think it's 1.5 million prisoners.
Over 1 million. Yeah, over
in
1 million.
dungeons.
And we only have 15% of Earth's population, apparently, supposedly.
I thought it was 5.
5? Oh, maybe it's 5. Maybe it's only 5. Yeah, it probably is.